In an extraordinary twist of fate, the once exalted celestial master, Chen Zishi, finds himself reborn at the tender age of 22. In his previous life, he stood at the pinnacle of the universe, yet was met with solitude. This time around, he aims to fully immerse himself in the mundane pleasures of earthly existence. Armed with a butcher's knife, he resolves to rectify the injustices of the world. Chapter 1. The Butcher Celestial Master, Chen Zishi. Chen Zishi, born on March 26, 1996, ascended to immortality in 2031. He roamed the celestial realm for a century, only to meet his demise amidst the trials of heaven. He safeguarded his life and spirit with all he possessed, evading death and entering the cycle of reincarnation. Reborn in 2017 on March 26th. Now at 23, it has been a year since his rebirth. At this moment, he wields a butcher's knife, becoming an alluring sight at the Jiangzhou city market. Countless middle-aged men and women line up patiently outside his pork stall. Chen Zishi glances back, realizing that today's supply of pork may fall short. With a swift motion, he slices through the ribs with precision. His bare torso reveals well-defined muscles, a coarse apron stained with a hint of blood. Unkempt, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, he casually places the packaged meat into the hands of the eager women before him. The women beam with joy, as if they have received an autograph from a beloved celebrity. The middle-aged crowd, captivated by his handsome visage and skillful butchery, witnesses a form of artistry in his craft. Chen Zishi's knife is exceptionally sharp, never tainted by blood. He stands as a refreshing presence in the bustling market, akin to a character from a film, exuding an air of tranquility and languor that seems out of place in this chaotic world. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he gazes at the sun, mentally calculating the time. She should be arriving soon, he muses. Just as he lowers his gaze, a fragrant breeze wafts through the air. The sound of high heels drowns out the clamor, drawing the attention of all with her long, elegant legs. From the queue of elderly patrons emerges a statuesque woman. Which star could this be? For these everyday folks, such beauty is a rare sight beyond the confines of their television screens. The tall woman dons a white suit, accentuating her exquisite figure to perfection. Adorning her neck is a limited edition diamond necklace from Van Cleef Arpels, a testament to her substantial wealth. A Lamborghini key rests casually in her hand. Could such an affluent woman, like her middle-aged counterparts, be enchanted by Chen Zishi's striking looks? Chen Zishi, are you ever coming home? Suddenly, the bustling market falls silent. Home? Is this woman from Chen Zishi's family? Completing the final cut of meat, he elegantly twirls the knife, nearly causing the women to gasp in delight. Chen Zishi turns to regard the woman. She is his fiancée, Li Ruoshui, known throughout Jiangzhou as the belle of the town. In the eyes of society, it seems surreal that a humble butcher like Chen Zishi could have such an illustrious fiancée. In his former life, Chen Zishi held similar thoughts. His feelings for this woman are indeed complex. In his past, Li Ruoshui married him, yet their union was far from blissful. Devoted to martial arts with little success, he was naturally scorned by the affluent Li family. Eventually, by sheer chance, he acquired a precious artifact. For this treasure, the Li family sought to eliminate him. Chen Zishi narrowly escaped death, only to return years later, having mastered his path and extinguished the Li family in one fell swoop. Yet he later learned that Li Ruoshui had long since passed. The Li family betrayed him, unbeknownst to her. She believed Chen Zishi to be dead, inscribing his name and birth date on paper, burying it on the northern mountain. In her grief, Li Ruoshui took her own life at his grave, accompanied by a note. Marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog. Though Chen Zishi possesses nothing, I am still his wedded wife. The Li family harmed my husband, and they will no longer be my kin. I shall rest with my husband Chen Zishi in one grave, hoping to reunite as spouses in the next life. This was Li Ruoshui's final testament. Perhaps her wish was fulfilled, for indeed, they have been reborn as husband and wife. Reflecting on this, Chen Zishi shakes his head in resignation. He truly wonders whether he owes her, or she owes him. In this new life, everything shall unfold differently. A year ago today, following his rebirth, he faced ridicule from Li Ruoshui and her family for living off her. As he struggled to adjust to this frail body, he retreated to the market to sell pork. Using a knife to slice meat became an effective means of acclimating to his new form. Whether he was cutting humans or pigs, the distinction was negligible. It was a form of cultivation. Meeting Li Ruoshui's gaze, he smiles faintly. Weren't you the ones who urged me to find work? Li Ruoxue grits her teeth in frustration. What's this? Are you even planning to attend the wedding? At that moment, realization dawns on the crowd. This affluent woman is indeed the fiancée of the butcher. What merit does he possess to win her affection? Is it his rugged charm, or his artistic knife skills that have captivated her? Very well, time is of the essence. Completing the last slice, Chen Zishi follows Li Ruoxue as they exit. He carries nothing but his knife, leaving behind even the change box at the stall. Li Ruoxue's expression remains stern as she coldly remarks, "You only know how to show off your tricks. You claim you wish to cultivate into an immortal, yet here you are, still selling pork." Chen Zishi responds with a serene smile. The mundane world is but a part of immortal cultivation. Li Ruoxue dismisses him, having grown weary of his fanciful words since a year ago. To her, this is merely an excuse for his reluctance to find proper work. Upon reaching the car, Li Ruoxue frowns, noticing her Lamborghini blocked by a Range Rover. With a scowl, she steps aside to call the driver, her tone far from amiable. "Hello? Didn't I just call you? Move your car. I'm in a hurry. Why did I even add you on WeChat?" From her tone, it appears the other party is uncooperative. Such incidents are common. Li Ruoxue is not only beautiful, but also connected to the Ruoxue group. Many have tried to gain her attention through such means, hoping to pursue her. Chen Zishi strides forward, his left hand behind his back, his right hand sweeping through the air. A gust of force propels the Range Rover several meters away. "Ruoxue, let's go." With that, Chen Zishi takes his place in the passenger seat. Li Ruoxue, still on the phone and frowning, turns to scold him. Suddenly, she realizes the Range Rover has been displaced far from her car. Staring at the long tire marks on the ground, she is left utterly speechless. Chapter 2: The moment of action. Li Ruoxue boarded the vehicle and inquired, "What have you done? How did you accomplish that?" Chen Zishi raised his hand, harmonizing with the cosmos, uniting the essence of vitality, spirit, and energy, enabling him to manipulate objects with his will. A chill crept further across Li Ruoxue's already somber visage. "Chen, if you do not wish to speak, there is no need to feign madness to intimidate me. Let me make myself clear. Do not utter such nonsense upon returning home. My parents are already quite displeased with you. If you wish to continue enjoying this comfortable life, refrain from spouting absurdities." Chen Zishi paused momentarily. He had spent a year acclimatizing to this body, continuously cutting meat to regain his sense of energy. While he had adapted physically, many aspects remained foreign to him, particularly in relation to his future in-laws. Nodding in acknowledgement, he conceded to her words. Li Ruoxue's parents, for their time, were formidable figures. Her father, Li Zhongqian, an entrepreneur in the construction industry and a real estate magnate. Her mother, Ma Lili, an e-commerce tycoon who owned a media company and thrived in the live-streaming entertainment sector. As the only daughter of two business giants, Li Ruoxue inherited all their virtues. Presently, she managed a food business, well known locally. Several companies had merged under the banner of Ruoxue Group, overseen by her grandfather. These prospective in-laws were considered adversaries by Chen Zishi. They had played a part in his betrayal in a previous life. However, in this new existence, such grievances had not yet manifested. Upon their next encounter, he bore no animosity. "Chen Zishi has returned. Have you amassed a fortune selling pork? Are you now the king of pork?" Ma Lili remarked sarcastically, her cold tone laced with derision as he stepped into the house. Chen Zishi offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. Li Ruoxue furrowed her brow and softly interjected, "Mom, enough. It's just good to have him back. At least he is self-sufficient." Ma Lili rolled her eyes and scoffed. "I do not understand why your grandfather insists you marry him. By the way, Master Tsong will be visiting you shortly. We shall dine together when he arrives." Li Ruoxue's expression shifted slightly. "Mom, why are you inviting him? Master Tsong is merely coming to see you. Why are you so anxious?" Li Ruoxue frowned, her displeasure evident. Chen Zishi recalled that Master Tsong was likely Tsong Wenxuan, from a business family with considerable financial backing. He had pursued Li Ruoxue for quite some time, and in a previous life, they had clashed, resulting in him being slapped after being pulled by the ear. Although he had resisted, he ultimately suffered a beating that concluded without resolution. He remembered him as someone quite troublesome. Li Ruoxue was utterly exasperated. She typically resided alone in this house, and her parents' visits were merely family gatherings. Yet, Tsong Wenxuan insisted on intruding. Was this not a provocation aimed at Chen Zishi? Ma Lili and her husband exchanged glances with Chen Zishi, noticing his indifference as if the situation bore no relevance to him. They could not help but shake their heads, thinking this young man had truly become foolish from selling pork. Before long, a man entered the room. Adorned in a stylish ensemble of high-end fashion, He exuded the air of a wealthy scion. Upon encountering Li Ruoshui, his eyes sparkled with delight. Ruoshui, it has been an eternity. You have grown more exquisite with each passing day. Li Ruoshui merely nodded, acknowledging his greeting. Song Wenxuan, undeterred by any semblance of awkwardness, nonchalantly took a seat, pulling a chair to position himself squarely between Li Ruoshui and Chen Zishi. Li Ruoshui's expression shifted, her brows knitting together. Young Master Song, I implore you to maintain your decorum. Song Wenxuan paused momentarily, then responded with a nonchalant smile. What seems to be the matter, Ruoshui? I am merely seated. I have not laid a hand upon you. Am I to be deemed indecorous for simply resting my hand? With that, Song Wenxuan's hand began to move towards Li Ruoshui's thigh. She promptly rose, her countenance as cold as ice. Young Master Song, my fiancé is present. Kindly refrain from such inappropriate behavior. Song Wenxuan scoffed dismissively, turning his gaze toward Chen Zishi. I nearly forgot you were here. I heard a rumor that you have ceased living off others and have taken to selling pork instead. I know quite a few pork merchants. Would you like me to introduce you to some? Perhaps you could earn a little extra on the side. He chuckled heartily, his left hand resting on Chen Zishi's shoulder as if he were an elder imparting wisdom to a junior. Chen Zishi frowned and turned to glance at him. Your hand is still as intrusive as ever. Song Wenxuan was momentarily taken aback. Then he erupted into a mocking laugh. Oh, the most notorious gigolo of Jiangzhou has suddenly found his spine? How daring of you to insult me and claim my hand is intrusive. Have you never faced the consequences of your words? With that, Song Wenxuan's left hand seized Chen Zishi's ear. The faces of the Li family shifted dramatically. Song Wenxuan was notorious for his volatile temper. If he treated Li Ruoshui with such audacity, one could only imagine how he would treat an ordinary man like Chen Zishi. What a disgrace. At this age, allowing someone to tug at your ear without a retort. No wonder you will live in mediocrity forever. Although feeling humiliated and cursing under her breath at the ineptitude of the situation, Li Ruoshui found herself powerless. The Song family had risen to prominence in recent years, compelling even them to tread carefully around their might. Whether it was an ear tug or a slap, Chen Zishi would have to endure it today. Li Ruoshui clenched her fists, her heart heavy with frustration. If only she had a formidable husband by her side. Would she have to tolerate such indignities? Being flirted with in front of her fiancé, and having him treated like a child. Li Ruoshui felt as though tears might spring forth. Just as Song Wenxuan's hand made contact with Chen Zishi's ear, a glint of cold steel flashed. Song Wenxuan suddenly found his hand rendered powerless. In an instant, his expression morphed from confusion to bewilderment, to terror, to agony, culminating in a blood-curdling scream. His hand was severed at the wrist. He merely glimpsed a flash of cold light, entirely unaware of what had transpired. Yet, Li Ruoshui recognized it immediately. It was Chen Zishi's cleaver. Ah, damn it! Song Wenxuan clutched his hand, collapsing to the ground, shrieking in excruciating pain. Ma Lili and Li Zhengqian turned pale with fright. Young Master Song! They rushed forward, flustered and frantic. Quick, fetch bandages to staunch the bleeding. Marili swiftly retrieved the medical kit, and the two of them tightly bound Song Wenxuan's wrist with bandages. Chen Zishi, I will ruin you. I want you dead. Song Wenxuan's forehead bulged with veins as he screamed hoarsely. The young master of the Song family, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never endured such humiliation. Meanwhile, Chen Zishi sat at the dining table, seemingly unfazed by the sanguine scent permeating the air. He picked up his chopsticks, selected a piece of lotus root, and sipped his wine. Indeed, the delicacies of the mundane world were delectable. How unfortunate that such exquisite fare had cooled while waiting for this fool. Blood flowed like a river, the scene a complete mess, yet Chen Zishi remained at the table, savoring his meal with an air of elegance and satisfaction. Li Ruoshui gazed at this spectacle, her mouth agape, unable to articulate a response for some time. Chapter 3. Wait for me a moment. After a brief interval, the ambulance whisked Song Wenxuan away. Marili trembled with rage. Chen Zishi, you've truly outdone yourself. If you weren't going to stay home, why return only to stir up such enormous trouble? I wonder how you will handle this. I am leaving. You shall deal with it yourselves. With that, Marili and her husband hastily departed from Li Ruoshui's residence. Surveying the disarray that filled the room, Li Ruoshui slumped into a chair, the frost on her face yet to dissipate. Aunt Wang, the housemaid, arrived to clean up, meticulously tending to the bloodstains. After dinner, Chen Zishi retreated to the yard, settling into a rattan chair and gently rocking back and forth. This was the only item in the house that belonged solely to him. Gazing at the night sky, Chen Zishi fell into a daze. Despite the passage of a year, he had yet to acclimate. He was no longer the immortal he once was, but rather an ordinary man. Oh no, last year he was merely an ordinary man. Now, he was at the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Thus, he lay in the yard for several hours, absorbing the power of the stars. Li Ruoxue emerged, her voice icy as she remarked, "You claim to be at home enjoying a life of leisure, yet you lounge about in the yard doing nothing after being invited back? What do you plan to do?" Chen Zishi paused, responding, "What would you have me do?" Li Ruoxue's breath grew heavy with ire as she replied coldly, "Chen Zishi, do you realize? Because of your recent actions, I spent over an hour apologizing to Tsong Wenxuan's father on the phone. Can you not consider the consequences of your actions? Do you understand that it was my agreement to accompany the Tsong father and son for a round of golf tomorrow that secured your release? How dare you question me? What do I want from you? I want you to be a useful man, so I do not have to deal with situations I wish to avoid. The Tsong father and son are notorious for their disreputable conduct. Tsong Wenxuan's current state is a reflection of his father's influence. To have Li Ruoxue accompany them for golf is undoubtedly a scheme with ill intent. If she were to go, it would be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den. Yet what choice does she have? If she does not go, how will this matter concerning Chen Zishi be resolved? Li Ruoxue was overwhelmed, desperately managing these affairs, while Chen Zishi leisurely reclined in the yard, gazing at the moon, leaving her utterly at a loss for tears. Upon observing Li Ruoxue's frigid demeanor, a twinge of pity arose within me. Chen Zishi rose to his feet and inquired, "You do not wish to join us for golf tomorrow, do you?" Li Ruoxue offered a self-deprecating smile, replying, "What do you think? Do you wish for me to attend?" Chen Zishi then remarked, "Wait for me a moment," before stepping out of the courtyard. Meanwhile, not far away, in a luxurious villa, the Tsong father and son were seated in the living room. Tsong Wenxuan seized a bottle of fine Lafite and took a hearty swig. "That bastard. I will ruin him. I want him to suffer beyond measure." Sitting across from Tsong Wenxuan was a middle-aged man, his father, Tsong Yu, whose face mirrored a similar gloom. "Do not worry, my son. Tomorrow, I will hire an assassin to incapacitate Chen Zishi. I shall ensure he spends his life confined to a wheelchair." No sooner had he spoken than the front door was suddenly flung open. A figure stood at the threshold. Tsong Wenxuan's expression shifted dramatically. "Chen Zishi." Tsong Yu also rose, shouting, "Where are the security guards?" The few guards at the entrance lay motionless on the ground, oblivious to his cries. Panic engulfed Tsong Wenxuan, his right hand still bandaged, as he retreated a few steps. "You dare to come here, Chen? If you seek mercy, kneel and bow to me." Yet, as the head of the household, Tsong Yu maintained an air of composure. "So, you are Chen Zishi. You have harmed my son. You must provide me with an explanation." Chen Zishi, disinterested in engaging in banter with such insignificant beings, strode forward to Tsong Yu in a flash. His blade glinted, and with swift precision, he struck. In two swift motions, Tsong Yu's arms were severed from his body, the cuts clean and devoid of bone, executed with the finesse of a butcher honed through years of practice. In a certain light, one might argue the distinction between man and beast is negligible. "Ah!" Tsong Yu's face contorted in agony as he let out a harrowing scream. Tsong Wenxuan, wide-eyed and momentarily stunned, bore witness to Chen Zishi's next two strikes. This time, he recognized the weapon, a slaughtering knife. Inside the Tsong residence, the air was thick with anguished cries and heart-wrenching wails. Before departing, Chen Zishi nonchalantly plucked an orange from their table. Amidst the cacophony, he meticulously peeled the fruit into 4 segments, savoring each slice as he consumed them. Though worldly pleasures hold no significance in the pursuit of immortality, one cannot deny the sheer delight of such culinary indulgence. The enjoyment of exquisite food brings joy to the spirit. Is this not a form of cultivation in its own right? With the knife sheathed at his waist, Chen Zishi gradually exited the Tsong home, the moonlight elongating his shadow, rendering him both divine and diabolical. 10 minutes later, Chen Zishi returned home, where Li Ruoxue squatted in the courtyard, her arms wrapped around her knees, appearing somewhat cold. Yet, the weather hardly warranted such a sensation. Perhaps Li Ruoxue merely felt a profound sense of solitude. In this vast world, there was no one upon whom she could lean. Though she managed her life with remarkable independence, even the most aloof of women yearn for a formidable shoulder to rely upon. As for Chen Zishi, aside from bringing her shame, causing her embarrassment, and plunging her into a quandary, he appeared to possess no redeeming qualities. The sole merit he had was his decent appearance. Li Ruoxue forced a self-deprecating smile. It was time to gather her thoughts. Tomorrow, she would have to contend with the Tsong family father and son, and the mere thought of it made her feel nauseous. At that moment, Chen Zishi stood before her. Li Ruoshui furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where have you been?" Chen Zishi replied, "Without arms, you won't be able to play golf, will you?" Li Ruoshui was taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting? What were you doing just now?" "I visited the Tsong family and severed their arms." "What?" Li Ruoshui sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Chen Zishi, have you lost your mind?" Chen Zishi maintained an indifferent expression. "Did you not wish to play with them? With no arms, you need not go tomorrow." Li Ruoshui clenched her fists, gazing at Chen Zishi's demeanor, utterly at a loss for how to convey her thoughts. The Tsong father and son had summoned her to play golf as a means of atonement, not for the sake of the game itself. Even if she declined to play, they would surely seek retribution in another form. "Do you not understand?" Chen Zishi frowned. "If that is the case, I shall take their lives." Li Ruoshui felt a wave of dizziness wash over her upon hearing his words, as if the ground had vanished beneath her. Chapter 4. The wine still warm that night, Li Ruoshui found herself unable to sleep well. She had learned that the Tsong father and son had indeed been admitted to the hospital, reportedly injured by assailants. Was this the doing of Chen Zishi? Alone on the expansive double bed, she locked the door, fearful that Chen Zishi might enter. Their romantic relationship was merely nominal. They were not yet married. Even if they were to wed in the future, she would never allow him to touch her. This fellow had spent a year selling pork. He had not gained any other skills, but his audacity had certainly increased. How dare he harm the Tsong father and son? Li Ruoshui sensed a change in Chen Zishi. Though she could not pinpoint what exactly had altered, he seemed to have grown lazier, yet also more ruthless. Tossing and turning in bed, she suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to see what he was doing. Quietly, she rose, padding barefoot across the floor, making no sound. She opened the door and peeked outside. The sofa downstairs served as Chen Zishi's designated sleeping space, yet it was now conspicuously empty. Looking out, she realized he was still in the yard. Li Ruoshui frowned and descended the stairs, approaching the door. Suddenly, her expression changed. Before Chen Zishi, a cold blade hovered in the air, its reflection shimmering brilliantly in the moonlight. Li Ruoshui rubbed her eyes vigorously, convinced she was seeing things. How could a knife float in midair? When she opened her eyes again, the blade had vanished. Chen Zishi sat cross-legged at the entrance, aware that Ruoshui had arrived. It was better that she not witness the scene of blade cultivation. The weapon was too sharp, and even a glance could lead to injury. Li Ruoshui pulled open the door, frowning as she coldly remarked, "What are you doing sitting out here? Looking like you've been wronged? If you don't want to sleep on the sofa, you may come inside, but you can only sleep on the floor." With that, she strode back into her room. Upon hearing those words, Chen Zishi was momentarily taken aback. Did they really allow him to enter the room? Chen Zishi nodded. It was fine. During his cultivation, his aura would extend several meters around him, which would be beneficial to Li Ruoshui. As Chen Zishi stepped into the room, Li Ruoshui lay on the bed, a slight tremor coursing through her body as her hands clenched into tight fists. She was uncertain about her feelings earlier. Perhaps it was the pitiful sight of Chen Zishi's back that had compelled her to let him in. Now, she felt a twinge of regret, but once spoken, words could not be retracted. Surely, this fellow wouldn't engage in any inappropriate actions, would he? However, the sound of rustling came from behind her, and the blanket remained still. Li Ruoshui turned her head slightly, catching a glimpse of him meditating. Truly, he had become obsessed, frustrated. She rolled over, wrapping the blanket tightly around herself. Sleep? Forget it. Chen Zishi gazed at the pouting Li Ruoshui and found her rather amusing. This woman could exhibit such little temperaments. He had never witnessed such a demeanor in his previous life. Thus, he watched her throughout the night, feeling as if everything was novel upon his return to life. As he had previously stated, the mundane world was filled with opportunities for cultivation. The following morning, Chen Zishi received a call from Li Zhengqian. He was somewhat surprised that his future father-in-law would take the initiative to contact him. Chen Zishi, you ought to lay low for a while. The Tsong family is seeking to kill you, and I cannot allow them to implicate the Li family. Chen Zishi replied nonchalantly, Who are they looking for? Wu Liuyi, Li Zhengqian stated before abruptly hanging up. Wu Liuyi? Chen Zishi searched his mind for the name and finally recalled it. The most formidable master in Jiangzhou was Qin Huai, a man who wielded immense influence and was greatly feared throughout the region. Wu Liuyi was his disciple. After the Tsong father and son had their arms severed, they realized he was not an ordinary person. It seemed they had spared no expense this time in his previous life. Chen Zishi had grown too slowly and had never encountered these so-called experts from Jiangzhou. It appeared that this time would be different. Upon receiving her father's call, Li Ruoshui's expression turned grave. You should go back to your mother's house for a while. It's been ages since you last visited. Chen Zishi nodded. There was no need to hide, but visiting home seemed advisable. You should come with me? I will go. Chen Zishi rarely acted stubbornly, but he couldn't help it. Despite being a reincarnated celestial being, parents remained parents. Over the past year, Chen Zishi had intended to visit, but his mother, Shen Xiaoqin, had declared, "If my daughter-in-law does not accompany you, then do not return." Helplessly, in their household, Li Ruoshui held significant sway. After a moment's hesitation, Li Ruoshui nodded in agreement. Having offended the Tsong family, it was indeed unsafe for her to remain alone at home. Upon learning that Chen Zishi intended to bring his fiancée home, his parents were both excited. This seemed to be the first time Li Ruoshui was visiting. Since their engagement was announced, she, as his fiancée, had never made an official visit. Although the Chen family was ordinary, it was not customary for in-laws to take the initiative to visit. There were no such traditions. Li Ruoshui purchased some gifts and arrived at Chen Zishi's home, which was a typical residential building, somewhat aged after over 20 years. Upon entering, Chen Zishi's mother, Shen Xiaoqin, and father, Chen Gang, instantly tensed with anticipation. "Oh my! This girl is truly beautiful." Li Ruoshui was quite courteous, displaying refined manners at the dining table. Although he was not entirely satisfied with this marriage, he still adhered to basic etiquette. Perhaps Shen Xiaoqin sensed his insincerity, as she spoke little throughout the dinner. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from outside, deafening. "Chen Zishi, come out!" Everyone was taken aback. Shen Xiaoqin's face turned pale with anxiety. "Son, what is happening?" Li Ruoshui's complexion turned ashen as he whispered, "He has offended someone." Shen Xiaoqin, frightened, felt her legs weaken. That shout had truly startled her. "Son, whom have you offended? Is there any danger?" Li Ruoshui's face resembled that of a corpse. He never anticipated being found even after hiding here. The Tsong family's background was too formidable. That thunderous shout made the glass tremble with a resonating buzz. Who exactly had Chen Zishi offended outside? Calm and unperturbed, Chen Zishi slowly rose. "I will step out for a moment." Suddenly, his father, Chen Gang, stood up. "Zishi, I just heated some wine. Whatever it is, drink a bit before going." Chen Gang, trembling, poured a cup of hot wine, his face taut with tension. "Drink some wine to bolster your courage. They are just ordinary folks. How could they have encountered such matters?" Chen Zishi smiled lightly. "No need to rush. I will return to drink." With that, Chen Zishi pushed open the door and walked to the hallway. Before him stood a slender man. "Wu Liuyi, you are Chen Zishi," Wu Liuyi declared. "The head of the Tsong family has sent me to take your arms." As his words fell, Wu Liuyi charged forward, a gleaming dagger in hand. Wu Liuyi's momentum was formidable, his speed astonishing. Indeed, he was a disciple of Qinhuai. However, to Chen Zishi, this level of threat was utterly insufficient. Under normal circumstances, he might have indulged in a spar, but today was exceptional. To squander a family reunion over such a trivial matter would be unwise. Chen Zishi abruptly raised his hand, his fingers flicking. A white streak shot from his fingertip, striking Wu Liuyi directly between the brows. In an instant, Wu Liuyi stood frozen, motionless, as if he were a mere wooden puppet. It was a day for family gathering. Killing was not appropriate. Chen Zishi slowly walked back, as if nothing had occurred. Upon reaching upstairs, the three remained tense, and upon seeing him return, they immediately grew anxious. "Zishi, are you unharmed?" Chen Zishi smiled faintly and sat down. "Dad, Mom, the matter is resolved. Let us continue." Chen Zishi lifted his wine glass in a toast to his father. "This wine is still warm." Li Ruoshui was momentarily taken aback, asking in a hushed voice, "Who was it? Who came looking for you?" Wu Liuyi. Li Ruoshui's pupils dilated in shock. "The master of Iron Fist martial arts, Wu Liuyi." Chen Zishi was taken aback. "You have heard of him?" Li Ruoshui nodded solemnly. "Of course, I have heard of him. Wu Liuyi is quite renowned in Jiangzhou. His martial arts schools are spread throughout the city, with a school in every district. It is said that he stands 8 feet tall, valiant and skilled in combat, able to easily triumph even over special forces. He did not harm you, did he?" Li Ruoshui was taken aback, harboring doubts about Chen Zishi's claims. If he truly encountered Wu Liuyi, how could he possibly have emerged unscathed? He could not possibly defeat me. Li Ruoshui rolled her eyes in disbelief. After all, Wu Liuyi was a bona fide martial arts master, not someone whose skills could be compared to those of a dilettante like Chen Zishi. It was not that Li Ruoshui looked down upon him. Practitioners of martial arts train rigorously, enduring the harshness of winter and the sweltering heat of summer. Yet, when had Chen Zishi ever trained? He had hardly engaged in any fitness activities, let alone martial arts. He spent his days lounging on the couch at home, utterly inactive. How could such a sloth compete with a martial artist? Chen Zishi, aware of her skepticism, merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Xin Shaoqin, not wishing to scold her son in front of her daughter-in-law, quietly admonished him, "Do not get into fights outside." Chen Zishi nodded, acknowledging his mother. Xin Shaoqin continued, "Why not stay for a couple of days now that you are back?" Chen Zishi glanced at Li Ruoshui, noting that this home was far inferior to her luxurious mansion, small and cramped. He wondered if this young lady could adapt to such conditions. After a moment's hesitation, Li Ruoshui ultimately nodded in agreement. The couple, overjoyed, immediately began to prepare the bed, replacing it with freshly bought bedding and linens for their future daughter-in-law, anxious that she might find it lacking. While everyone busied themselves, Chen Zishi made his way downstairs, where he found Wu Liuyi standing in a daze, rather conspicuous. He retrieved his phone, opened the recent calls, and dialed Song Yu's number. The voice on the other end was filled with excitement. "Wu Guanzhu, did it work out? He has lost his senses, standing downstairs at my place. You should send someone to take him away." Upon hearing Chen Zishi's voice, Song Yu shuddered momentarily and replied, "Chen Zishi." His tone was laced with venomous resentment. Chen Zishi frowned, recalling Li Ruoshui's words. Even without playing golf, they would devise other means of revenge. Truly troublesome. Chen Zishi remarked, "Provide a location, let us clarify our grievances." He had hoped that a single confrontation would instill fear in the father-son duo, but regrettably, they had failed to comprehend the nature of his existence. They mistakenly believed that a mere martial arts instructor could resolve matters with him. Such naivety, had he known, he would have eliminated them the last time. Moments later, Song Yu replied, "Iron Fist Martial Arts Hall. 6 o'clock tonight." Song Yu readily confirmed the location, confident that if Chen Zishi dared to show up, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. The Song father and son held absolute confidence in their territory. How could they fear a spineless leech? As for Chen Zishi, he agreed without hesitation. He had grown far too slowly in his previous life, missing opportunities to spar with these elite fighters, a regrettable oversight. Moreover, he preferred to avoid complications. Since the Song family was so insistent, it seemed best to resolve matters once and for all. At 6 o'clock that evening, several individuals surrounded the comatose Wu Liuyi, their expressions grim. The doctor had diagnosed him as brain dead, essentially a vegetable. How could this happen without any external injuries? No, the doctor stated, his brain is akin to having been reduced to a pulp by a blunt instrument. There is no hope for recovery, and he will remain a vegetable for the rest of his life. The expressions of the Song family father and son darkened in an instant. They had not anticipated that a figure as formidable as Wu Liuyi could be bested by Chen Zishi. "What sort of background does that young man possess?" Song Yu remarked, "I have conducted a thorough investigation. This Chen Zishi is merely a parasite living off others. A year ago, he was selling pork at the market. He is nothing more than a butcher." The martial artists present furrowed their brows. How could a mere butcher possess such prowess? Song Yu sighed. "It seems we must call upon the old master." The crowd was taken aback. "Song family patriarch, can you truly summon the old master?" The old master, the founder of the Iron Fist martial arts school, Wu Liuyi's senior brother, Ma Taiquan. In his prime, Ma Taiquan had vanquished all opponents throughout Jiangzhou, earning the school its esteemed reputation. However, after becoming invincible, he had retreated from the public eye, and for many years, there had been no word of him. Even those within the martial arts community had never laid eyes on him. How could Song Yu possibly summon him? Song Yu snorted disdainfully. "If I had no trump card, how could the Song family stand firm? This favor could only be utilized this once. Had it not been for this critical moment, he would never resort to using his trump card. This time, it was imperative to call upon the old master." Half an hour later, Chen Zishi stepped into the Iron Fist martial arts school. The hall was filled with people, forming a semicircle. At the center stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a martial arts uniform emblazoned with two prominent characters. Iron Fist. This was his insignia. Even without uttering a word, others would know his identity. The once renowned Ma Taiquan. Song Yu and Song Wenxian, father and son, glared at him with palpable animosity, like branches stripped of their twigs. "Chen Zishi, today marks your demise." Chen Zishi surveyed them with a casual glance and remarked, "Is this all you have? A mere band of misfits? Impudent." Ma Taiquan rose, his physique remarkably robust, particularly his fists, which were almost the size of a head. The might of the Iron Fist was not merely a hollow reputation. Ma Taiquan donned a pair of tiger claws, enhancing his already formidable fists. The combination of his iron fists and the barbed claws rendered his strikes as deadly as blades. You have harmed my junior brother. If you do not provide an explanation, you shall not leave here alive." He continued, "I shall not bully you. Choose any weapon from my martial arts school's arsenal." After all, it was a martial arts school, equipped with all manner of weapons. "I hear you wield a butcher's knife? I am curious to witness it." Chen Zishi smiled lightly to no need for that. With a casual motion, he picked up a slipper from the ground. The light blue slipper was somewhat worn, adorned with a small yellow duck. "This will suffice for striking you." Chapter 6. The Iron Fist bows in submission. Upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, Ma Tai-Kwan's countenance instantly soured. This was an affront to his dignity. "A slipper?" Ma Tai-Kwan clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds, and coldly retorted, "Since you are so intent on courting death, do not blame me for what follows." With that proclamation, Ma Tai-Kwan stomped his foot with great force. With a crack, the tiles beneath him fractured into several fissures. Like a cannonball, Ma Tai-Kwan's figure propelled forward. A steady foundation allows for greater speed. In the blink of an eye, he charged towards Chen Zishi. The imposing stature of Ma Tai-Kwan starkly contrasted with Chen Zishi's slender frame. His arm raised high, he swung a fist with tremendous force. The might of his iron fist remained undiminished. The onlookers collectively gasped. Should that punch land upon them, they would surely be reduced to a mere pulp. Yet, a calm smile adorned Chen Zishi's face, as if he dismissed Ma Tai-Kwan entirely. Bang! Ma Tai-Kwan's punch met only air. Bewildered, he felt as if he were hallucinating. Just moments ago, Chen Zishi stood right there. How could he have vanished so suddenly? With a missed strike, Ma Tai-Kwan's hand crashed into the ground. The bystanders widened their eyes in horror, witnessing Chen Zishi move with ghostly speed, instantly appearing behind Ma Tai-Kwan. "Master of the hall, behind you." Before Ma Tai-Kwan could turn around, Chen Zishi's slipper had already struck. Smack! The slipper landed squarely on Ma Tai-Kwan's rear. Akin to a father chastising his son, Ma Tai-Kwan felt an excruciating pain, one he had never experienced before. The sensation was magnified infinitely, sending him flying. Boom! He crashed heavily to the ground, his body feeling as if it had disassembled. Yet, this pain paled in comparison to the agony on his backside. Just a slipper, how could it wield such power? Clutching his rear, Ma Tai-Kwan staggered to his feet, his eyes brimming with humiliation. This was an affront to his dignity. Courting death. Ma Tai-Kwan charged forward once more, resembling a moving mountain, his fists raining down upon Chen Zishi like a collapsing Mount Tai. However, Chen Zishi casually extended a hand, effortlessly deflecting Ma Tai-Kwan's punches. Each strike felt as if it landed upon cotton, utterly frustrating. Suddenly, Chen Zishi raised his hand again, and another slipper lashed out. Smack! The other side of Ma Tai-Kwan's rear met the same fate, sending him sprawling to the ground. His left side numbed. Pain coursed through him, cold sweat beading on his forehead, rendered immobile. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Just a slipper. How could it so thoroughly incapacitate the esteemed master of the hall? Even in past duels, he had never suffered such indignation. Chen Zishi smiled faintly, recalling his mischievous youth, when a slipper from his father would land upon his backside. In a wonder it felt rather exhilarating. Indeed, Chen Zishi wielded those slippers as a father would discipline his son. As he approached once more, Ma Tai-Kwan trembled in fear and quickly knelt before him. "Master Chen, I was wrong. Please spare me." Such pain was beyond his endurance. Chen Zishi paused, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed the fun had come to an untimely end. How dull with that. He tossed the slipper to the ground and said nonchalantly, "I wish for no more troubles to arise from the Tsung family. I am quite busy. Amidst the myriad of splendid experiences that the mundane world has to offer, what time is there to entangle oneself with trivial matters?" Ma Tai-Kwan knelt upon the ground, expressing his utmost reverence. "Rest assured, Master Chen, I shall take care of the Tsung family." Chen Zishi nodded, discarding his slippers onto the floor as he exited the martial arts hall. At the doorstep, he purchased a serving of spicy boiled chicken, savoring it as he strolled along. How spicy it was! Consuming this delicacy in the summer is simply ideal. Eating more spicy food is beneficial for cultivation. Upon returning home, night had already fallen. He quietly slipped into his room, only to find Li Ruoxue seated on the bed, her face adorned with a hint of anger. "Where have you been at this late hour?" Chen Zishi chuckled softly. "I brought you a midnight snack." Noticing the spicy boiled chicken in his hand, Li Ruoxue paused momentarily before retorting. "What do you mean by eating spicy boiled chicken at this hour?" "I'm trying to lose weight." Losing weight? The term was utterly foreign to Chen Zishi. Once one reaches his level of cultivation, one can effortlessly control their physical form, gaining or shedding weight at will. entirely according to personal preference. Why not have a few bites? You might regret it later, he suggested. In his past life, Chen Zishi had been deeply immersed in martial arts, relentlessly pursuing speed, leaving little room to truly savor the pleasures of the world. Each recollection of those missed experiences brought a twinge of regret. Now that he had been reborn, he was determined to relish every moment. Chen Zishi pulled back the covers and reclined upon the bed. Even as a reincarnated celestial being, there was no necessity to devote every waking moment to cultivation. It was not a race. Occasionally, indulging in the experience of sleep could also be a form of practice. Li Ruoxue crossed her arms, still sulking, about to voice her grievances when she suddenly observed that Chen Zishi had already succumbed to a gentle snore. This fellow, had he truly fallen asleep so swiftly? Watching his carefree demeanor, Li Ruoxue shook her head in resignation. In a few days, at her grandfather's birthday banquet, they would undoubtedly face scorn and ridicule. Moreover, the matter of Chen Zishi selling pork would surely be a topic of endless discussion. The mere thought of it caused her to furrow her brow, her mood growing gloomy. The enticing aroma of the spicy boiled chicken wafted nearby. After a moment of hesitation, Li Ruoxue decided to indulge, hoping that a bit of food might lift her spirits. After finishing her meal, she glanced at the confined space on the bed and hesitated briefly before slipping under the covers, adjusting the blanket slightly to create a barrier between them. She silently hoped he wouldn't act inappropriately. The following day, upon awakening, Chen Zishi had breakfast and prepared to venture out. He left Li Ruoxue at home to chat with his parents, though he felt no rush to cultivate. The spiritual energy of this era was regrettably thin. If he did not seek ways to enhance his cultivation, he could not fathom when he might break through to the next level. Chen Zishi recalled that behind his mother's house lay a dilapidated market. It was the largest of its kind in Jiangzhou, where one might stumble upon treasures. Many treasure hunters frequented this place, known as eye-catchers, who scoured the market for valuable items. If they found something of worth, it would be taken to the nearby antique street. Of course, valuable items need not be relics. Many other treasures could be found, such as spiritual herbs and weapons. As he stepped into the dilapidated market, Chen Zishi surveyed the surroundings, filled with discarded items. He vaguely remembered that a remarkable bow, known as the Dawn Bow, had once been found here. Quite formidable indeed. This bow, should it reach the realm of foundational establishment, could indeed slay foes from 1,000 miles away. It remains uncertain whether it will be rightfully his in this lifetime. Chapter 7. Youngling Ko Chen Zishi strolled for a while when suddenly, a girl of similar age approached him. Upon catching sight of her visage, an overwhelming wave of memories surged within him. It was so distant that he took a considerable time to recall her identity. She was his high school classmate, Su Qing. Back then, she was considered the belle of their class, known for her warm-hearted nature and for having assisted Chen Zishi on several occasions. Later, in an attempt to express his gratitude, he wished to present her with some gifts. However, at that time, his youthful naivety rendered him incapable of articulating his appreciation adequately. Encouraged by his classmates, he presented her with a bouquet of roses, only to be met with her refusal. Chen Zishi found himself at a loss. His intentions were merely to convey gratitude, yet it was misconstrued as a confession of romantic interest. The incident became quite the spectacle, with whispers circulating about how an underdog like him dared to harbor feelings for Su Qing. Akin to a toad aspiring to court a swan at that juncture, Chen Zishi came from an ordinary background, was introverted, and lacked confidence, creating a stark contrast with someone as radiant as Su Qing. Consequently, this event further deepened his introversion throughout high school, leaving him with scarcely any friends apart from his deskmate. Jiang Qing as he stood there, motionless, gazing at her with a foolish grin. Su Qing furrowed her brow and mused, "After all these years, it seems I still fit his ideal type," captivating him at first sight. However, upon observing his plain attire, she quietly judged, despite being in his 20s, he still frequents such a shabby market. It appears his life has not been particularly prosperous. Yet, she adorned her face with a smile. "Chen Zishi, long time no see. Are you here to shop?" He nodded, "Sort of, and you?" Su Qing thought to herself that her assumptions were indeed correct. He likely came here to purchase second-hand essentials, suggesting a rather frugal lifestyle. "As for me, my family operates a shop nearby." Chen Zishi recalled that Su Qing's family was involved in the recycling business. Many had looked down upon scrap collection in those days, deeming it a lowly profession. Yet, years later, society came to understand the immense profitability of this trade, with numerous individuals amassing wealth through scrap collection. Su Qing's family, it seemed, had become quite prosperous, though they had faced a decline for various reasons, a matter that held no relevance to him now. "What are you looking to buy? Perhaps I could accompany you on your search." Chen Zishi nodded in agreement, as her presence would surely facilitate his quest for the dawn bow. A sly smile crept across Su Qing's lips. It appeared that Chen Zishi still harbored feelings for her. When he expressed familiarity with her family's recycling business, he showed no surprise, as if he had known all along. Perhaps he had done his research beforehand, leading him here in search of fortune. Su Qing remained silent, relishing the attention of being pursued. An additional admirer was hardly unwelcome. "What are you looking to buy?" "I can help you find it, Bao," he replied. Bao. Su Qing furrowed her brow, pondering the purpose behind his purchase of a bao. Surely, he could not be contemplating hunting, for poaching is indeed a crime in this day and age. Could it be that Chen Zishi has fallen so low as to rely on illegal means for survival? A flicker of pity stirred within Su Qing. After all, he was once a commendable student. It is surprising to see him in such a state now. If the opportunity arises, I shall extend a helping hand. As Su Qing strolled with Chen Zishi, she suddenly recalled something and remarked, "By the way, Chen Zishi, do you remember Gao Yang from our class?" He paused to reflect before nodding. There were few individuals from high school that had left an impression on him, and Gao Yang was one of them, primarily due to their altercation. However, the grievances of student days felt distant, akin to childhood scuffles in kindergarten, who would still care after entering university. Gao Yang was now thriving, holding a leadership position at Furong Group. If the chance presents itself, I could ask him to recommend you for a job. It might just transform your current circumstances. Chen Zishi was momentarily taken aback, offering a faint smile without responding. Transform his circumstances? He believed he was doing quite well and that the future would only improve. Observing Chen Zishi's demeanor, Su Qing furrowed her brow again. With no discernible skills, yet such arrogance, it's no wonder he has achieved nothing. Before long, they arrived at a shop. The entrance displayed an assortment of discounted trinkets. Although they had yet to find the dawn bao, Chen Zishi's attention was drawn to something else entirely. It was a rare spiritual herb, a palm-sized withered grass adorned with two small red beads, reminiscent of the tiny shoots found atop ginseng. Chen Zishi recognized this as wielding grass, a rare spiritual herb. Many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are unaware of its healing properties, and due to its potent restorative effects, they are often hesitant to prescribe it to ordinary individuals. Thus, while valuable, it remains underutilized. "What is the price for this withered grass?" Su Qing hesitated, her brow knitting. Wasn't Chen Zishi in search of a bao? Why was he interested in this instead? The shopkeeper, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "This is not mere withered grass. It is divine herb. A mere 30,000. Even Master Lei from the antique street has personally appraised it, declaring it a treasure." Su Qing gasped in disbelief. The shopkeeper was indeed asking for an exorbitant sum, 30,000 for a mere scrap of grass, and invoking Master Lei's name. Here, it seemed that everyone readily referenced Master Lei, as if he had scrutinized every trinket in their possession. The man was undoubtedly too busy to inspect the wares of these small merchants. It was merely a gimmick. Chen Zishi frowned. 30,000 was not exorbitant in itself, but he simply did not possess that amount. Glancing at his bank balance on his phone, he noted it was just over 10,000. Being straightforward, he showed his phone to the shopkeeper. "This is all I have. Will you accept it?" Su Qing's expression changed dramatically as she pulled Chen Zishi back. "Have you lost your mind? The proprietors here are unscrupulous merchants, prone to wildly inflating prices. What they claim to be worth 50,000 may very well conclude at a mere few hundred. This withered grass is clearly not worth that much. Should you buy it, it would be a regrettable expenditure." The shopkeeper was merely capitalizing on Chen Zishi's interest, hence his audacious demand. With a faint smile, Chen Zishi appeared indifferent. Wealth is merely an external possession. In comparison to this wielding herb, money is abundant and scattered everywhere. The shopkeeper feigned a troubled expression. "Ah, you seem familiar. I'll sell this to you at a reduced price. Go ahead and transfer the payment." The shopkeeper, unable to contain his eagerness, was delighted at the prospect of a windfall of 10,000 for something he merely found outside. Chen Zishi scanned the code to complete the payment. Su Qing, in a fit of anger, began to stomp her feet. What a fool! No wonder life treats him poorly. Spending money like this, he deserves to be broke. Just as Chen Zishi was about to take the wielding herb, a sudden voice emerged from behind him. "That herb, I shall take." Su Qing's expression shifted instantly. Lei Yi, Chapter 8. An enlightening revelation. No one expected Lei Yi to actually appear here, which left the crowd somewhat astonished. Lei Yi was not merely a master of the antique street. He held a prestigious position within this realm. It was said that in his earlier years, Lei Yi was a martial arts master, but after sustaining an injury, he transitioned into the antique world to assist others with their discerning eyes. Chen Zishi turned to assess Lei Yi, who appeared to be in his 50s, his face glowing with health and his hair streaked with gray, accompanied by a tall and imposing figure clearly well-versed in martial arts. Furrowing his brow, Chen Zishi stated, "I have already made the payment for this item." The vendor held the yunling herb in his hands, momentarily hesitating to part with it. He understood the customary exchange of payment for goods, but this was Lei Yi. Disobeying him could jeopardize his future in this industry. Lei Yi, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Young man, I have taken a liking to this herb. Would you be so kind as to part with it for this old man? I can refund you double what you just paid." Chen Zishi shook his head, refusing the offer. The burly man beside Lei Yi snorted disdainfully. "Lei Yi is negotiating with you out of respect. Do not be ungrateful." Su Qing's expression darkened as she tugged at Chen Zishi's sleeve, whispering urgently, "Don't act recklessly. You cannot afford to offend Lei Yi." Chen Zishi was merely an ordinary individual. Someone of Lei Yi's stature could easily crush him with a mere finger. How could he dare to defy Lei Yi's command? Lei Yi smiled faintly, his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of arrogance. "Such arrogant young men are few and far between nowadays. I shall say this once more. I have a pressing need for this herb." Upon hearing Lei Yi's words, Chen Zishi suddenly laughed. "You need it, so you intend to seize it? Then, if I have something I need, may I not also take it?" Lei Yi paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Though all present understood that it was not laughter born of mirth, but rather an indication of his growing ire. "You speak truly. As long as you possess sufficient strength, you may indeed take what you require." With that, the burly man stepped forward, clearly preparing to engage Chen Zishi in a test of skill. Cracking his knuckles, he said coolly, "Kid, before speaking to someone, it's wise to ascertain who they are." Su Qing's complexion changed dramatically. It seemed that Lord Lei was about to take action. After all, they were classmates, and if this burly man struck, it was likely that Chen Zishi would meet his demise. Su Qing hurriedly stepped forward and spoke. "Lord Lei, I am Su Qing, the daughter of Su Wenolf, the proprietor of the old Su scrap yard. Could you possibly spare his life?" Lord Lei was momentarily taken aback. "The daughter of Su Wenolf? Very well. I shall extend a modicum of courtesy to old Su, and I will not permit Pajun to harm you. Step back a bit." Chen Zishi, quickly apologize. Su Qing was utterly speechless. Chen Zishi wore a nonchalant expression, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. How could he not hasten to bow his head and admit his fault? From Lord Lei's tone, it appeared he was resolute in his intention to strike Chen Zishi. The burly man known as Pajun displayed a hint of amusement on his face. Having surpassed the chi refining stage, he was a bona fide master of martial arts. For an ordinary person, he would only need to exert 3/10 of his strength to send them reeling. Although Chen Zishi's offense against Lord Lei did not warrant death, he certainly needed to be taught a lesson. With that, Pajun raised his hand and pressed it firmly on Chen Zishi's shoulder, squeezing with considerable force. Su Qing anxiously shut her eyes, anticipating the anguished cry of Chen Zishi in the next moment. However, the scene she envisioned did not unfold. Pajun's dragon claw hand failed to elicit even a flinch from him. Pajun's face was instantly filled with astonishment. How could this be? With such a grip, he could have deformed even iron. Yet this lad remained unscathed. Chen Zishi casually extended 2 fingers and effortlessly brushed his hand aside. "I am not particularly fond of others touching my shoulder. To pat someone on the shoulder is an act reserved for mentors towards their juniors. Upon reaching a certain level in cultivation, one often delights in imparting knowledge to others. A shoulder pat carries the connotation of enlightenment." Chen Zishi remarked, "Your vital energy has improved somewhat. However, your foundation is not solid, and your eagerness for advancement necessitates further practice." Having said that, Chen Zishi gently patted his shoulder. Subsequently, Pajun trembled all over and stood frozen in place. Chen Zishi took the cloudling grass from the vendor and sauntered away. Pajun, with a steely resolve, suggested, "Lord Lei, let us change locations." As the two were about to depart, Chen Zishi suddenly turned back, gazing at Lord Lei. "Your dantian is damaged. This cloudling grass is of no use to you." With that, he turned and walked away. Pajun, step by step, felt his body stiffen as he followed Lord Lei to a secluded area. Suddenly, Pajun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Lord Lei was taken aback. In all their time together, Pajun had never sustained such a grievous injury. "Pajun, what has happened to you?" Pajun coughed a few times, gasping for breath, and weakly replied, "It was just those 2 light taps he gave me earlier. I almost couldn't withstand it." Lord Lei's pupils constricted. Could such seemingly casual gestures possess such formidable power? Pejun's expression turned grave as he declared, Lord Lei, that individual was undoubtedly a master, and he is very likely a true grandmaster. Perhaps he could even heal your injuries. Lord Lei's face lit up with excitement as he recalled Chen Zishi's earlier words. Merely casting a glance, he had discerned the condition of his Dantian. Master Lei has lurked in this antique street and flea market for many years, all in pursuit of healing his wounds. Could it be that he truly possesses such formidable power? I shall certainly locate him. That girl from earlier is from Old Sue's scrap station. You focus on your recovery, and I shall personally pay him a visit later. Having left the flea market without finding the dawn bough, Chen Zishi was not despondent. After all, he had discovered a wielding herb, which could elevate his cultivation further, and that was indeed a fortunate turn of events. The dawn bough, a magical artifact, remains relatively rare in this era. Yu Qing's expression grew serious as she spoke. Chen Zishi, you must exercise utmost caution. Offending Master Lei may bring dire consequences. Chen Zishi chuckled softly, reassuring her, do not worry. I appreciate your help today. While Su Qing harbored some disdain for him, she nonetheless showed genuine concern, eager to assist him in times of trouble, a favor he gratefully accepted. With a resigned sigh, Su Qing added, there's a class reunion this Sunday at the Howding Hotel. If you have no pressing matters, you should join us. After all, we were classmates. Yet, Su Qing remained apprehensive. Given that Chen Zishi had offended Master Lei, whether he would live to see Sunday was uncertain. Chen Zishi nodded, replying, all right, I shall remember that. The two exchanged phone numbers, with Chen Zishi stating, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Yu Qing smiled, dismissing it lightly. After all, considering his own precarious situation, how could he possibly assist others? Chapter 9. A leap of 100 meters upon returning home. Chen Zishi shared a meal with his parents and Li Ruoshui. Though Chen Zishi's cultivation method rendered food largely unnecessary, he had progressed too swiftly in his previous life to savor the simple joys of earthly delights. Thus, even if it served little purpose, he relished these moments of familial warmth. Nonetheless, Li Ruoshui harbored some concerns. After all, Chen Zishi had provoked the Tsong family, and retribution could arrive at any moment. During dinner, Chen Gang suddenly remarked, Ruoshui, I hear your grandfather's birthday is approaching? Li Ruoshui paused for a moment before responding, yes, my grandfather is turning 70. Chen Gang nodded. Although you are not yet married, it merely awaits the final wedding ceremony. We should attend to present our regards, and we would appreciate your assistance in arrangements. As an ordinary man, Chen Gang felt it necessary to honor his future in-laws on such an occasion, ensuring that after marriage, his family would not be looked down upon. Chen Zishi, being inherently honest, might suffer if treated poorly. Li Ruoshui hesitated before saying, very well, I shall make the arrangements. However, Li Ruoshui felt somewhat troubled. Their family celebration was not a mere gathering of common folk. The attendees would consist of high society and various prominent figures. Chen Zishi's family, being ordinary, might feel out of place, risking ridicule and creating an awkward situation. Glimpsing Chen Zishi, she noted his indifference towards the matter, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless. Since Chen Gang had already spoken, she could hardly refuse. Thus, she decided to take things as they came. After dinner, returning to her room, Li Ruoshui said, have you prepared a birthday gift for grandfather? Chen Zishi nodded, indicating that it was nearly ready. Li Ruoshui frowned and remarked, what do you mean by nearly ready? This is the celebration of his 70th birthday. We cannot afford to be careless. You don't have much money, so what can you prepare as a worthy gift? I will prepare something for you tomorrow, and you can present it as my gift. Chen Zishi did not respond. If it were anyone else from the Li family, he would not have cared at all. Those individuals were sycophants who could be appeased with mere formalities. However, Grandfather Li was different. In the previous life, Grandfather Li had passed away early but had treated Chen Zishi exceptionally well, as if he were his own grandson. Their marriage had also been orchestrated by Grandfather Li. Thus, this time, as the old gentleman celebrated his birthday, Chen Zishi certainly needed to take it seriously. After Li Ruoshui fell asleep, Chen Zishi took out a piece of yunling grass and plucked a leaf from it. With his left hand open and a thought in his mind, suddenly, with a whoosh, flames erupted in his palm. He tossed the leaf into the flames, which were consumed in an instant. About half an hour later, a fragrant aroma filled the air, and the leaf was reduced to a small bead. This was the gift for the old gentleman, a simple medicinal pill. Such a creation could only be referred to as a pill, not a true elixir. To craft an elixir, one would require a robust alchemical furnace and a proper formula. Chen Zishi possessed countless formulas in his mind, yet even the most basic ones necessitated a variety of rare spiritual herbs, which were both numerous and exceedingly rare, at present. Chen Zishi certainly lacked the conditions to concoct elixirs. Moreover, even if he could produce one, the old gentleman's constitution would not be able to tolerate it. Much like this yunling grass, the old gentleman could only digest a single leaf at most. Chen Zishi used his internal magical energy to refine all the impurities from the leaf, leaving only its essence, devoid of any side effects. While it may not claim to cure all ailments, it would undoubtedly promote longevity and cleanse the body. Having completed this task, Chen Zishi directly refined the remaining yunling grass and consumed it himself. A few hours later, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through his body, Chen Zishi suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The breath he expelled was surprisingly misty and white. He had reached the late stage of qi cultivation. Chen Zishi's strength had ascended to a new level. If this had been an ordinary person, they would have been ecstatic, nearly beside themselves with joy. However, for Chen Zishi, it was merely a drop in the ocean. It was akin to a PhD being reborn in kindergarten, celebrating the successful completion of a simple addition or subtraction, nothing to be particularly pleased about. The reason Chen Zishi opened his eyes was that there were visitors outside, and not just one. He extended 2 fingers and lightly tapped Li Ruoshui's neck, ensuring she slept more soundly. Soon, he noticed someone approaching the window. Looking down below, a group of over a dozen individuals surrounded the high-rise building, seemingly engaged in discussion. Among those standing at the forefront were prominent figures from Jiangzhou, including the formidable Lei Laohu. Master Lei, said Pajun. We have confirmed that the individual named Chen Zishi resides in this building, specifically on the 33rd floor, the top floor. Lei Laohu furrowed his brow. Master Chen lives in such a place? This is a shanty town, a resettlement area, consisting of high-rise buildings, with commercial spaces below. The towering buildings stand closely together, casting a significant shadow over the area. The residents here are predominantly impoverished individuals, tirelessly striving for their livelihoods. How could a figure like Master Chen reside in such a place? Pajun and Lei Yi, are you intending to test the mettle of this Master Chen? Lei Laohu nodded in response. Pajun, accompanied by a few others, took several steps forward and looked up, suddenly letting out a thunderous roar. Mr. Chen, please reveal yourself. The voice boomed with vitality, echoing through the air like a clap of thunder. The sound activated the entire building's motion sensor lights, and even the glass windows vibrated with a resonant hum. Standing atop the building, Chen Zishi furrowed his brow slightly. This was a provocation, an affront from insignificant insects. Though he initially dismissed it with indifference, the ostentatious display soon became quite bothersome. Chen Zishi opened the window and, in a sudden burst of movement, leaped down. Pajun's expression changed dramatically. Someone was descending. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even though they were all adept practitioners of qi cultivation, none could accomplish such a high leap. Falling from over 30 stories, more than 100 meters, would surely spell death. Chen Zishi, having recently broken through, was brimming with potent energy that needed release. With a leap from such a height, he descended like a meteor, the force of his aura cascading down upon them. It was as if a mountain had descended, a powerful wave of energy pressing down on Pajun and the others, rendering them unable to lift their heads in the blink of an eye. Chen Zishi crashed to the ground like a falling star. The impact produced a tremendous sound, and a cloud of dust billowed from beneath his feet. The wave of energy erupted to its fullest extent. Pajun and the others could barely open their eyes, feeling a tremendous force strike down upon their shoulders. Thud. They all fell to their knees, unable to raise their heads under the oppressive weight. Blood surged within them, a sweet taste rising in their throats, as their vital essence flowed forth. As the dust settled, a handsome young man stood amidst the mist, arms folded behind his back, resembling a deity of war descended to the mortal realm. From his elevated position, Chen Zishi gazed down at the kneeling Pajun and the others, speaking in a calm tone. You called for me. What is it? Chapter 10. Mutual utilization. Pajun and the others spat out a mouthful of blood. What is it? At that moment, their minds were filled with words that were swallowed back. Who would dare to test him now? The sheer force of that leap had stunned everyone present. Merely the pressure of his landing had reduced them to their knees, blood spilling from their mouths. Was there any need for further confrontation? Pajun felt perplexed. He sensed that Chen Zishi's strength had surged beyond what it was during the day in such a brief period. Had he truly achieved a breakthrough? Lei Lao, who stood at a distance, though unscathed, he felt the gale from the energy whip against his face painfully. Initially, he held a sense of superiority, considering approaching Chen Zishi with a condescending demeanor, thinking it feasible to enlist Chen Zishi's aid due to his own status. However, it was now evident that the one truly in a commanding position was Chen Zishi. With such prowess, should he desire it, he could effortlessly annihilate everyone present. Lei Lao, who stepped forward, cupping his fists and bowing deeply. Master Chen, I apologize for today's events and hope for your understanding. Chen Zishi remained silent, and Lei Lao, who continued to be OW and Jiangzhou, who had ever witnessed Lei Lao, who bowing, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks to the tip of his nose, each drop falling to the ground unnoticed. You may rise. The voice of Chen Zishi was marked by an air of indifference, yet it exuded an irresistible sense of command. Lei Lao, who straightened his posture, and the others, including Pajun, also rose to their feet. Pajun hastily offered an apology, Master Chen, regarding today's matter. Chen Zishi replied coolly, should you attempt to probe me again, I shall demonstrate with a life. Instantly, Pajun's countenance turned pale. Their intentions were all too transparent to Master Chen. Should they dare to test him again, he would not hesitate to take a life. Lei Lao, who spoke respectfully, Master Chen, shall we converse in a different location? Chen Zishi nodded, following Lei Lao Hu and the others into the vehicle. The car arrived at the Tianyun Club, a territory belonging to Lei Lao Hu. Typically, the Tianyun Club is not open to the public. Only a select few from the upper echelons of society are granted entry. Upon their arrival, a woman clad in traditional Han attire approached to greet them, walking alongside Chen Zishi, her subtle fragrance wafting enchantingly through the air. With a flawless figure and a beauty that could incite nations' downfall, she was undoubtedly breathtaking. Moreover, the woman maintained an impeccable balance of intimacy without any physical contact. Were Chen Zishi inclined, she would likely not refuse his embrace into a private room. However, having encountered countless women, including the celestial beings of the Joshuan world who had once served him, he remained unmoved by such allure. Wang Puliu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that this Master Chen would regard her with such indifference. He was truly a person of distinction. In the reception room on the top floor, Chen Zishi, Lei Lao Hu, and Pajun sat before a TC, while Wang Puliu attended to them. Lei Lao Hu spoke reverently, Master Chen, a person of your caliber, why have I never heard of you before? The sudden emergence of such a figure truly astonishes me. I wonder how many more hidden talents there are in Jiangzhou. Chen Zishi merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Lei Lao Hu quickly added, I misspoke. Master Chen, please forgive me. Each individual's journey to success is naturally not something they share with others. Chen Zishi remarked, you sought me out to assist you in restoring your dantian, did you not? Lei Lao Hu was taken aback, then immediately sprang to his feet in excitement. Having lived a second life, Chen Zishi preferred directness over circumlocution. Engaging in riddles with such individuals was utterly pointless. Since they were both leveraging one another, it was best to do so thoroughly. Master Chen, my dantian was severely injured by Qin Huai and has yet to heal. If you could restore it, I would be most grateful. Chen Zishi paused, somewhat surprised, for he had heard the name Qin Huai in his previous life. Qin Huai was the king of Jiangzhou, reputedly formidable. He wondered if he might have the opportunity to spar with him in this life. Is Qin Huai truly formidable? Lei Lao Hu's expression stiffened as he awkwardly replied, quite formidable. He defeated me using only one hand. Having once been a powerful master himself, being bested by someone with a single hand was indeed a source of humiliation for Lei Lao Hu. Chen Zishi nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation towards Qin Huai. I can assist you in healing your dantian, but there are 3 conditions. Chen Zishi spoke slowly. First, I require a bow known as the Dawnbreaker bow. Secondly, I desire a known as the. Thirdly, I implore you to safeguard my parents. Should Chen Zishi aspire to carve a niche for himself within the martial realm of Jiangzhou, he is bound to offend numerous individuals along this journey. In my previous life, my parents endured a tumultuous existence alongside me, suffering greatly. Thus, in this lifetime, it is prudent to first secure a refuge for them. Old Tiger Lei nodded affirmatively, assuring Chen that the 2 items he sought would undoubtedly escape not from his keen gaze within Jiangzhou. As for your esteemed parents, I shall ensure their well-being, rest assured. Chen Zishi's requests were modest and posed little challenge for Old Tiger Lei. He recalled that in his past life, the Dawn Bow and the were both discovered among the common folk. Hence they should be retrievable. Chen Zishi then inquired, by the way, do you have a more aesthetically pleasing box? I wish to package a pill to gift someone. Without delay, Old Tiger Lei dispatched Wang Puliu to procure one. For within the Tianyun Club, there was naught that she could not accomplish. Soon, a beautifully crafted box was presented. Wang Puliu extolled the virtues of the box, emphasizing its considerable value, yet Chen Zishi paid little heed. His pill far surpassed the worth of the box. As he closed the lid, Old Tiger Lei expressed a tinge of envy. The pill crafted by Master Chen surely possessed remarkable efficacy. He pondered who might be fortunate enough to receive such a gift. Chen Zishi replied with a faint smile. It is for my fiancée's grandfather's birthday. Should you have the time, you are welcome to attend, he added. Next time you acquire a spiritual herb, I shall assist you in concocting a pill. The process of pill-making posed no difficulty, and Chen Zishi casually agreed. Old Tiger Lei was overjoyed, thanking Master Chen profusely. Once these items were secured, I shall attend to your dantian. However, Chen Zishi was not deliberately prolonging the matter. The damage to Old Tiger Lei's dantian was not something that could be remedied through ordinary methods. It required the elixir produced by this ailment had persisted for quite some time. So patience was in order. Upon returning home that evening, Chen Zishi unblocked Li Ruoshui's acupoints. She emitted a soft snore, remaining in slumber. However, the lights in the entire resettlement building were aglow. Chen Zishi's leap of 100 meters had startled the residents, causing them to believe an earthquake had occurred. The night was ablaze with illumination. The 10-meter square pit below the resettlement building was ample enough to occupy scientists for a year and a half in study. Chapter 11. Provocation. Li Ruoshui procured a pair of exquisitely crafted walnuts. Her grandfather had a penchant for antiques, as do many individuals of advanced age. This pair of walnuts, costing over 100,000, was a commendable gift for her grandfather. It was also intended for Chen Zishi. Given his modest standing and lack of income, a gift of excessive value would be inappropriate. She did not wish for Chen Zishi to feel out of place, so something presentable sufficed. These two antique walnuts were nestled within a delicate box, which Li Ruoshui briefly displayed to him. I shall hold on to this. Once we arrive at grandfather's birthday celebration, I will present it. Chen Zishi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although he had prepared another gift, having one more would not be amiss. Li Ruoshui and Chen Zishi set off ahead of others, while Chen Gang and his wife did not accompany them, as they were merely guests and had no need to arrive so early. Upon reaching the Li family villa, Ma Lily and others were already waiting at the entrance, ready to receive the guests. When Ma Lily noticed Chen Zishi's arrival, her expression shifted slightly, and she whispered, Ruoshui, why did you bring him along? Li Ruoshui furrowed her brow and replied, What's wrong with bringing him? Didn't Grandpa always hold him in high regard? This engagement was orchestrated by the old man himself. He has always viewed Chen Zishi favorably, which is why I brought him to such an occasion. Ma Lily spoke in a hushed tone. Your brother Li Xiang has returned, and he is also here. You know, there was a conflict between the two of them in the past, and Li Xiang will surely target him this time. She continued, Chen Zishi may not care about losing face, but it could bring shame upon our entire family. Li Ruoshui frowned and glanced back at Chen Zishi, her expression somewhat complex. Li Xiang, her elder brother, was the third-generation heir of the Li family. He had never thought highly of Chen Zishi and had once been beaten by him during a drunken altercation, thus sealing their enmity. Afterward, Li Xiang had worked in Kyoto for a while, returning with a more polished image and considerable connections in Jiangzhou. He was no longer the same person as before. Their meeting today would undoubtedly be uncomfortable for Chen Zishi. Chen Zishi overheard their conversation but paid it no mind. He had almost forgotten about Li Xiang. Observing Chen Zishi's indifferent demeanor, Ma Lily rolled her eyes and warned, Chen Zishi, when we go in, keep your comments to a minimum, do you hear? Chen Zishi smiled but did not respond. Simply walking inside, Ma Lily glared at him, exclaiming, What kind of attitude is that? From the beginning, Ma Lily had always looked down upon Chen Zishi, especially since last year when he had the audacity to sell pork in the market, bringing shame to the Li family. Li Ruoshui, feeling helpless, reassured her, Mom, don't worry, we will do our best to avoid provoking Li Xiang. With that, the two entered the villa. Inside the courtyard, several tables were set up, and 5 or 6 Michelin-starred chefs were bustling in the kitchen. The entrance was filled with an array of exquisite gifts. Items like jade cabbages and golden auspicious symbols were deemed too trivial to be showcased and were instead piled at the entrance, with dedicated personnel recording who sent each gift. The Ruoshui Group, a conglomerate with several subsidiaries, had a vast business empire, attracting many who sought to curry favor with them. Chen Zishi and Li Ruoshui found a spot to sit down, and Li Ruoshui took out a pair of walnuts and placed them on the table. Although these walnuts were quite valuable, they paled in comparison to the gifts from her elder brother. Don't be too ostentatious later, she advised. Chen Zishi nodded, somewhat dismissively. Just then, a man suddenly approached and bumped into the table, causing the 2 walnuts to roll onto the floor. Li Ruoshui's expression changed dramatically as she bent down to retrieve them, only for a shoe to crush one of them. With a crunch, the walnuts were utterly obliterated. Though valuable, the walnuts were fragile and could not withstand the weight of a person. Li Ruoshui's face turned red with fury as she stood up, exclaiming, Li Xiang. The proprietor of the leather shoes is none other than her elder brother. Li Xiang, a A faint cold smirk danced upon Li Xiang's face as he feigned a look of contrition. "Oh dear, I apologize for damaging your walnut. What's this? Chen Zishi has a fondness for walnuts. Someone, please fetch a bag of walnuts for Chen Zishi to take with him." Li Xiang's ostentatious display of generosity was, in truth, a veiled attempt to humiliate them. Li Ruoshui's countenance darkened to an extreme. Her teeth clenched as she retorted, "Li Xiang, do not go too far. These antique walnuts were a gift from Chen Zishi to grandfather." Li Xiang feigned exaggerated astonishment, exclaiming, "Antique walnuts? Chen Zishi, it seems you have struck it rich. After a year of selling pork, you must have saved quite a sum. Haven to you. Are you on your way to becoming the king of pork? How much do these walnuts cost? 300? Or 500? Enraged, Li Ruoshui clenched her fists, utterly shocked by Li Xiang's blatant hostility towards them. Such behavior was truly despicable. Li Xiang chuckled lightly, stating, "I must attend to my guests. Do indulge yourselves, and if there's not enough to eat, please feel free to take some home." With that, he erupted into laughter and departed. Fuming, Li Ruoshui gritted her teeth and turned to Chen Zishi, saying, "Why do you not speak up? He bullies you so, and yet you remain so submissive." Chen Zishi smiled faintly. "What would you have me do?" Li Ruoshui pressed. "What do you believe should be done?" Chen Zishi glanced back and mused, "Perhaps I should simply eliminate him." Meanwhile, Chen Gang, carrying a gift, arrived at the Li family's doorstep alongside Shen Xiaoqin. Upon observing the lavish gifts displayed at the entrance, the couple felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Dear, do you think what we brought is somewhat lacking?" Although their gift was valued in the thousands, it paled in comparison to the opulent jewels and stones of their hosts. For Chen Gang and his wife, this expenditure represented a significant portion of their earnings, several months' worth of wages, in fact. Furrowing his brow, Chen Gang reassured her, "It's the thought that counts." Having arrived, they felt it inappropriate to turn back, and thus steeled themselves to enter. "We are the parents of Chen Zishi. This is the celebration for old Master Li's birthday, correct?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiang approached them. "You are Chen Zishi's parents? And who might you be?" "I am Ruoshui's elder brother," he chuckled. "You even brought a gift?" "Indeed, it is a small token of our goodwill." Li Xiang cast a cursory glance at the tea within the gift, instantly mocking them with a cold laugh. "Truly a small token indeed. Very well, place it there. We have several boxes of such tea at home." The couple exchanged embarrassed glances. "Where shall we sit?" Li Xiang gestured toward a corner. "You may sit there." That designated spot was an empty table devoid of utensils or dishes, situated in the corner at a banquet. Such a table is known as a backup table, reserved for when the number of guests exceeds expectations. Otherwise, it remains untouched and unserved. Chapter 12. The gift once seated, the couple soon realized their distinct predicament. On this table, not a single piece of cutlery can be found, nor is there anyone serving dishes. It is evident that they are not regarded as guests. Chen Zishi furrowed his brow and approached his parents to inquire about the situation. Upon learning of the matter, Chen Zishi's expression darkened slightly. Such occurrences are indeed troublesome. Given his temperament, he would have no qualms about eliminating a person like Li Xiang. Shen Xiaoqin tugged at Chen Zishi, saying, "Child, do not stir up trouble. Today is the old Master Li's birthday banquet, and we must not create a scene." Chen Zishi offered a faint smile and replied, "All right, I shall heed my mother's words." Observing Chen Zishi taking a seat, Shen Xiaoqin smiled with satisfaction, thinking to herself that this child has become more filial and obedient than before. Little did she know, Chen Zishi cherishes this time of honoring his parents, for in the long years to come, there will be many occasions when he cannot be with them. The trifling matter of Li Xiang should not mar their spirits. Soon, all the guests had arrived, and Li Ruoshui's elder uncle, who was the second in command of the Li family and Li Xiang's father, Li Tai, finally made his entrance. Li Tai glanced at the audience and suddenly inquired, "What is going on over there?" While other tables appeared quite orderly, the corner table housing the Chen family stood out, empty and pristine, creating a stark contrast. Li Xiang interjected, "Dad, there are no seats left, so they had to make do over there. Besides, there are only 3 of them. They shouldn't require service, as they can simply have the leftover dishes brought over later." Li Tai frowned. "Will this affect the photographs?" "Not at all. I have checked with the photographer, and that table is conveniently out of the frame," replied Li Xiang. The exchange between the father and son was devoid of hushed tones. In fact, they raised their voices intentionally, ensuring that all guests could hear them clearly. Every gaze fell upon the Chen family, and Chen Gang and Shen Xiaoqin felt as if they were being pricked by needles, their faces turning an alarming shade. Chen Zishi, however, remained unperturbed, engaging his parents in light conversation. Li Tai sneered, Chen Zishi truly lacks any sense of shame. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Let us welcome the birthday star. As his words concluded, the elder of the Li family ambled onto the stage. Although his face was aglow with health, his gait was somewhat unsteady, indicating that his health was not as robust as it seemed. Once he was seated, the guests began presenting their gifts. Old master, I present to you this golden jade statue of the god of wealth. The jade alone cost over 3 million, and the most crucial aspect is that I engaged the nation's most renowned sculptor, Louis Dao, to create it. Please take a look. Chairman Li, I have brought a pair of golden lions. This gold is ancient and bears significant collectible value. Grandfather Li, on behalf of the Wu family, I present you with a jar of century-old vintage. May you enjoy good health and abundant blessings like the Eastern Sea. One by one. The guests presented their gifts, each more luxurious than the last, with the least expensive starting at several hundred thousand. Those worth 10 or 8,000 had been relegated to the entrance. Suddenly, a playful glint appeared in Li Xiang's eyes as he remarked, Grandfather, Chen Zishi's parents have also arrived. I heard they have prepared a gift for you. The old master, upon hearing this, showed a hint of surprise. Oh, the in-laws have come. Qin Gang and his wife displayed expressions of discomfort, reluctantly rising to their feet. Old Master Li, we indeed have prepared a gift. But perhaps it would be best not to present it, as in comparison to everyone else's, ours seems rather unremarkable. Old Master Li nodded. He was indifferent to the gifts themselves, for the true value lay in the sentiment of those who had come to celebrate his birthday. However, Li Xiang was relentless. I don't know. I have heard that Chen Zishi comes from a well-to-do family, and his gift must be extraordinary, right? Let me see. It appears to be this. Li Xiang exclaimed as he retrieved a box of tea leaves from the corner. Ah, this is indeed top-grade to Hong Pao, and the price tag is still attached, over 8,000, truly extravagant. Ha ha ha. Instantly, the guests burst into laughter. In an ordinary household, tea leaves priced at over 8,000 would be considered a premium item. However, in this affluent circle, such a gift was simply inadequate. Li Tai scoffed. My Li family is a renowned lineage, associating only with the distinguished. This gift is nothing short of a slight to our family. Li Xiang, step back. Yes, father. Li Xiang tossed the box of tea leaves onto Chen Gang's table, asserting, such high-end tea, you might as well keep it for yourselves. The elderly couple's expressions darkened, a wave of guilt washing over them. They had intended to bolster their son's reputation, yet it appeared they had achieved the opposite, losing face instead. However, the situation was far from over. Li Xiang pointed at Chen Zishi and declared, Grandfather, your favorite, Chen Zishi, has also arrived. I hear he has prepared a rather precious gift for you. Shall we invite him to present it? Li Ruoshui immediately rose in anger, exclaiming, Li Xiang, do not go too far. Wasn't the gift Chen Zishi prepared crushed under your foot? Li Ruoshui picked up the walnut, stating, Grandfather, this is the ornamental walnut Chen Zishi purchased, valued at over 100,000, and you let Li Xiang ruin it. Li Xiang snorted. Ruoshui, are you certain? I witnessed you buying this pair of walnuts from the antique market yesterday. Shall I fetch the owner to confront you? This walnut was indeed purchased by you. While Chen Zishi came empty-handed, clearly disregarding grandfather. Old Master Li furrowed his brow and remarked, it matters not. We are not lacking in possessions. What counts is the thought behind it. Li Xiang responded, Grandfather, your magnanimity is commendable, and we juniors ought to learn from it. However, it is precisely because you have treated him well that he arrives at your birthday empty-handed. Is that not rather disrespectful? All eyes turned to Chen Zishi, who had come without a gift while everyone else bore offerings. Chen Zishi, having sold pork for a year, surely you must have some savings. How can you come without a gift? Chen Zishi stood up and replied calmly, Who says I have no gift? Li Ruoshui was taken aback, his brow furrowing. Chen Zishi had prepared a gift after all? In this moment, their family had become the center of attention. If the gift he produced was not of significant value, they would surely face ridicule. Although Chen Zishi had been selling pork for a year, he surely had little money to his name. At such a moment, presenting his own gift would surely be a source of embarrassment. Would it not? Chen Zishi then produced a small box and handed it over. Grandpa Li, this is a self-made pill that can prolong life and cure all ailments. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere erupted into uproarious laughter. Cure all ailments? Is this some sort of street-side advertisement? Li Tai frowned and tossed the box directly to the ground. What a worthless trinket, attempting to deceive my father. Chapter 13. The arrival of Lei Laohu. As the box fell, a pill rolled out. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward, with everyone eyeing Chen Zishi with a mixture of amusement and disdain. This exemplified the disparity in social standing. Had his parents been of the same caliber as the Li family, would the Li family have treated them with such disdain? Li Ruoshui's face darkened to the utmost degree, utterly astonished that Chen Zishi had brought such a thing. Did this fellow spend too much time reading martial arts novels? Li Ruoshui stepped forward, nervously saying, "Grandpa, I apologize, Chen Zishi was merely joking. Please do not take offense." Just as Li Ruoshui bent down to retrieve the box, he was suddenly outpaced by Li Xiang, who snatched the box away. Examining it closely, his expression shifted dramatically. "This box, is it not a golden-toed wooden box?" The crowd's demeanor changed instantly. Present were individuals of wealth, well acquainted with such high-end collectibles. They had certainly heard of the golden-toed wooden box. Unearthed last year, it was an exceptionally precious item, famously acquired by Lei Laohu. This was common knowledge. Who would have thought it would appear here? Li Xiang pointed at Chen Zishi and shouted, "You, Chun! How audacious of you! Do you dare to steal from Lord Lei?" Li Ruoshui's expression turned grave. "Li Xiang, what nonsense are you spouting? What nonsense am I speaking?" Li Xiang retorted. "This golden-toed wooden box belongs to Lord Lei, as everyone knows. Now that it's in Chen Zishi's possession, what do you have to say? Don't tell me it was a gift from Lord Lei." Chen Zishi replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it was a gift from him." Li Xiang burst into laughter. "Ha! Chen Zishi, have you gone mad from selling pork? You, a mere butcher, would know Lord Lei? You are truly laughable." Qin Gang and his wife rose to their feet, stating, "Young Master Li, there must be a misunderstanding. Zishi would never steal." Li Xiang sneered. "What sort of person he is, everyone has witnessed, as his parents. You might have conspired in this matter as well. Do you dare to steal from Lord Lei? You must be courting death. Someone, keep a close watch on these three. I shall call Lord Lei immediately." With that, several bodyguards from the Li family surrounded the trio. Li Ruoshui's face turned ashen, and just as he was about to speak, he was pulled back by Ma Lili. "Ruoshui, do not involve yourself in this matter." Li Xiang took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Jungo, this is Li Xiang from the Li family. I sincerely apologize. It appears that a relative of ours has stolen Lord Lei's golden-toed wooden box." After hanging up the phone, Lei Laohu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Pajuan, what is the matter?" Pajuan replied, "It is Li Xiang from the Li family, inexplicably claiming that a relative of theirs has taken your golden-toed wooden box. Did you not gift that box to Master Chen?" A flicker of unease crossed Lei Laohu's face as he processed the information. The Li family? The golden-toed wooden box? Within moments, he grasped the gravity of the situation. This Li family is truly courting disaster. "Accelerate," he commanded, and the driver promptly pressed the accelerator, disregarding several red lights as they sped toward the Li residence. "Have the gifts for Master Chen's parents been prepared?" Lei Laohu asked. "Yes, they are all the most exquisite," came the reply. "That's good to hear. By the way, should we prepare gifts for the old master of the Li family?" After a moment's contemplation, Lei Laohu decided, no need. He is not a person of great significance. It suffices to prepare for Master Chen's parents. Meanwhile, less than 5 minutes after Li Xiang ended the call, someone entered to announce, "Lord Lei's car has arrived." Excitement filled the room as everyone rose, their faces alight with anticipation. The Li family was indeed receiving grand recognition. Even Lei Laohu personally brought gifts to celebrate the old master's birthday. The spectacle was utterly impressive. The old master, overwhelmed with emotion, felt both honored and bewildered. How could Lord Lei deliver gifts to me? Is this not too much? While everyone else stood in fervent excitement, only Chen Zishi remained seated, appearing distinctly out of place. Li Xiang snorted disdainfully, muttering, "What a useless fellow, like mud that cannot be shaped." Even given a chance, he would remain stagnant, and no sooner had he spoken than Lei Laohu strode in. The room radiated warmth and smiles, yet few dared to greet him, fully aware that they were unworthy of such an acknowledgement. Li Tai hurried forward, exclaiming, "Lord Lei, your presence truly elevates our Li family. What grace and fortune it is to have you here to celebrate my father's birthday." Li Xiang also approached warmly, noticing that Pajuan still held gifts, and was about to take them. "You need not bring gifts. This is too formal," Pajuan frowned, withholding the gifts, and impatiently retorted, "Who said we are here to celebrate your Li family's birthday?" Everyone was taken aback. Today was indeed the old master's birthday banquet, and Lei Laohu had arrived with his confidants bearing gifts. Could it not be for the old master? Both Li Xiang and his father were momentarily confounded. Lei Laohu surveyed the room until his gaze fell upon the most inconspicuous corner, where he spotted Chen Zishi. A faint smile graced his face. "Mr. Chen." He quickly approached Chen Zishi and continued, "These two must be Mr. Chen's parents, correct? I am Lei Laohu, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to present a small token of my esteem." With that, Lei Laohu clapped his hands. The renowned General Pajuan presented a box. which upon being opened revealed an exquisite set of jade jewelry. This splendid collection was perfectly suited for Madame Chen, as it had once adorned the illustrious Sung Qingling, making it one of the most prestigious jade pieces in our country. Xin Shaoqin was momentarily taken aback, her hands brushing against her attire several times before she dared to accept the precious gift. "Isn't this far too extravagant?" she inquired. Lei Lao, who chuckled lightly. "Just a trifle, as long as the lady is pleased." Continuing, Pajun unveiled a second gift, a small box. When opened, it revealed a magnificent pocket watch. "Mr. Chen, this is the very pocket watch once worn by the Northeast King, Zhang Zuolin. Though it may lack ostentation, it possesses considerable collectible value. Accept it, if you will." The mention of the general's pocket watch elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Truly, Lei Lao, who was not one to hold back. Such a lavish item would surpass the combined worth of all the gifts in the room. However, while the opulence of Lei Lao was acknowledged, what puzzled the onlookers was the identity of the recipients. Why were it the parents of Chen Zishi and not the esteemed Li Laoyi? Li Xiang and his father wore expressions of dismay, confusion etched on their faces as they queried, "Lei Yi, have you perhaps made an error? These two are mere commoners." Lei Lao scoffed. "These two are my esteemed guests. If they are unwelcome, then perhaps we should relocate." Chapter 14. The shock of the gathering. With that, Lei Lao rose to depart. The faces of Li Xiang and his father turned pale. It was inconceivable to allow them to leave at such a moment. Li Tai hastily stepped forward. "Lei Yi, my son spoke out of turn. Please do not take offense. These two are, of course, our honored guests." With a cold smirk, Lei Lao surveyed the surroundings. "Is this how you treat your distinguished guests? Seated in a corner without any service?" Li Tai's expression shifted. "Please wait, Lei Yi. I shall arrange for the dishes to be served immediately." Soon, a lavish spread of food and drink was presented, prepared especially for the occasion of Lei Lao's arrival. Initially, their seating was in the farthest corner, but now it had transformed into the center of attention. Many gazes had shifted from Li Laoyi to Lei Lao. The core figures of the Li family, including Li Tai, hastened to join the table, eager to avoid any semblance of neglect towards their esteemed guest. As the table filled with guests, Li Xiang had yet to join, his brow furrowed as he approached Chen Zishi, whispering a commanding order, "Chen, you must change your seat." Chen Zishi remained silent. Yet Lei Lao stood up. "How imposing the young master of the Li family is. Perhaps I should yield my seat to you." Li Xiang was taken aback. "Lei Yi, please, you must sit. I merely wish to foster a closer rapport." He wore a forced smile, bowing obsequiously. Lei Lao let out a derisive snort. "What are you, that you think you can establish rapport with me? Keep your distance." "Yes." Li Xiang's face reflected utter humiliation. Originally, it was he who was meant to shine today, consistently reprimanding Chen Zishi to assert his presence, showcasing his authority to the assembled guests. However, to his utter humiliation, he was soundly berated by Lei Lao, losing face in the most profound manner. What merits does this coward, Chen Zishi, possess to have garnered the favor of Lei Yi? Could it be that his parents have some hidden background? That seems unlikely. The Li family has thoroughly investigated, and Chen Zishi's parents are merely ordinary workers, quintessential common folk with no conceivable connection to Lei Lao. Could it possibly be due to Chen Zishi himself? That would be even more implausible. How could a mere pig farmer know someone as formidable as Lei Lao? Truly, it defies belief. At the dining table, Lei Lao only dared to perch himself gingerly on the edge of his seat, cautious and apprehensive, fearful that any misstep or misplaced word might provoke the ire of Master Chen. Chen Gang and Shan Shaoqin were equally tense. Although they hailed from humble origins, they had certainly heard of Lei Lao's illustrious reputation and could hardly fathom dining alongside such a prominent figure. When Lei Lao spotted the box on the table, he remarked, "Master Chen, is this longevity gift not to the Li family's liking? If not, would you consider selling it to me? I am willing to offer 100 million. As his words echoed, the room fell into stunned silence. 100 million? Surely, Lei Lao did not refer to the box itself, as it was his own gift. It made no sense for him to repurchase it. Thus, his offer must pertain to the precious pill contained within. Chen Zishi smiled lightly. "Do not rush. Your turn will come in due time. This pill, however, I intend to give to old Master Li first." The elder's health had been deteriorating, and if he did not consume Chen Zishi's elixir soon, his days would surely be numbered, reminiscent of a previous life. Hence, Chen Zishi was eager for him to take it without delay. Lei Lao nodded in agreement, saying, "Old Master Li, please proceed." The elder, his face aglow, replied, "Zishi, you are truly considerate." The old man had always held a fondness for Chen Zishi, and witnessing Lei Lao's profound respect only reaffirmed his judgment. As the pill was ingested, warmth surged throughout the elder's body. Remarkably, a flush appeared on his forehead, an auspicious sign of longevity. Such miraculous effects. Though the elder's transformation was subtle, it was evident to all present. His vitality had undeniably ascended to a new level. The efficacy of this pill was astounding. Just moments ago, Li Xiang had deemed it worthless, nearly discarding it. What Lei Laohu was willing to pay 100 million for could hardly be an ordinary item. Everyone began to regard Chen Zishi with newfound respect. The fiancé of the Li family's eldest daughter seemed to possess remarkable depth. In Li Ruoshui's eyes, a complex expression flickered. How could he possibly know Lei Laohu? Where had this pill originated? Li Ruoshui had previously believed he knew Chen Zishi intimately, fully aware of his connections. Yet, it now appeared that he was mistaken. Chen Zishi seemed to have changed in ways that were not immediately apparent. The atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly tense, nerves taut as everyone proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of erring in word or deed. Only Chen Zishi remained at ease, relishing the delectable feast before him, as though enjoying a simple family meal. Even Lei Laohu was profoundly impressed. Such is the demeanor of a true master. Suddenly, a plump gentleman approached and whispered a few words to Lei Laohu. The expression on Lei Laohu's face shifted slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he leaned in to speak softly in Chen Zishi's ear. Master Chen, this rotund fellow is Gao Mingqiang, one of my business associates. He was unaware of your esteemed identity earlier and made some sardonic remarks. He wishes to offer his apologies. Chen Zishi paused for a moment, recalling that it was not just one or two individuals from the Li family who had mocked him earlier. He had a vague recollection of this rotund man. While Chen Zishi had no intention of exacting revenge on these individuals, he certainly would not be inclined to extend them any cordiality. The fact that this man could elicit a direct response from Lei Laohu surely indicated some level of influence. And Chen Zishi nodded, choosing not to elaborate. Such individuals are like reeds swaying in the wind. If they hold any utility, they may be of use, but if not, he could hardly be bothered to engage in conversation. Lei Laohu remarked, Old Gao, the opportunity is yours. Seize it. Gao Mingqiang hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Mr. Chen, I have heard that you seek the Danbao. I specialize in the antique trade, and assure you that I will deliver the Danbao into your hands within a week. Chen Zishi was momentarily taken aback and turned to scrutinize him further. If you can procure the Danbao, I shall offer a reward. Gao Mingqiang was instantly elated. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your generosity. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Without lingering further, he departed, for one of his standing had no right to share a table with Lei Laohu. The birthday banquet for the Li family concluded successfully, yet Li Xiang harbored a sense of dissatisfaction, overshadowed by Chen Zishi's prominence. Upon returning home that evening, Li Ruoshui sat in her room, arms crossed, regarding him with an expression that demanded answers. Chen Zishi was taken aback. Ruoshui, do you have something to say? Li Ruoshui furrowed her brow. Are you not going to explain today's events? Chen Zishi smiled nonchalantly. Explain what? Explain how you managed to ingratiate yourself with Lei Laohu, she pressed. Chen Zishi pondered for a moment. The term ingratiate did not quite encapsulate the situation. To be precise, he fears me. Fears you? Li Ruoshui questioned, her face a mask of bewilderment. What could he possibly fear from you? Perhaps he fears that I might strike him. Li Ruoshui rolled her eyes. Do you not have any sense of propriety? Observing Li Ruoshui's indignant demeanor, Chen Zishi was suddenly struck by a realization. How had he not noticed before that this woman possessed such an endearing side? Initially, he had not held particularly deep feelings for her. It was merely the weight of guilt from her tragic demise in his previous life that compelled him to protect her in this one. However, over time, he began to perceive her as not entirely unapproachable, but rather quite charming. Li Ruoshui furrowed her brow. Why do you stare at me without saying anything? Chen Zishi replied, This is appreciation. Li Ruoshui's face flushed a deep crimson. Having known Chen Zishi for so long, he had never uttered any romantic phrases. Yet today, his sudden display of affection caught her off guard. Even she herself felt her cheeks flush, and with a hint of irritation. She uttered, Shameless, go to sleep. Upon saying this, Li Ruoshui hastily burrowed into the covers, concealing her bashfulness beneath the blanket. Chen Zishi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter pure and untainted, on the path of cultivation. Moving too swiftly often results in missing out on many exquisite sights. The fleeting beauty of the mortal realm, the unparalleled moments of youth, a single spring night is worth a fortune. Playful banter is, after all, a form of cultivation. After a few days, Li Ruoshui sensed that the storm had passed. It seemed that Song family had ceased their troublemaking, of course, with Chen Zishi having reduced the Song father and son to mere human sticks. They had little opportunity to cause further strife. After bidding farewell to Chen's parents, the two returned to their own home, resuming their routine of work. Li Ruoxue remarked, "With the wedding approaching, you ought to stop selling pork." Chen Zishi nodded. He had grown accustomed to this body, and slaughtering pigs was merely a guise he no longer needed to maintain. "I have my own tasks to attend to. You should seek employment as well. It doesn't matter how much you earn, but the work should be respectable, understood?" Li Ruoxue did not articulate her thoughts too clearly. She didn't require Chen Zishi to achieve great success. What she desired was to avoid being the subject of gossip or scorn. When discussing Chen Zishi's job, she wished to be able to speak with pride. As long as it was sufficiently respectable, that was her sole criterion. Even if it were merely working as a gym instructor, it would at least demonstrate that he possessed a commendable physique. However, glancing at Chen Zishi's frail frame, Li Ruoxue abandoned that notion. "All right, I understand." In a rare moment of compliance, Chen Zishi heeded her advice, perhaps swayed by the fleeting shyness from the previous night, stirring his long-buried mortal heart. After Li Ruoxue departed, Chen Zishi received a call from Su Qing. "Hello, are you coming to the class reunion?" "Sure." The prospect of the reunion piqued Chen Zishi's interest. During his school days, he had been particularly fond of two individuals. One was Jiang Qing, his closest friend, whose current whereabouts and circumstances were unknown. The other was Wang Shiyao, with whom he shared a significant bond. Reflecting on Wang Shiyao, she was his first love during high school. Their relationship was innocent, devoid of the harsh realities that often cloud such connections. They simply liked and admired each other. Their most intimate act had merely been holding hands. However, Wang Shiyao came from a wealthy family, creating a noticeable disparity between them. Eventually, she went abroad for her studies, leading to their unceremonious breakup, and they had not been in touch since that. Of course, Chen Zishi harbored no lingering feelings for her, just a fleeting fondness from their youth, which hardly constituted a significant attachment. Yet, he had heard in his previous life that Wang Shiyao had stumbled upon a stone, unwittingly embroiling herself in a fatal calamity. It was said that the stone was a black, profound gold stone, an exceptional material for forging flying swords. Within the mundane world, there were exceedingly few weapons that could catch Chen Zishi's eye. Even the Donbao barely qualified. If he were to acquire this black, profound gold stone, he could indeed forge a flying sword. Thus, this time I intend to inquire about the whereabouts of Wang Shiyao, with the hope of keeping a closer eye on her in the future. I am quite curious as to where she procured the He Su In JNSH.AS for the timing. It seems to be quite recent. Soon, Su Qing drove over to pick up Chen Zishi. Since their encounter at the flea market, Chen Zishi's perception of Su Qing had somewhat changed. Although this woman possessed a degree of arrogance, her heart was not unkind. Su Qing inquired, "After you returned home last time, did Lord Lei cause you any trouble?" Chen Zishi chuckled. "Would he dare?" "No, he did not." "That is good to hear. I suppose you were rather inconspicuous. Hence he did not regard you as a threat." Chen Zishi smiled but did not respond. Throughout the journey, Su Qing briefly introduced the recent circumstances of several classmates, indicating they still maintained some connections. Among those she emphasized was Gao Yang. During their previous meeting, Su Qing had mentioned Gao Yang, who seemed to be the most successful among their cohort. It was said that he held a leadership position at the Furong group, and this reunion was organized by him. Chen Zishi nodded, showing little interest in the matter. Despite having had altercations during their high school days, those were long past, and he could scarcely recall them. "Will Wang Shiyao be attending this time?" Su Qing paused for a moment, then smiled. "You still think of her, don't you? It seems she will not be here today, but I have heard she is planning to return to the country soon. She has soared to great heights, so I doubt she will be keen on rekindling old ties with you." Chen Zishi replied with a faint smile. "I have no such intentions. He merely wished to keep an eye on Wang Shiyao, curious to see when she would acquire the He Su In JNSH. The two arrived at the top floor of a shopping mall, which housed a revolving restaurant that offered a breathtaking view of the entire Jiangzhou. Securing a table here was quite a challenge, and the prices were steep. Gao Yang's ability to reserve a spot here clearly indicated his affluent background. Upon entering, Su Qing was warmly welcomed by everyone. "Ah, Su Qing, the beautiful lady. Long time no see." A group of boys greeted enthusiastically. During their school days, Su Qing had not possessed such beauty, and they all knew her family dealt in scrap. They had been rather dismissive back then, but now, having matured, they recognized Su Qing as a wealthy young lady, leading to their newfound enthusiasm. Upon spotting Chen Zishi, everyone was momentarily taken aback. "Chen Zishi, it has indeed been a while, I heard. You used to sell pork at the market?" The mention of this subject caused a subtle shift in the atmosphere, and the room fell silent. The young man seated in the main position was none other than their class monitor from back in the day, Gao Yang. Tall and slender, Gao Yang exuded a sunny disposition. Given his current success, he was naturally popular among the girls, surrounded by pretty classmates, much like a star surrounded by its admirers. Haha, Chen Zishi, you always enjoyed a good brawl. I never imagined you'd end up in such a violent profession after graduation, Gao Yang jested, eliciting laughter from the others. However, Su Qing discerned the underlying meaning in his words. It appeared that Gao Yang had not forgotten the events of their past. Chen Zishi offered a faint smile, choosing silence as the others engaged in animated discussion. Back in the day, Chen Zishi was quite impressive, having captured the heart of our school's goddess, Wang Shiyao. Alas, Wang Shiyao has since gone abroad, severing ties with all of us. If only she knew how well Gao Yang is faring now, she would surely harbor a secret admiration for him. A hint of pride flickered across Gao Yang's face. Wang Shiyao's beauty was well known throughout the school, and he had certainly cherished thoughts of her for a time. It was unfortunate that she had been blinded by fate and ended up with Chen Zishi. It truly is a lamentable loss. Back then, Chen Zishi was indeed quite popular among the girls, attracting attention effortlessly, yet now, the tides have turned, and time has wrought significant changes. In our school days, we were foolish, believing that physical attractiveness or a unique demeanor was enough to inspire affection. Reflecting on it now, such naivety seems rather absurd. In today's society, true allure resides in wealth and status. Even Su Qing, upon entering the private room, cast several glances at Gao Yang. Once the dishes were served, Gao Yang raised his glass and said, "Come, Zishi, let us toast. Let bygones be bygones regarding our past grievances." Chen Zishi nodded, lifting his glass to pour a measure of red wine. The current spirits are indeed quite unpalatable, a far cry from the exquisite wines of Zhuangshuanshan. However, this red wine is rather delightful. It had been many years since he last savored it, and upon careful tasting, it revealed a rich flavor. Gao Yang set his glass back down, waiting for Chen Zishi to join him in a toast. Nearby, several classmates began to tease him. Chen Zishi, when toasting to a superior, "Your glass should be lower than his. Don't you know that? Hurry and stand up. Gao Yang is on the path to promotion. General Manager Gao of Farong Group can easily ensure you a monthly income exceeding 10,000. Chen Zishi, do not be ungrateful, haha," they bantered, seemingly having already defined Chen Zishi's character. Furrowing his brows, Chen Zishi merely raised his glass in acknowledgement before drinking alone. Gao Yang's toast was a gesture of respect towards him. Otherwise, given Chen Zishi's exalted status, few in the world would be worthy of sharing a table with him. Observing Chen Zishi's demeanor, the crowd frowned in disapproval. "Chen Zishi, what is the matter? When General Manager Gao offers a toast, is this your attitude?" Gao Yang's expression soured as he remarked, "Chen Zishi, you remain as spirited as ever. I hear you've closed your pork stall. What are you doing now?" Chen Zishi replied, "I am unemployed." A cold smirk appeared on Gao Yang's face. "Shall I have a word with my father and arrange for you to join Farong Group as a security guard? Given your fondness for brawling, it would suit you perfectly to serve as a gatekeeper." Gao Yang's words instantly cast a pall over the atmosphere. It seemed that his earlier toast had provoked Gao Yang's displeasure. How could he, having achieved such success, still dare to show disrespect towards Gao Yang? The others, noticing Gao Yang's grim countenance, also expressed their discontent. "Chen Zishi, you ought to be more courteous. You not realize that Gao Yang's father is the president of Farong Group, Gao Mingqiang, a tycoon in the antique business. Just a mere trickle seeping through one's fingers could suffice for a lifetime of opulence and grandeur." Chen Zishi was momentarily taken aback. Gao Mingqiang. Wasn't he the one who implored Chen Zishi to forgive him today? It was quite the coincidence to discover that this individual was none other than Gao Yang's father. Gao Yang, of course, was blissfully unaware of the humility with which his father appeared before Chen Zishi, instead wearing an air of self-satisfaction, as though sharing a meal with Chen Zishi today was a grand act of benevolence on his part. "Chen Zishi, in this society, if you wish to survive, you must temper your pride. Here's the deal. Come over and toast me with a drink, and I shall arrange a job for you. Nothing too extravagant, a monthly income of 6,000. Given your qualifications, this remuneration is already quite commendable." Just as Gao Yang was about to launch into a lengthy sermon directed at Chen Zishi, a sudden call interrupted him. An unfamiliar number, ending with 48s. "Hello, Master Chen. This is Gao Mingqiang. I must apologize for a matter. I found the dawn bow, but alas, it is broken. It is entirely my fault. I was careless. Master Chen, you must forgive me." Chen Zishi furrowed his brow. With a severed bowstring, the bow's potency was diminished by half. Replacing it with another string may not yield the same results. Chen Zishi felt a twinge of displeasure. Bring it to me. I am at the Junue restaurant. Very well, I shall be there shortly. Upon sensing Chen Zishi's displeased tone, Gao Mingqiang was struck with terror. Through Lei Laohu, he had learned of Chen Zishi's formidable reputation. Even Lei Yi held him in fear, and to crush him would require but a mere flick of a finger. Having committed to this task, the failure weighed heavily on Gao Mingqiang's conscience. He resolved to personally apologize to Master Chen, even if it meant kneeling before him in contrition. Meanwhile, Gao Yang was incensed to see Chen Zishi answering a call. When in the office, who dared to disregard his words? The audacity of Chen Zishi to take a call in his presence was nothing short of a blatant disrespect. Gao Yang seethed. Chen Zishi, I extend a hand to elevate you, offering you a position, and you dare to disregard my kindness? We are classmates, yet you find yourself in the most dismal state, reduced to slaughtering pigs. And you have the gall to attend a reunion? If it weren't for our shared history, you wouldn't even be worthy to share a meal with me. When a superior speaks to you, you have the audacity to answer a call? Who are you speaking to? I demand an answer. Gao Yang's voice escalated several octaves as he stood, fury etched upon his face, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Zishi. This was no longer a schoolyard. Societal hierarchies had taken shape. People are distinctly categorized into ranks, and in their eyes, Chen Zishi occupied the lowest tier. Everyone believed Gao Yang's reprimand was entirely justified. Even in the absence of a hierarchical relationship, Gao Yang's status as a member of the upper echelons rendered his chastisement of Chen Zishi wholly acceptable. With a cold chuckle, Chen Zishi casually remarked, Your father. Chapter 17. An apology to Mr. Chen. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, then seething with rage. Chen Zishi, are you fooling with me? Upon witnessing Gao Yang's fury, Su Qing hastily rose to her feet. All right, we are all classmates here. There's no need for such agitation. She turned to Chen Zishi. Why don't you apologize to Gao Yang? Chen Zishi let out a disdainful laugh, disregarding the suggestion, and instead inquired with a female classmate about Wang Shiyao's contact information. With everyone attempting to placate him, Gao Yang eventually took a seat, casting a fierce glare at Chen Zishi. There's no need for you to be angry, Gao. There are plenty of unappreciative people out there. As they say, a pitiable person often harbors contemptible traits. The group swiftly shifted the conversation away from Chen Zishi, and regarding his inquiry about Wang Shiyao, they expressed their inability to assist. Since Wang Shiyao went abroad, she had lost touch with everyone, leaving no one with her phone number. Suddenly, a classmate pointed out, Look over there. It seems someone is kneeling. Everyone leaned toward the floor-to-ceiling window to see a man kneeling at the building's entrance, but he was too far away for anyone to identify him. Gao Yang sneered, Do you see that? This is the life of those of lower stature. They live in constant trepidation, content with their meager existence. Yet when faced with adversity, they must cast aside their dignity and plead for mercy. Now I offer you a chance. You feign superiority, but one day you too may find yourself in that position. Hearing Gao Yang's words, Chen Zishi found it amusing. I suppose the one kneeling down there is your father. Gao Yang instantly slammed his hand on the table in fury. Damn it, are you challenging my patience? The others quickly intervened. Gao, please, do not be angry. Su Qing stepped in to mediate. All right, let us move on to the next venue. How about we go to KTV for a while? Though Gao Yang was restrained, his expression remained stormy. Chen Zishi stood up and declared, I won't be attending the next event. I have other matters to attend to. Several classmates rolled their eyes, thinking that they wouldn't miss his presence. Gao Yang was clearly the centerpiece of their gathering, yet Chen Zishi had managed to offend him gravely. His emotional intelligence was truly lacking. Su Qing shook her head in dismay, initially hoping to bring Chen Zishi along to reconnect with these old classmates, perhaps leading to some opportunities for him. Yet now, the outcome was counterproductive. Rather than gaining anything, he had alienated himself. It seemed that Chen Zishi was destined for a mundane existence, and if he ever entered the workforce, his prospects would likely be dim. The meal ended on a sour note, and everyone prepared to head to the next venue. Upon exiting the elevator, they walked through the main entrance, where they spotted the middle-aged man kneeling at the door. Despite his portly figure appearing quite disheveled, he was adorned in designer brands, unmistakably not an ordinary person. Suddenly, Gao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Dad, what are you doing here? Everyone was taken aback. Could it be that Chen Zishi had indeed hit the mark? Gao Mingqiang paused, furrowing his brow. Gao Yang? How come you're here? Gao Yang inquired. It's my class reunion, Dad. Why are you kneeling? Class reunion. Gao Mingqiang suddenly recalled Chen Zishi's age and asked, Is there someone in your class named Chen Zishi? Yes, he's my classmate. Gao Yang was taken aback. How could his father mention that good for nothing? Gao Mingqiang, filled with joy, exclaimed, That's wonderful, son. How's your relationship with Chen Zishi? Can you put in a good word for your father? Instantly, the entire hall fell silent, everyone in utter shock. Was Gao Mingqiang truly on the phone with Chen Zishi just moments ago? And now, was he actually kneeling here to apologize to him? Gao Yang felt on the verge of collapse. Dad, what are you saying? That good-for-nothing Chen Zishi. What kind of favor? At that moment, Chen Zishi emerged, drawing everyone's gaze. Gao Yang, now furious, shouted, Chen Zishi, what have you done to my dad? Gao Mingqiang's expression changed dramatically as he stood up and slapped Gao Yang across the face. The crisp sound resonated, and Gao Yang's face immediately swelled. Enough. Who allowed you to speak to Mr. Chen like that? Apologize immediately. Gao Yang was momentarily stunned by the slap. Though filled with rage, he dared not defy his father's command and quickly lowered his head, saying, Chen Zishi, I'm sorry. Chen Zishi ignored him entirely and approached Gao Mingqiang, asking, where's the item? Here. Gao Mingqiang retrieved a long box from the car and handed it to him. Chen Zishi opened it, furrowing his brow. The bowstring was indeed broken, but it had nothing to do with Gao Mingqiang, so he bore no blame. It's fine. Let us get in the car. All right. Gao Mingqiang hurriedly entered the vehicle, serving as the driver, and drove away with Chen Zishi, leaving Gao Yang and the others in stunned silence. Wasn't it said that Chen Zishi was just a pig butcher, a good-for-nothing? How could even Gao Yang's father show such respect to him? Gao Yang's face turned ashen, feeling the grand image he had built of himself shatter in an instant. The remainder of the reunion seemed utterly pointless to attend. Yu Qing gazed at the departing car. Lost in thought, she had previously regarded Chen Zishi as a loser and even contemplated helping him. Yet, Chen Zishi had decisively slapped everyone in the face with his actions. What kind of person are you? Really? Once inside Gao Mingqiang's car, Chen Zishi remarked, this Don Bao is inherently flawed. You needn't blame yourself too much. Gao Mingqiang sighed in relief. It had indeed been intact when he purchased it. Out of curiosity, he had tested it, only to have the bowstring snap upon pulling. After all, if he could break the bow, it wasn't impressive at all. Chen Zishi pulled a few strands of hair from his head and began to rub them slowly in his palm. There aren't many rare and exotic beasts in this world, so crafting a sturdy string is somewhat challenging. Even a tiger's sinew would not withstand Chen Zishi's strength. Thus, using his own hair was a commendable choice, as it could at least harness the power of the Don Bao. You didn't come to me solely for the Don Bao, did you? Gao Mingqiang nodded slightly, affirming that indeed, there was a master who sought out Lei Yi and mentioned the grievances between them, prompting Lei Yi to wish to mediate. Since Chen Zishi's rebirth, he had not harbored significant enmity toward anyone, save for the Tsong family and Wu Liuyi, who had been rendered a vegetable by him. The Tsong family had likely been dealt with by Ma Taiquan, leaving Wu Liuyi as the sole remaining adversary. Wu Liuyi was a disciple of Qin Huai, and those who sought trouble with him were likely from this circle. The disciples of Qin Huai were scattered across the province, and in Jiangzhou, aside from Wu Liuyi, the most renowned was the swift-bladed Duan Xiaodong. Chen Zishi inquired, is it Duan Xiaodong? Gao Mingqiang was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, Master Chen is truly remarkable. How do you know this? Chapter 18. The swift-blade Chen Zishi did not respond. His silence was not flattery but genuine astonishment. He had never crossed paths with Duan Xiaodong. Yet Master Chen could accurately name him, indicating a profound understanding of the situation in Jiangzhou. Gao Mingqiang remarked, Master Chen, I sense that Duan Xiaodong harbors ill intentions and appears disinclined toward reconciliation. Chen Zishi smiled faintly, stating, if there is no reconciliation, then he may as well be killed. Gao Mingqiang felt a shiver run down his spine, unsure whether to marvel at Chen Zishi's formidable strength or to regard him as overly arrogant. To slay Wu Liuyi would indeed affirm one's prowess. However, Wu Liuyi's abilities were rather average among Qin Huai's disciples. It was Duan Xiaodong who posed a true challenge. Known as the Swift Blade, he had a notorious reputation in the martial world. It was said that anyone who had witnessed his blade had met their end. This time, Master Chen might find himself in grave peril. At Tianyun Club, Chen Zishi made his second visit. Wang Puliu remained as enthusiastic as ever, this time even more proactive, linking her arm with Chen Zishi's, her soft curves brushing against him. Chen Zishi did not refuse and followed her inside. Upon entering the private room, he saw Lei Laohu seated to the side, with Pejun standing nearby. Aside from Lei Laohu's few underlings, there was only one unfamiliar man. The man was tall and slender, resembling a bamboo pole, yet his right arm was significantly more muscular than his left, indicating its frequent use. He bore a long sword on his back, reminiscent of an ancient hero. Duan Xiaodong squinted his eyes upon Chen Zishi's arrival, his face betraying a hint of disdain. So you are Chen Zishi? My junior brother Wu Liuyi is in this predicament thanks to you, I presume? Hearing the condescension in Duan Xiaodong's tone, it was as if he believed he had the upper hand, with Chen Zishi's life and death firmly within his grasp. Chen Zishi replied coolly, indeed. Merely uttering an acknowledgement, he took a seat. Their osmanthus wings are excellent. Bring me a portion. Wang Puliu, wary of interrupting, hurried to prepare. Upon hearing that Chen Zishi was still placing an order, a cold smile crept onto Duan Xiaodong's face. You truly have no notion of the situation you face, do you? To dare kill a brother of the Qin sect? You must have a death wish. Lei Laohu's expression soured. He certainly held a position of authority in Jiangzhou, yet he was still vastly outmatched compared to Qin Huai. The esteemed Qin Huai is indeed a true master of martial arts. He once triumphed in battle with a single hand. Lei Laohu has long harbored a desire for vengeance, yet alas, the opportunity has eluded him. Thus, he has remained patient, even allowing his disciple Duan Xiaodong, a formidable character in his own right, to challenge Lei Laohu without restraint. Today I shall host a meal for both masters. I have heard that there exists some misunderstanding between you, and I wish to act as a mediator to facilitate reconciliation. What say you? Duan Xiaodong let out a cold laugh. Mediation? Let him kneel before me, and then bind himself securely before delivering himself to my master. Perhaps then he might find a glimmer of hope. Lei Laohu's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by Duan Xiaodong's blatant disregard for decorum. Hadn't they agreed to mediation beforehand? He had intended to seek reconciliation, yet now the atmosphere had changed. Brother Duan, changing one's stance so swiftly is not the manner of Lord Qin. Is it? Duan Xiaodong chuckled coldly. I am afraid it is not that simple. My master has transcended the qi refinement stage. Thus, certain matters have changed significantly. At once, Lei Laohu's face paled. Could it be that Lord Qin has entered the foundation establishment stage? Beyond the qi refinement lies the foundation establishment. To step into this realm is to become a true master. Such a feat had been unheard of in Jiangzhou until now. Who could have imagined that Qin Huai would surpass everyone in achieving this milestone? A sense of helplessness washed over Lei Laohu. Even had his dantian not been shattered in the past, he could hardly hope to reach foundation establishment in just a few years. Qin Huai is truly a martial arts prodigy. No wonder Duan Xiaodong exuded such confidence today. It was all due to this revelation. With Qin Huai's recent advancement, Chen Zishi, who had slain his disciple, would undoubtedly seek retribution. This enmity is likely to fester. All eyes turned toward Chen Zishi, eager to witness how the master would respond. Chen Zishi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why has the osmanthus chicken not yet been prepared?" The crowd was left utterly disheartened. In such dire circumstances, he still thinks of his osmanthus chicken. The threat was at their doorstep, and he remained preoccupied with food. Wang Puliu approached with the dishes, announcing, "Here it comes, Master Chen. Your meal is served." Chen Zishi picked up his chopsticks and took a slow bite, nodding in approval. "Indeed, you should try some as well. It won't taste as good when it's cold." Sweat beaded on Lei Laohu's brow. Chen Zishi was undeniably formidable, yet against the swift blade of Duan Xiaodong, one could not afford to be overly arrogant. Duan Xiaodong smirked, "Lei Yi, it is not that I wish to disrespect you. But as you can see, if we do not settle this matter of life and death today, it may be difficult to provide an account to my master. Chen Zishi, I have heard that you wield a knife as well. I am renowned for my quick blade. Shall we see whose is swifter?" Chen Zishi smiled faintly. "To compete with me, you are not yet worthy." Duan Xiaodong's expression darkened. Such arrogance could not go unchallenged. "Very well, allow me to demonstrate the swiftness of my blade." As his words fell, Duan Xiaodong grasped the hilt of his blade from behind, startling everyone. A confrontation was imminent. In that instant, Chen Zishi drew a butcher's knife from his waist, the blade sweeping across the table like a crescent moon. The blade sliced through Duan Xiaodong's head, and in an instant, a fissure appeared on his neck. Subsequently, the crack resembled a fine thread, gradually encircling his neck into a closed circle. In the next moment, a sharp sound erupted, and blood splattered everywhere. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they held their breaths, time seemingly frozen in that harrowing moment. Lei Laohu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. His face drained of color. The swift blade of Duan Xiaodong had, shockingly, ended his life in an instant. Remarkably, he had not even drawn his weapon before succumbing to death. Duan Xiaodong remained seated in his original posture. Yet his body was devoid of life, his eyes forever unclosed. Chen Zishi, the master of the swift blade, exhibited an unfaltering demeanor, as if he had merely dispatched a pig. The blade bore not a single drop of blood as it was sheathed in its leather scabbard at his waist. Chen Zishi wiped his hands and leisurely picked up a chicken wing with chopsticks, bringing it to his mouth. The wing was crispy on the outside and tender within, melting upon contact, with the fragrance of osmanthus wafting through his palate. Indeed, you should all partake as well. Chapter 19. Leave everything to me. Lei Laohu trembled with fear. Although he too was a master of martial arts and had taken many lives, he could not emulate Chen Zishi's nonchalance. To kill a man and remain so composed while consuming food was beyond his grasp. Moreover, the sight of Chen Zishi's smiling visage was utterly devilish. Master Chen, Qin Huai has already surpassed the foundational realm and is poised to dominate Jiangzhou. Soon, no one shall stand against him. Lei Laohu offered this cautionary reminder, not out of disbelief in Chen Zishi's capabilities. Though formidable, Chen Zishi was still a newcomer, incomparable to these seasoned titans, especially in regard to Qin Huai, whom Lei Laohu had once been vanquished by, leaving him with deep-seated shadows of defeat. Qin Huai was exceedingly powerful, capable of injuring his Dantian with a mere hand. After all this time, his strength must have ascended even further. Furthermore, having broken through to the foundational realm, he was likely unmatched in Jiangzhou. Chen Zishi merely smiled faintly, dismissing Lei Laohu's concerns. Very well, the time is nearly upon me. I must take my leave. Gao Mingqiang, consider this Danbao a personal favor owed to you. I shall present you with a medicinal pill in due course. Gao Mingqiang rose respectfully, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Chen." While his words expressed gratitude and his demeanor was one of reverence, his heart bore a different sentiment. Chen Zishi was likely nearing his end. After all, Qin Huai had sequestered himself for such an extended period, intent on unifying Jiangzhou. With Chen Zishi having slain 2 of his disciples, there was no possible escape for him. His demise was inevitable. Once Chen Zishi departed, an air of unease settled among the onlookers. They sensed that they had finally aligned themselves with a master, only to witness that master's impending fall. The reality proved that one must not be overly ostentatious, lest calamity befalls them. Upon returning to Li Ruoshui's home, Chen Zishi found Ma Lili present as well. The mother and daughter appeared to have engaged in a dispute, both wearing displeased expressions. As soon as Chen Zishi entered, Ma Lili's countenance grew even more disdainful. "What is your relationship with Lei Laohu?" she inquired sharply. Chen Zishi replied, "There is no relationship. We merely utilize each other." He spoke the truth. He had never regarded Lei Laohu as a friend, merely a means to an end. Ma Lili snorted disdainfully. "I knew you lacked the ability to associate with such significant figures." Ma Lili addressed Li Ruoshui, saying, "My daughter, you must think this through carefully. As of now, you are still pure and unblemished. Once you marry him, your chances of remarrying will diminish significantly." Li Ruoshui furrowed her brow and replied, "Mother, how many times must I tell you? I have no intention of marrying that young Master Shen." The matter concerning Chen Zishi was settled by grandfather. Young Master Shen? Chen Zishi seemed to have some recollection of that name. It belonged to a young prodigy named Shen Wankai. However, such accolades were merely the opinions of the mundane world. Chen Zishi had little impression of him in her past life. Ma Lili had persistently attempted to match them, wishing for Li Ruoshui to wed a man of wealth and influence. Ma Lili huffed. "What gives your grandfather the authority to dictate your marriage? What does Chen Zishi possess? Can you truly lead a good life with him? Mother is merely concerned for your happiness." Even in the presence of Chen Zishi, Ma Lili did not conceal her disdain, coldly stating, "You, surnamed Chun, tell me, what qualifications do you have to marry my daughter? You lack wealth and talent. What can my daughter gain from being with you, other than the scorn of others? Chen Zishi, it is not that I look down upon you, but what basis do you have to desire my daughter?" Ma Lili appeared utterly exasperated, her demeanor bordering on hysterical, as if she sought to expel all the resentment she harbored. Chen Zishi replied calmly, "My abilities are beyond what you can envision. Given the opportunity, I would gladly show you." A Lili scoffed derisively. "Your abilities? What skills do you possess? Meditating and honing your craft at home, preparing to attain immortality? Chen Zishi, you truly are quite amusing. How could our Li family accept a son-in-law as inept as you?" Li Ruoshui, let me make myself clear. Should you choose to marry Chen Zishi, I shall not attend your wedding, nor shall you notify me with that. Ma Lili stormed out. Li Ruoshui's face darkened to an extreme as she crouched on the ground, filled with indignation. Chen Zishi glanced at Ma Lili's retreating figure, his brow furrowed. In his previous life, their wedding had devolved into a farce. During the ceremony, Li Ruoshui was met with scorn and ridicule. Despite hosting numerous tables, in the end, only a handful of guests attended, rendering her utterly humiliated. This time, the wedding would still occur as planned, but it would undoubtedly be a different affair. Chen Zishi settled onto the sofa and remarked softly, Ruoshui, you must long for a grand wedding, do you not? Li Ruoshui managed a self-deprecating smile and replied, what do you think? What woman does not yearn for a magnificent wedding? As you can see, the pressure of marrying you is overwhelming, Chen Zishi stated. As a man, can't you share some of that burden with me? Tears welled in Li Ruoshui's eyes, her heart heavy with grievance. Regardless of Chen Zishi's character, she would marry him, yet who would not desire for their partner to possess some measure of capability? At the very least, on their wedding day, she wished to be filled with joy. Upon witnessing Li Ruoshui's tears, Chen Zishi was suddenly taken aback. Approaching her, he extended his hand and gently tousled her hair, saying, do not worry, I shall take care of everything. Li Ruoshui was momentarily taken aback. Being patted on the head by Chen Zishi felt remarkably pleasant. It was her first experience of such tenderness, and surprisingly, she discovered a sliver of security in Chen Zishi's presence. Ever since he had moved in with her, it seemed he had never contributed to their household. Could she truly rely on him to organize their wedding? I'll handle the wedding details. The most crucial aspect is the guests. Can I entrust that to you? Chen Zishi nodded. Isn't it just about making it lively? Quite simple. On a cruise ship sailing along the Bailong River, a man suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression darkening. What? Xiaodong is dead? Indeed. Master. The body was dismembered, utterly unrecognizable. Bang. The man slammed his hand down, a flash of fury crossing his face. This is intolerable. Having lost two beloved disciples in succession, Qin Huai's anger had reached a boiling point. Master, I have uncovered the truth. The individual responsible is named Chen Zishi, the son-in-law of the Ruoshui group. In 3 days, he is set to wed the esteemed Li Ruoshui. Clenching his fists, Qin Huai emanated an aura akin to a fierce tiger descending the mountain, or a dragon emerging from the depths. Spread the news of my breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Why return to Jiangzhou is to establish my authority. I shall target the Ruoshui group and this Chen Zishi. He declared, let it be known, anyone who dares attend Chen Zishi's wedding shall henceforth be my enemy. Chapter 20. A piercing arrow through the clouds with this command. The entire Jiangzhou would inevitably be thrown into turmoil. Chen Zishi himself was not a notable figure, merely possessing a modicum of fame within the small circle of Lei Laohu. However, the Ruoshui group was a significant corporation, and many would attend Li Ruoshui's wedding. It was an opportunity to forge connections with the Ruoshui group, regardless of how inept the groom might be. The bride was undeniably a true heiress. Yet, upon receiving Qin Huai's decree, no one dared to attend. Invitations from the Ruoshui group were promptly discarded as soon as the news spread. What a farce! That was Qin Huai, the king of Jiangzhou. Perhaps last month, his claim to kingship was somewhat tenuous. But now, as a foundation establishment cultivator, Qin Huai was indisputably the king of Jiangzhou, and no one could afford to provoke such a figure. The Ruoshui group was likely doomed. A frantic call from Ma Lili came through. Chen Zishi, look at the mess you've created. Now our friends and family are returning their invitations. I doubt anyone will attend your wedding. Chen Zishi remained unfazed by her hysterical outburst and simply hung up. Li Ruoshui's expression darkened as she looked into his eyes and asked, is there a problem with the wedding? Chen Zishi smiled lightly. Do not worry. You just focus on your preparations in his previous life. He had not had the chance to confront Qin Huai. Now, having progressed so swiftly, their paths were inevitably destined to cross. The principle that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers is universally understood. The spectacle of life and death struggles is merely a common occurrence. However, in the realm of mere foundation building, Chen Zishi did not regard him with any seriousness. Soon, the wedding day arrived. Li Ruoshui donned her wedding gown and made her way to the venue. Upon seeing the empty tables, her eyes brimmed with tears. Indeed, the wedding between her and Chen Zishi was nothing short of a farce. Chen Zishi had claimed he would handle everything, but what was the outcome? Faced with the scene before her, Li Ruoshui was rendered speechless. Merely turning her gaze towards Chen Zishi, he sat there, unperturbed, even absent-mindedly twisting his hair, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in her heart. Perhaps her grandfather's judgment had also faltered. As old Master Li entered the hall and beheld the desolate scene. His expression darkened. Xiao Chun, have your friends not arrived? Chen Zishi chuckled softly. They probably haven't. No sooner had he spoken than a robust voice resounded from outside. Congratulations to Mr. Chun on your nuptials. Lei Laohu extends his best wishes. Ma Tiquan also congratulates Mr. Chun on his wedding, wishing the couple a harmonious union for 100 years. Lei Laohu and Ma Tiquan, accompanied by their subordinates, had come to show their support. Although their numbers were considerable, they paled in comparison to the vastness of the venue. Chen Zishi smiled lightly. You two dare to attend my wedding? Unafraid of trouble from that Qin fellow? Lei Laohu's expression turned awkward as he replied, Master Chen, to be frank, even if I did not come today, that Qin would not spare me. Why should I bow and scrape before him? Chen Zishi nodded in agreement, appreciating the candidness of his words. And you, Ma Tiquan, being a disciple of Qin Huai? Ma Tiquan forced a smile. It's merely a title of master and disciple. His apprentices number in the thousands. Given my close ties with you, should he find out, my fate would be sealed. Chen Zishi chuckled. It seemed these two understood his temperament well, and he rather enjoyed their straightforwardness. Noticing Chen Zishi still twisting his hair, Lei Laohu inquired, Master Chen, what is this? Chen Zishi replied with a faint smile, this is something that seeks Qin Huai's life. At that moment, Qin Huai was basking in the glory of success, in a luxurious hotel over 10 kilometers away from Chen Zishi's wedding venue. A gathering of Jiangzhou's elite surrounded Qin Huai, akin to stars orbiting the moon. That Chen fellow truly overestimates himself, daring to provoke Master Qin. I hear he is getting married today. I doubt a single guest shows up. Absolutely. All those old friends from Ruoshui Group are here with us. Did you receive an invitation? I did, but I didn't attend. Ha ha. Even for the sake of giving face to Master Qin, I couldn't go. The crowd exchanged banter, subtly mocking the wedding while expressing their loyalty to Qin Huai. The extent of their allegiance greatly pleased Qin Huai. The assembly consisted mainly of social luminaries and top figures from various industries. To challenge Qin Huai, they were still too green. Qin Huai raised a glass, toasting the crowd. Everyone hurriedly raised their cups in response, their faces reflecting a demeanor of utmost respect. Master Qin, please. Qin Huai nodded and drank from his cup. After which I shall go forth to slay Chen Zishi. Meanwhile, Chen Zishi had fashioned a long bowstring from his hair. Seated within the dining hall, he set up the bowstring with care. He then gently pulled on it, and the power of the dawn bow was finally restored. Master Chen, are you truly intending to use this bow against Qin Huai? Inquired Lei Laohu. Chen Zishi nodded. The expression on Lei Laohu's face grew solemn. When do you plan to strike, Master Chen? I, Lei Laohu, stand ready to assist. Chen Zishi smiled lightly now. With that, he drew the dawn bow. Suddenly, a cacophony of popping sounds erupted, as if countless grains of yellow beans were bursting. It felt as though all the energy surrounding them had coalesced. Chen Zishi had only the bow, devoid of arrows, yet within the heart of the dawn bow, a shadowy essence began to condense. As the bow was drawn further back, the dark energy gradually took on a tangible form, transforming into a true qi arrow poised upon the bowstring. The so-called qi training realm signifies the ability to manipulate energy as a physical object. At the pinnacle of this realm lies the capability to condense energy into an arrow. Only those who truly stand at the zenith of the world can comprehend the ultimate depths of each level. In this moment, Chen Zishi was manifesting the full might of the qi training realm. As the dawn bow was fully drawn, the air around Chen Zishi erupted with a series of explosive sounds. The surrounding atmosphere began to undulate, akin to flames engulfing their surroundings. Beside him, Lei Laohu and Ma Tiquan felt dizzy, a formidable force tugging at them. Had they not maintained a steady stance, they would surely have been drawn in. With the arrow knocked, Chen Zishi gently flicked his fingers. Whoosh! The black qi arrow surged forth, akin to a dark meteor streaking through the sky. The black arrow pierced through the tree trunk before the door. Leaving a gaping hole in its wake, it continued its relentless path, shattering a coffee cup belonging to an office worker within a nearby establishment. It traversed through the glass of a bus, breached the roof of a bank, and penetrated the steel-reinforced concrete walls of a construction site. Finally entering through the doors of the Wiener Hotel, in mere moments, it had traversed several kilometers. Qin Huai gulped down his drink, puffed out his chest, and hurled the cup to the ground. The wine is finished, my friends. Let us go forth to slay Chen Zishi. As his words fell, a wave of black mist surged forth, speeding towards him like lightning. Qin Huai's pupils constricted. The black mist was evidently aimed at him. Unfortunately, he had no time to react, his hands barely lifting. Thud! The black qi arrow pierced through the center of Qin Huai's brow, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist in his head. His face was scorched beyond recognition, the cavity within his skull charred black, and the acrid scent of burnt flesh permeated the air. Qin Huai's corpse remained in a standing posture, hands clasped behind his back, leaving everyone utterly stunned, as though the scene had been frozen in time. Only the black smoke wafting from the hole in his head continued to drift slowly. A single arrow, and a life extinguished. On April 18, 2018, Chen Zishi, from 10 miles away, had felled Qin Huai with the dawn bow. Chapter 21. The wedding night in the expansive hotel suite, An eerie silence enveloped the room. The illustrious figures of Jiangzhou gazed with wide eyes, fixated upon the lifeless form of Qin Huai. Just moments ago, they had exuded vigor and confidence, poised to bring an end to Chen Zishi's life. Yet, in the blink of an eye, their heads were shattered. The charred wound, a gaping hole, was excruciatingly vivid. Present were the prominent elites of Jiangzhou, yet they trembled like mere ants, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. The esteemed king of Jiangzhou had met his demise in such a manner? Gulp! The assembly swallowed hard, their eyes brimming with horror. In Jiangzhou, those capable of rivaling Qin Huai were exceedingly few. They could scarcely fathom who could have struck him down with a single arrow without ever revealing themselves. Could it be the legendary Chen Zishi, Master Chen? What was that sinister flash of darkness moments ago? What caliber of expert was this Chen Zishi, capable of extinguishing a foundational master from over 10 miles away, leaving Qin Huai no chance to retaliate? Did this imply that the leadership of Jiangzhou had changed hands? As this realization dawned upon them, their hearts trembled in fear. They had cast aside Chen Zishi's invitation. Was it still possible to rush over? I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, one announced. Please continue. My wife has summoned me home. Another chimed in, I too must depart. There's no need to return the gifts, and I shan't require an invitation to Master Qin's funeral. In an instant, the once vibrant banquet room was devoid of guests, leaving only the lifeless body of Qin Huai. Meanwhile, Chen Zishi stood quietly, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips, his longbow resting elegantly at his side. The formidable aura that had just surged through the air now dissipated. Was this the might of the dawn bow? Lei Laohu stood, astonished, his gaze fixed on the scene before him, as though still reeling from the impact of the preceding arrow. Master Chen, to where did that arrow fly? Chen Zishi replied calmly, presumably, it pierced through Qin Huai's skull. What? Lei Laohu and Ma Tiquan stared at Chen Zishi in disbelief, convinced they had misheard. Had he truly perished? Wasn't Qin Huai situated over 10 kilometers away? Did that single arrow traverse such a distance to slay Jiangzhou's foremost master? Even the most elite sniper could not possess such extraordinary capability. Who in Jiangzhou could withstand Master Qin's piercing arrow? They pondered. From this day forth, the king of Jiangzhou shall be Master Chen. Those who had disrespected him would surely come to regret it now. Just then, a resounding cheer erupted from outside. Yang Kongsheng from the Yang Group congratulates Mr. Chen on his marriage. Zhang Dabiao from Zhang Pharmaceuticals congratulates Mr. Chen on his marriage. Li Desheng from the Li family congratulates Mr. Chen on his marriage. The sounds of congratulations from Jiangzhou's elite echoed from outside, as throngs of guests streamed into the once desolate wedding venue. The previously silent celebration burst into life, and Lei Laohu and Ma Tiquan exchanged incredulous glances at Chen Zishi as these dignitaries arrived. In that moment, they could ascertain with certainty that Qin Huai was indeed dead. Upon witnessing the terror reflected in their eyes, the two individuals felt a lingering trepidation. Fortunately, they stood alongside Chen Zishi. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be filled with regret at this moment. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, on your joyous union. Yang Kongsheng, representing the Yang Group, expressed his heartfelt wishes. Zhang Pharmaceutical extends its warmest congratulations to Mr. Chen for a swift arrival of a precious heir. Zhang Dapio promptly followed suit, stepping forward to offer his felicitations. As Chen Zishi regarded the esteemed figures before him, their expressions resembled that of frightened sparrows, suggesting that his previous arrow had indeed struck a chord of fear among them. Xiao Qian, are these prominent individuals your invited guests? Elderly emerged from backstage, surveying the bustling venue filled with guests, his face alight with excitement. The Li family, bolstered by the Ruoshui group, was considered a significant clan in Jiangzhou, yet they had not reached a level of universal acclaim. Thus, securing the presence of these distinguished individuals was no simple feat now. With these notable figures attending the wedding, Elder Li's countenance radiated with pride, marking a moment of vindication for him. Just mere spectators? Friends? They are hardly worthy, Chen Zishi chuckled lightly, displaying no regard for the powerful assembly before him. Indeed, sir. Although the atmosphere turned awkward, none dared to contradict him or reveal discontent. After all, Chen Zishi had slain the Wang of Jiangzhou, Qin Huai, thus justifying his elevated stance. However, the Li family could not afford to treat him with the same nonchalance. This was a prime opportunity to curry favor with Jiangzhou's elite, one they could not let slip by. Especially Ma Lili, who, upon hearing that many notable figures had arrived, hurried over only to catch sight of Chen Zishi's indifference. Chen Zishi, these guests are here for the sake of Ruoshui. What is your attitude? Ma Lili exclaimed, her eyes widening with displeasure. What are you still doing here? Hurry and attend to the guests. They do not require my attention, Chen Zishi replied softly. The instant his words fell, the guests' expressions shifted dramatically, hastily gesturing in protest. Today marks the joyous occasion of Mr. Chen and President Li. We are merely here to show our support and do not wish to impose on your hospitality. Indeed, we shall manage on our own. No need for trouble. Lily was momentarily taken aback, unable to continue chastising Chen Zishi. Truly, the magnanimity of such distinguished individuals was remarkable. Evidently, Ruoshui held significant weight in their eyes. With this thought, Ma Lily shot a fierce glare at Chen Zishi before turning to greet the guests with a smile. Chen Zishi maintained his usual demeanor. Not only these individuals, but even the celestial beings from his former life were few who warranted his personal attention. The Li family, however, was different. Each member glowed with pride. Initially fearing a lack of guests would tarnish the wedding's reputation, they were pleasantly surprised to find themselves surrounded by influential figures. This brought the Li family immense pride, indicating that the Ruoshui group indeed held a pivotal status in Jiangzhou. As evidenced by the attendance of such prominent guests at the wedding of Li Ruoshui Dai in a propitious hour, under the witness of Jiangzhou's elite, Chen Zishi and Li Ruoshui exchanged vows, culminating in a flawlessly executed traditional Chinese wedding. This was not only Li Ruoshui's aspiration, but also Chen Zishi's compensation for the incomplete wedding of his previous life. In her previous life, Li Ruoshui endured scorn and derision during her wedding. However, in this life, she is transformed into the object of envy and blessings from many. Given this fresh start, Chen Zishi is determined to ensure that everything unfolds differently. As night descends, Li Ruoshui sits upon the bridal bed. Surveying the wedding chamber she has meticulously arranged, a flicker of fatigue crossing her visage. Are you not going to explain today's events to me? Li Ruoshui inquires, taking a deep breath as she gazes at Chen Zishi seated on the floor. Explain what? Chen Zishi opens his eyes and responds. Explain how these guests suddenly appeared. As far as I know, they had no intention of attending our wedding, Li Ruoshui replies, her brow furrowed in concern. They fear me, so naturally, they dared not absent themselves. Chen Zishi muses with a faint smile. Fear you? She questions. Indeed, he affirms with an air of certainty. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshui's brow knits tighter, her heart stirring with slight displeasure. Although the wedding has been flawless, the overwhelming number of guests today seemed primarily drawn by the allure of the Ruoshui group, causing Chen Zishi to appear somewhat complacent. With a sigh, Li Ruoshui feels a wave of agitation wash over her. Chapter 22. The emission of qi, particularly as she observes Chen Zishi and his cultivation. A surge of inexplicable emotions wells up within her, tinged with a hint of disappointment. She had once held expectations for him, yet it now appears to be a mere figment of her imagination. Despite their legal union, their relationship remains unchanged. Lying in bed, her mind races with thoughts, and she wraps herself tightly in the covers, still perplexed as to why her grandfather insisted she marry Chen Zishi in the first place. With a long sigh, she resigns herself to her fate. Having wed, there is little else to be done. As for the life ahead, she shall take it one step at a time. Chen Zishi sits cross-legged on the floor, his internal energy circulating rapidly. Although he does not feel an immediate urgency for cultivation, he has developed a habitual practice, with daily meditation and energy refinement becoming essential to his routine. Suddenly, he perceives a faint, snoring sound. Within his palm, a butcher's knife materializes, spinning gracefully above his hand. Nurturing the knife. This is a ritual Chen Zishi performs in the quiet of night. The aura he emanates while doing so is greatly beneficial to Li Ruoshui. After a year of nurturing, the blade has grown increasingly sharp, yet he, a swordsman at heart, finds no sword worthy of his use within this realm. As he reflects, he calculates that Wang Shiyao should have returned to Jiangzhou by now. He must keep a close watch on her, for with the acquisition of the black gold mystic stone, he can forge a flying sword. With this thought, Chen Zishi suppresses his distractions, focusing intently on nurturing the knife. As the flow of energy around him intensifies. Meanwhile, Li Ruoshui, who had been frowning in concern, gradually relaxes as the aura emitted by Chen Zishi brings her a sense of comfort. The night passes swiftly. The following morning, Chen Zishi departs early, making his way towards the back mountain adjacent to their community, known as Qintuo Mountain, reputed to be the resting place of countless Buddhas. However, the specifics have long been lost to time. However, he recalled that in his previous life, someone had discovered a rare medicinal herb atop Mount Qintuo. Although he had little need for such a herb, having promised to assist Lei Laohu in restoring his dantian, this herb had become a necessity. Chen Zishi ascended the winding mountain path towards the summit. Although Mount Qintuo was not steep, It remained undeveloped, rendering it perilous for ordinary individuals, which accounted for the scarcity of visitors. Upon reaching the pinnacle, Chen Zishi observed two figures already present. One was a woman clad in a Tai Chi outfit, practicing her stances with fierce determination, while beside her sat an elderly man in his 60s, holding a three-leaf yellow flower, the very medicinal herb known as bone spirit grass. Regrettably, it had been claimed by someone else first. Chen Zishi shook his head at the sight. Since he was fated to be without this herb, there was no need to force the issue. The requirements for restoring his dantian were not particularly demanding, and bone spirit grass was not the optimal choice. Just as Chen Zishi prepared to turn away, he was suddenly halted by a sharp voice. "Stop right there." The girl, her brow furrowed and anger radiating from her eyes, demanded, "What do you mean by shaking your head? Do you look down upon my martial arts?" "Indeed, it is worthless," Chen Zishi replied, turning to face the furious girl, his tone flat and dismissive, which only served to further incite her rage. "You're seeking death," she bellowed, her face darkening as Chen Zishi had thoroughly provoked her. Clenching her fists, she advanced towards him, throwing a punch aimed directly at his face. With a whoosh, the swiftly thrown punch was accompanied by a deafening whistle, the surrounding air compressing and exploding with sound, clearly revealing the tremendous power behind it. Chen Zishi gazed impassively at the approaching fist, standing still without even a thought of evasion. Thud! The girl's fist stopped just an inch from his face, thwarted by an invisible wall of air. No matter how hard she exerted herself, she could not advance an inch further. The immense force vibrated the surrounding trees, causing them to rustle, while countless leaves were shaken loose. Falling like rain, bang! Chen Zishi's aura erupted, sending the girl hurtling backward, the displaced leaves transforming into a barrage of arrows shooting forth. Thud, thud, thud. The short leaves penetrated deeply into the wood. A single strand of her hair fell away, revealing the delicate curve of her earlobe beneath the severed tresses. Hiss! The girl's widened eyes reflected disbelief as she grasped the fallen hair, her fury morphing into profound astonishment. She acutely sensed that had her opponent chosen to do so, she could have easily been a lifeless corpse at that moment. The unleashed aura. How could someone so young possess such formidable strength? With a protective aura, a martial arts master. At that moment, the elderly man seated nearby gazed at Chen Zishi in shock. A young individual of such caliber was beyond the capabilities of his granddaughter, let alone himself. Unaware of the master's presence, "I apologize on behalf of my reckless granddaughter," he said, bowing his head in contrition. The elderly man spoke as he clasped his hands and bowed deeply, his demeanor exuding utmost sincerity. The prowess of Chen Zishi struck a chord of trepidation within him. Should this young master disregard his status and take action, the two of them would undoubtedly meet a bloody end, with no hope of survival. Chen Zishi cast a fleeting glance at the old man before turning to leave, indifferent to the presence of the elderly and the young. "Master, please stay." However, just as Chen Zishi took a step forward, he heard the old man call out from behind him. "What is it?" Chen Zishi turned, his gaze flashing with cold light. The repeated interruptions had already stirred his dissatisfaction, and a chilling aura of murderous intent suddenly emanated from him. The old man, enveloped by this terrifying presence, was filled with dread as he bowed and stammered, "Master, my granddaughter has just begun her journey in martial arts. I humbly request your guidance." Despite the fear gnawing at his heart, he steeled himself to plead for assistance, willing to risk everything for his granddaughter's future achievements. It was crucial to understand that the person before him was a martial arts master. A single word could benefit her for a lifetime, and any other thoughts were beyond his imagination. "I can offer her some pointers, but I require the flower you hold in your hand," Chen Zishi declared, gesturing towards the yellow flower in the old man's grasp. "On what grounds?" At that moment, the young girl suddenly stepped in front of the old man, glaring at Chen Zishi with defiance as she shouted, "This yellow flower is a genuine spiritual herb, worth its weight in gold. What will you do if I refuse to give it to you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Zishi merely smiled faintly, and in an instant, a flash of white light erupted. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated as a colossal tree, laden with leaves, came crashing down, its severed trunk gleaming like a polished mirror. What? Fear gripped their faces. Was that flash of white light a blade? Even the old man, with his strength, hadn't he perceived when Chen Zishi drew his sword? The speed of that draw had reached its zenith, let alone the cost of guidance. Should Chen Zishi have chosen to seize it forcefully, they would have had no chance to resist. "Here, take the spiritual herb willingly. I implore you to accept it, master." The old man, surnamed Guan, bowed deeply and raised the yellow flower high above his head to present it. Chapter 23. Wang Shiyao Chen Zishi cast a glance at the bowing elder, effortlessly taking the bone's spirit grasp before turning to depart. The technique devours the body, injuring the foundation. 3 days hence. Seek me at number 7, Jiangzhou Road. Chen Zishi's frigid voice lingered in the air. The once bowed elder grew even more apprehensive, yet his face betrayed an expression of excitement. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity for him. Grandfather, he is gone. Guanwani pouted, filled with discontent. She could not comprehend why her grandfather, as the head of the Guan family, would exhibit such deference to a young man. Even lowering his status, it was worth noting that the Guan family was a prominent clan in the capital. Not only in the small Jiangzhou but even in the capital, few could compel her grandfather to bend. Even if this Chen Zishi possessed formidable power, one man's strength was ultimately limited, and he could not possibly rival the esteemed families of the capital. Her grandfather had no need to act in such a manner. Wani, one must maintain a sense of reverence towards the strong. Do not act so recklessly in the future. Guan Lao straightened his posture, gazing at the receding silhouette in the distance, a sigh of relief blossoming within him. His granddaughter remained blissfully unaware of the formidable presence of a master, especially a master so young. Despite the strength of the Guan family, they would not dare to provoke such a martial arts adept lightly. Guanwani playfully stuck out her tongue, her gaze shifting towards the direction where Chen Zishi had vanished, her eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. At that moment, Chen Zishi had just ascended the mountain when he received a call from Su Qing. Chen Zishi, your first love, Wang Shiyao, has returned. Are you coming to her welcome banquet? Send me the address. Chen Zishi raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face. With Wang Shiyao back, it seemed the black gold mysterious stone would soon make its appearance. In no time, the address for the banquet was sent to him. Upon glancing at it, he promptly ordered a taxi to head towards the venue, the Emperor's Grand Hotel, a lavish establishment in Jiangzhou. It served as the premier gathering place for the affluent and the second-generation wealthy. It was said that a single table of food started at a minimum of 10,000 yuan, a symbol of status and wealth. Shiyao, Zhaogang heard you were back and specially booked the Emperor's Grand Hotel for your welcome. Su Qing winked at Wang Shiyao. The private rooms at the Emperor's Hotel required a minimum expenditure of 100,000 yuan and necessitated a member's recommendation to reserve. Without connections, even wealth could not secure a booking. Being able to dine in such an upscale hotel was a privilege granted only due to Shiyao's presence, a treatment befitting only our campus belle. The intentions of young Master Zhao were palpable, and surely Shiyao could sense them too. Within the opulent private room, several young women gushed in admiration, their eyes filled with envy as they beheld Wang Shiyao in her elegant gown. Thank you. Wang Shiyao glanced at Zhaogang, her delicate features adorned with a contented smile as she spoke softly. You really didn't have to go to such extravagance. You've spent too much. Zhaogang had once pursued Wang Shiyao during high school, but back then, she had chosen the more striking Chen Zishi. Reflecting on that choice now seemed rather foolish, although Zhaogang was not as handsome as Chen Zishi. His family background and personal capabilities were evidently superior. Such a man would make an ideal partner. Shiyao, please don't be so modest. Zhaogang waved dismissively. One of my buddies is the general manager here. Reserving a private room is just a matter of a word. Your happiness is what matters most. As his words fell, the attendees expressed their astonishment, especially the young women, their gazes towards Zhaogang growing increasingly fervent. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. Apologies for my tardiness. I was delayed by the taxi, Chen Zishi said softly. The crowd turned to the entrance, brows furrowing involuntarily as they beheld Chen Zishi, clad in casual attire, starkly contrasting with the elegantly dressed guests. Chen Zishi, he actually came. It appeared that Chen Zishi still held a lingering sentiment for Wang Shiyao, secretly keeping tabs on her, or else how would he know we were dining here? I have heard that Chen Zishi has fallen to the point of selling pork. It is rather audacious of him to appear in such a setting. Surely, the fare for his taxi could suffice for a day's earnings from selling pork. The classmates present began to whisper among themselves, their glances towards Chen Zishi laden with disdain. Now that everyone has departed from school, the criteria by which a person is judged are no longer mere appearances or eccentricities, but rather social status and wealth. In their eyes, Chen Zishi, as a pork vendor, evidently lacks the qualifications to share a table with them. Chen Zishi has arrived. Nevertheless, Su Qing disregarded the opinions of others and guided him to sit beside Wang Shiyao. She then leaned close to Chen Zishi and whispered, I have done my utmost. The rest is up to you. Wang Shiyao was immediately engulfed in embarrassment, with the accomplished Zhao Gang seated on her left and her former lover on her right, creating a palpable tension at the dining table. "Zhao Gang, you wouldn't mind having Chen Zishi here, would you?" Su Qing remarked with a smile, glancing at Zhao Gang's somber expression, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. Since he was here, he might as well take a seat. It was merely an additional pair of chopsticks, allowing Chen Zishi to experience the lifestyle of the affluent. A cold smirk crossed Zhao Gang's face. During their school days, he had often been bested by Chen Zishi, but now, having established a successful career and extensive connections, he was eager for an opportunity to exact revenge, and Chen Zishi had presented himself at just the right moment. Such a prime opportunity for retribution was not to be squandered. However, throughout the encounter, Chen Zishi did not cast a single glance in his direction, leaving Zhao Gang with an uncomfortable sensation akin to striking a fist against cotton, an exercise in futility. Chen Zishi turned to Wang Shiyao and softly inquired, "Are you leaving the country again this time?" "I'm not leaving. I will be developing my career domestically," Wang Shiyao replied politely, yet internally sighed, realizing that Chen Zishi still harbored feelings for her. Alas, their paths could never truly converge. A handsome exterior was of little consequence when paired with someone like Zhao Gang, who possessed both capability and connections, making him far more suitable for her. "Well, if you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me out," Chen Zishi said, nodding. He was blissfully unaware of Wang Shiyao's thoughts, focused solely on maintaining contact with her to be informed of the emergence of the coveted black gold mysterious stone. "Let us discuss it later," Wang Shiyao replied dismissively, for she did not believe she required any help, and if she did, it certainly wouldn't be from Chen Zishi, a mere pork vendor, while she was a returnee. Operating on an entirely different level, that moment, Zhao Gang suddenly rose, raising a filled wine glass and declared, "To celebrate Shiyao's return, I propose we all take a drink." With that, he downed the contents of his glass in one gulp, prompting those around him to rise in unison, echoing his sentiment as they emptied their cups. Once everyone had finished drinking, they found Chen Zishi comfortably seated, leisurely consuming his vegetables, showing no inclination to participate in the toast. "Chen Zishi, we are all drinking, and you simply sit there. Does that not seem a bit excessive? One ought to reflect upon their own standing before daring to sit alongside us. Such an honor is a fortune accrued from one's past life, and it is imperative that you cherish it. Young Master Zhao has proposed a toast, yet you dismiss him entirely, which is a blatant disregard for his presence." The onlookers, witnessing this affront, were instantly incensed, directing their scorn towards Chen Zishi, their disdain palpable. They had gathered for this welcoming feast primarily to foster camaraderie among classmates and to access greater resources. Yet Chen Zishi sat with his head bowed and eyes averted, as if oblivious to the proceedings around him. Does he not comprehend that even a mere sprinkle of water from those present could surpass his annual earnings? Wang Shiyao furrowed her brow, her heart heavy with disappointment. No wonder Chen Zishi had fallen to selling pork. With such a demeanor, it is arduous to survive in the professional realm, lacking an understanding of social niceties and failing to discern the hierarchy. A character like his is destined for failure. Only Su Qing maintained an air of nonchalance. This individual had shown no deference even to the formidable Lei Laohu, so why would he concern himself with these people? "Chen Zishi," Zhao Gang glared at him, his facial muscles twitching with angered. "It is a privilege for you to drink with me, and your attitude is a direct affront to my dignity. Though you believe that I could not ensure your inability to survive in Jiangzhou with a mere word?" The gravity of Zhao Gang's words shocked the crowd. They recognized that his fury was genuine. Should Chen Zishi fail to offer an apology, he would likely face dire consequences. After all, Zhao Gang's status had significantly elevated. Having established camaraderie with the esteemed general manager of the Emperor's corporation, he had acquired a position that was far beyond that of a mere pork seller like Chen Zishi. Wang Shiyao interjected with a furrowed brow. "Zhao Gang, we are classmates. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. Just let him raise a toast to you, and you may pardon him." With Chen Zishi's disposition, attending a class reunion seemed solely an invitation for conflict. Given their prior acquaintance, Wang Shiyao felt compelled to intervene. Zhao Gang sneered, "Very well, since the illustrious Wang de Banhua has spoken, I shall grant you this favor. As long as you down this bottle, I will overlook your previous behavior." He gestured towards the bottle of liquor before Chen Zishi, a hefty 2 jin. Should he truly consume it all, a trip to the hospital would be inevitable. "Overlook?" Chen Zishi scoffed. "I am at a loss to comprehend what I have done to warrant your forgiveness. Or do you believe yourself to be superior, entitled to humiliate me at will?" Zhao Gang snorted in agreement. "You are indeed correct in that assertion. I am above you. Today, you shall drink, whether you wish to or not." With that, Zhao Gang seized the bottle and approached Chen Zishi. The surrounding crowd watched with derision. Chen Zishi, do not be ungrateful. Young Master Zhao offers you a drink, and you dare refuse? They chuckled. By accepting this cup, you will become nothing more than young Master Zhao's lackey. For you, it would be a meteoric rise. Cultivate a good relationship with young Master Zhao, and you shall have ample opportunities to bask in his favor. Zhao Gang approached Chen Zishi, clutching a bottle of liquor, and forcefully pressed down on his shoulder. The onlookers wore expressions of amusement, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Wang Shiyao furrowed her brow, letting out a silent sigh. It was evident that Chen Zishi had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. In this gathering, Zhao Gang was clearly the focal point. To offend him would surely lead to dire consequences. Now, as he was about to be forced to drink, it seemed he would not dare to retaliate. However, just as Zhao Gang's hand made contact with Chen Zishi, an excruciating pain surged through his wrist. Ah! Zhao Gang screamed in agony, looking down to find that Chen Zishi had firmly seized his wrist. Let go of me, you bastard! With a slight increase in pressure, Chen Zishi effortlessly pinned Zhao Gang onto the table, causing him to break into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in pain. You enjoy drinking, do you? Here, allow me to toast you. Chen Zishi brandished the bottle of liquor and thrust it directly into Zhao Gang's mouth. The fiery liquor cascaded down his throat and into his stomach, choking him and bringing tears to his eyes as he flailed helplessly, unable to resist Chen Zishi's strength. Gulping sounds echoed as, in mere moments, the bottle was drained completely. Not bad. You have quite the capacity, Chen Zishi remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he withdrew the bottle. Zhao Gang, now on the floor, retched a few times before gritting his teeth and rising. Chen Zishi, you're asking for death. Zhao Gang's eyes burned with fury as he seized a chair from beneath him and swung it mercilessly towards the back of Chen Zishi's head. This blow was not to be taken lightly. If it connected, it could render him bedridden for the rest of his life. Watch out! Su Qing gasped, attempting to warn Chen Zishi, but it was too late. She could only manage to utter 2 words. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light dazzled the crowd, and before they could comprehend the situation, they witnessed the wooden chair in Zhao Gang's grip shatter into splinters, the fracture points unnaturally smooth, as if sliced by a razor's edge. With a resounding crack, Zhao Gang's strike missed entirely, and before he could react, a tremendous force struck his face, followed by a searing pain radiating throughout his body. The sharp sound of a slap reverberated in the ears of everyone present, as they stood in stunned silence, watching Zhao Gang being sent flying by Chen Zishi's hand. The door to the private room splintered apart, and Zhao Gang rolled out like a tumbling gourd, landing several meters away. Hiss! How brutal! The onlookers stared in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Their knowledge of Chen Zishi was rooted in their school days, when he was known for his brawls. After entering society, he had engaged in the butchery trade, giving them some insight into his violent nature. However, Zhao Gang's current status was vastly different from before. For Chen Zishi to beat him so mercilessly could lead to grave repercussions. Chen Zishi, how dare you lay hands on him? Zhao Gang will not let this go. It was a dire situation. Having offended Zhao Gang meant that Chen Zishi would find no safe haven in Jiangzhou. Even if he were to meet his end, it would be without a trace. What might have been settled over a bottle of liquor now threatened to exact a bloody toll. The individuals present instinctively recoiled from Chen Zishi, their minds racing with the realization of Zhao Gang's fury. Although Zhao Gang's family was merely a second-tier clan in Jiangzhou, it was not one that Chen Zishi could afford to provoke. Moreover, Zhao Gang shared a camaraderie with the general manager of the esteemed Dizun, a business under the formidable influence of the Guan family, whose power in Jiangzhou was nothing short of terrifying. Making a commoner vanish was merely a matter of a single word. Chen Zishi, perhaps you should leave first. I shall go and mediate with Zhao Gang. He may spare you some leniency out of respect for my father, Su Qing suggested gravely, her countenance reflecting her shock at how the situation had escalated, particularly at Chen Zishi's audacity to resort to violence. What a waste of a fine bottle of wine. Chen Zishi resumed his seat, casting a wistful glance at the dishes before him, as if the recent altercation paled in significance compared to the loss of a bottle of wine and a platter of food. How utterly hopeless, Wang Shiyao remarked with icy disdain. I have matters to attend to at my company, so I shall take my leave. You may continue here. With that, she turned on her heel and exited the private room, leaving the welcome banquet in disarray. Chen Zishi, too, would inevitably face repercussions. There was no point in remaining any longer. Chapter 25. I'll take a call. Barely had Wang Shiyao departed when Zhao Gang staggered back into the room, accompanied by a sharply dressed young man. The young man exuded an imposing aura, his expression as frigid as a winter's chill, and fury simmered in his eyes. Who is responsible for this? his hoarse, chilling voice pierced the air as his icy gaze swept across the assembly, his anger unmasked. The onlookers froze in astonishment. It was evident that this young man held a position of considerable authority, his formidable presence instilling fear. He was undoubtedly the general manager of Dizun, as Zhao Gang had mentioned. The crowd instinctively distanced themselves from Chen Zishi, who remained obliviously engrossed in his meal, prompting silent headshakes of disbelief. It was unclear whether he failed to grasp the gravity of the situation or was merely feigning composure. Ultimately, it mattered little. Chen Zishi was on the brink of punishment, and his fate promised to be dire. After all, the Guan family behind the Dizun Hotel was not one to be trifled with, and Chen Zishi, a mere swineherd, stood no chance. Guangu, it was all this brat's doing. I warned him that Dizun is your territory, yet he disregarded it entirely, Zhao Gang stammered. His words slurred as the effects of the recently consumed liquor took hold, flushing his face crimson. You dare to cause a ruckus and assault someone in my Dizun. You are obliged to provide me with a satisfactory explanation today. Guan Hongliang followed Zhao Gang's gesture, directing his gaze toward the nonchalant Chen Zishi. An explanation? Chen Zishi leaned back in his chair, his fingers delicately brushing his brow as he smiled. What sort of explanation do you seek? Should I kneel and prostrate myself in apology? When will it suffice for you to forgive my earlier indiscretion? Guan Hongliang took a few steps forward, positioning himself beside Chen Zishi, his eyes brimming with scorn. As his words lingered in the air, the onlookers reveled in schadenfreude, eager to witness how Chen Zishi would extricate himself from this predicament. The crowd erupted in derisive laughter, as if they could already envision the scene of Chen Zishi kneeling on the ground. After all, no one present dared to defy the words of the Guan family. Young Master Guan, Chen Zishi acted out of impulse. He did not intend to provoke the majesty of the emperor. My father is Su Wenolf, and I can compensate for the damages incurred by the hotel. I implore you to spare him this time. Yu Qing's expression grew grave as she gazed at Chen Zishi, urging him to apologize to young Master Guan so that the matter could be resolved amicably. Su Wenolf? Guan Hongliang cast a dismissive glance at Su Qing and scoffed. I am not acquainted with him. Today, no plea for mercy will be effective. Anyone daring to cause a disturbance in my emperor's hotel must kneel and apologize. Chen Zishi lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression as calm as still water, not even raising his eyelids to acknowledge Guan Hongliang. With a cold sneer, he retorted, just based on you? His words instantly silenced the entire hall, leaving everyone dumbfounded. How could this young man dare to speak to young Master Guan in such a manner? Su Qing's face paled at his words. She couldn't help but inwardly lament Chen Zishi's unwavering character. He had been the same when facing Lei Laohu that day, and now he was exhibiting that same defiance. Lei Laohu had refrained from stooping to his level due to his status, but young Master Guan, the general manager of the emperor, possessed no such patience. The onlookers sneered, realizing that Chen Zishi was truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. What could have been resolved with an apology now seemed unlikely to have a peaceful conclusion. Indeed, as Yi Xian's words faded, Guan Hongliang's expression darkened instantly, the muscles in his face twitching. You really are audacious, aren't you? Since you refuse to kneel, I shall assist you by breaking your legs. I am eager to see how long you can maintain this bravado in the emperor's hotel. When I say kneel, you shall kneel. With that, Guan Hongliang bent down to pick up a long stick from the ground, weighing it in his hand while wearing a sinister grin, and without further ado, he swung it towards Yi Xian. This very stick was a remnant of the chair that Chen Zishi had just shattered. No one in the crowd made a move to intervene. Instead, they appeared eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Zishi. Su Qing watched helplessly as Chen Zishi was about to be struck. She wished to warn him but feared incurring Guan Hongliang's wrath. Thus, she dared not utter a word. However, Chen Zishi remained oblivious, seated calmly in his chair. Guan Hongliang's smile grew more malevolent as he swung the stick down with increased force, convinced that this blow would surely shatter Chen Zishi's legs. Yet, just as the stick was about to make contact, a blinding flash of white light appeared before everyone's eyes, reminiscent of the moment the chair had been destroyed. Swish! The anticipated sound of bone breaking did not resonate. Instead, to their horror, they realized that Guan Hongliang had suddenly become shorter. The entirety of his legs below the knees vanished. This time, they finally discerned that Chen Zishi was wielding a butcheress knife, its blade reflecting a cold light like a mirror, utterly devoid of any bloodstains. How can this be? The onlookers gaped, their ears filled with the harrowing cries of anguish. Guan Hongliang stared vacantly at his severed legs as blood gushed from the wound, instantly staining the ground crimson. My leg! Guan Hongliang bellowed with a pallid face, Damn it! How dare you injure me? Do you know who I am? I will kill you. I absolutely will. He shouted for help. Where the hell have all the security guards gone? The scene was so harrowing that it left everyone present breathless, their gazes towards Chen Zishi filled with sheer terror. They could hardly fathom that Chen Zishi could be so ruthless. After all, this was a member of the Guan family. How could he so casually resort to violence? Was Chen Zishi truly prepared to throw away his life? Zhao Gang, too, trembled in fear at the unfolding spectacle. His previously intoxicated mind suddenly cleared. Chen Zishi, how dare you sever young Master Guan's legs? The Guan family is a formidable clan in Jiangzhou. Even my Zhao family would not dare to be reckless in their presence. You should incapacitate yourself. On account of our former camaraderie, I might be able to plead for leniency on your behalf, perhaps giving you a chance to salvage your life. Otherwise, the Guan family will ensure you meet an untimely demise. Upon hearing these words, the crowd snapped out of their shock, their eyes now filled with malice towards Chen Zishi. He had wounded the scion of the Guan family, and should the Guan family retaliate, they would all bear the brunt of it. They needed to devise a plan to punish Chen Zishi before the Guan family caught wind of the incident. Only then could they hope to escape unscathed. Young Master Zhao speaks wisely. Chen Zishi, you have offended the Guan family and lost your place in this world. I advise you to heed the suggestion and cripple yourself to save your life. Indeed, when the Guan family inquires, we can also speak favorably on your behalf, striving to obtain the Guan family's forgiveness. While you may lose your hands, at least you can preserve your life. We will assist you in the future. After all, we are classmates. Xu Qing's face was etched with anxiety as she whispered urgently, Chen Zishi, you must flee immediately. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to escape once the Guan family arrives. Suddenly, Chen Zishi's phone vibrated in his pocket. He glanced at Xu Qing and replied nonchalantly, there's no rush. I need to take this call first. Xu Qing nearly choked with frustration, her expression grim. At such a critical moment, he still had the presence of mind to answer a call instead of fleeing for his life. Chapter 26. The young lady of the Guan family. Upon answering, a melodious female voice emerged from the other end. Master Chen, Guan Wani said respectfully, my family has a Dizun hotel in Jiangzhou, and my grandfather wishes to invite you for a banquet. May I inquire when you would be available? I am currently at the Dizun hotel. Chen Zishi initially considered declining the invitation, but upon reflection, he decided that since he had accepted the bone spirit grass from them, it would be a simple matter to assist the grandfather and granddaughter with their dilemma. Thus, he relayed the location of his private room. Master Chen, please hold on. I will rush over right away, Guan Wani exclaimed before hastily making her way to the hotel. Initially, she had harbored doubts about Chen Zishi, but after witnessing his prowess, she was utterly convinced. Particularly after her grandfather's patient explanation, she finally recognized that Chen Zishi was an extraordinary recluse, likely capable of curing her grandfather's chronic ailments, which prompted her to arrange the banquet as an apology. However, she never anticipated that Master Chen was residing at the Emperor's hotel. Upon hearing this news, Guan Wani was overwhelmed with joy. It seemed that Master Chen had a remarkable connection with the Guan family. At that moment, Chen Zishi ended his phone call, only to find Xu Qing beside him, gazing at him with a face full of anxiety, her expression a mix of disappointment and frustration. Chen Zishi, even the ants strive to survive. How can you so readily abandon yourself? Instead of seizing the moment to escape, you are here making phone calls. Do you truly wish for your own demise? Xu Qing urged anxiously, having witnessed Chen Zishi's calm demeanor while on the phone, leading her to believe he had given up any chance of salvation. Rest assured, I am unscathed, Chen Zishi replied with a faint smile. Chen Zishi, the Guan family is far more formidable than the local powers of Jiangzhou. I have heard they hail from the capital. Such forces operate with extreme arrogance. Xu Qing could not help but continue her admonishment. The influence of the Guan family in Jiangzhou was undeniably overwhelming. While the Su family might still hold some sway among local factions, before the giant that was the Guan family, her father would have no standing whatsoever. Yixian, no matter how domineering they may be, they would not dare to act recklessly against me, Chen Zishi declared. Xu Qing frowned at his words. This Chen Zishi was utterly impervious to reason. The Guan family's might is immense. If they capture you, the consequences will be dire. They will not engage in rational discourse. With a nonchalant smile, Yixian replied, if they do not wish to reason, then they shall simply be eliminated. Xu Qing shook her head in disbelief, feeling that Chen Zishi was beyond redemption. Even in such a precarious situation, he still feigned calmness in a bid to preserve his pride. She could hardly comprehend how someone of his humble background as a butcher could possibly confront a force as colossal as the Guan family. That moment, the security personnel of the Emperor's hotel rushed in. and upon witnessing their general lying in a pool of blood with both legs severed, their expressions turned grave. Everyone must remain here. No one is permitted to leave. The security swiftly organized a lockdown of the scene, while several medical personnel tended to Guan Hongliang's wounds. He was now so weak that he could barely utter a sound, his fierce gaze fixated on Yixian's retreating figure. Now, there was no opportunity to flee. It was merely a matter of awaiting the arrival of the Guan family to deal with him. Chen Zishi, if you seek your own demise, we shall not intervene. However, when the Guan family inquires, do not implicate us in your folly. This is solely your doing and has nothing to do with us. The expressions of the surrounding classmates were notably grim. Chen Zishi's actions could very well endanger them all, instilling a profound sense of unease within their hearts. Should the Guan family become enraged over this incident, everyone present would be implicated and face the consequences. The thought sent chills through them, and their gazes toward Yixian intensified with resentment. Two security guards approached Chen Zishi cautiously, ready to detain him to prevent any escape amidst the chaos. Yet, Chen Zishi remained composed, sitting at the dining table and leisurely sampling the exquisite dishes before him, unperturbed even by the presence of the guards. As he had stated, the mundane pleasures of life were indeed part of one's cultivation. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, refrained from mockery. Let him enjoy this final meal. Perhaps Chen Zishi was already aware that he would have no further opportunity to indulge in such lavish feasts. That moment, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance of the private room. A figure clad in flowing white swiftly entered, her enchanting silhouette and exquisitely beautiful features resembling that of a celestial being, instantly capturing the attention of all present. A rare beauty indeed. The same thought arose in the hearts of those in attendance. As Guan Wani stepped into the room, she was met with a scene of blood strewn across the floor, prompting her to furrow her brow and inquire, "What is the meaning of this?" Today was a momentous occasion, a grand banquet in honor of Master Chen. If such an incident were to affect his mood, the repercussions for the Guan family would be incalculable. In response to the young lady's query, the security guard reported, "General Manager Guan has been grievously injured in the legs by this villain, but we have managed to subdue him." Following the guard's gesture, Guan Wani's expression drastically changed as she hurried forward, her complexion paling. The eldest daughter? This exquisitely beautiful woman was, in fact, the eldest daughter of the Guan family. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, but as they turned to see Chen Zishi, a flicker of pity crossed their faces. Especially Zhao Gang, whose excitement was palpable. Chen Zishi had brought him great humiliation, and now he awaited the moment of retribution from the Guan family with bated breath. To dare to assault someone within the Imperial Hotel, particularly the general manager, was akin to striking the Guan family itself, undermining their authority. The Guan family would surely employ the most ruthless methods to punish him. Only in doing so could they salvage their dignity. However, get away. Guan Wani scolded the two security guards with a dark expression. This unexpected scene left the guards perplexed, and they reluctantly stepped away from Yixian. "Sir, if the service at the Imperial Hotel has not met your expectations, we sincerely apologize. I shall ensure the offending staff are dealt with severely. Please accept my apologies." Guan Wani bowed deeply, her demeanor exceedingly sincere. Chen Zishi merely grunted in acknowledgement, offering no further comment. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished, especially those classmates who had anticipated witnessing Chen Zishi's punishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Chen Zishi had indeed severed the legs of the general manager. As the eldest daughter of the Imperial Hotel, shouldn't she stand up for her own and punish the perpetrator? Even if it meant dismembering him, an eye for an eye, a leg for a leg. How could the daughter of the Imperial Hotel go so far as to apologize to the assailant? Countless onlookers felt as though they had swallowed a fly, particularly in light of Chen Zishi's nonchalant demeanor, which made them want to retch with frustration. "Young lady, this man has severed Brother Guan's legs. You." Zhao Gang inhaled deeply, suppressing his confusion, unable to refrain from stepping forward to remind her. "What gives you the right to speak here?" Guan Wani cast a cold glance at Zhao Gang, then reprimanded. "Get out." Chapter 27. By what right? Zhao Gang, momentarily taken aback by her rebuke, stubbornly persisted, "Young lady." However, before he could finish his sentence, Guan Wani's figure vanished in an instant, and the sharp sound of a slap echoed in the air. Smack! Zhao Gang had yet to comprehend the situation, only feeling a searing pain radiating from his right cheek. In an instant, he was propelled into the air, sent flying 2 or 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The onlookers were astonished to discover that Guan Wani had taken Zhao Gang's place, and it was she who had sent him sprawling. A collective gasp echoed among the spectators. How could the seemingly delicate young lady display such ferocity? I won't have you instructing me in my affairs, Guan Wani declared, casting a cold, piercing glance at Zhao Gang. This slap serves as a reprimand for your reckless words. Should it happen again, I shall not be so lenient. Zhao Gang lay crumpled on the ground, clutching his swollen face, his eyes filled with terror. He nodded fervently, signaling his understanding, yet dared not utter another word. Please, sir, do step this way. Guan Wani's expression shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly gentle and respectful. Her face adorned with a radiant smile, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Chen Zishi nodded, and under Guan Wani's guidance, they departed the private room, leaving the remaining spectators exchanging bewildered glances, their minds swirling with shock and confusion. Zhao Gong's face was swollen to the point of resembling that of a pig, his eyes ablaze with suppressed fury. He felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. As the scion of a respectable second-tier family, how could he be deemed inferior to Chen Zishi, a mere swineherd, in the eyes of the Guan family's young lady? What warranted such an affront? Chen Zishi possessed nothing but a handsome visage. He lacked wealth and influence, and in no aspect could he possibly surpass Zhao Gang. Seething with frustration, Zhao Gang dared not voice his anger. The Emperor's Hotel had maintained an excellent reputation for over a decade, a standing attributed to the Guan family's approach to business. Indeed, at the Emperor's, customer experience took precedence above all. Any dissatisfaction was deemed a failing on their part. Chen Zishi had narrowly avoided calamity, likely due to Guan Wani's desire to preserve the hotel's long-standing reputation. Otherwise, how could a mere swineherd command such deference from the Guan family? The onlookers pondered this for a while and ultimately discerned a plausible explanation. Upon articulating this reasoning, it garnered unanimous agreement among those present. While they felt indignant on Zhao Gong's behalf, they could not help but marvel at Chen Zishi's extraordinary fortune. Alas, it was a pity that Guan Hongliang had his legs severed. Even if reattached, he would remain disabled. Fu Qing watched Chen Zishi's retreating figure, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Among their peers, only she had interacted with him the most, sensing a distinct change in him. It was as if he harbored a disdain for all things. Yes, disdain. Chen Zishi appeared unfazed by any matter, treating everything with indifference, yet he managed to handle affairs with remarkable competence. Meanwhile, Guan Wani had led Chen Zishi to the most opulent private room in the Emperor's Hotel, a space typically not open to the public, reserved exclusively for the hotel's elite members. Most of these rooms remained closed, utilized solely by the Guan family to host significant guests. Today marked the second occasion for its use. The first had been to entertain the former king of Jiangzhou, Qin Huai, who had since met his demise at the hands of Chen Zishi's arrow. They pushed the door open and entered. The spacious private room is adorned with unparalleled opulence. At its center lies a round table lavishly laden with an abundance of exquisite dishes, representing the pinnacle of imperial banquet cuisine. Guan Demon sits poised, awaiting the arrival of Chen Zishi, his expression devoid of any impatience. The moment Chen Zishi steps into the room, Guan Demon hastily rises from his seat to greet him at the entrance, exhibiting an attitude of utmost reverence. Should this scene be witnessed by outsiders, it would surely leave them astounded, for in the entire Jiangzhou, there are scarcely 3 individuals who could elicit such deference from the venerable Guan. Master Chen, I am honored, Guan Demon respectfully remarks, performing the bowing ritual of a junior, despite his age being sufficient to be Chen Zishi's grandfather. He feels no hint of awkwardness in this act. Please rise, Chen Zishi replies with a gracious nod, taking his place at the head of the table. Guan Demon stands by his side with hands clasped behind his back, resembling a nervous schoolboy, which is an exceedingly comical sight. Guan Wani, observing this, feels a twinge of dissatisfaction in her heart. Although it is said that the worthy in martial arts are deserving of respect, she believes her grandfather is being overly subservient. Even if Chen Zishi is a master of martial arts, their Guan family should not be so obsequious. However, when she considers her grandfather's health, she opts for silence. If Chen Zishi can indeed cure her grandfather's ailment, then a momentary humility would be worth it. Speak plainly. I abhor beating around the bush, Chen Zishi states calmly. Guan Demon, with a demeanor of utmost respect, responds, Master Chen, my granddaughter Wani has only just embarked upon her martial arts journey, and her progress in cultivating our family's techniques has been as slow as a tortoise's crawl. I kindly ask for your guidance. Chen Zishi lifts his gaze to meet Guan Demon's, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replies, I will accept a spirit bone grass from you, in return for assisting with one matter. However, your family's techniques are flawed and ill-suited for a female practitioner. I can either help you improve the techniques or provide individual guidance to your granddaughter. You may choose one, and it will offset the gift of the medicinal herb. Guan Demon, upon hearing this, is overjoyed. Guan Wani is the most talented among the third generation of the Guan family, and with the guidance of a master, her progress would surely be rapid. Yet, Guan Wani, standing to the side, appears displeased, casting a dissatisfied glance at Chen Zishi. Master Chen, as a martial arts master, offering guidance to a junior should be a matter of course, especially considering we are presenting you with a medicinal herb of immense value. Why do you insist on making us choose between the two? Is this not beneath your dignity as a master? Chen Zishi furrows his brow slightly. If you are unwilling, the spirit bone grass can be reclaimed. With that, he places the herb upon the table, not anticipating that it would cause such a stir. Had he known it would lead to so much trouble, he would have ignored the situation altogether. Guan Demon's expression darkens upon this, and he admonishes, Wani, you must not be disrespectful. Faced with her grandfather's stern countenance, Guan Wani swallows her retort, refraining from further comments. Guan Demon then continues, Master Chun, once the medicinal herb is given, it is not proper to take it back. My granddaughter has been spoiled since childhood. I hope you will not hold it against her. As for your offer, I am more than willing to choose the guidance for Wani's cultivation. Chen Zishi, dismissing the matter, reclaims the spirit bone grass and then fixes his gaze upon Guan Wani, assessing her from head to toe. At this moment, Guan Wani felt a jolt within her. Chen Zishi's gaze made her exceedingly uncomfortable, as though he could see through her very being. Fortunately, Chen Zishi's stare lingered only for a brief moment before he averted his eyes. Otherwise, Guan Wani would have undoubtedly shouted pervert. However, the swiftness with which Chen Zishi turned away only intensified her dissatisfaction. Was it possible that her figure was inadequate, failing to capture his attention? This thought left Guan Wani feeling vexed, causing her to cast an even more unkind glance at Chen Zishi. The martial arts techniques of the Guan family primarily focus on the yang meridians, which are more suited for men of a masculine disposition. Chen Zishi picked up a chopstick, dipped it in a bit of wine, and began to sketch on the tabletop. Before long, a rudimentary diagram of the meridians appeared. Guan Demon's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing this, as the meridian chart depicted the very cultivation path of the Guan family's techniques. How could he ascertain the operational pathway of the technique with merely a glance at his granddaughter? Was this truly the skill of a master? Indeed, it was beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. A surge of admiration for Chen Zishi welled up within Guan Demon, who felt increasingly grateful for his earlier decision, having not missed the opportunity to engage with a master. Transforming the 3 yang meridians into 3 yin meridians and primarily cultivating the Taiyin pathway will allow the female warriors of the Guan family to enhance their training speed without the fear of bodily explosion, Chen Zishi declared before rising to leave the private room. The matter had been resolved, and the agreement with the Guan family had been fulfilled, rendering further presence unnecessary. As for whether the Guan family would believe it, or whether they could successfully cultivate it, that was no longer his concern. Guan Demon stared in astonishment at the diagram on the table. These 2 hastily drawn meridian charts had flawlessly addressed all of Guan Wani's training dilemmas. Originally, the Guan family's techniques were exclusive to men, but now, with Chen Zishi's modifications, the women of the family could also practice, and at an accelerated pace. The value of this technique far surpassed that of a rare medicinal herb. Guan Demon etched the Taiyin meridian chart firmly into his memory, exhaling a breath of relief, his eyes glinting with joy. It was only then that he realized Chen Zishi had already vanished. Grandfather, he left long ago. You've been dawdling here for an hour. Chen Zishi has not guided me at all. We have been deceived, Guan Wani exclaimed bitterly, her heart filled with resentment at the thought of the invaluable herb being taken from her grasp. Do not speak such nonsense. Guan Demon shot a glare at his granddaughter, his expression grave. Master Chen has bestowed a life-altering grace upon our Guan family. Should we be fortunate enough to encounter him again, we must show him the respect befitting a junior. Yes, Guan Wani replied, startled. It was the first time she had witnessed her grandfather in such a manner. Despite her myriad of objections, she dared not defy his command. After leaving the Dizun Hotel, Chen Zishi hailed a cab back home. It was now after working hours, yet Li Ruoshui had yet to return. Feeling somewhat bored, Chen Zishi made his way to the courtyard. Settling into a wicker chair and gently rocking back and forth, he reflected on how delightful life on Earth was, in stark contrast to the celestial realm, where one fought tooth and nail for resources to cultivate. Several hours had elapsed when Chen Zishi, seated in a rattan chair, abruptly opened his eyes. Li Ruoshui had returned. Yet upon witnessing her exhausted demeanor, he felt a twinge of sympathy. I'm going to sleep. Li Ruoshui uttered weakly as she entered the bedroom, and without further ado, she burrowed under the covers, for the first time without any guard against him. Chen Zishi tucked the blanket around Li Ruoshui and, observing her haggard countenance, furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared he needed to pay more attention to her company. If anyone dared to harbor ill intentions, they would face dire consequences. Chen Zishi was not well acquainted with Li Ruoshui's business. In his previous life, he had immersed himself in martial arts, seldom concerning himself with mundane affairs. In this new life, having just been reborn, he had been preoccupied with butchering pigs and selling meat, leaving him little time to care. Sweet dreams. Chen Zishi's lips curled into a faint smile as he settled cross-legged on the floor, the pig-killing knife hovering in his palm, its nurturing essence enveloping Li Ruoshui and gradually enhancing her constitution. The following day, Chen Zishi set out early to procure breakfast. However, upon his return, he discovered that Li Ruoshui had already departed. He consumed 2 servings of breakfast alone, pondering what pressing matters could occupy her at Ruoshui Group that she hadn't even had time to eat. After finishing his meal, Chen Zishi suddenly recalled that Li Ruoshui had previously suggested he find a proper job, and he also needed to keep an eye on the developments surrounding the black gold Xian stone. It would be prudent to seek employment at Wang Shiyao's company. Contemplating this, Chen Zishi retrieved his phone and called Su Qing. In which company does Wang Shiyao work? Upon hearing Chen Zishi's inquiry, Su Qing immediately sensed something unusual and proceeded to elaborate on the information she possessed. She is with Tangshi Group. It is said that Tangshi highly values Wang Shiyao's talents and went to great lengths to recruit her from a large overseas company. Chen Zishi, you haven't given up, have you? Are you planning to chase her at her workplace? Su Qing cautioned. I must advise you that Tangshi Group is not something comparable to Zhao Gang's company. So please tread carefully. Listening to Su Qing's incessant chatter, Chen Zishi, not wishing to hear more, abruptly ended the call. Now that he was aware of Wang Shiyao's location, it was time to pursue employment, as he could not afford to miss out on the black gold Xian stone. Arriving at Tangshi Building, he surveyed his surroundings and fixated on the security room. This location offered the best vantage point, as all employees had to pass through it, making it ideal for monitoring Wang Shiyao's movements. Chen Zishi pushed open the door to the security room and entered, declaring, I wish to work here. Inside the room sat several burly men clad in security uniforms. One of them glanced up and replied nonchalantly, for interviews, go to the Human Resources Department. This is the security department and not where interviews are conducted. I do not wish to interview. I want to be a security guard, Chen Zishi asserted. The man who had spoken previously rose from his chair and approached Chen Zishi, his imposing figure exuding an air of intimidation. Even for a security position, you must interview. Kid, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Zishi frowned, having not anticipated that becoming a security guard would be such a troublesome endeavor. Surely, there must be a simpler way? The burly security chief chuckled, there are indeed simple methods. As long as you can land a hit on me, I, the captain of the security team, can readily accept you. Do you find that simple enough? Quite simple, Chen Zishi nodded, the furrowed lines of his brow easing. Had he spoken thus earlier, he would already be a security guard by now. The others in the security room were momentarily taken aback by Chen Zishi's words, instinctively scratching their ears before erupting into hearty laughter. Did I hear that correctly? This kid dares to challenge the captain? One exclaimed. Kid, our captain is a veteran special forces soldier. With those spindly arms and legs of yours, be wary of getting them broken. Another chimed in his military days, he was a 3-time champion in combat competitions. A captain like him could take on 10 of you. The security captain's face broke into a smug grin. Kid, I could let you have a punch or a kick, provided you can. His words trailed off as he noticed Chen Zishi striding toward him, hand outstretched to pat his shoulder. In ambush, the captain scoffed, raising his arm to deflect Chen Zishi's advance. But before he could make contact, he was suddenly sent flying backward. Bang! The security captain found himself slumped in his chair, his eyes wide with terror, unable to comprehend how the seemingly frail Chen Zishi possessed such formidable strength. He realized that Chen Zishi had no intention of harming him. Otherwise, he would likely be facing the Grim Reaper by now, rather than sitting there unscathed. Even the chair remained intact, as if he had never stood up at all. Such control over such terrifying power truly existed. The laughter in the security room abruptly ceased. All eyes were glued to the nonchalant Chen Zishi, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, struggling to swallow. How could this be? This kid's physique was in no way comparable to the captain's. How could a mere push send the captain flying? Who exactly was this individual? Those who had mocked Chen Zishi hastily lowered their heads, fearing retribution. If even the captain was no match for him, how could they stand a chance? Chen Zishi casually pulled over a chair, selecting a position with the best view, and sat back, his gaze fixed on the passing employees. By his calculations, in his previous life, Wang Shiyao had acquired the black gold mysterious stone just in the past few days. He absolutely could not miss this opportunity. The security captain managed to rise from his chair, regarding the now focused Chen Zishi with an embarrassed expression, and approached him tentatively. Little brother, may I know your name? Chen Zishi, Brother Chen. Although you have bested me, per protocol, you still need to go through a personnel interview to officially take up your post. Chen Zishi turned to look at the security captain, his eyes devoid of any emotion. The captain felt an involuntary shiver run through him and quickly bowed, apologizing. Brother Chen, I was merely boasting earlier. Though I am the security captain, I do not possess the authority to hire employees. If you bypass the proper procedures, you will not receive your salaried. At this moment, the security captain felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation and profound regret for his earlier bravado, fervently hoping that Chen Zishi would not hold his arrogance against him. Who could have anticipated that a champion of the military district's triannual competition would find himself outclassed by a mere youth? He had already braced himself for a brutal beating at the hands of Chen Zishi, for he knew that he would also be incensed if subjected to such mockery. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, with the surrounding security personnel holding their breath, acutely aware that Chen Zishi might unleash his fury. However, Chen Zishi did not even glance back, calmly stating, I do not require a salaried. No salary? Then what brings you here to work? The security guards gazed in astonishment at Chen Zishi's retreating figure, noticing that he remained fixated on the window, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Upon hearing these words, the captain felt a mix of shock and relief, a sudden sense of having narrowly escaped disaster, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Brother Chen, please feel free to work here. My name is Cheng Dabiao. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you. You may return to your duties. Do not disturb me. Understood. Cheng Dabiao, sensing the situation, retreated to his seat, his gaze lingering on Chen Zishi, filled with curiosity about the young man's true intentions for being there. The other security guards observed Chen Zishi with intrigue, considering him an eccentric. As time passed without any remarkable actions from Chen Zishi, their interest gradually waned. Cheng Dabiao shook his head, relaxing his vigilance. As long as Chen Zishi did not pose a threat to the organization, he could remain as he wished. At that moment, Master Shun. All the personnel in the security room rose to their feet, respectfully bowing to a young man entering. Only Chen Zishi remained seated, his expression unperturbed, appearing entirely unconcerned. This scene immediately captured the young man's attention. Frowning, he approached Chen Zishi, his proud demeanor radiating coldness. Why do you not rise and pay your respects upon my arrival? Chen Zishi waved his hand dismissively. Move aside. Do not obstruct my view. A collective gasp echoed from the surrounding security guards. How dare Chen Zishi speak to Master Shan in such a manner? The repercussions would surely be dire. Shen Wenjie's handsome visage darkened as he regarded Chen Zishi with icy disdain. This insolent youth not only disrespected him but had the audacity to wave him away like a bothersome fly. Did he not realize that Shen Wenjie was the young master of the Tangshi, wielding the power over the fate of every employee? Young Master Shen, he is new and unfamiliar with the rules. Please overlook his rudeness, Cheng Dabiao interjected obsequiously, then turned to Chen Zishi. Brother Chen, this is our young master from Tangshi, who holds the fate of all employees in his hands. It is only proper that we show him our gratitude and respect. Chen Zishi nodded lightly in acknowledgement, yet he still had no intention of rising to pay his respects. Cheng Dabiao's face twitched, anxiety flooding his mind. Chen Zishi's stubbornness left him feeling utterly helpless. Brother Chen, hasten to rise and pay your respects to the young master, seeking his forgiveness. He is not one to hold grudges. He is unworthy. Upon hearing this, Cheng Dabiao's expression shifted dramatically. Brother Chen, heed my advice. To offend young Master Shen will bring you immense trouble. Chen Zishi replied with a faint smile. If they seek trouble with me, let them be dealt with accordingly. Shen Wenjie's countenance darkened to an extreme. It was the first time he had been so blatantly disregarded, and what infuriated him most was that the one dismissing him was merely a lowly security guard from his own company. Young man, since you work at Tangshi, I, Shen Wenjie, hold dominion over your every move. I command you to kneel and apologize. Should you comply, I may allow you to remain in your position. Otherwise, mark my words, not only in Tangshi, but throughout the entire Jiangzhou, with a mere utterance from me, there shall be no place for you to stand. The onlookers gasped in shock, realizing that young Master Shan was genuinely enraged, instinctively glancing towards Chen Zishi, pondering whether he would indeed kneel. Although Chen Zishi was formidable in combat, he could hardly contend with the might of the Tangsher group. After all, an arm cannot twist a thigh. Yet, Chen Zishi stood, surveying his surroundings as if searching for something, furrowing his brow and remarking, "It is already past the end of the workday. Why is Wang Shiryao yet to arrive?" Cheng Dabiao felt utterly despondent. He finally understood why Chen Zishi had forsaken his wages to become a security guard. It was solely to see Director Wang. However, one must discern the appropriate timing for such pursuits. To offend young Master Shen could cost him his very life. Yet he still had the leisure to ponder such trivial matters. Shen Wenjie chuckled coldly. "Does Wang Shiryao even know someone of your insignificance? Since you refuse to kneel, I shall assist you." With that, a sinister glint flashed across Shen Wenjie's face. "You lot, break his legs." The security guards' expressions changed instantly. They were acutely aware of Chen Zishi's formidable prowess in combat, and even altogether, they might not be his match. However, to preserve their jobs, they could not defy young Master Shen's orders and steel themselves to approach Chen Zishi. "Chen Zishi, what brings you here?" Just then, a clear voice laced with curiosity rang out, and the enchanting figure of Wang Shiryao appeared at the door of the security room. Chapter 30. You are a madman. The appearance of Wang Shiryao instantly captured the attention of everyone in the security room, and the guards looked at Chen Zishi with envy. This lad is indeed fortunate to know such a stunning woman. Indeed, she has graced this place. Chen Zishi beamed upon seeing Wang Shiryao approach. The wait of the afternoon had not been in vain. At that moment, the sinister expression on Shen Wenjie's face vanished as he hastily stepped forward. "Director Wang, what a coincidence." As these words escaped his lips, the guards were left in astonishment. This breathtaking woman was none other than the renowned Director Wang, who had recently joined the company. Wang Shiryao, reputed for her unparalleled beauty that captivated Jiangzhou, her name had long since echoed throughout the Tangsher group, even causing the young Master Shen Wenjie to be utterly infatuated, desperately pursuing her. However, what they had not anticipated was that Director Wang was indeed acquainted with the newly arrived Chen Zishi, and it appeared that they were quite familiar with each other. No wonder Chen Zishi was willing to forego his salary and insisted on working as a security guard here. If it were them, they would not only demand a salary but would even be willing to pay to be in such a position. Young Master Shen was also present. Having just finished work and preparing to head home, he spotted a classmate and exchanged greetings. Wang Shiryao wore a gentle smile, being exceedingly courteous to Shen Wenjie. After speaking, she frowned and turned to Chen Zishi, inquiring once more, "Chen Zishi, you still haven't informed me how you came to be here?" With a light-hearted tone, Chen Zishi replied, "I am here as a security guard." Upon realizing that Chen Zishi truly knew Wang Shiryao, Shen Wenjie felt an inexplicable surge of anger. "Since you claim to be the security guard here, you must pay your respects upon seeing me. Given your earlier rudeness, kneel and apologize now." He then turned to Cheng Dabiao, saying, "Are you not keen on managing your security team anymore? Is this how you oversee your subordinates?" Cheng Dabiao shuddered at the words and hurriedly explained, "Young Master Chen Zishi just started today, and he mentioned he didn't want a salary, so I did not take him for personnel registration." He then frantically gestured to Chen Zishi, urging him to submit and apologize, but Chen Zishi completely ignored him. Hearing this, Wang Shiryao furrowed her brow, thinking, "After all these years, he still hasn't let go of me. He even came here to work as a security guard for free because of me. Now that their statuses are worlds apart, it is utterly impossible for them to be together again. However, I cannot simply stand by and watch him be bullied." With this in mind, a bright smile spread across Wang Shiryao's face as she addressed Shen Wenjie. "Young Master Shen, he is my classmate. Could you, for my sake, let him off this time? I will ensure he offers you a sincere apology." Upon hearing her sweet voice, Shen Wenjie felt a delightful shiver course through him, as if electrified. He chuckled. "Of course, I must give Director Wang face. As long as he apologizes, I can let him off. I won't break his legs." Shiryao thanked Shen Wenjie profusely. With a playful laugh, Wang Shiryao turned to Chen Zishi and continued, "Chen Zishi, this is where I can assist you. Quickly apologize to young Master Shen. He is not someone you can afford to offend." Chen Zishi smiled slightly. "Today I am in a good mood. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I may overlook your disrespect." Soon as these words left his mouth, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape as they stared at Chen Zishi as if he were a fool. Did he even realize whom he was addressing? Wang Shiryao had secured him an opportunity, yet he not only failed to seize it, but also dared to threaten Shen Wenjie. Was he not valuing his own life? Wang Shiryao's expression shifted dramatically. "Chen Zishi, how dare you speak like that? Quickly apologize to young Master Shen. If you anger him, Even I will be unable to protect you." Nevertheless, Chen Wanjia's face darkened as he bellowed. "No need for an apology. Today, I must break his legs. I wish to see whether his mouth is tougher or his bones." Upon encountering Wang Shiyao, Chen Wenjie coldly declared, "Whoever dares to obstruct me today shall become my enemy." The words that were poised on Wang Shiyao's lips were instantly stifled. Though she wished to prevent any harm from befalling Chen Zishi, she was even more reluctant to offend Chen Wenjie. Her own young master, witnessing her silence, Chen Wenjie revealed a satisfied smile. In the realm of Tangshi, he was akin to a deity, unchallenged by anyone. Today, his authority had been provoked, and he felt it imperative to make it known what the consequences of such defiance would entail. Grasping a police baton from the nearby table, he swung it forcefully toward Chen Zishi's knee. Should this strike land with full force, it would obliterate the kneecap, condemning him to a life confined to a wheelchair. The onlookers, witnessing Chen Wenjie's brutal intent, cast sympathetic glances toward Chen Zishi. They were aware of Chen Zishi's formidable prowess, yet seeing him remain motionless made it evident that he dared not retaliate. After all, enduring a beating might result in merely a broken leg, but striking back could very well cost him his life. Wang Shiyao shook her head in resignation. She had exerted every effort to assist Chen Zishi, and now, should he suffer the fate of a shattered leg, he could only blame himself for inviting such calamity upon his own head. A dull thud reverberated through the air, prompting the crowd to instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending cruelty. However, as a scream pierced the silence, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Chen Wenjie's baton had fallen into Chen Zishi's grasp. To their astonishment, it was Chen Wenjie, the young master of Tangshi, who lay on the ground, writhing in agony. How dare he? How could Chen Zishi have the audacity to break Chen Wenjie's legs? The spectators gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief. "My legs!" Chen Wenjie howled in torment. His knees shattered beyond recognition, bone shards protruding grotesquely from the flesh, exposed to the air as he rolled helplessly on the ground. Wang Shiyao, emerging from her shock, she gazed at Chen Wenjie, who lay on the ground, his face pallid and contorted in pain, incredulously exclaiming, "You have injured young Master Chen. You have created a grave disaster. Do you not realize? The entire Tangshi group belonged to the Shen family, whose assets exceeded a staggering 100 billion, a veritable first-class family in Jiangzhou. You, a mere butcher, have broken young Master Shen's legs. Prepare for the retribution of the Shen family." Wang Shiyao shouted in a frenzy, on the verge of collapse. Young Master Shen had recently been courting her, and her dreams of marrying into a wealthy family were shattered in an instant by Chen Zishi's reckless action. Not only had her aspirations been dashed, but she could also find herself entangled in the ensuing turmoil. If the Shen family pursued vengeance, she would not escape unscathed. With a calm smile, Chen Zishi replied, "Convey to the Shen family that if they desire vengeance, they should be swift and decisive. I am not one for complications." "You are utterly mad." Wang Shiyao, incensed by Chen Zishi's nonchalant demeanor, could no longer contain herself, hastily organizing security personnel to transport Chen Wenjie to the hospital. Upon witnessing the panic departure of those around him, Chen Zishi mused that Wang Shiyao, heading to the hospital, would likely not encounter Heijin Xianshi. Thus, it was time for him to return home, planning to come back the following day to keep watch. Chapter 31. The continuation of the lineage? At this moment, in the VIP ward of Jiangzhou People's Hospital, high-ranking officials from Tangshi Group had gathered, all having heard of the injury sustained by the young master of Tangshi, and they had come specifically to offer their condolences. Chen Wenjie's legs had been treated and bandaged. Despite the timely medical attention, the severity of his injuries meant that even if he recovered, he would be left with a permanent disability. "Father, you must avenge me. I want to kill that bastard." Chen Wenjie's eyes were bloodshot, filled with an intense venomous hatred. "My son, focus on your recovery. The wretch who harmed you will undoubtedly pay a heavy price." Xin Lin stood by the bedside, his gaze fixed on his son's mangled legs, a fierce inferno of rage igniting within his chest. This young man, Chen Zishi, had publicly shattered his son's legs, a blatant slap to the face of the Shen family. Whether for revenge or to uphold the dignity of the Shen clan, Chen Zishi would be made to pay in blood. "Mr. Shen, this Chen Zishi dares to commit such an act in public. He must have some backing. I have heard he is the son-in-law of the Li family from Ruoxue Group. Indeed, I was present at the wedding between Chen Zishi and Li Ruoxue. Many prominent figures from Jiangzhou attended, including the illustrious Lei Yi. These individuals were there for Li Ruoxue. Chen Zishi is merely a son-in-law. What right does he have to summon such dignitaries?" The discussions in the ward became fervent, each person holding differing opinions on revenge. Shen Lin's eyes blazed with cold fury, causing the temperature in the room to plummet instantaneously. The overwhelming aura he exuded left those present speechless, instinctively silencing their voices. The Li family? Shen Lin scoffed. Merely a second-rate rising star. Is such a family worthy of my Shen family's fear? Let it be known, whether it is the son-in-law of the Li family or even their biological son, should they dare to break my son Shen Lin's legs, they must deliver the perpetrator to me for retribution. Although Lei Laohu possessed some influence, he was merely a retired, injured martial artist. If he dared to meddle in my Shen family's affairs, I would not hesitate to ensure his disappearance from Jiangzhou. Having said this, Shen Lin turned to the old butler beside him. Afyu, inform the eldest son, Wenjie, that he has been injured and should return to take charge. Also, call Li Ruoxue and instruct her to send the assailant to the villa. Otherwise, the Li family will become my enemy. At this pronouncement, the gathered individuals collectively gasped, their hearts racing with trepidation for the Li family. Shen Lin had two sons. His eldest, Shen Wanxin, was obsessed with martial arts and had been sent to Wutai Mountain to train from a young age. Now, after more than 20 years, he was said to have entered the mid-stage of Qi training, boasting formidable strength. Should the Li family make the grave mistake of shielding Chen Zishi, their entire clan would likely suffer the consequences. For even the mightiest of secular families could not contend with martial artists. Meanwhile, Chen Zishi had returned home, reclining in a rattan chair and basking in the gentle essence of the stars, feeling an unparalleled sense of contentment. Although the aura on Earth is thin and the ascent in realm is sluggish, Chen Zishi has experienced a joy in these days that he had never known in his past life, his state of mind gradually becoming more steadfast. Perhaps this way of life, savoring the mundane joys of existence, suits him better than relentless cultivation. After all, experiencing the trivialities of the world is also a form of practice. Time trickles by, and at midnight, Li Ruoxue returns home, her face weary, too exhausted even to speak, collapsing directly onto the bed. Chen Zishi furrows his brow. No matter how busy she has been in the past, Li Ruoxue has never returned home this late, indicating that something significant must have gone awry at Ruoxue Group. Rising to his feet, Chen Zishi is about to inquire, when Li Ruoxue's phone suddenly rings in her arms. She answers the call, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, her expression darkens ominously. Instinctively, she glances at Chen Zishi before turning to leave the bedroom. Chen Zishi, filled with confusion, wonders who could be calling Li Ruoxue at such an hour, and seemingly discussing him. Not long after, Li Ruoxue returns to the bedroom, her demeanor icy and her gaze towards Chen Zishi filled with disappointment. The tenderness she once displayed has gradually faded away. Chen Zishi, did you break the leg of Tang Shi Xiaogongzi? Chen Zishi nods slightly, affirming, indeed. It was Idat. Upon hearing this, a sense of helplessness wells up within Li Ruoxue, and she coldly interrogates, why would you do such a thing? I asked you to find a respectable job, not to stir up trouble everywhere. You managed to escape unscathed after severing Song Wenxuan's hand because his father and son offended a powerful figure in Jiangzhou and were dealt with in secret. Do you think you can rely on such luck every time? Now, the Shen family demands that I hand you over for their disposal, and they insist that because of your injury to Shen Wenjie, I must marry him to bear his heirs. Exhausted from anger, she can only think of how to preserve his life. After all, Chen Zishi is her husband. The Shen family is a prestigious lineage in Jiangzhou, and their influence far surpasses that of the Song family. If she does not find a way to quell their fury, Chen Zishi is undoubtedly doomed. Chen Zishi's eyes turn cold. Bear heirs? Indeed. It is because you have offended the Shen family that they are forcing me to marry Shen Wenjie. If I refuse, they will ruin the Li family. Li Ruoxue gazes at him with despair. Although she holds little hope for him, in such a situation, she wishes her husband could display some semblance of responsibility. However, it appears her hopes are merely a luxury, as Chen Zishi seems only capable of causing trouble. In a deep voice, Chen Zishi declares, if he cannot be a man, then there is no need to concern ourselves with heirs. What? Li Ruoxue is taken aback, recalling the same expression Chen Zishi wore when confronted with the revenge of the Song family. Stay home and rest well. Wait for my return. Yet, before she can fully process his words, Chen Zishi's figure has vanished from her sight, his voice echoing in her ears. At this moment, the villa of the Shen family was ablaze with light. Shen Wenjie and his son had just returned home after their hospitalization. His leg primarily relied on rest for recovery, thus no longer requiring inpatient care. Lying in bed, Shen Wenjie seethed with a chilling glare, exclaiming, damn it, I will make that Chen Zishi wish he were dead. I want him to witness me with his wife. Shen Lin, With a voice as cold as ice, responded, "Son, I will ensure this vengeance is avenged. Moreover, your elder brother will return in a couple of days. If the Li family remains oblivious, we shall make them vanish and seize Li Ruoshui to vent your anger." And no sooner had he finished speaking than a deafening crash echoed through the air as the villa's front door was violently forced open, rendering the Shun family's proud security as fragile as paper. Chapter 32. What could possibly be the matter? Shen Lin gazed at the kicked-open door, and a young man clad in tattered jeans sauntered into the hall, igniting a blaze of fury within him. The Shun family had been excessively subdued in Jiangzhou of late, allowing many to forget their formidable presence. First, an audacious young man had broken his son's legs, and now, intruders had come knocking at their door. This was utterly preposterous. Did they truly believe that Shen Lin could be trifled with? Do you not realize this is the villa of the Shen family? Have you come here to challenge our authority? Shen Lin's gaze, icy and penetrating, fixed upon Chen Zishi, as the head of a prestigious clan. He maintained a semblance of composure despite his rising ire. "Dad, this is Chen Zishi. He is the one who shattered my legs." At that moment, Shen Wenjie pointed an accusing finger at the approaching Chen Zishi, his voice filled with rage, his eyes instantly turning crimson. "What?" Shen Lin, taken aback by his son's revelation, spoke in a voice laced with menace. "You are Chen Zishi. You possess quite the audacity, breaking my son's legs and daring to invade my home in the dead of night. If that is the case, then you shall not leave here alive." However, Chen Zishi paid no heed to Shen Lin's threats, striding confidently toward the pair, a glint of cold steel flashing from the meat cleaver in his hand. In an instant, a crimson arc erupted between Shen Wenjie's legs, followed by a grotesque splatter of flesh propelled through the air. The execution was swift and merciless, leaving no room for regret. Even a professional veterinarian would be astounded by such precision. "Ah!" Shen Wenjie's face contorted in agony, the searing pain between his legs relentlessly tormenting his frail nerves. Before Shen Lin could fully comprehend the unfolding horror, he witnessed his son's legs drenched in blood. Suddenly realizing what Chen Zishi had done, "You?" Shen Lin roared, but before he could utter another word, the glimmer of steel reappeared. Chen Zishi's cleaver danced through the air, and a crimson spray erupted from between Shen Lin's legs as well. Now, Chen Zishi's knife skills, honed through the art of butchery, allowed him to adjust the angle of his strikes with remarkable accuracy. "Ah!" The villa was soon filled with anguished wails, as the Shun father and son simultaneously faced the obliteration of their lineage. The screams were chillingly piercing. Chen Zishi seized the unopened, expensive red wine from the coffee table, deftly slicing off the bottle's neck with a flick of his wrist. After a tentative sip, he immediately grimaced. Indeed, it was dreadful. Lacking the joyous elation that the sweet drinks of fatty could bring, he discarded the bottle carelessly aside, observing the two suffering in agony, and remarked nonchalantly, "The roots of the Shun family are unsound. So it is best to abandon any thoughts of progeny. I shall eliminate any offspring." With that, Chen Zishi cast a cold glance at the two before departing the Shun family's villa. Under the moonlight, his shadow elongated and slanted behind him. Only when Chen Zishi had gradually receded from sight did Shen Lin discern that the instrument of their demise was, astonishingly, a butcher's knife. Half an hour later, Chen Zishi returned home. To this moment, Li Ruoshui curled up beneath her blankets, feeling utterly fatigued. Yet sleep eluded her. The anguish within her was unspeakable. She had once believed that Chen Zishi was undergoing transformation, but it now appeared to be naught but an illusion. Li Ruoshui felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Though she held the position of chairwoman of the group, she was still a woman, yearning for a sturdy shoulder to lean upon in moments of weariness. However, Chen Zishi was utterly useless aside from embroiling himself in trouble. Contemplating the threats from the Shun family and the predicaments facing the Ruoshui group, a wave of endless agitation surged within her. Hearing a noise from the room, Li Ruoshui opened her eyes to see Chen Zishi standing by the bed, filled with anger. "What have you been doing?" she demanded. Chen Zishi replied coolly, "Without their lifeline, there is no longer a concern for offspring. The Shen family will not pressure you anymore." "More nonsense," Li Ruoshui retorted, her voice trembling with rage. "I am asking you what you were doing just now." "I went to sever the lifelines of the Shen father and son," Chen Zishi responded. "What did you say?" Li Ruoshui's eyes widened in disbelief as she sat up abruptly. With the precedent of the Tsong family's demise, she harbored no doubts about the veracity of Chen Zishi's words. "Chen Zishi, do you wish to court death?" Chen Zishi replied matter-of-factly, "The Shen family has their sights set on you. Not taking their lives is already a display of my mercy." Li Ruoshui opened her mouth, at a loss for words. The Shen family's standing and influence in Jiangzhou were not to be compared with that of the Song family. Obliterating the Li family would be child's play for them. Do you realize that such actions will irrevocably offend the Shen family? If they seek revenge, the Li family will be dragged down with you. Li Ruoshui inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within her, and gazed at Chen Zishi's indifferent demeanor, feeling her vision darken as dizziness washed over her. Upon hearing her words, Chen Zishi furrowed his brow. If they do not learn to cherish their lives, I would not mind accumulating more bloodshed. This. Li Ruoshui collapsed onto the bed, weary of listening to Chen Zishi's madness, pulling the covers over herself in a futile attempt to shield from the turmoil. On that fateful night, Li Ruoshui found herself devoid of any semblance of sleep. By the early hours, she had received the distressing news of the Shen family's hospitalization, a revelation that mirrored the earlier reports disseminated by the Song family. It was said that a young assailant had invaded the villa, wielding a butcher's knife to inflict injuries upon 2 individuals. A wave of despair washed over Li Ruoshui as she grappled with the burden of the Shen family's wrath. The calamity instigated by Chen Zishi left her utterly powerless. First, he had broken their son's leg, and now, under the cover of night, he had launched a surprise attack, leaving 2 individuals grievously wounded. This enmity was bound to escalate into a relentless feud. Although the 2 lay back to back on the grand bed, their dreams diverged, each ensnared in their own thoughts. As the night swiftly transitioned to dawn, Chen Zishi rose early, venturing out to procure 2 portions of soybean milk and fried dough sticks, one of which he reserved for Li Ruoshui. After partaking of his breakfast alone, he made his way to Tangsher Group, eager to commence his workday. Upon arriving at the security office, he settled once more into his position from the previous day, eliciting astonished gazes from those around him, his eyes fixed intently on the passing employees. Chen Zishi, are you all right? Cheng Dabiao approached, his face a mask of confusion, tentatively inquiring. He had assumed that Chen Zishi would have been discreetly dealt with by the Shen family. So how was it possible that he was still reporting to work? Even though he had been preoccupied with attending to Shan Wenjie the day before, Chen Zishi should have fled. Yet, here he was, boldly appearing for work as if inviting danger. Why would I have any issues? Chen Zishi retorted. Cheng Dabiao, taken aback by Chen Zishi's calm demeanor, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Logically speaking, anyone who had offended the Shen family would be quaking in fear, let alone returning to work as if nothing had transpired. Aren't you afraid of retribution from the Shen family? Cheng Dabiao finally managed to articulate after considerable contemplation. He simply could not fathom Chen Zishi's audacity. It was as if he regarded no one and nothing with respect, conducting himself with reckless abandon. With a faint smile, Chen Zishi replied, "Revenge against me would be akin to seeking one's own demise." The moment those words left his lips, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, their gazes fixed on Chen Zishi as if he were a fool. It was the first time they had witnessed someone speak so boldly to the Shen family. Those wealthy and powerful individuals they usually encountered bowed in deference before the Shen family. What gave Chen Zishi the audacity to confront them head-on? The Shen family's influence was incomprehensibly vast, and Chen Zishi seemed entirely oblivious to the peril he faced. As the crowd pondered this, silently shaking their heads, they concluded that Chen Zishi truly lacked an understanding of the gravity of his situation. When the Shen family inevitably focused their wrath upon him, it remained to be seen whether he would maintain his composure and arrogance. At that moment, a striking figure entered the building, her beautiful visage marred by profound sorrow. Upon spotting Chen Zishi seated in the security office, her delicate face clouded with frost. "Chen Zishi, how dare you return here as a security guard?" Wang Shiyao's incredulous voice was laced with palpable anger. She regretted ever mentioning to Shan Wenjie that Chen Zishi was her classmate. Otherwise, how could this thoughtless individual have embroiled her in such turmoil? "Why should I be afraid?" Chen Zishi countered. "You, Wang Shiyao?" Her chest heaving with indignation, confronted Chen Zishi. "Yesterday, I pleaded on your behalf, and now I have been dismissed from Tangsher. Yet, you maintain this attitude? I can no longer concern myself with you. Take care of your own affairs." She resolved to cease any further conversation with Chen Zishi, fearing that engaging with him would only exacerbate her anger. "Where are you headed?" Chen Zishi furrowed his brow, taken aback by the realization that Wang Shiyao had lost her job because of him, and even more astonished that she had advocated for him. "I wish you would just let me die." Wang Shiyao shouted in fury. "From this day forth, I sever all ties with you, and any possibility of reconciliation is futile. Abandon any hope with that." She stormed away, heading towards her office to gather her belongings. Chen Zishi watched her alluring figure retreat, a faint sigh escaping his lips. The black gold mysterious stone was slipping further from his grasp, indicating that fate had deemed them incompatible. Although the absence of the black gold stone would hinder his ability to forge a flying sword, he felt only a twinge of regret. The butcher's knife, after a period of honing, was still manageable. Since Wang Shiyao had departed from Tangshi, he saw no reason to remain as a security guard, resolving instead to seek out information regarding the whereabouts of the black gold stone. With that thought, Chen Zishi turned and exited the Tangshi building. The security personnel, witnessing his departure, exchanged glances filled with sympathy. Chen Zishi had forsaken his salary and endured the ire of the Shen family in his pursuit of Wang Shiyao, only to end up in such a dismal situation. Truly, the sycophant ends up with nothing in the end, eliciting disdainful thoughts among the onlookers. Meanwhile, Li Ruoshui had risen, gazing at the breakfast spread before her. Devoid of any appetite, her face etched with worry. The food company of Ruoshui Group, a venture she had single-handedly established, primarily produced children's snacks. However, the recent launch of a new product had yielded dismal returns. Market research revealed that a similar snack had emerged simultaneously, priced significantly lower than those of Ruoshui Group, and further inquiries unveiled that this product was backed by Tangshi Group. For days, Li Ruoshui had been troubled by this predicament. With Chen Zishi having offended the Shen family, the situation for Ruoshui Group was dire, as Tangshi would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch a relentless assault. If this new product were to face successful opposition, her position within the group would become exceedingly precarious, and those on the board who were already dissatisfied with her would surely pounce on the chance to challenge her. As these thoughts plagued her, Li Ruoshui felt increasingly despondent, cornered with no discernible way out. Just then, Chen Zishi returned, finding Li Ruoshui seated at the dining table, lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. "Why aren't you eating?" he inquired, noticing her untouched breakfast. "Chen Zishi," Li Ruoshui implored, nearly in desperation. "If you have no desire to go to work, I do not insist that you seek employment. Just stay home and refrain from causing any disturbances. The issues with the Tsong family have only just been resolved, and now you've incurred the wrath of the Shen family. I still do not know how to quell their anger. Rest assured, the Shen family dares not take any action against me." "Dare not take action against you?" Li Ruoshui let out a cold laugh, asserting that the power of the Shen family was beyond one's imagination. A first-rate family had the qualifications to cultivate martial artists. It was said that the eldest son of the Shen family had spent over 20 years honing his skills at Wutai Mountain. Once he returned to intervene in this matter, even the Li family would be unable to protect you. At that point, mere bravado would not suffice. The entire Li family would be plunged into crisis. Furthermore, the Ruoshui Group remained in a competitive relationship with Tangshi in the market, and our new products had already faced setbacks. Break the deadlock. We must upgrade our products. However, the raw materials necessary for this upgrade were firmly in the hands of the Yang family, who were long-standing acquaintances of the Shen family and would never assist us in opposing them. Thus, the Ruoshui Group would ultimately face total collapse. Li Ruoshui laid bare the predicaments faced by the Li family and the group. Yet upon seeing no change in Chen Zishi's expression, her disappointment deepened. Perhaps it was futile to share such matters with someone who could not comprehend them. With a desperate sigh, Li Ruoshui resigned herself to her fate. Though Chen Zishi lacked business acumen, he understood from Li Ruoshui's words that the key to the Ruoshui Group's breakthrough lay with the Yang family in Jiangzhou. Once the issue with the Yang family was resolved, the problems they faced would be easily surmountable. "I will assist you in addressing this matter. You should return to work for now," Chen Zishi said softly. "You can solve it?" Li Ruoshui stood up, shaking her head once more. "You should consider how to apologize to the Shen family and seek their forgiveness. Otherwise, not only will we face bankruptcy, but our very survival will remain uncertain." With that, Li Ruoshui left with a grim expression, needing to confront the troublesome board members at the group. Chen Zishi refrained from explaining. He knew that no matter how much he argued, Li Ruoshui would not believe him. As he watched her depart, his phone suddenly rang. The excited voice of Lei Laohu came through. "Master Chen, I have found the Samadhi furnace you asked me to locate." Chapter 34. The big shot to restore his dantian. Lei Laohu had sacrificed greatly, and now he finally saw a glimmer of hope, which filled him with excitement. To find the Samadhi furnace mentioned by Chen Zishi, he had even gone so far as to purchase an entire resort at a great cost. For him, the restoration of his dantian was worth any sum. "Give me the location. I will head there now." Chen Zishi pondered for a moment. He had promised Lei Laohu that he would restore his dantian upon the completion of 3 tasks, and now that the last task, locating the Samadhi furnace, was accomplished, it was time to fulfill his promise. "Master Chen, I will come to pick you up now." Lei Laohu exclaimed, even more thrilled. After so many years of anticipation, he finally had the opportunity to restore his dantian. All right. Chen Zishi provided Lei Laohu with his address. Shortly thereafter, a high-end Mercedes-Benz business vehicle stopped downstairs. Master Chen, the location of the Samadhi furnace is quite distant, and due to certain special circumstances, it cannot be moved. Therefore, I must ask you to personally make the trip, Lei Laohu said respectfully, bowing. He then invited Chen Zishi into the business vehicle, maintaining a demeanor of utmost humility, even though he was significantly older than Chen Zishi's parents. Very well. Chen Zishi let out a light hum, directly closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Upon witnessing this, Lei Laohu swallowed the remaining words, suppressing his excitement and refraining from disturbing Chen Zishi's rest. Meanwhile, Wang Shiyao had already departed from Tangshi Group and returned to her residence. The thought that she, a distinguished returnee, had been dismissed from the company filled her with a sense of humiliation. However, now was not the time for such reflections. The foremost priority was to seek employment. She firmly believed that with her impressive resume, she would undoubtedly secure a position even more favorable than that at Tangshi. As Wang Shiyao browsed through her phone's contacts, a sudden call rang out from Yangdong, someone she had met once before, who had previously extended an olive branch to her. With this in mind, she promptly dialed his number, and just as the call connected, she spoke, "Hello, Yangdong, this is Wang Shiyao. We've met before." "Oh, Wang Shiyao, I remember you. What brings you to me?" "Well, Yangdong, I would like to invite you to a meal. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you. If you have the time, I am currently not in Jiangzhou. I am at a resort in the suburbs, preparing to receive a distinguished guest. If it's urgent, you may come to the resort, and once I finish with the guest, we can have a detailed conversation." "All right, I will head over now." Wang Shiyao eagerly agreed, and after hanging up, she drove straight to the address provided by Yangdong, her feelings of despair over unemployment swiftly dissipating. At that moment, in the suburbs of Jiangzhou, at the entrance of a luxurious resort, a middle-aged man clad in a red tang suit stood at the forefront, flanked by a row of welcoming attendants, all waiting quietly for the arrival of the esteemed guest. A gleaming red sedan approached from the distance, causing the man in the tang suit to brighten with anticipation as he adjusted his attire, his demeanor growing respectful. However, gazing at the approaching red vehicle, he was filled with confusion. How could someone of such high status arrive in such a car? Yet, considering the individual's low profile, his doubts gradually faded. Regardless of what vehicle the distinguished figure drove, it was not his place to comment. After all, that person was an existence that could easily overshadow the likes of Wang Qinhuai in Jiangzhou. As the sedan came to a gradual halt, the man in the tang suit respectfully approached and opened the car door, embodying the demeanor of a junior. Wang Shiyao, seated inside the vehicle, beheld the grand spectacle before her, her fair visage instantly lighting up with a radiant smile. "Yangdong, you are truly too kind. This is quite overwhelming," she exclaimed graciously as she stepped out of the car, addressing the clan leader, Yang Kongsing, who had opened the door for her. Despite her verbal expressions of modesty, her heart was filled with joy. Evidently, her status in Yangdong's eyes was exceptionally unique, and such treatment was akin to that reserved for a prominent figure. In Jiangzhou, to receive such esteemed treatment was a privilege afforded to no more than 10 individuals, and she was among them. How could this not fill her with pride? Wang Shiyao. Yang Kongsing's previously smiling face suddenly stiffened, his attitude shifting to one of icy coldness. "How could it be you, Yangdong? Did you not invite me to the resort? I wasted no time and made the journey in just half an hour, despite it being an hour's drive." Wang Shiyao gazed at Yang Kongsing's frigid demeanor, her heart brimming with perplexity. Just moments ago, he had exhibited such warmth. How could he appear to be an entirely different person upon seeing her? Yang Kongsing replied coolly, "Please move your car to the side. Do not obstruct the way, my esteemed guest is about to arrive." With time pressing, he could not afford to engage with Wang Shiyao further. He raised his wrist to check the time, estimating that the distinguished individual would soon make an appearance. "Understood, Director Yang," Wang Shiyao nodded, hastily steering her vehicle to the side. She alighted and stood nearby. Eager to discern the nature of the individual who commanded such reverence from Yang Kongsing, she resolved to seize the opportunity and make a favorable impression. If she could establish a connection with such a prominent guest, her life would undoubtedly take flight. At that moment, a discreetly luxurious Mercedes-Benz executive vehicle glided into view, moving at a deliberate pace, as though to avoid jostling its esteemed occupant. Observing this, Yang Kongsing adjusted his appearance once more, donning a respectful smile upon his previously tense visage, and hastened to the front of the car. The Mercedes came to a steady halt, its automatic doors opening slowly. This time, Yang Kongsing had not misidentified the guest. "Master Chen, you have arrived." He reverently greeted the young man within the vehicle, his demeanor akin to that of one addressing the most esteemed magnate of Jiangzhou. Chen Zishi acknowledged with a slight nod. "Master Chen, allow me to introduce you. This is Yang Kongsing, the head of the esteemed Yang family in Jiangzhou. This resort is a property of the Yang family, and the Samadhi furnace was discovered here." At that moment, Lei Laohu finally found the opportunity to speak, excitedly introducing Chen Zishi. "The Yang family?" Chen Zishi inquired, casting a surprised glance at the respectful middle-aged man before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was a fortuitous coincidence, as he had business to discuss with someone from the Yang family, thus saving himself the trouble of traveling. "I am Yang Kongsing," he reiterated, bowing once more with utmost respect, acutely aware of the formidable reputation that Chen Zishi commanded. Only those who have reached the echelons of the elite would comprehend the terror that Chen Zishi embodied, possessing martial prowess that transcended the mundane. Though the Yang family appeared powerful, they were but a mere trifle compared to Chen Zishi's capabilities. "I am familiar with your Yang family," Chen Zishi replied nonchalantly. He then alighted from the vehicle, instructing, "Lead me to the Samadhi furnace. Assisting Lei Laohu in restoring his dantian will fulfill our prior agreement." With that, Chen Zishi strode towards the interior of the resort, followed closely by Lei Laohu and Yang Kongsing. "Chen Zishi?" A melodious voice of astonishment broke the air. Wang Shiyao stared in utter disbelief at the figure surrounded by admirers. This exclamation drew the attention of all present, and Wang Shiyao, wide-eyed, pointed at Chen Zishi. "Could it be that the esteemed guest Director Yang is to receive as you?" she asked incredulously, then turned to Yang Kongsing. "Director Yang, have you been misled? Chen Zishi is merely a butcher. How could he possibly be the distinguished individual you are to welcome? Do not speak nonsense." Yang Kongsing furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at Chen Zishi. Noticing the latter's expressionless demeanor, he finally exhaled in relief and continued. "Even if Master Chen were merely a butcher, he would still be a distinguished guest of the Yang family. How could this be?" Wang Shiyao was on the verge of collapse. The person she had always looked down upon had suddenly transformed into a powerful figure in Jiangzhou, one that even the heads of first-rate families sought to curry favor with. This unexpected turn of events was almost too much for her to bear. "Step aside. You are disturbing my esteemed guest, and I assure you, you will regret it." Yang Kongsing's gaze darkened as he observed Wang Shiyao standing dazed before Chen Zishi. "Very well." Wang Shiyao was jolted awake by the reprimand and instinctively moved aside, clearing the path to the estate, her expression filled with shock. Chen Zishi cast a glance at Wang Shiyao and spoke calmly. "She is my classmate. Please refrain from shouting and startling her." "Indeed." Yang Kongsing was taken aback by this revelation, not realizing that Wang Shiyao had such a connection with Master Chen. He quickly turned to apologize to her. "Miss Wang, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. Please do not take offense, and no worries." Wang Shiyao stammered, seemingly shaken by Yang Kongsing's actions. The head of a first-rate family apologizing to her, all because of a single remark from Chen Zishi? At that moment, her heart was tumultuous. The former boyfriend she had scorned had transformed into someone she felt she could not reach. "Just classmates, is it?" Wang Shiyao stared blankly as Chen Zishi moved out of her line of sight, her emotions in turmoil. No wonder he had remained so composed in the face of Shan Wenjie. No wonder he had dared to strike down Shan Wenjie, shattering his legs. No wonder he could offend the Shun family yet still work peacefully at Tangshi. To him, the Shun family was utterly insignificant. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight crossed her eyes. No, it could not merely be a classmate relationship. There were still unresolved feelings between them. Chen Zishi must still harbor feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he take a job as a security guard at Tangshi just to see her, and without even asking for a salary? He must still like her. It had to be true. If only she were a bit more proactive, they could rekindle their romance. With this thought, Wang Shiyao's previously disheartened mood lifted somewhat, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Following the three of them, she strolled leisurely around the opulent estate. This resort was a magnificent creation of the Yang family, built at great expense, nestled against the mountains, covering an expanse of over 10,000 square meters, complete with charming bridges and flowing streams. Wang Shiyao walked beside the creek, humming a little tune. Her spirits soared at the prospect of reigniting her past romance with Chen Zishi. At that moment, she spotted a flash of black light not far away and curiously approached. There, she discovered a palm-sized black stone, its surface remarkably smooth as if polished, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Could this be some form of jade? It was rather beautiful. Wang Shiyao meticulously scrutinized the black stone, feeling utterly unfamiliar with jade, and resolved to return to the city to consult an expert. That moment, Chen Zishi, under the guidance of Yang Dasheng, arrived at a secluded courtyard. The courtyard housed a single structure, accompanied only by a towering furnace exceeding a meter in height. This tripod furnace, adorned with 3 peculiar flame patterns intricately carved on its front, was revered by alchemists as an unparalleled treasure, yet here it merely served as an ornament. Little did anyone expect that this unassuming furnace was, in fact, the illustrious Sanmei furnace. Renowned within the world of alchemy, the Sanmei furnace was famed for its ability to stimulate flames, significantly enhancing the success rate of pill crafting. Chen Zishi turned to the 2 men and solemnly instructed, "You both shall stand guard at the entrance. No one is permitted to disturb me." Understood. Lei Laohu and Yang Kongxing turned and exited the courtyard, standing sentinel at the entrance like 2 formidable guardians, unwavering in their vigilance. "Mr. Lei, congratulations on the imminent restoration of your dantian." Yang Kongxing gazed at Lei Laohu with envy, aware that it was a rare privilege for someone like him to have Master Chen personally refine medicine to mend his dantian. "Yang, you flatter me. It is all thanks to Master Chen. Without him, the restoration of my dantian would have been a lifelong aspiration," Lei Laohu exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy. He had awaited this day for far too long. And indeed, heaven rewards the diligent. That moment, the 2 conversing men suddenly paled, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they glanced towards the entrance. Despite the barrier of courtyard walls and the gate, they could still feel waves of intense heat surging towards them. "This temperature is terrifying. Even steel would melt. I hope Master Chen is safe in the courtyard," Yang Dasheng said, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, his face etched with concern. "Rest assured, Master Chen is a superlative expert capable of slaying Qin Huai with a single arrow. Such modest heat shall not harm him," Lei Laohu replied solemnly. Yet, despite his words, a flicker of worry lingered in his eyes, as the restoration of his dantian hinged upon Chen Zishi's well-being. With such extreme temperatures, surely Master Chen would be unharmed as they valiantly resisted the relentless waves of heat. Their faces gradually flushed crimson. The entrance of the courtyard had become untenable. Even Lei Laohu found the oppressive heat unbearable. At that moment, Wang Shiyao appeared in the distance, spotting the 2 men drenched in sweat, and approached them in confusion. "Do not come any closer." Lei Laohu's expression changed abruptly. "What is happening?" Wang Shiyao, having not seen Chen Zishi, instinctively scanned her surroundings. "Elders, where has Chen Zishi gone?" Before she could finish her sentence, she felt as if she had been thrust into the furnace itself, her entire body turning a vivid red, resembling a boiled shrimp. With a swift motion, Lei Laohu waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind that propelled Wang Shiyao backwards, causing her to tumble onto the ground several paces away. Her face was a mask of terror, her gaze blank and bewildered, as the color of her skin quickly returned to normal. "What on earth is happening here? Why is it so hot?" "Thankfully, nothing has gone awry. Otherwise, we would surely face Master Chen's ire." Lei Laohu spoke with lingering trepidation. "The temperature here is becoming increasingly terrifying. I wonder when Master Chen will emerge." Yang Dasheng glanced back at the rising waves of scorching heat, his expression filled with dread. "Yang Dong, are you suggesting that Chen Zishi is in this courtyard? With such high temperatures, he could perish inside. Why aren't you rescuing him?" Wang Shiyao shouted in panic, pointing at the small courtyard enveloped in heat waves. Having approached within 10 meters of the courtyard, she felt as though she were on the verge of being cooked alive. It was difficult for her to fathom what scene Chen Zishi might be enduring within. Chapter 36. Is this how it ends? Upon hearing this, Yang Kongxing and Lei Laohu exchanged knowing smiles and shook their heads, offering no explanations and showing no intention of rescuing anyone. This infuriated Wang Shiyao, who felt compelled to rush in and save him. However, recalling her recent experience, she lost her courage and could only stand anxiously in place. That moment, Chen Zishi was channeling his spiritual energy into the Samadhi furnace, where fierce flames emitted an alarming heat, and the bone spirit grass had transformed into pure energy, being roasted within. Suddenly, the Samadhi furnace trembled violently. Its lid flew open, extinguishing the searing flames and dissipating the oppressive temperature. A few blue pills, roughly the size of fingernails, lay quietly inside the furnace, and a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating with just a whiff. Chen Zishi exhaled deeply, rising from the ground to approach the Samadhi furnace, where he collected the refined pills, 5 healing elixirs in total, enough to restore Lei Laohu's dantian, with the remainder kept for future needs. The quality of the blue pills was exceptional, adorned with delicate patterns unique to spiritual herbs transformed into pills. Chen Zishi nodded in satisfaction. The yield was commendable. In the realm of alchemy, producing 5 pills from a single furnace was an extraordinary achievement, and even Chen Zishi could not guarantee such results every time. A feat made possible by the high pill success rate of the Samadhi furnace. Creak. The gate of the courtyard was pushed open, drawing the attention of the three. They beheld Chen Zishi emerging slowly from within. Chen Zishi, are you unharmed? Wang Shiyao, disregarding her shock and confusion, rushed to his side, scrutinizing his body from head to toe. To her astonishment, despite the intense heat, Chen Zishi appeared completely unscathed, not even a hint of burns. How could this be possible? What could possibly happen to me? Chen Zishi replied, puzzled by Wang Shiyao's anxious demeanor, not understanding her extreme reaction. However, he was too indifferent to dwell on it and turned his gaze towards the approaching Lei Laohu. Master Chen, have the pills been successfully refined? Lei Laohu inquired, his voice trembling with anticipation as he observed Chen Zishi's relaxed demeanor, his heart racing with excitement. Indeed, Chen Zishi affirmed, casually tossing a porcelain white vial to Lei Laohu. After consuming the elixir, you must refrain from using spiritual energy for 3 days. In 7 days, you will fully recover. Our agreement thus concludes. The venerable Lei Laohu firmly grasped the white vial, a look of uncontainable joy illuminating his countenance as he spoke with tears streaming down his aged face. Master Chen, you have bestowed upon me a gracious rebirth and the days to come. Feel free to command me. I, Lei Laohu, shall comply without reservation. Chen Zishi turned his gaze toward Yang Kongxing beside him. Mr. Yang, I trust you are aware of the recent developments concerning the Ruoshui group in the near future. My wife may seek your assistance. Yang Kongxing promptly replied, rest assured, Master Chen. Assisting your esteemed wife is a matter of utmost simplicity for the Yang family. I shall exert every effort to provide aid. The Yang family maintained a cordial relationship with the Shen family, thus supplying raw materials for Shen's tincture. Yang Kongxing had also heard of the Ruoshui group's predicament. Now that Chen Zishi had personally made a request, Yang Kongxing felt no hesitation. He must assist Li Ruoshui to earn Chen Zishi's friendship, even if it meant apologizing to the Shen family. The Ruoshui group? Li Ruoshui is your wife. Wang Shiyao's eyes widened in astonishment. As the former sales director of tincture, she was acutely aware of the adversarial nature of the Ruoshui group. It could be said that the current plight of the Ruoshui group was largely of her own making, and she was further astonished that what everyone deemed an insurmountable crisis could be effortlessly resolved with a single utterance from Chen Zishi. The fates of the two conglomerates were directly influenced by him. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. Dio, you have a question? Chen Zishi inquired nonchalantly. No. Wang Shiyao quickly shook her head, the shock evident in her eyes. Today, the revelations from Chen Zishi had overwhelmed her, leaving her struggling to process the magnitude of it all. Just as Chen Zishi was about to turn and depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of the black stone in Wang Shiyao's hand, causing a surge of astonishment within him, prompting him to halt his steps. May I see the stone you hold? Chen Zishi's gaze fixated intently on Wang Shiyao's right hand, suppressing his inner excitement. So the Heijin Xian stone had appeared here. Initially believing this stone to be beyond his reach, Chen Zishi had resigned himself to that fate, only to encounter it unexpectedly today. A delightful surprise indeed. Though elated, he concealed his emotions deftly, and none among those present discerned any shift in his demeanor. Wang Shiyao, perplexed, handed over the black stone, which glinted with a metallic sheen, to Chen Zishi. I'll take this stone. How about I arrange a job for you in return? Chen Zishi suggested softly, weighing the stone in his hand as he looked at Wang Shiyao. You desire it? Wang Shiyao's expression flickered with surprise. Quickly morphing into a cunning smile, I could part with it, but only if you purchase this estate. Are you willing? Very well, it's a deal, Chen Zishi replied with a smile, showing no hesitation whatsoever. This response left Wang Shiyao astounded. She had merely anticipated a challenge for Chen Zishi, who had remained unfazed throughout. She had not expected him to agree. Mr. Yang, I shall take this estate. Please name your price, Chen Zishi declared assertively, turning his attention back to Yang Kongxing. Utterly oblivious to Wang Shiyao's intentions and disregarding her feminine whims, Yang Kongxing burst into laughter and said, Master Chen, this estate is of little value. I can personally gift it to you as a token of our first meeting. His heart was already brimming with joy, having been troubled about finding an opportunity to forge a connection with Chen Zishi. Wang Shiyao had just delivered the perfect assist. He must remember to express his gratitude to her afterward. Is this truly a gift? Wang Shiyao was left utterly speechless, her eyes wide and mouth agape. This resort-like estate was valued at no less than 100 million, and yet the owner appeared so exuberant to give it away for free? What manner of person was Chen Zishi to warrant such obsequiousness from the prominent Yang family patriarch? This is a medicinal elixir for restoring Lei Laohu's dantian, capable of healing all injuries caused by external forces. Consider it your compensation, Chen Zishi remarked, retrieving a small white vial from his pocket and tossing it to Yang Kongsheng. Although the estate's worth did not compare to the miraculous healing potion, the presence of the three mystical furnace and Wang Shiyao's black gold mysterious stone within the estate made it a worthwhile deal. Thank you, Master Chen, Yang Kongsheng exclaimed, hastily catching the white vial, his heart soaring with joy as he cherished it like a priceless treasure. Previously envious of Lei Laohu's possession of such an extraordinary elixir, he now found himself in similar fortune. Though he had traded an entire estate for it, he felt no regret. Rather, he was genuinely elated. Wang Shiya, witnessing this, was nearly driven to madness. She felt that Chen Zishi was nothing more than a con artist, spouting nonsense about alchemy and healing that could deceive only a child of 3. Yet, these top-tier magnates of Jiangzhou believed him wholeheartedly, eager to elevate Chen Zishi to a pedestal. Every word he uttered was treated as scripture. Chapter 37. He is my husband. After expressing his gratitude, Yang Kongsheng hurriedly pulled Chen Zishi to complete the transfer process, his eagerness reflecting as if he had struck an incredible bargain, fearful that Chen Zishi might change his mind. Once the contract was signed, everything else was entrusted to Yang Kongsheng's lawyer for handling. From that moment onward, Chen Zishi became the proprietor of the resort. Wang Shiya, henceforth you shall be the manager of this resort, and all matters will be under your purview. This black stone belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Chen Zishi regarded Wang Shiya with a calm gaze and spoke softly in no objections. Wang Shiyao's eyes widened, utterly at a loss for words to express her feelings, as if caught in a dream. Initially, she had come here seeking a respectable job, only to find herself trading a mere stone for the authority over a luxurious resort. Moreover, the very Chen Zishi she had once looked down upon had transformed into the owner of an estate worth over 100 million, while she found herself as his subordinate. How unpredictable and capricious life could be. Very well. Chen Zishi nodded with satisfaction, then turned his attention to Yang Kongsheng and Lei Laohu. You too, keep an eye out for skilled artisans. I require the crafting of a particular item, and it must be fashioned using traditional handcrafting techniques. Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu's eyes lit up. Master Chen, I know an old craftsman, though he has laid down his tools in recent years. I will speak with him. I believe he will be willing to resume work for you. Chen Zishi nodded slightly. This matter was not particularly urgent. Although he could forge with his spiritual fire, the creation of a weapon as lethal as a flying sword demanded an exacting standard. There could be no room for negligence. Thus, Chen Zishi sought to enlist a professional blacksmith to craft it, followed by a period of sword nurturing to elevate the flying sword to the standards of a spiritual artifact, which would be considered a formidable weapon on Earth. After all, most weapons on Earth were merely of mundane iron quality. Aside from the formidable cleaver he wielded, he had yet to encounter a weapon capable of housing spiritual power. The existence of high-tier magical tools was, at best, uncertain. With these matters settled, he remarked softly, Wang Shiya, you shall remain at the villa and seek guidance from Mr. Yang regarding management. All right, Wang Shiya replied earnestly, nodding. Although she did not have formal training in hotel management, her years of experience in the industry would allow her to adapt with relative ease. Once Chen Zishi concluded his instructions, he departed from the resort. It was not until 6 o'clock in the evening that Chen Zishi returned home, only to be greeted by an overwhelming sense of desolation. Li Ruoxue was still at the company, and Chen Zishi furrowed his brow. She must be under considerable stress these days. As her husband, he ought to alleviate some of her burdens. With that thought, he turned and left the house, heading toward Ruoxue Group.in, the business hub of Jiangzhou City. Countless skyscrapers loomed, forming a landmark complex. Chen Zishi gazed at the towering Ruoxue building before him, nodding slightly. Ruoxue Group, quite impressive. The Li family was merely a newly rising second-tier clan in recent years. To occupy a building in such a prime location was a testament to their substantial strength. As Chen Zishi prepared to enter the building, he was halted by 2 security guards at the entrance. Stop. Individuals in disheveled attire are prohibited from entering. The guards looked at Chen Zishi, scrutinizing him as he surveyed his surroundings. Their faces contorted with disdain. This was a high-end business center, frequented by successful individuals. Who would dare to enter dressed in tattered jeans? I'm here to see someone, Chen Zishi replied nonchalantly. Don't lie without a plausible reason. The people who enter here are all from the upper echelons. How could someone like you, a filthy beggar, possibly know them? Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. The guards waved their arms, their faces twisted in impatience. If it weren't for Li Ruoshui's reputation, you two would already be corpses. Chen Zishi's brow furrowed deeply as he flicked his fingers, unleashing two beams of cold light that struck directly at the guards' chests. In an instant, before they could react, they found themselves frozen in place, unable to move any part of their bodies except for their eyes. This scene nearly terrified them into submission, as they thought. What on earth is happening? With the guards paralyzed in fear, Chen Zishi strode toward the entrance of the group, disappearing from their sight. Meanwhile, Li Ruoshui was in the conference room of the group, amidst a meeting with directors and high-ranking executives seated along the table. Ladies and gentlemen, are you all prepared to stage a coup against me today? Li Ruoshui sat in the CEO's seat, her exquisite visage suffused with fury. Director Li, it is not our intention to usurp power. Rather, your decisions have plunged the group into a crisis, severely impacting the profits of the board members present. We merely seek an explanation, remarked a young man seated to the left, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed, Ruoshui Group has consistently progressed with caution, yet its current misfortunes stem from the new product you proposed. If you cannot provide us with a satisfactory response, the board members here today may very well decide your fate. Should you mishandle this situation, it would only serve to affirm that your grandfather's judgment was flawed, and it would be time for you, Li Ruoshui, to yield your position to someone more capable. The assembled board members began to voice their agreement, transforming what was intended to be a meeting to discuss contingency plans into a scene reminiscent of a coup. Isn't it a bit premature for such theatrics? At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, revealing Chen Zishi, clad in tattered jeans. What is the purpose of the security personnel if they allow someone to barge into a board meeting like this? Someone, throw this brat out. Upon seeing Chen Zishi, Li Ruoshui's stunning countenance momentarily stiffened, only to soften into a faint smile as a realization dawned upon her. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Chen Zishi is my husband, and he is entitled to attend this meeting. He holds 5% of the group's shares, thus your intentions to dismiss me fall short of the necessary authority. The gravity on Li Ruoshui's face vanished, replaced by a subtle smile that radiated confidence. Had Chen Zishi not arrived today, her position would have indeed been precarious, as she possessed only 46% of the shares. The board members present, should they unite, would command 49% of the shares, granting them the power to remove her. However, with Chen Zishi holding an additional 5%, his timely presence had effectively averted her crisis. Chapter 38. Women are too troublesome. Impossible. How have I never heard that this useless fellow holds 5% of the group's shares? The young man who had spoken earlier suddenly rose, his face a mask of incredulity. This 5% was personally bestowed upon Chen Zishi by my grandfather at the time of our engagement. As a junior, you are certainly unqualified to know such matters. Li Ruoshui cast a cold glance at the young man, her tone devoid of courtesy. This young man, named Li Xinghao, although her cousin, had long harbored resentment towards the elderly for entrusting the group to Li Ruoshui. For years, he had schemed to oust her, and now he believed he had seized the opportunity. The board members gazed at Chen Zishi, who had intruded upon their gathering, their eyes filled with animosity, as the perfectly orchestrated plan was now disrupted by this seemingly worthless son-in-law. Even if your shares exceed 50%, due to the grievous misjudgment of the president, which has resulted in significant losses for the group, he should rightfully step down. Li Xinghao's gaze flickered as he assertively proclaimed once more, "Step down?" Chen Zishi cast a sidelong glance at Li Xinghao and remarked, "I believe you are slandering the president. The losses the group has suffered warrant your death as an apology. You may take your own life." What? Li Xinghao, taken aback by Chen Zishi's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, felt as though he must have misheard. Chen Zishi, do you truly believe that possessing 5% of the shares grants you the audacity to disrespect me? I demand an apology from you. Otherwise, I shall ruin you, and I am keen to see if grandfather will punish me for your inadequacies. Li Xinghao's face was suffused with rage. He was the esteemed eldest grandson of the Li family, and even major shareholders treated him with courtesy. Yet, this insignificant wretch dared to scorn him and suggested he end his own life. How outrageous. You are not worthy, now. Kneel before me and beg for mercy. I might consider forgiving your earlier insults. Chen Zishi declared, disregarding the furious Li Xinghao as he turned his attention to the board members. The crisis faced by Weak Water Group is unrelated to Director Li's decisions. It is a consequence of my actions against the Shen family, which has provoked retaliation. However, a solution is already at hand. All you need to do is wait 3 days to see results. Chen Zishi spoke with an air of indifference. 3 days to resolve this. On what basis should we trust you? Indeed, Such a monumental crisis cannot simply be resolved at a whim. Do you take us for children? The attendees voiced their skepticism, as their understanding of Chen Zishi was rooted in his earlier, less than savory dealings. Do not believe? Chen Zishi let out a cold laugh. You have no choice. Should anyone dissent, I would not hesitate to draw blood with that. He placed the butchering knife onto the conference table, its blade glinting ominously. This sight sent a shiver down the spines of those present. Instantly, those who had intended to voice their doubts fell silent, none daring to gamble their lives against Chen Zishi. Chen Zishi, this is a conference room. Put away your knife, Li Ruoxue said with a furrowed brow. Although Chen Zishi's methods were somewhat inappropriate, one could not deny that his efficiency was unparalleled. Chen Zishi responded with a nonchalant hum, sheathing the butchering knife at his waist. At this moment, a glint of malice flashed in Li Xinghao's eyes as he slowly advanced towards Chen Zishi. Dragging his chair with him, as the eldest son of the Li family, he had never faced public humiliation, and this had left him feeling utterly disrespected. He was determined to ruin this insolent fool, to make him understand the consequences of crossing him. The memory of Chen Zishi's disdainful gaze and the demand for him to kneel in apology ignited a firestorm of fury within Li Xinghao. Seizing the chair in his hand, he swung it mercilessly towards the back of Chen Zishi's head, striking with brutal intent and leaving no room for mercy. The sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of shock. None could have anticipated the ferocity displayed by Li Xinghao. Should the blow land, it would undoubtedly result in grievous injury, if not death, rendering the victim a mere vegetable. Be careful, Li Ruoxue gasped, startled, realizing it was too late to intervene, and could only shout a warning. Yet, Chen Zishi remained seated, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger, with no inclination to evade. Despair filled the hearts of onlookers simultaneously. They surmised that Chen Zishi had lost his prime opportunity to escape and would surely sustain serious harm. Li Xinghao's expression grew even more menacing, his cold laughter echoing, "You deserve your fate, boy, in your next life. Keep your wits about you. Not everyone can be trifled with." Just as his words faded, Chen Zishi unexpectedly turned his head, a strange smile flickering across his face. In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared before Li Xinghao, and he felt an icy sensation sweep through his arms. The chair he had been gripping fell to the ground, still clasping two severed limbs. What is this? His own arms? Instinctively, he glanced at his sides, only to find emptiness. My arms! A surge of excruciating pain flooded his senses, and Li Xinghao collapsed, howling in agony. You were given a chance, yet you failed to cherish it, Chen Zishi remarked, casting a glance at Li Xinghao, his demeanor utterly devoid of emotion, as if merely performing a trivial act. He picked up a teacup from the table and took a delicate sip. This tea is quite delightful. Despite Li Xinghao being a member of the Li family, Chen Zishi showed no mercy. If memory served, it was indeed Li Xinghao's family that had betrayed him in a previous life. Selling out his treasures. Quick, take him to the hospital. Perhaps he can be saved. Li Ruoxue, snapping out of her stupor, hurriedly organized help for Li Xinghao. She bore no blame towards Chen Zishi. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be Li Xinghao for provoking him. This was the second time she had witnessed such a violent act over a mere disagreement, yet the gruesome scene left her palate. Only after Li Xinghao was taken away did she exhale deeply, turning to Chen Zishi and softly suggesting, "Let us return home." Chen Zishi nodded, replying, "Very well." Together, they walked side by side, their silhouettes elongated under the moonlight. Li Ruoxue glanced over at Chen Zishi, a faint smile unexpectedly gracing her lips. For the first time, she felt the comforting sensation of having someone to rely upon. It was truly a beautiful feeling. "What is your plan for the crisis at the company?" she inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as they strolled along the path, genuinely eager to discover what solutions Chen Zishi, who knew little of business, might propose. "Did you not say that if the Yang family were to provide raw materials for the corporation, this crisis would be resolved?" Chen Zishi replied nonchalantly. "Are you suggesting that I should persuade the Yang family?" Li Ruoxue's eyes widened, fury igniting within her chest, transforming her once gentle visage into one of anger. She had initially believed Chen Zishi might possess a viable solution, but now it seemed utterly hopeless. How foolish she had been to harbor any hope for him. Chen Zishi watched as Li Ruoxue stormed away in a fit of anger, feeling perplexed and inwardly lamenting the complexities of women. Even a simple task like signing a contract was met with reluctance. Chapter 39. A humiliation to the core. Upon returning home, Li Ruoxue lay on her bed, her anger swelling with every passing moment. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, her grandfather unexpectedly called. undoubtedly inquiring about Chen Zishi injuring Li Xingao. Li Ruoshui moved to the balcony to answer the call. Although Chen Zishi possessed extraordinary hearing, the soundproof glass rendered him oblivious to the conversation. He merely observed the shifting expressions on Li Ruoshui's face, her frequent glances towards him betraying her deep concern. Chen Zishi, indifferent to the unfolding drama, settled into a meditative posture on the floor, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him. His dantian radiated warmth, causing a mist of white vapor to envelop his body. This was a sign of impending breakthrough. Fortunately, Li Ruoshui, occupied with her phone call outside, could not discern his current state through the window. Otherwise, witnessing him shrouded in white fog would surely have left her in a state of shock. With a deep breath, Chen Zishi suppressed the stirrings of his spirit. Now was not the opportune moment for a breakthrough. Drawing from the experience of his past life, he understood that each significant realm transition concealed hidden stages unknown to ordinary practitioners. This particular stage was known as transformation to perfection. Presently, Chen Zishi was in the late stage of qi cultivation. A successful breakthrough would lead him into the foundation establishment stage. Thus, he diligently restrained the surging energy within him, compressing it until it reached a state of perfection. After a brief moment, the tumultuous energy subsided. Chen Zishi opened his eyes and entered the bathroom for a brief cleansing. He had already devised a clear plan for his cultivation in this lifetime, feeling no urgency for rapid advancement. Each realm deserved meticulous cultivation to reach the stage of transformation to perfection before progressing to the next significant level. Only by solidifying his foundation could he ensure a greater chance of success during future tribulations. When Chen Zishi emerged from the bathroom, Li Ruoshui had just concluded her call, her expression grave as she sat on the bed. Seemingly awaiting him, Li Ruoshui raised her eyes to Chen Zishi and said, "Chen Zishi, my grandfather just called. There's a family banquet tonight, and he requests that we return home early." Chen Zishi nodded in acknowledgement. Additionally, grandfather mentioned that the Shin family has already commenced their revenge. He advises you to find an opportunity in the next few days to visit the Shin family and offer an apology. In hopes of quelling their wrath, Li Ruoshui took a deep breath. Though she knew Chen Zishi's pride would prevent him from apologizing, she relayed her grandfather's words without alteration. They are not worthy of such deference. Chen Zishi chuckled lightly. If the Shin family chooses to endure this humiliation, they might survive a while longer. However, if they seek vengeance, they must prepare themselves for the annihilation of their clan. You? Li Ruoshui's complexion paled as she struggled to maintain a calm tone, speaking slowly. Chen Zishi, I understand your pride. An apology may seem beneath you. Yet the Shun family is not like the Tsong family. As a first-rate clan, they possess countless means to ensure your disappearance. Reaching the lofty heights of a family like the Shin clan cannot merely be addressed through sheer valor and audacity. Even if one has honed their skills through relentless practice, the Shin family possesses true martial artists. Once the eldest son of the Shin family returns, there will be no room for negotiation. Chen Zishi paid no mind to the martial artists that Li Ruoshui spoke of. After all, he had felled the king of Jiangzhou, Qin Huai, with a single arrow, and now, none in Jiangzhou could stand against him. I will not concern myself with you any longer, Li Ruoshui exclaimed, exasperated by Chen Zishi's indifferent demeanor, and promptly retreated to her bed, ignoring him. Noticing her reaction, a rare smile flickered across Chen Zishi's face. She was, after all, a woman who appeared tough yet had a tender heart. The following morning, Chen Zishi rose early as usual to stretch his limbs and purchase 2 breakfasts before returning home. Li Ruoshui sat at the dining table, refraining from mentioning the events of the previous night. She had hardly slept, especially troubled by the faint sound of Chen Zishi's snoring, leaving her feeling exceedingly vexed and with dark circles under her eyes. With the thought of visiting the Yang family later, her appetite dwindled, and after hastily eating a few bites, she hurried out the door. Ruoshui, you need not worry. I will soon resolve the issues with the Shin family. Chen Zishi called out to her retreating figure. Normally, he would not have uttered such words, but seeing Li Ruoshui's concern for him stirred a twinge of compassion within him. Li Ruoshui paused momentarily but said nothing, simply getting into a red sedan and departing. Chen Zishi tidied up briefly before calling Lei Laohu, obtaining the location of the Shin family, and hailing a taxi to head there. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the Shin family's villa, Shin Lin lounged on the living room sofa, facing a young man clad in a tailored suit, who spoke with palpable indignation. Uncle, this son-in-law of the Li family has gone too far. He dares to seriously injure you and cousin Wenjia. It is a blatant disrespect towards our Shin family. The young man, named Shin Wankai, had rushed over upon hearing of Shin Lin and Shun Wenjia's injuries. Upon discovering that the assailant was none other than Chen Zishi, The son-in-law of the Li family, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy. For years, he had harbored feelings for Li Ruoshui, only to be ruthlessly rejected. The news that Li Ruoshui had married a seemingly worthless man filled him with resentment. How could a distinguished son of the Shen family be overshadowed by a mere wastrel? Today, he felt that an opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. He had hurried to his uncle Shen Lin's house, partly to visit, but also to stoke the flames of conflict, hoping to leverage Shen Lin's influence to avenge his own perceived slight. He wished to make the Li family regret their actions, compelling Li Ruoshui to kneel and plead for him to trample her. Only then could he quell the bitterness in his heart. You speak the truth. Chen Zishi indeed does not regard our Shen family with any respect. I have already notified Wan San to return. When the time comes, both the Li family and Chen Zishi will pay a grievous price. Shen Lin's face twisted in a snarl, his thoughts darkened by the memory of the injuries inflicted upon him and his youngest son, who would now live as a cripple, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. As Shan Wankai perceived that the moment was ripe, he lifted the fruits he had brought from the ground. Uncle, once my cousin returns, our grievances will surely be avenged. Please, do not let anger cloud your judgment. Refrain from aggravating your wounds. Have some fruit to soothe your spirit. These are the finest quality fruits I procured through connections. Hearing this, Shen Lin nodded with a sense of comfort. In our vast Shen family, only you possess such intent. Uncle will undoubtedly reward your efforts. Uncle, this is merely what a nephew ought to do. Shan Wankai maintained a calm demeanor, yet his heart brimmed with exhilaration, feeling that the pinnacle of his life was approaching. By clinging to Shen Lin, he envisioned a future of unimpeded success. Yet, at that very moment, a thunderous noise erupted from the villa's entrance as the newly replaced door shattered once more. This sudden turn of events left both men in the living room visibly shaken. Shen Lin sprang to his feet, his fury unmistakable. How could such a prestigious family endure repeated intrusions? The dignity of the Shen family had been utterly tarnished. Chapter 40. The prodigy Shen Wansan amidst their furious glares, a familiar figure strode into the hall, adorned with a calm smile. Chen Zishi. Shen Lin, upon witnessing this, gritted his teeth and shouted in rage. This is intolerable. Do you truly believe the Shen family is so easily humiliated? With those words, Shen Lin instinctively recoiled, wary of Chen Zishi's blade. He was still haunted by the last encounter, where Chen had silenced him and his younger son without uttering a word. In my eyes, the Shen family appears to be a target of mockery. Chen Zishi smiled faintly. Oh, not be so arrogant, for my cousin shall return shortly. He is a practitioner from Wutai Mountain and will strike you down so thoroughly that even your mother will not recognize you. Shen Wansai's gaze darkened as he bellowed. It is this scoundrel who has taken away Li Ruoshui. Upon seeing Chen Zishi, his inner fury ignited. Your cousin? Which one? Chen Zishi raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the ire of the young man before him. Having no recollection of him or his animosity, I am Shen Wankai, and my cousin is Shen Wansen, a mid-stage chi practitioner and a super genius from Wutai Mountain. Shen Wankai declared with pride. Shen Wankai, Chen Zishi instinctively glanced at the arrogant man, recalling this name, often mentioned by Li Ruoshui's mother. He seemed this diminutive figure, barely standing at 6 feet tall with a waist that rivaled his height, was indeed the youthful prodigy she spoke of. One cannot help but remark on the lack of discernment in judging character. Indeed, if you are aware of your fears, why not kneel and await your fate? Perhaps you might salvage your life. Shen Wankai, misinterpreting Chen Zishi's flickering gaze as fear, pointed at him and reprimanded. You should be trembling before me. Chen Zishi beamed with a radiant smile, marveling at the irony. He had not anticipated that Shen Wankai was connected to Shen Lin's family and that he would find himself at the Shen residence today, perfectly positioned to resolve matters once and for all. What irony is this? I command you to kneel upon the ground. Cousin Vincent has returned, and I might still plead for you, to spare you some suffering. Shen Wankai, bewildered, could not comprehend the meaning behind Chen Zishi's words, perhaps rendered speechless by the formidable reputation of Cousin Vincent. With a faint smile, Chen Zishi remarked, It seems that Shen Lin and his son have not informed you. Do not utter the word kneel in my presence. What? Shen Wankai instinctively turned to glance at his uncle, only to witness a sudden change in his expression. Before he could grasp what had transpired, Shen Wankai turned back, a blinding flash before his eyes, feeling an icy sensation at his knees, followed by the numbing of his calves. What have you done to me? Shen Wankai gazed at Chen Zishi, attempting to distance himself, but he collapsed onto the ground, only then realizing in horror that his legs had been severed cleanly. Oh, my legs! Blood gushed from his stumps, and an intense pain radiated throughout his body as he writhed on the floor, screaming in agony. Chen Zishi retracted the gleaming butcher's knife and settled onto the sofa, leisurely indulging in a piece of exquisite fruit, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air, failing to dampen his appetite. "When will your son return?" Chen Zishi inquired, casting a glance at Shen Lin. Cough, cough. Shen Lin, observing his nephew's severed legs, was suddenly startled by Chen Zishi's question, his entire body trembling as he hastily replied, "He will be back soon, very soon." Having received an answer, Chen Zishi fell silent, continuing to enjoy his fruit on the sofa. The spacious living room descended into an eerie harmony. Seeing Chen Zishi's silence, Shen Lin cautiously approached his injured nephew, retrieving a tourniquet and painkillers from their home to tend to the wounds. How arrogant! With his back turned to Chen Zishi, Shen Lin's face darkened considerably. This young man was utterly contemptuous. Once his eldest son returned, he vowed to make Chen Zishi wish for death. As the head of a prestigious family, Shen Lin prided himself on having encountered countless individuals, having met all manner of prodigies, yet he had never seen someone like Chen Zishi, who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Today, Chen Zishi was doomed to die. All he needed to do was bide his time. Once Shen Wansen returned, he could exact his vengeance. Shen Lin brimmed with confidence in his son. Wutai Mountain was reputed to be a gathering place for practitioners, where he had witnessed unparalleled masters capable of shattering boulders with a mere slap. Shen Wansen had trained there for over 20 years and was hailed as a genius martial artist among the younger generation. Even if he could not shatter stones barehanded, he was certainly no match for Chen Zishi. Watching Chen Zishi leisurely savoring his fruit on the sofa, Shen Lin could not help but smirk inwardly, allowing you to revel in your arrogance for now. Soon, desiring death will become a luxury. 2 hours later, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the villa, causing Shen Lin's expression to brighten instantly as he rushed to the window. There, he beheld a young man clad in a black athletic suit, weary yet determined, striding across the estate's courtyard and entering the villa. "Once in!" Shen Lin exclaimed excitedly. His eldest son had returned. The agony of the morning had been unbearable, and at last, relief was within reach. "Father, I have returned." Shen Wansen hurried forward, observing the pallor of his father's face. The spiritual energy surging within him flowed into Shen Lin's entire being, instantly restoring some color to his countenance. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon his cousin, who lay on the ground, groaning incessantly. His expression darkened to an alarming shade of iron gray, ultimately fixing his eyes on Chen Zishi. "You are Chen Zishi, are you not? The injuries inflicted upon my father and younger brother were wrought by your hand?" Shen Wansen's face was a mask of fury, and the spiritual energy within him surged violently. He could sense that Chen Zishi was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, witnessing the smooth severance of Shen Wansen's legs, he understood that only a practitioner could possess such power. This was not merely a matter of brute strength. Although aware that Chen Zishi was not an average person, Shen Wansen felt no fear. Having cultivated for over 20 years on Mount Wutai, coupled with his formidable talent, he wielded strength far surpassing that of his peers. Not only did he believe he could contend with the youthful Chen Zishi before him, but he also felt confident in facing even the older generation of powerful warriors. "I advise you to cherish the time with your family. Otherwise, you may find that opportunity slipping away." Chen Zishi continued to peel the apple in his hand with utmost seriousness, not even glancing up, as if nothing held more significance than his meal. "Chen Zishi, I have heard tales of your arrogance, yet I did not expect you to be so dismissive of others." Shen Wansen scoffed. "I have been a disciple of the foundation-building master Wu Zhenren on Mount Wutai for over 23 years. I commenced my physical cultivation at the age of 5, practiced qi refinement at 10, and now I am in the late stages of qi refinement, recognized as a genius martial artist by Mount Wutai. What gives you the audacity to act so brazenly before me?" Upon hearing these words, Shen Lin's face lit up with excitement as he gazed at his son. "Son, have you broken through again?" Shen Wansen replied proudly, "I just achieved a breakthrough yesterday, which delayed my journey." Chapter 41. "You talk too much." Shen Lin's countenance instantly brightened, pride radiating from him as he looked at his son. "Truly, heaven is aiding our Shen family. We are destined to rise. Son, since you have returned, take charge of Jiangzhou and restore order. From this day forth, our Shen family shall reign supreme in Jiangzhou, and my son Shen Wansen shall be its king." With that declaration, Shen Lin's face glowed with vitality. "Bring forth the news. Announce that my son Shen Wansen has returned to martial arts and intends to reorganize the power dynamics of Jiangzhou. Those with interest should visit the Li family tonight." Shen Wansen, witnessing his father's elation, did not decline the proposal. It was worth any endeavor to bring joy to one's parents. Moreover, as a practitioner in the late stages of qi refinement, he possessed the capability to dominate the entirety of Jiangzhou. Previously, he had refrained from such bold proclamations due to the presence of the Jiangzhou king, Qin Huai, but he had since heard that this individual had offended Master Chen and had been shot dead from a distance of 1,000 miles. Shen Wansan did not know much about this Master Chen, but he was confident that anyone capable of effortlessly slaying a foundation-building practitioner like Qin Huai would not confine themselves to the small realm of Jiangzhou. Thus, if Jiangzhou lacked formidable warriors, he could undoubtedly claim kingship, especially with the formidable backing of Mount Wutai bolstering his confidence. Father, it is still early. Allow me to first deal with this wretched brat, avenging you and my brother, and then we shall deliberate on how to divide the influence of Jiangzhou. With a sweeping gesture of bravado, Shen Wansan's gaze shifted towards Chen Zishi, who remained seated on the sofa, leisurely indulging in fruit. In an instant, his anger surged to an unbearable peak. Brat, why don't you come over and meet your demise? I have heard you wield a butcher's knife with impressive speed. Coincidentally, I too am adept with blades. Why not engage in a contest? With that, Shen Wansan unfastened the cord from his chest and unfurled a long blade, wrapped in dark cloth behind him, which gleamed ominously. Chen Zishi scoffed, responding coolly, "You are not worthy to compete with me." At this, Shen Wansan's expression darkened. "You are indeed arrogantly beyond measure. Do not presume that your surname Chen grants you the right to disregard everyone as Master Chen does. My knife skills are honed under the tutelage of the swift blade Duan Xiaodong, and I have yet to encounter a worthy adversary. Today, I shall see what qualifies you to make such claims." With a thunderous roar, Shen Wansan swung his long knife through the air, its speed rendering the blade's trajectory invisible. Duan Xiaodong? He once challenged me to a duel, but alas, he fell beneath my blade. Chen Zishi cast a nonchalant glance at Shen Wansan, his tone devoid of any tremor, as if the descending blade were not aimed at him. "Arrogant fool, perish." Shen Wansan's eyes glinted with cold fury. He disregarded Chen Zishi's words, believing that the swift blade Duan Xiaodong, a disciple of the king of Jiangzhou, Qin Huai, could only be bested by the enigmatic Master Chen. With this thought fueling his resolve, he intensified his assault, determined to sever Chen Zishi's head and silence his pretentiousness. However, just as Shen Wansan's blade was about to descend upon Chen Zishi's head, a flash of white light caught his eye, followed by a sudden chill on his shoulder. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated scene of decapitation never materialized. Instead, he felt his hands go numb. Furrowing his brow, Shen Wansan instinctively glanced at his arms, his gaze locking onto the ground where his hands, still gripping the long knife, lay. Agonizing pain surged through his nerves. My hands. Shen Wansan's incredulous scream pierced the air, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the butcher's knife in Chen Zishi's grasp. How could this be? How could his knife be quicker than mine? Fear gripped his heart as he recalled the immense effort and connections he had cultivated to learn the art of the blade, all to receive Duan Xiaodong's guidance. After years of training with the swift knife, he had achieved a level of mastery, yet today, he found himself disarmed by a mere butcher's apprentice. "Son." Shen Lin gasped at the sight of his son's severed arms, his expression shifting dramatically. He could not fathom how Chen Zishi could possess such prowess. His son hailed from a prestigious lineage, celebrated as a genius warrior. How could he fail to withstand even a single strike? "You talk too much." Chen Zishi sheathed the butcher's knife, casually tossing the last segment of orange into his mouth as he rose and strode towards the exit. "Sever your hands is merely to illustrate the chasm that lies between us. Should you ever desire vengeance, you are always welcome to seek it. However, I assure you, next time it shall not be as simple as mere dismemberment. I will take the heads of your family, the Shuns." Such unembellished words echoed in the ears of Shen Wansan and his father. The countenance of Shen Wansan twisted in agony, yet the physical pain was trifling compared to the emotional blow he had just received. Who, indeed, is this Chen Zishi? He is certainly not the simple pig butcher and son-in-law of the Li family as described in my father's report. At such a tender age, possessing such terrifying prowess, there are no figures of comparable dread even in Wutai Mountain. Why own talents pale in insignificance beside his? Shen Wansan's expression shifted through a spectrum of colors, but his eyes no longer bore hatred. It would be wise to avoid antagonizing someone of Chen Zishi's caliber, lest the annihilation of our entire clan become an instantaneous affair. "Son, what troubles you?" Shen Lin approached, observing Shen Wansan fixated on the retreating figure of Chen Zishi, motionless and consumed by worry. "I'm fine." Shen Wansan inhaled deeply, a dreadful thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. His throat parched as he uttered, "Father, could this Chen Zishi possibly be the Master Chen who decimated the Qinhuai? How could that be?" Shen Lin gasped in astonishment, muttering, "Master Chen cannot possibly be a mere youth. If, indeed, Chen Zishi is Master Chen, then our Shen family is surely doomed." Shen Wansen's eyes glimmered with determination. "Father, first take me to the hospital to reattach my arms. Then, find someone familiar with Chen Zishi to gather information. If he truly is Master Chen, we must swallow our grievances. Understood?" Shen Lin, now thoroughly bewildered, resolved to heed his son's wisdom. He would simply follow Shen Wansen's instructions. "I've heard that Lei Laohu and Chen Zishi are quite close. I shall personally inquire about this after taking you to the hospital." Later, around 5 in the afternoon, Chen Zishi departed from the Shen family villa, hailed a taxi, and returned home. He retrieved his phone and called Li Ruoxue. A day had passed, and the matter concerning the Ruoxue group's contract should have been resolved. "Chen Zishi?" Li Ruoxue's melodious voice rang through, laced with surprise, for they seldom spoke on the phone, and Chen Zishi had never before reached out to her. "Was your visit to the Yang family fruitful?" Chen Zishi inquired, eager to confirm what he already suspected in his previous life. He had owed Li Ruoxue much. Now, given a second chance, he aimed to make amends and experience the love of the mundane world that he had never known. Upon hearing Chen Zishi's concern, Li Ruoxue's tone brightened with excitement. It was astonishingly smooth. "Chairman Yang personally attended to me. The treatment I received was overwhelming. I have never experienced such hospitality before. Moreover, even before I could articulate my purpose, Chairman Yang had already prepared the contract, effectively resolving the crisis that had plagued the Ruoxue group." Chen Zishi, upon hearing the words, replied softly, "It is indeed a good thing that the crisis has been resolved. However, there is a question that has been troubling my mind for an entire day, yet eludes my understanding." Li Ruoxue, suddenly shifting the topic, inquired solemnly, "Chen Zishi, do you have any other relatives whom I have yet to meet? Perhaps venerable elders of great repute?" Perhaps buoyed by a favorable mood, Li Ruoxue engaged in conversation with Chen Zishi, revealing a notable increase in her words compared to usual, her demeanor brimming with excitement. "I have only my parents. There are no other family members," Chen Zishi responded, then curiously asked, "Why do you inquire?" "Today, under my persistent questioning, Director Yang informed me that Master Chen has asked him to look after me. I believe the resolution of this matter is largely thanks to Master Chen, and I wish to express my gratitude in person." Li Ruoxue sighed, expressing her discomfort at receiving kindness without knowing the benefactor's identity. Chen Zishi smiled gently, stating, "In truth, I am the Master Chen you speak of. To this revelation." Li Ruoxue fell into a momentary silence, her tone turning icy as she retorted, "Chen Zishi, you spend your days idly meditating at home, lost in fanciful thoughts. How could someone of your ilk be worthy of the title master as bestowed by Director Yang? Do not presume that sharing the surname Chen grants you any connection to Master Chen. With your naive disposition, you are bound to offend others. Today, my grandfather called me again. It seems that the eldest son of the Shen family, Shen Wansen, has returned from Wutai Mountain and intends to seek vengeance tonight. Did you not mention your intention to apologize to the Shen family?" Li Ruoxue's pent-up frustrations erupted like a spark igniting a fuse, triggered by Chen Zishi's earlier remark. Chen Zishi listened quietly, choosing not to elaborate, knowing that silence was the wisest response in such circumstances. After all prejudices and misunderstandings stem from preconceived notions, and no matter what he said, Li Ruoxue would remain unconvinced. Chen Zishi calmly stated, "I have already resolved the matter concerning the Shen family. I hope so," sighed Li Ruoxue, regaining her composure and recognizing that her words had been somewhat excessive. Her tone softened slightly. "Tonight, I will go directly to my grandfather's house for the family banquet. You should take a taxi and make sure not to be late." Chen Zishi acknowledged her request, and the call was abruptly ended. He felt no ripple of emotion within. Such trivial matters were hardly worth his concern. Taking a seat on the wicker chair in the courtyard, he listened to the sounds of nature, understanding that nurturing one's spirit is a crucial aspect of cultivation. Meanwhile, the Shen father and son had just exited the hospital. As martial artists, their recovery was significantly swifter than that of ordinary individuals. Such injuries would require merely 10 days to a fortnight of recuperation before they could engage in basic activities. The Shen family had become notorious in the hospital, their condition a topic of gossip among doctors and nurses, given that within a week, the three of them had been so grievously harmed. Yet, the Shen father and son paid little heed to their notoriety. After being discharged, they made their way directly to Lei Laohu's Tianyun Club. "What manner of wind has blown Mr. Shen to my humble abode today?" In the tea room, Master Lei sat leisurely sipping his tea, a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown gracing his lips as he observed the Shen father and son. Although the purpose of their visit remained unclear, he could speculate to some extent, particularly upon noticing that Shun Once and S-arms were wrapped as if they were zongzi. The whispers he had heard earlier from the Shun household had not escaped him. Judging by the ashen expressions on their faces, it seemed they had indeed incurred the wrath of Master Chen. Considering the methods employed by Master Chen, it was rather remarkable that the father and son had managed to arrive here in one piece. Those who offended Master Chen seldom met with a favorable end, as evidenced by the fates of the Tsong family and Qin Huai. Mr. Lei, I come with my son bearing a request. I humbly seek your guidance, Shen Lin said, his demeanor exceedingly deferential. The thought that Chen Zishi might indeed be the legendary Master Chen filled him with trepidation. The information I possess is of considerable value. I wonder if Mr. Shun is prepared for what lies ahead. Master Lei, ever forthright, did not mince words when it came to necessary reprimands, nor did he shy away from financial transactions. Mr. Lei, within this card lies 20 million. I hope you will graciously accept it. Shen Lin presented the bank card he had prepared in advance, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Master Lei nodded in satisfaction, stating, You may now pose your inquiries. With a serious expression, Shen Lin ventured, Mr. Lei, I am aware of your close ties with Chen Zishi. Might I inquire about Master Chen at this? Master Lei's heart secretly affirmed his suspicion, and a smirk crept onto his lips. But Haven T, you already met Master Chen? Why ask again? Hiss. The father and son of the Shun family instantly recoiled, their eyes narrowing in shock as they drew in a sharp breath, their expressions rife with astonishment. Despite having steeled themselves during their journey, the confirmation from Master Lei left them utterly stunned. Master Chen was indeed Chen Zishi. How young was he? Not yet 30, and already capable of slaying those at the Foundation establishment stage. What kind of formidable figure had the Shin family offended? Mr. Lei, might it be possible for you to facilitate a meeting for us to apologize to Master Chen? The price is of no concern, Shen Lin said, taking a deep breath and bowing deeply. If your remorse is genuine, then you ought to make a personal visit to express your apologies. Perhaps Master Chen, seeing your sincerity, may choose not to hold your transgressions against you. After all, if he truly wished to end your lives, you would not be standing here today, Master Lei remarked, playing with the bank card in his hand. At this point, he fell silent, having said all that needed to be said. The ultimate decision of the Shen family was no longer his concern. He had spoken so extensively solely due to the allure of 20 million. Meanwhile, Chen Zishi had departed from his residence, en route to the Li family's villa for their family banquet. All members of the Li family residing in Jiangzhou were expected to attend. Lai Ruoshui had repeatedly cautioned him not to be late, and Chen Zishi, obediently, set off early. Chapter 43. The frightened Li family. The Li family villa was bustling with the presence of the 3 generations of the Li clan, along with several important relatives. What was initially a simple family gathering transformed dramatically when Li Ruoshui informed her grandfather that the Yang family had entered into a strategic partnership with the Ruoshui group. The elderly gentleman, overflowing with excitement, promptly notified all relatives it was high time for the Li family to celebrate. As long as they maintained their collaboration with the Yang family, they could ascend to the ranks of a first-rate lineage within a few years. The competition between the Ruoshui group and the Shen family's Tangshu group had captured the attention of the entire Jiangzhou, and now, the Li family, previously considered a second-tier clan, had emerged victorious against all odds. This turn of events filled old Master Li with elation, causing even his stooped frame to stand a little taller. Grandfather, although Li Ruoshui has secured the Yang family's support, the threat from the Shen family has not dissipated. I have heard that they intend to seek revenge today, Li Xinghao remarked, his arms wrapped in thick bandages, his face a pallid mask of coldness. Fear not, old Master Li replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. The matters between our Li family and the Shen family are merely business-related. They do not delve into deep-seated enmity, however. I have heard that scoundrel Chen Zishi injured the Shen father and son. They will surely not let this grievance pass easily, and our Li family will inevitably suffer the repercussions, Li Xinghao insisted, his heart filled with resentment toward Chen Zishi, yet he dared not confront him directly, fearing another assault from Yixian. Leave the Shen family's affairs to me. Chen Zishi has already dealt with it. The Shen family will not come seeking trouble, Li Ruoshui interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xinghao. Dealt with it? Li Xinghao scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. He is nothing but a reckless fool, believing every word he utters. Mark my words, the Ruoshui group will eventually crumble under the weight of your and Chen Zishi's incompetence. Li Ruoshui's expression darkened. Li Xinghao's provocations had been ongoing for some time. Out of respect for her uncle's reputation, she had refrained from retaliating. However, it was becoming evident that Li Xinghao was growing increasingly arrogant, treating her with blatant disregard. If the Shun family does seek vengeance, I shall handle it myself and ensure our family is not implicated. There is no need for your sarcastic remarks here, she retorted, her voice heavy with displeasure. Enough. Let there be no more quarrels, old Master Li interjected. Raising his hand in disapproval, Li Xinghao swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. For no matter his achievements, he held the utmost respect for old Master Li and dared not provoke his eradicate that moment. A commotion stirred at the entrance. The gathered individuals turned to see Chen Zishi calmly navigating through the crowd, making his way into the villa's grand hall. I hope I am not late? Chen Zishi inquired, noticing that everyone had already assembled. Not late? The members of the Li family bristled with indignation at his words, their gazes laden with hostility. As a mere son-in-law, he consistently arrived last, overshadowing their gathering. How outrageous! Chen Zishi, do you not feel it beneath you to keep us waiting? Indeed, as a junior, should you not have arrived earlier? Do you truly consider yourself above us? With no contributions to the family, yet stirring up trouble everywhere, what right do you have to attend a family banquet? Chen Zishi listened to the words of the Li family members, his expression remaining unperturbed as he cast a glance over them. It would be wise for you to conceal your discontent. Should I be provoked, Li Xinghao shall serve as your cautionary example. With that, Chen Zishi gestured towards Li Xinghao, who stood beside the elderly. The onlookers followed his gesture, their faces paling in an instant. They suddenly recalled that although this individual was merely a son-in-law, he was no pushover and would not allow himself to be easily manipulated. As the eldest grandson of the Li family, Li Xinghao had even suffered the loss of an arm at his hands, prompting the remaining words to be swallowed back down. Chen Zishi had little patience for these bullies who preyed on the weak. Amidst their gazes, he approached the elderly with a gentle smile. Chen Zishi said, "Grandfather Li, I have arrived." The elderly nodded with a warm smile, having always held high hopes for Chen Zishi, believing that one day he would bring unforeseen achievements to the family. This was precisely why he disregarded the opposition and arranged for Li Ruoxue to marry Chen Zishi. Chen Zishi, the Shun family has spread word that they seek vengeance tonight. All of Jiangzhou is poised to witness the Li family's disgrace. Are you aware that your actions have implicated the entire Li clan? At this juncture, Li Xinghao suddenly inquired in a grave tone. This contemptible son-in-law, who had injured himself without an ounce of remorse, didn't even spare him a glance, instead remaining light-hearted, which ignited a furious wrath within Li Xinghao. Indeed, this matter is quite severe. I have heard that the eldest son of the Shen family has returned from Wutai Mountain. Shen Wansen? It is said he has spent over 2 decades cultivating at Wutai Mountain and has become a formidable practitioner. If the rumors hold true, the Shen family could dominate Jiangzhou, turning our Li family into mere stepping stones. What shall we do? If Shen Wansen comes seeking revenge, we would stand no chance against him. Upon hearing Li Xinghao's words, the Li family members became increasingly anxious, fear evident on each face, showcasing the overwhelming intimidation that martial practitioners exert over ordinary folk. Silence! The elderly suddenly bellowed, his countenance darkening. Look at yourselves. Do you possess no semblance of the dignity befitting a prominent family? While the Shun family may have practitioners, they dare not lay a hand on us common folk. Why are you all in such a panic? Moreover, did Ruoxue not mention that the matter has already been resolved by Zishi? Seeing the elders' anger, the members of the Li family promptly fell silent, yet their expressions remained taut with tension. Grandfather, Chen Zishi is merely a butcher. What qualifies him to confront a practitioner like Shen Wansen? In my view, he is merely fearful of punishment and speaks thus out of desperation. Li Xinghao cast a dark glance at Chen Zishi, then turned to the elder Li and said, Grandfather, I believe that to avoid being implicated, we must sever ties with Chen Zishi immediately. Otherwise, when the Shen family arrives, we will all be dragged down with him. Upon hearing this, the elder Li's eyes flickered rapidly, and he took a deep breath. Zishi, please enlighten everyone on how the matter with the Shun family has been resolved, so that they may rest easy. Chen Zishi slowly replied, Indeed, Shen Wansen has returned. However, I have severed both of his hands. I trust they will lack the courage to seek vengeance now. Such unembellished words left all present in shock. The crowd stared at Chen Zishi, their eyes reflecting profound incredulity. Severed Shen Wansen's hands? What a jest. He is a true martial artist, reputed to be capable of shattering stones with his bare hands. How could he possibly be bested by someone akin to a butcher? It seemed Chen Zishi was merely boasting again. As the crowd regained their composure, this thought simultaneously arose in their minds, and they merely chuckled at Chen Zishi's words, dismissing them as fanciful nonsense. Chapter 44. Varied thoughts. Seeing this, Li Xinghao's expression darkened further, a sinister look creeping upon his face, which had previously been clouded with gloom. Grandfather, look at him. How could he possibly possess the demeanor of one who resolves issues? The Shen family will undoubtedly not let this slide. It would be prudent for us to sever ties with him at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing this, the elder Li's brow knitted tightly, perplexedly focusing on Chen Zishi. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, he began to suspect that his words might not be mere fabrications. Yet, if Chen Zishi had indeed harmed a martial artist from the Shen family, could it be that he himself was also a martial artist? Having occupied a high position for many years, the elder Li's perspective was far beyond that of the younger Li Xinghao, and he had witnessed much more. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the eldest son of the Li family, Li Ruoshui's uncle, and Li Xinghao's father, Li Zhengqiang, approached. Brat, you have injured my son Howard, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Now, you have offended the Shen family and implicated the entire Li clan. Today, I shall not allow you to remain in the Li family any longer. Li Zhengqiang declared coldly, showing no regard for Chen Zishi, even with Li Ruoshui standing beside him. Chen Zishi's act of severing Li Xinghao's arm had already instilled a profound hatred within him, and had it not been for the elder Li's presence, he would have dealt with Chen Zishi without hesitation. Uncle, Li Ruoshui interjected, unable to contain herself. Chen Zishi is my husband, and until our divorce, no one has the right to expel him as an elder. Do you not think it excessive to target your junior like this? Excessive? Li Zhengqiang retorted, his fury barely contained, his face turning a shade of gray as he pointed at Chen Zishi. This brat has severed my son's arm, and he has yet to provide any explanation. None of that matters now. The crux of the issue is that he has made a mortal enemy of the Shen family. If we do not sever ties with him, once Shen Wansen seeks revenge, the entire Li family will be doomed because of Chen Zishi. If you still believe me to be excessive, then I shall indeed be excessive. What can you do about it? Are you truly willing to gamble the lives of the Li family for the sake of your worthless husband? Li Ruoshui was rendered speechless by her uncle's words. Her mouth agape, yet unable to articulate a single response. She wished to defend Chen Zishi, yet found herself devoid of powerful words to articulate her thoughts. Unable to suppress her emotions, she turned her gaze towards him. Her heart swelling with resentment, Li Zhengqiang's words were rooted in reality, issues that the Li family must confront. If the Shen family were to retaliate, it would spell disaster for them. However, when she beheld Chen Zishi's calm demeanor, a flicker of doubt arose within her. Had he truly resolved matters with the Shen family? Could it even be possible? The Shen family was a prestigious lineage, bolstered by the martial prowess of Shen Wansen. While Chen Zishi had merely honed a few sword techniques through slaughtering pigs, how could he possibly stand against a warrior? At that moment, the previously silent Chen Zishi turned to Li Zhengqiang and, with an expressionless countenance, inquired, "Do you harbor significant resentment towards me?" Li Zhengqiang furrowed his brow. His feelings were far beyond mere resentment. Were it not for the protection of old Master Li, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Chen Zishi. Yet before Li Zhengqiang could respond, Chen Zishi continued, his tone eerily calm, "You'd best not display it, lest I bring an end to your life." The unassuming gaze sent a shiver down Li Zhengqiang's spine. His mouth opened slightly, but no words emerged. Although Chen Zishi revealed no hint of murderous intent, he felt as though death itself loomed nearby. It was a gaze he had never encountered before. Chilling to the extreme, causing him to involuntarily shudder. "Impudent!" Li Xinghao bellowed. "Chen Zishi, how dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? Has no one taught you the virtue of respecting your seniors?" A slight smile crept across Chen Zishi's lips, exuding an icy demeanor as he retorted, "Have your arms healed sufficiently? You?" Li Xinghao's expression shifted dramatically, a faint pain emanating from the sutures of his arms, and the remainder of his words faltered. "Considering old Master Li's stature, I have already shown ample tolerance for your disrespect. Do not test my patience. Should you dare to speak insolently again, I shall ensure that you remain forever silent." Observing the two men trembling with indignation, Chen Zishi spoke in an exceedingly serene tone, "Enough, we are all of the same kin. Let us refrain from engaging in these meaningless disputes." Old Master Li sat upright, surveying the assembly. "Chen Zishi is my chosen grandson-in-law. Since he has wed Ruoshui, he is now a member of the Li family. Regardless of whether he has caused trouble, that fact remains unchanged. Should the Shen family come seeking vengeance today, the Li family shall spare no effort in protecting Chen Zishi. Even if we cannot prevail, we shall not retreat. Upon the utterance of these words, the atmosphere grew tense, and everyone instinctively looked towards Chen Zishi. Their previously seething anger gradually concealed. They had not anticipated that Chen Zishi held such significance in Old Master Li's eyes. However, the individuals present were astute. Although they harbored discontent towards Chen Zishi, their interests were not directly threatened, thus they refrained from hostility like that of Li Zhongqiang and his son. Following Old Master Li's declaration, they instinctively voiced their agreement. Their facade of camaraderie was impeccably maintained. Had they truly relied on each other, they might not even recognize how they met their demise. Chen Zishi understood this simple truth well. He had never harbored expectations from these members of the Li family. In a previous life, it was the betrayal of the Li family that nearly led him to his demise. Although vengeance had been exacted, this incident remained indelibly etched in Chen Zishi's heart. Li Zhongqiang and his son exchanged glances, concealing their dissatisfaction within, pondering. Let us see how Chen Zishi manages when the Shen family arrives. I cannot believe the old man would disregard the lives and fortunes of the vast Li clan for the sake of a single individual. While it is somewhat regrettable not to exact personal revenge, witnessing Chen Zishi face retribution from the Shen family brings a semblance of solace. At that moment, a young member of the Li family hurriedly rushed in, his face a mask of tension and fear. Grandfather, it's bad. The head of the Shen family, Shen Lin, along with Shen Wansen, has arrived, and their expressions are far from pleasant. They seem quite aggressive. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, many casting furtive glances. Although they all bore the surname Li, there was no obligation to heed the old man's directives and march towards certain doom. With this thought, numerous individuals began contemplating escape, and the atmosphere grew increasingly restless. Silence. Elderly, witnessing the commotion, furrowed his brow and rose to stride towards the living room entrance. Stand tall and follow me to welcome the head of the Shen family. Chapter 45. A greeting of 3 prostrations and 9 bows. At this moment, the father and son of the Shen family had already traversed the path leading to the Li estate. Son, if we were to summon your master, do you think he could bring Chen Zishi to justice? Shen Lin's face was filled with reluctance. As the leader of a prestigious family, it felt profoundly awkward to be apologizing to a mere junior. Shen Wansen, hearing this, shook his head helplessly. Why, master would never come out of seclusion, and although he has achieved the status of a foundational master for many years, he seldom engages in conflict. I cannot ascertain whether he could defeat Chen Zishi, but should we fail, our Shen family would be left with no recourse. Father, you are not a practitioner and do not comprehend the terror of a foundational master. Such individuals must not be provoked unless absolutely necessary. We should humbly seek forgiveness instead. Upon hearing these words, Shen Lin's reluctance gradually faded. Though he lacked knowledge of the martial world's horrors, he trusted his son's judgment. Shen Wansen, relieved by his father's acquiescence, silently exhaled. Fortunately, his father was not the impulsive type who acted recklessly. Otherwise, the Shen family could truly face annihilation. If not driven to desperation, he would never have considered offering an apology. After all, he was a prodigy of Wutai Mountain, respected wherever he went. However, it was precisely due to this title that he recognized the formidable nature of Chen Zishi, and he believed that as long as their attitude was proper, a foundational master would not deign to contend with them over trivial matters. Just as the two approached the entrance of the villa, their expressions suddenly changed, for a large contingent from the Li family surged forth from the villa. At the forefront stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow, followed closely by the second generation and younger members of the Li family, each bearing a grave expression, as if they were confronting a formidable adversary. Upon witnessing this, Shen Lin was suddenly reminded of the earlier proclamation made at noon, hinting at his intent to seek vengeance against the Li family that very night. It seemed they had misunderstood his intentions. With this realization, a hint of awkwardness washed over Shen Lin's countenance, for his grand aspirations remained unfulfilled, yet he found himself compelled to apologize to a junior in front of the gathered assembly, feeling the heat of embarrassment flush across his face. Shen Wansen, however, harbored no such sentiments. Scanning the crowd, he noted the absence of Chen Zishi, which somewhat alleviated his tension. I'm Shen Wansen. May I inquire if Master Chen is present here? He ventured, observing his father's discomfort, and with no other recourse, he stepped forward to pay his respects, his demeanor remarkably humble. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Li family were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting a profound confusion. It was evident that Shen Wansen's demeanor had left them bewildered. Had they not come seeking vengeance? This attitude hardly resembled that of an avenger. Moreover, Who was this Master Chen that Chen Wansen spoke of? If he were indeed a master, how could he possibly be found in their modest family abode? Pray tell, who was the Master Chen that young Master Shun refers to? Inquired the venerable elderly, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Though he suspected certain truths, he refrained from voicing them, fearing that premature conclusions might lead to ridicule. Yet, he was uncertain about his own thoughts. Those worthy of the title master were typically individuals of immense respect and virtue, and Chen Zishi hardly seemed to meet such criteria. Indeed, the Master Chen I speak of is none other than Master Chen Zishi. Is he not present? Chen Wansen questioned, perplexed by the astonished expressions around him. My father and I have come expressly to meet Master Chen. If we are unable to do so, we fear we shall find no peace this night. Upon hearing this, the Li family members collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared that the Shun family duo had not entangled their personal grievances with the Li clan. Their gazes toward Chen Wansen and his father shifted from suspicion to a faint glimmer of amusement. It seemed that Chen Zishi had indeed offended the Shen family gravely, prompting Chen Wansen's seemingly respectful, yet subtly mocking tone. One could hardly question how a mere lad in his 20s could be deemed a master. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, faint smiles began to grace their faces. Young Master Shun, Master Chen is indeed here. However, he is rather proud and does not regard even members of our Li family with much esteem, let alone outsiders. At this moment, he is seated in the living room of his villa, and if you wish to see him, you may need to approach him personally, remarked Li Xinghao, stepping forward, his expression brimming with schadenfreude. Though his words appeared innocuous at first glance, the astute individuals present could discern the underlying provocation and the igniting of flames. His aim was clear: to sever the connection between the Li family and Chen Zishi while simultaneously inciting further animosity from the Shun family towards Chen Zishi. A masterstroke of manipulation indeed. The members of the Li family instinctively turned their gaze towards Li Xinghao, their hearts subtly nodding in agreement. Indeed, he was one of the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Li clan. Li Ruoshui's countenance instantly darkened, and she shot a fierce glare at Li Xinghao, hastily attempting to exonerate Chen Zishi. Young Master Shun, I beseech your understanding why husband, Chen Zishi, is not arrogant by nature. It is merely that he has been unwell recently, which has prevented him from coming out to greet you. However, before she could finish her words, she was abruptly interrupted by Chen Wansen, who, with an expression of great delight, proclaimed, Master Chen is unwell? How fortuitous. We have come to pay a visit and brought some nourishing supplements that may be of assistance to his health. The crowd was immediately perplexed, pondering how this prestigious family conducted their affairs so differently from the ordinary. They were here to seek vengeance yet arrived bearing gifts, a display of etiquette that was decidedly thorough. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshui's expression grew even more grim. She had initially intended to fabricate an excuse about Chen Zishi's health to avoid a meeting with the two, hoping to find an opportunity to mediate, but today, the Shen father and son were insistent on seeing Chen Zishi. The prospect of this encounter left her feeling anxious, as it seemed there would be no chance to resolve the enmity. Filled with trepidation, she cast a pleading glance towards her grandfather. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from within the villa, calm and unperturbed. Since the Shun family has come to see me, there is no need for you to obstruct them. I shall be waiting for them in the living room. Upon hearing Chen Zishi's voice, Shen Wansen and Shen Lin felt as if they were hearing celestial music. All afternoon, they had yearned for this moment, to meet Master Chen and offer their apologies. Yet, before their elation could fully blossom, they were met with Chen Zishi's voice once more. However, should the Shun family wish to see me, they must perform the 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Otherwise, they are welcome to leave. The footsteps of the Shen father and son halted abruptly, their expressions transforming into a ghastly shade reminiscent of liver. The members of the Li family were equally astonished by this declaration. All eyes in the courtyard were fixed on Chen Zishi, who sat resolutely in the villa's living room. It was their first encounter with such an audacious individual, who demanded such elaborate rites simply to grant an audience. Did he truly consider himself a deity capable of delivering salvation? Chapter 46. Were they not here for vengeance? How utterly arrogant. The gazes of the Li family members towards Chen Zishi were rife with mockery, and they could easily envision the fury boiling within the Shen father and son, who would undoubtedly seek every means to retaliate against Chen Zishi. This promised to be quite the spectacle. The aged eyes of old Master Li sparkled with shock. Chen Zishi's actions were utterly unexpected. Even if his intention was to protect him, the clan would surely not condone such behavior. Li Ruoshui's graceful face briefly flashed with annoyance as she glanced back at the figure within the villa. The words she had meant to utter evaporated into a long sigh. Chen Zishi had irrevocably severed their options, She could no longer absolve him and could only watch helplessly as the Shun family sought retribution. Chen Zishi was truly living on borrowed time. Such arrogance seemed likely to lead him to an untimely end. Dialai Xinghao, with a tone of malicious glee, remarked, "Young Master Shun, the words and actions of Chen Zishi represent only himself and have no bearing on our Li family. If you seek vengeance, feel free to pursue him." Upon hearing these words, the onlookers from the Li family hastily chimed in, eager to distance themselves from any potential ire that might be directed at them by the Shun family. However, the expressions on the faces of the Shun father and son betrayed no hint of anger. Instead, they stood there, their faces ashen and their demeanor awkward, caught in a perplexing predicament. Should they kneel, the Shun family would lose all face in Jiangzhou, becoming mere fodder for gossip. Yet, to refrain from kneeling would mean foregoing an opportunity to apologize to Chen Zishi, thereby positioning the Shun family squarely against the foundation-building master. Shen Lin's face reflected a struggle, his hands rendered motionless. Shen Wansan mirrored his father's turmoil, his expression shifting as he weighed the pros and cons. The atmosphere in the Li family estate grew increasingly tense, as most awaited an eruption from the Shen father and son, eager to witness the legendary prowess of the martial genius from Wutai Mountain. After all, this was their first opportunity to observe a martial artist in action, and their hearts brimmed with anticipation. "Brother Shen, do you and your father harbor some reservations?" After a prolonged silence, Li Zhengqi, noticing that the two remained rooted in place without the anticipated fury, finally spoke up. "If you are concerned about damaging the villa, there is no need for such worries. Chen Zishi's brazen behavior warrants a lesson, and any losses incurred need not be compensated. Consider it a tuition fee for him." Li Zhengqi hesitated, initially believing that the Shen duo refrained from taking action out of concern for the villa's furnishings. He marveled at the demeanor of a first-rate family. Yet, his impatience boiled within him, wishing he could act in their stead, which prompted his words, an underlying urge for them to take swift action. Li Ruoshui's countenance darkened at his remarks. However, the astute woman chose to remain silent. At that moment, speaking further would only complicate matters. It was wiser to wait and observe the unfolding events. Moreover, she sensed an underlying oddity in the behavior of the Shen father and son. "Son, perhaps we should return," Shen Lin suggested, taking a deep breath, unable to relinquish his pride. After all, as the patriarch of a prestigious family, kneeling before a younger generation was tantamount to death in terms of reputation. The struggle in Shen Wansan's eyes dissipated. "Father, if we leave now, the fate of the Shen family is sealed. Though kneeling is disgraceful, it is far preferable to the annihilation of our clan. While we may muster the strength of our entire family to confront Master Chen, have you considered the terrifying forces behind him? A foundation-building master of such youth cannot be a mere drifter. There must be formidable powers backing him. Such individuals or forces could obliterate our Shun family with a mere wave of their hand." Upon hearing this, Shen Lin gasped sharply, his eyes widening in horror. Had it not been for his son's warning, the century-old legacy of the Shen family might have been on the brink of ruin. "I will kneel." Shen Wansan inhaled deeply, turning towards the villa with an expression of utmost solemnity. "What?" The members of the Li family, upon overhearing the conversation between the Shun father and son, were rendered utterly bewildered. Had they not come seeking vengeance against Chen Zishi? At noon, had they not already exchanged fierce words? Why now do they speak of being annihilated? The expressions on their faces were clearly filled with fear and terror, utterly devoid of the demeanor one would expect from avengers. What on earth was happening? The crowd in the courtyard was filled with confusion, yet dared not voice their inquiries, unsure of how to ask, leaving them in extreme discomfort. Bang! In the astonished gaze of the Li family, Shen Wansan abruptly knelt down on both knees. Before they could exclaim in shock, Shen Lin followed suit and also knelt on the ground. Were they truly kneeling? The Li family members were agape, their faces etched with disbelief, with some even pinching themselves harshly, the sharp pain confirming that this was no dream. Shen Lin, a leader of a prestigious family, and Shen Wansan, renowned by Wutai Mountain as the most talented martial genius of the younger generation. Either of these individuals would be a figure that the Li family would look up to. Yet, due to a single utterance from Chen Zishi, they were now kneeling. On what grounds? Was Chen Zishi merely a butcher selling meat? What on earth was happening in this world? At that moment, someone with keen eyes noticed the bandages wrapped around Shen Wansan's shoulders beneath his clothing. Their face instantly filled with horror. Could it be? Was what Chen Zishi said truly the case? Had he really gone to the Shen family and severed Shen Wansan's arms? Had the Shen father and son come, terrified, to apologize rather than seek revenge? Shen Lin, accompanied by his son, approached, requesting Master Chen's forgiveness. At this moment, Shen Lin had completely cast aside his pride, advancing with a bow and kneel. The gazes of those around him felt like piercing daggers, but he could no longer afford to care. Shan Wansen had acted recklessly, offending Master Chen, and he implored for forgiveness. Shen Wansen too advanced while kneeling, vocally pleading, though his countenance remained unperturbed, unlike his father's, who felt the sting of humiliation. Though martial artists are not known for their sensitivity, victories and defeats are commonplace. By the time he had his arms severed by Chen Zishi, the desire for revenge had already dissipated. After all, with Chen Zishi's potential, even if he were to toil day and night without rest or sustenance, he would still be unable to surpass him. This he understood clearly. The members of the Li family, in a daze, followed behind the father and son, witnessing as they bowed and knelt before Chen Zishi in reverence. "You are indeed wise individuals," Chen Zishi remarked with a light chuckle upon observing their humble demeanor. He had initially assumed the Shen father and son would depart in anger, yet their obedient bows and kneels took him by surprise. This unexpected submission rendered it difficult for Chen Zishi to pursue trouble with them. Turning his gaze toward Shen Wansen, he smiled and inquired, "I have heard that you inherited the teachings of Wutai Mountain, and it is said you have achieved remarkable feats in martial arts. Do you not intend to summon your master from seclusion to exact revenge?" His question was posed with genuine hope that Shen Wansen might indeed seek out a formidable master for retribution, as such an event would certainly make life more interesting. "Master Chen is jesting," Shen Wansen replied, his face adorned with a smile. "Today, my father and I have come solely to offer our apologies. My younger brother, in his rashness, was fortunate to have been taught a lesson by you, master. The Shen family will forever be grateful. How could there be any notion of revenge? Indeed," Shen Lin added, "my son's offense against Master Chen is a reflection of my failure as a father. I implore you, master, not to hold a grudge against a mere child." Shen Lin, with a respectful demeanor, knelt and approached, retrieving a glimmering stone from his bosom, which he placed beside Chen Zishi in gratitude for Master Chen's teachings to his son. He had gone to great lengths and expended considerable wealth to procure a rare mineral, humbly requesting that the master accept it. The residual gold sulfur stone. Chen Zishi lifted his gaze, observing the stone that shimmered with specks of golden light, and he couldn't help but find amusement in the overly cautious Shen family duo. It seemed they had indeed exerted considerable effort to curry his favor. While the residual gold sulfur stone held little value for ordinary cultivators, it was fortuitously suited for his intention to forge a flying sword. This stone could lower the melting point of the black gold mysterious stone and enhance the stability of the sword embryo, making it an exceedingly precious auxiliary mineral. Their intentions were noted. Chen Zishi accepted the mineral and, casting a disinterested glance at the pair, remarked, "If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." The Shen father and son, visibly relieved, expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Master Chen. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command us, and the Shen family shall do their utmost." "Very well," Chen Zishi nodded, waving them off. He had come to attend the Li family's banquet and wished to avoid any undue attention. The Shen duo, perceiving his intent, bowed respectfully and hurriedly departed, their faces reflecting a sense of liberation. "Is that all?" Li Xinghao watched the retreating figures of the Shen family with incredulity, his mind swirling with doubts as he cast a suspicious glance at Chen Zishi. What was amiss with the Shen family? Their kneeling and gift-giving hardly resembled an act of vengeance. At that moment, someone from the Li family suddenly exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment as they scrutinized Chen Zishi closely. "I just recalled that there is a Master Chen from Jiangzhou who has recently gained considerable fame. It is said that he slew the newly emerged Jiangzhou king, Qin Huai, and has become the new generation's Jiangzhou king. Could it be? Was this Master Chen truly Chen Zishi? Impossible. When Jiangzhou king Qin Huai was slain, it was precisely on the day of Chen Zishi's wedding to Ruo Shui. He had not left the banquet at all. How could he be Master Chen? If that were the case, then it seemed the foolish Shen family had mistakenly identified Chen Zishi as the newly appointed Jiangzhou king, Master Chen, prompting their kneeling and gift-giving out of fear. The members of the Li family began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes toward Chen Zishi shifting from uncertainty to disdain. After all, he was merely a butcher. How could he possibly be a figure of such celestial stature as Master Chen? As they pondered this, they couldn't help but sigh at the Shen family's utter foolishness, while also reflecting on Chen Zishi's fortuitous escape. How fortunate he was to share a surname with Jiangzhou King Master Chen. Otherwise, he might not have evaded this calamity so easily. Damn it. He truly had an extraordinary stroke of luck. Li Xinghao glared at Chen Zishi with malevolence, his heart brimming with resentment. He had initially believed that Chen Zishi would not escape unscathed today, yet who could have foreseen that the Chen family would create such a blunder? Not only had they failed to punish Chen Zishi, but they had also knelt and begged for mercy. What a disgrace for an esteemed family! Chen Zishi remained silent, calmly enjoying his meal, entirely unconcerned with the discussions and opinions of the Li family regarding him. As long as they do not provoke me, I remain unperturbed. However, should anyone display insolence, I shall not hesitate to disregard any semblance of decorum and ensure they are duly chastised, perhaps leaving them with a few broken limbs as a lesson. Old Master Li was filled with doubt. Though he refrained from vocalizing his concerns, his glances towards Chen Zishi grew significantly more frequent. In contrast, Li Ruoxue felt a sense of relief. Regardless of how Chen Zishi navigated the crisis, the fact that no calamity had befallen them was already the most favorable outcome. Grandfather, there is yet another piece of joyous news that I have yet to share. I wish to announce it during tonight's family banquet so that everyone may partake in the merriment, Li Ruoxue said, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Oh? Old Master Li replied, setting down his chopsticks with a grin. What is this joyful news? Pray, do share it with us. It is likely that everyone is aware of the crisis confronting the corporation. The impact of the Shin family's Tangsher Group on our new product launch has inflicted severe losses upon us. Li Ruoxue refrained from directly stating the outcome, instead elucidating the causal relationship so that all could comprehend the significance of this joyous news. Humph. At that moment, Li Xinghao scoffed. The reason the corporation faces such a crisis is due to the unilateral decisions of certain individuals. Instead of focusing on our successful products, they insist on pursuing new ones, which has led to our immediate downfall upon their launch. The members of the Li family nodded in agreement. Though they held shares in the corporation, they had not intervened in its affairs. Yet they possessed some understanding of the situation. In their minds, the crisis was largely attributed to Li Ruoxue's decisions. Li Ruoxue replied nonchalantly, and this crisis has now been completely resolved. How so? Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxue glanced at Chen Zishi. Our corporation's new product relies on a vital raw material controlled by the Yang family. This morning, I visited the Yang family to discuss a partnership before she could finish her sentence. She was abruptly interrupted. Li Xinghao, with a dark expression, remarked, the Yang family's raw materials are exclusively supplied to Tangsher. This has been the case for years without exception. Even if you, Li Ruoxue, were to visit in person, their support would be unattainable. Li Ruoxue disdainfully curled her lip. You are correct. In previous years, this was indeed the case. However, today is different. The head of the Yang family personally received me and voluntarily signed a supply contract with me, thereby completely resolving our family's crisis. What? The members of the Li family looked at Li Ruoxue in utter astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. The Jiangzhou Yang family has maintained a close relationship with the Shen family for generations. How could they forsake the Shuns to sign a supply contract with Li Ruoxue? This defies all logic. Impossible. The Yang and Shun families are in-laws. How could they assist us in undermining their own relatives? Li Xinghao's face was one of skepticism. Not only he, but none of the Li family members present could believe it. Even old Master Li bore an expression of incredulity. I understand your disbelief, Li Ruoxue said with a smile, retrieving a copy of the contract from her bag. This is the supply contract signed by the head of the Yang family and myself. Please feel free to circulate it, and you shall discern whether my words bear truth or falsehood. The onlookers gazed at the copies of the contract in their hands. Their expressions were imbued with an overwhelming shock that intensified with each passing moment. The signatures and official seals were undeniably authentic. How had Li Ruoxue accomplished this? The members of the Li family were filled with confusion, utterly unable to fathom how she possessed such formidable power. Chapter 48. Foundation Establishment. Observing the bewildered faces around her, Li Ruoxue smugly remarked that the contract had proceeded so smoothly thanks to the assistance of Master Chen, who had explicitly instructed clan leader Yang to look after her. No sooner had she spoken than a ripple of astonishment surged through the Li family, who had never anticipated that the crisis facing them could be resolved so effortlessly due to the legendary Master Chen's intervention. Who exactly was this Master Chen? Why would he extend his favor to Li Ruoxue? As they recalled the Shen family's peculiar reaction, they wondered if Chen Zishi truly was the fabled Master Chen. Yet, to their eyes, Chen Zishi bore no resemblance to such an illustrious figure. When Li Ruoxue made this declaration, her gaze remained fixed on Chen Zishi, but upon seeing his face devoid of any expression save for tranquility, her fleeting hope was extinguished in an instant. Self-deprecatingly shaking her head, she mused on her own tendency to overthink. After all, Chen Zishi, with his leisurely demeanor, could hardly be the kind of person capable of summoning winds and rains. Li Ruoshui turned away from Chen Zishi, choosing instead to sit beside her grandfather and listen to the praises of old Master Li, though her heart was not as elated as she had anticipated. Meanwhile, Chen Zishi remained engrossed in his meal, regarding the Li family's discourse as utterly inconsequential. Instead of wasting time on idle chatter, he preferred to savor his food. His indifference prompted subtle shakes of the head from the Li family members, who could not help but feel a twinge of irritation. How could someone like Chen Zishi, who appeared so ravenous, possibly be associated with the ethereal Master Chen? Thus, the Li family's banquet concluded amidst a cacophony of speculation and bewilderment, leaving them no closer to understanding the identity of Master Chen or the reasons behind his assistance to Li Ruoshui in securing the supply contract from the Yang family. They could only arrive at one conclusion. The master acted according to his whims, offering no special favor to the Li family. Had it been Wang Ruoshui or Chen Ruoshui, they would have received the same treatment. Li Ruoshui's fortune was merely a stroke of luck. After dinner, Chen Zishi walked alongside Li Ruoshui along the dimly lit path home, their silhouettes elongated by the waning streetlights. Despite their shared destinies across 2 lifetimes, he felt a lingering sense of unfamiliarity as he glanced at the enchanting figure beside him. In the past, he had been wholly absorbed in his cultivation and had paid little heed to Li Ruoshui, only later discovering that she had sacrificed herself for his sake. In this life, they still found themselves separated for long stretches, meeting only briefly at night, with scant opportunities for conversation, let alone emotional exchange. Even now, they remained merely a couple in name. Reflecting on this, Chen Zishi shook his head with a wry smile. Contemplating the girl's enduring demeanor of icy exterior yet fiery interior, he realized that if he wished for her to open her heart, he still had a long journey ahead of him. However, what left Chen Zishi feeling helpless was the realization that navigating the complexities of marital harmony proved far more challenging than seeking enlightenment or divine guidance. It is no wonder that the saying goes, "The mundane world is rife with trials for the soul." "What are you grinning about?" Li Ruoshui inquired, her peripheral vision catching Chen Zishi's smile, unable to contain her curiosity that it's nothing. "I simply find you captivating and couldn't help but gaze a little longer," Chen Zishi replied, leaning against her shoulder, savoring the warmth emanating from her. "Such flattery." Li Ruoshui shot him a sidelong glance. Despite her words, a faint smile flickered across her face. Though she held disdain for insincere compliments, hearing such sweet nothings from the seemingly oblivious Chen Zishi took her by surprise, stirring a gentle sweetness within her heart. However, their exchange remained limited to tender words, failing to evolve into any further actions. Upon returning home, as Chen Zishi prepared to wash his face and meditate, he noticed Li Ruoshui seated on the sofa, scrutinizing him intently. "What is it?" Chen Zishi asked, puzzled. "Shouldn't you provide some explanation regarding today's events? Why are the Shun family so terrified, and what exactly is the matter with Master Chen?" Li Ruoshui softly probed, unable to quell her inner turmoil. She yearned for answers yet struggled to trust Chen Zishi's words. Caught in a web of confusion, the Shun family is paralyzed by fear of death, which explains their demeanor, Chen Zishi stated matter-of-factly. When faced with the specter of mortality, they would not only kneel in apology but would also willingly sacrifice everything they possess. "Then why do they refer to you as Master Chen?" Li Ruoshui continued to inquire. "As I have mentioned before, I am Master Chen." "What nonsense!" Li Ruoshui furrowed her brow, asserting, "I have heard that the legendary Master Chen appeared on the day of our wedding and even vanquished the king of Jiangzhou. It is said that the Qinhuai was several kilometers away from the banquet hall. How could you have been present at the wedding and yet manage to be in 2 places at once?" "I cannot be in 2 places at once," Chen Zishi chuckled lightly. "However, I did shoot him down with an arrow from the banquet hall." "Preposterous," Li Ruoshui retorted, storming off to the bedroom. Though she understood that she would not find the answers she sought from Chen Zishi, she could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. Chen Zishi watched her retreating figure with a sense of helplessness. No matter how earnestly he tried to convey the truth, she remained steadfast in her disbelief, leaving him utterly at a loss. "Regardless of whether she believes me or not, and irrespective of my true identity, as long as I can protect her, that is all that matters," he mused, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He returned to the bedside and commenced his daily meditation practice. It was not until he heard the faint sound of Li Ruoshui's snores that his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and the pig-killing knife materialized, swiftly spinning in his palm. The aura surrounding Chen Zishi intensified, and the knife's edge grew increasingly formidable. Yet, he restrained the overwhelming killing intent, careful not to endanger Li Ruoshui. Although the energy he cultivated from the knife was beneficial to her well-being, Its lethal aura posed a significant threat. Buzz. The slaughtering knife suddenly trembled lightly, its rotating speed gradually diminishing, and the terrifying aura it had just exuded was completely retracted. After more than a year of nurturing, this knife had finally transcended the realm of mere mortals. How ironic it is for a dignified immortal sovereign like myself to possess a weapon of spiritual artifact caliber that is but a slaughtering knife. With a self-deprecating smile, Chen Zishi flicked his wrist and sheathed the knife. He then rose and walked into the small courtyard, retrieving the remaining stalk of the bone spirit grass. With a slight rubbing of his fingers, a wisp of genuine qi ignited, enveloping the spirit grass. Under the refining flames, the stalk of bone spirit grass gradually transformed into a transparent liquid. Chen Zishi added several leaves, and eventually, the liquid coalesced into a cyan elixir. Indeed, given my current strength, it is exceedingly difficult to concoct a finished elixir with patterns without the aid of an alchemical furnace. Yet this pill possesses 80% of the spiritual power of a spiritual herb, sufficient for me to solidify my foundation. After uttering these words, Chen Zishi promptly tossed the elixir into his mouth, and instantly, the potent medicinal force surged throughout his body. A resounding crack echoed from within him, and a faint smile appeared on Chen Zishi's face. On May 18, 2018, Chen Zishi broke through to the foundation establishment stage, becoming the foremost in Jiangzhou. Chapter 49. Master Swordsmith. The following morning, Chen Zishi rose early as usual to exercise and conveniently brought back 2 servings of breakfast, both of which were the favored soybean milk and fried dough sticks of Li Ruoshui. The two sat across from each other, indulging in the delectable food before them. Although they had cohabited for more than a year, an air of awkwardness still lingered at that moment. They both lifted their heads in unison, their synchronicity palpable, and Li Ruoshui instinctively lowered her gaze. You go first. Chen Zishi glanced in surprise at the enchanting figure before him, sensing a subtle shift in her demeanor. Usually so assertive, today she bore a somewhat delicate and dependent air. However, he did not dwell on it and spoke. Today, I shall be heading to Jiangbei City and may return later than usual. As he said this, he scrutinized Li Ruoshui's expression, seemingly concerned that she might harbor any dissatisfaction, for in her eyes, he had always been at duel. Li Ruoshui nodded in acknowledgement. All right, I understand. Her chopsticks stirred the soybean milk, her gaze shimmering with uncertainty, as if she had something to express. What is it? Chen Zishi observed her closely, easily detecting her hesitation. There is a project of significant importance to the Ruoshui group, but the counterpart S company is located in Jiangnan province. I must travel there to secure the deal. Originally, this task was assigned to Li Xinghao, but yesterday, he suddenly claimed he was unavailable at Li Ruoshui's side. Thus, I need to make a trip to Jiangnan today and may be gone for several days. You must take care of yourself at home. Chen Zishi felt a sense of unease upon hearing this. He was all too familiar with Li Xinghao's character, having experienced the previous life. He knew better than anyone that abandoning such a substantial project so easily must involve some sort of conspiracy. Do not worry, go ahead, he reassured her. Once I have attended to my matters, I shall journey to Jiangnan to seek you out. Although I may not be able to offer much assistance in your work, at the very least, I can provide logistical support to ensure you do not go hungry, Chen Zishi remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Li Ruoshui lifted her gaze to meet Chen Zishi's earnest expression, contemplating a refusal. However, upon witnessing his genuine concern for her, a flicker of joy ignited within her heart. It was the first time Chen Zishi had shown such care for her, and she found herself reluctant to decline. Very well, when you arrive in Jiangnan, please give me a call. I fear I may send someone to pick you up, as I must head to the airport now, Li Ruoshui said, finishing her soybean milk and swiftly gathering her prepared belongings before making her way to the airport. As Chen Zishi watched her retreating figure, a sense of unease crept into his heart. It was not until Li Ruoshui's vehicle vanished from sight that he averted his gaze. Slowly shaking his head, he silently mused that perhaps he was overthinking it. No matter how despicable Li Xinghao might be, he was still Li Ruoshui's brother and unlikely to commit any grievous act. Chen Zishi consumed the remaining youtiao and soybean milk, smacking his lips in appreciation, marveling at how the food on earth could truly be deemed exquisite. After tidying up, he retrieved his phone and dialed Lei Laohu. Earlier that morning, while exercising, Chen Zishi had received a call from Lei Laohu, informing him that the casting master he had mentioned was located and currently residing in a humble abode in Jiangbei. Today, Chen Zishi intended to meet this master, as the black gold mystery stone and residual gold sulfur stone must be put to good use to forge a flying sword, which would be far more convenient than a pig-slaughtering knife. As soon as the call connected, Lei Laohu's hearty laughter resonated through the line. Master Chen, I have been waiting at your doorstep, eagerly anticipating your call. At that moment, Lei Laohu held Chen Zishi in the highest regard, especially after experiencing the effects of the elixir, which had substantially restored his dantian. His gratitude towards Chen Zishi deepened, for although all of this was a result of his own efforts, had Chen Zishi not honored his promise, he would have been utterly helpless in his weakened state. Fortunately, Chen Zishi had kept his word and crafted a miraculous healing elixir, the potency of which was nothing short of astonishing. Lei Laohu sensed that this elixir would not only mend his dantian but also elevate his cultivation to a new level. Little did he know that Chen Zishi had concocted a second-tier healing potion, adorned with 2 intricate dan patterns, a rarity even within the realms of cultivation, let alone in the mundane world of Earth. I shall descend shortly, Chen Zishi replied before hanging up the phone. Moments later, as he stepped outside, he spotted Lei Laohu's understated yet luxurious vehicle. Master Chen, please. Upon seeing Chen Zishi emerge, Lei Laohu hastily exited his car and approached with a respectful greeting, treating him with the deference of a junior to a senior. Chen Zishi acknowledged him with a slight hum and settled into the car, his gaze sharp as he inquired, "Tell me about this casting master. I need to ascertain whether he possesses the qualifications to forge the flying sword. Otherwise, a meeting would be unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu's expression grew stern. "Master Chen, this renowned master craftsman is indeed extraordinary. It is said that his ancestors were divine artisans, renowned for forging celestial weapons. This lineage has persisted for millennia, serving various cultivation families. However, for reasons unknown, the current head of the family, Ouyang Hua, has led his kin to secede from those clans and sought refuge in Jiangbei." Of the Ouyang clan? Chen Zishi felt a sudden jolt of surprise. In his previous life on Earth, he had known a swordsmith by the same surname, referred to by all as Ouyang the divine artisan. Could it be the same individual? Indeed. I have leveraged numerous connections to ascertain that Ouyang Hua is residing in Jiangbei, though I have yet to engage in conversation with him, Lei Laohu awkwardly admitted. If Master Chen has any requests, I fear I may be of little assistance. Understood, Chen Zishi nodded, subsequently closing his eyes to meditate. Recognizing the cue, Lei Laohu also fell silent, gazing out at the bustling traffic zipping past the car window. His mind filled with apprehension regarding the impending meeting. Would Master Chen's temperament potentially offend the other party? Meanwhile, Li Ruoxue, accompanied by her female secretary, had arrived in Jiangnan province. Upon seeing someone holding a sign with her name, her brows furrowed in discontent. "May I inquire who you are?" The young man scanned Li Ruoxue before offering a courteous response. "You must be Li Ruoxue, Ms. Li. I am Lu Cheng, the presidential secretary of Baishan Group. I will be arranging everything for you from here on. Please feel free to voice any needs you may have." Li Ruoxue was greatly displeased that they had sent a secretary to greet her. Taking a deep breath, she coldly replied, "There is no need for pleasantries. I wish to meet Chairman and Baixing immediately. I need to finalize our cooperation, as I must return to Jiangzhou afterward." Yu Cheng chuckled, shaking his head. "Ms. Li, there is no need to rush. Once you arrive in Jiangnan province, we must follow the local customs. If I fail to make proper arrangements, Chairman and will not take it lightly. I have prepared a banquet to welcome you, so please, allow me to escort you." Li Ruoxue's brows knitted tighter as she said firmly, "I will forego the meal. It is imperative we discuss business first. Once matters are settled, I must return to Jiangzhou." To her words, Lu Cheng's demeanor shifted dramatically, his previously respectful attitude evaporating. "Li Ruoxue, let me be frank. Today's banquet has been arranged by our young master, Li of Baishan Group. If you refuse to show due respect, not only will our cooperation falter, but you may find it quite challenging to return to Jiangzhou." With that, he gestured, and 2 imposing figures stepped forward. Standing on either side of Li Ruoxue, it was clear that should she utter a word of dissent, they would forcibly escort her away. Li Ruoxue's complexion turned pale, and her secretary trembled with despair. Devoid of color in her face, Liu Cheng, observing their fearful expressions, sneered, "Ms. Li, those who understand the times are the true heroes. Do not compel me to take extreme measures. We rough men know not how to cherish delicate flowers." Li Ruoxue's complexion darkened. "Lead the way. What is the fuss about for merely having a meal? There's no need to trouble young master and so extravagantly. Please, Director Li, this way." Lu Cheng guided Li Ruoxue and his female secretary into a sleek black business vehicle, steering towards the restaurant. Simultaneously, Lei Laohu and Chen Zishi had arrived in Jiangbei City, amidst a dense forest far removed from urban life. Observing the narrow path before him, Chen Zishi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Only true masters would grow weary of the towering steel structures of cities and choose to seclude themselves in such idyllic mountainous surroundings. "Master Chen, that bamboo cottage over there is old Master O's retreat." Lei Laohu remarked, gesturing towards a fenced courtyard 50 meters ahead. However, do take heed. Old Master O has a rather unique temperament. Understood, Chen Zishi nodded, strolling towards the fenced garden, dismissing Lei Laohu's caution. He believed that regardless of one's eccentricities, everyone has their own aspirations, and he was confident in his ability to meet those needs. If necessary, he would not hesitate to employ unconventional methods. As they conversed, the pair stepped into the fenced garden, only to find the bamboo cottage far from the peaceful sanctuary they had envisioned. Upon entering, they were met with the sound of heated arguments. "Oh Yanghua, do not be ungrateful. Our young master finds value in your craftsmanship, and that is a blessing for you. You are merely a blacksmith. Our young master wishes to forge a battle blade, yet you are being obstructive. Do you truly consider yourself significant? If you refuse to cooperate, do not blame us for burning down your humble abode and leaving you to sleep on the streets." Inside the cottage, several men resembling guards spoke with a brazen attitude, showing little regard for the elderly figure before them. Seated among these guards was a young man adorned in luxurious attire, their so-called young master. With a smile plastered across his face, he addressed "O Yanghua, Old Master O, you are aware that our Hu family is a member of the Martial Alliance. You previously served as a forger for the Alliance. The fact that I could locate you indicates that the Alliance is also aware of your whereabouts. Should you refuse my request, it is likely that experts from the Alliance will arrive here by tomorrow." "Young Master Hu, are you threatening me?" O Yanghua narrowed his eyes, glaring intently at the young man, his face a mask of suppressed fury as his fists clenched instinctively. "You may view it as a threat, but in my perspective, it is merely a statement of fact." Young Master Hu sneered dismissively at the irate O Yanghua, unaffected by the elder's anger, for he held the reins of the situation. The entire Martial Alliance was aware that the master forger O Yanghua had vanished without a trace. Though the reasons remained unknown, the choice he made must have been tied to matters of life and death. If this information were to leak, the fate of the O family would be all but sealed. When I departed from the Martial Alliance, I swore that I would never forge another weapon for anyone associated with them for the rest of my life. Therefore, young Master Hu, please feel free to proceed as you wish." O Yanghua took a deep breath, his demeanor exceptionally resolute, disregarding the threats posed by the former entirely. "Old fool, you truly have no respect for the wine offered, and instead choose to drink the bitter cup." Young Master Hu's expression darkened instantly, his gaze venomous as he retorted, "After such a long time without seeing your granddaughter, are you not concerned that she may be in peril?" With that, young Master Hu clapped his hands twice, and a figure cloaked in black robes emerged from a side room, gripping a young maiden by the throat, slowly advancing. "Meow meow." O Yanghua's countenance shifted dramatically, terror-stricken as he beheld his granddaughter, who was at the mercy of another. Trembling uncontrollably, he might disregard his own life, but he could not bear to witness harm befall his granddaughter. The once composed master craftsman found himself in a state of panic at that moment. "Old fool, as long as you obediently comply, I assure you that your granddaughter will remain unharmed, and I shall arrange for you both to be in a far better place." Young Master Hu spoke with a light chuckle, exuding an air of confidence throughout. He not only held power over O Yanghua's life, but also possessed this trump card of his granddaughter, convinced that O Yanghua would undoubtedly capitulate. Young Master Hu rubbed his hands together. He patiently awaited O Yanghua's decision, his patience remarkable, particularly when it came to controlling the fates of others. Observing the futile struggles of his opponent, a sense of exhilaration washed over him. This was the very essence of power and strength. "I can assist you in rescuing your granddaughter." At that moment, a cold voice resonated from the entrance, immediately capturing everyone's attention. A young man clad in worn-out jeans and a white checked shirt, appearing quite unremarkable, dared to utter such audacious words. The assembly was taken aback by this declaration. How could this inconspicuous individual presume to speak in such a manner before young Master Hu? The Hu family was a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, their lineage transcending the mundane with numerous martial practitioners, and Hu Liangxia was a genius boasting mid-stage qi refinement strength, unrivaled across the entirety of Jiangbei. Yet, here they were, listening to a mere nobody audaciously challenge young Master Hu. What a farcical spectacle! "Are you tired of living?" Chen Zishi calmly stepped into the bamboo dwelling, completely unfazed by the disdainful glares of the crowd. His focus fixed squarely upon O Yanghua. It was only then that he recognized O Yanghua as the renowned master blacksmith from his previous life, O Shunjian. He recalled that during that time, O Shunjian was desperately seeking a foundational alchemist in his past existence. Chen Zishi's cultivation had progressed slowly, and when he first met O Yanghua, he had not yet established his foundation. rendering him unaware of the purpose behind Ouyanghua's quest for foundational masters. By the time Chen Zishi successfully established his foundation, Ouyanghuo had sadly passed away, leaving him with a lingering sense of regret in this life. However, just as Chen Zishi had established his foundation, he encountered Shenjian, seemingly an opportunity to amend that regret. Ouyanghuo scrutinized Chen Zishi intently, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, yet he remained silent. "Who are you, boy?" Hu Liangxia squinted at Chen Zishi, his tone laden with menace. However, Chen Zishi paid him no mind at all. Looking at Ouyanghuo, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "I can save your granddaughter, but you must agree to one condition." "What do you say?" Ouyanghuo furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment. "As long as you can save my granddaughter, I would agree to anything, even if it means my own demise." Chen Zishi smiled faintly. "Very well, it's a deal." This scene instantly infuriated Hu Liangxia, the illustrious young master of the Hu family, who could not fathom being disregarded by a mere nobody. Today, Hu Liangxia resolved to assert his authority and make this insolent wretch understand the caliber of the person he was facing. "You are the first to dare to treat me, Hu Liangxia, with such contempt. I must admit. You possess quite the audacity," Hu Liangxia declared, his gaze icy. Upon finishing his words, he gestured to those behind him. "Young master, I could easily make this little scoundrel cry out for mercy with just one hand. Once I have thoroughly beaten him, you may deal with him as you see fit." One of the robust men behind Hu Liangxia stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with a sharp sound. "Spare him?" Hu Liangxia, seeing the giant emerge, nodded in reassurance. The man's name was Tai Hu, and his iron fists were fearsome. A full-force punch could unleash 1,000 pounds of force. When serious, even 10 or 8 elite soldiers would stand no chance against him. Hu Liangxia felt confident in Tai Hu's strength, for he was a martial artist at the initial stage of qi cultivation, a top-tier existence in the mundane world, more than capable of handling a mere nobody. Standing before Chen Zishi, Tai Hu sneered, "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and beg for mercy from my young master, and you may be spared some physical suffering." Chen Zishi turned his head, remaining silent and standing his ground. Tai Hu, incensed by this response, exclaimed, "Damn it, you insolent fool. You don't know how to cherish the opportunity given to you. Let me see if you can maintain your composure under the force of my iron fists." With that, Tai Hu stepped forward, his fist whistling through the air as he ruthlessly swung it toward Chen Zishi's face. A martial artist who disregards their own principles and instead acts as an accomplice to a bully deserves to die. Chen Zishi, hands clasped behind his back, uttered these words with an air of indifference, entirely unconcerned by the oncoming punch. "Humph, what a show-off. Prepare to meet your end." Tai Hu's expression darkened, and he put even more force into his punch. This strike was delivered with all his might. He was confident that even steel 10 centimeters thick would not withstand his blow. Hu Liangxia did not intervene, a bloodthirsty smirk gracing his lips. Even if Tai Hu were to kill the man, he would not hold him accountable. The blame would rest solely on this fool for courting death. With the power of Tai Hu's punch increasing, Hu Liangxia thought to himself, "Even I would suffer some injuries if I took that blow." Truly formidable, Tai Hu was indeed a physical powerhouse, and with his focus on honing his fists, I would not be able to withstand such a strike. This ignorant young man was likely to be reduced to a mere pulp by Tai Hu's wrath. I can only hope that in his next life, he learns not to provoke anyone indiscriminately. The individuals behind Hu Liangxia, witnessing the ferocity of Tai Hu's punch, could not help but exclaim in admiration, seemingly foreseeing the unfortunate fate that awaited Chen Zishi. Alas! Upon observing Chen Zishi's lack of evasion or retreat, Ouyanghuo felt a twinge of regret rising within him, coupled with a sense of self-recrimination. Had it not been for his interference, this young man would not have been subjected to such a dire outcome. However, as Tai Hu's fist descended upon Chen Zishi's face, the crowd did not hear the anticipated cry of anguish. Instead, they beheld a thin membrane halting the punch a mere 10 centimeters away. Tai Hu's face flushed red, straining with all his might, yet he could not breach this barrier. A wave of astonishment surged within him. His formidable strength could not even penetrate a steel plate, yet this delicate membrane thwarted him. How could this be possible? Not just Tai Hu, but everyone present was astounded by this bizarre spectacle. Each person frozen in disbelief, gazing at Chen Zishi. With a calm expression, devoid of any emotion, Chen Zishi swiftly concealed the glimmering pig-slaughtering knife back at his waist. Tai Hu's eyes widened in shock. A flash of white light caught his attention, and he felt an icy chill around his neck. Before he could comprehend what was happening, darkness enveloped him. Blood gushed forth from the neatly severed point of his neck. The esteemed master at the initial stage of qi cultivation had been decapitated, without even the chance to retaliate. Thud. Tai Hu's lifeless body collapsed ineffectually before Chen Zishi. This sound resonated like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of those present, jolting them from their state of shock. Who on earth are you? Hu Liangxia exclaimed, rising from his seat in agitation, the confident smile that once adorned his face replaced by a profound sense of trepidation. He was utterly astounded by Chen Zishi's might. Although he could easily slay Tai Hu himself, he could never achieve such effortless prowess. Chen Zishi replied coolly, "Who I am is of no concern to you." He then gestured towards the restrained Miao Miao. "Release her, and I shall spare your life." Hu Liangxia's complexion turned a deep shade of ashen gray as he fixed an intense glare on Chen Zishi. Speaking in a low voice, "Are you threatening me?" Chen Zishi raised an eyebrow, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "You may perceive it as a threat. To me, it is merely a statement of fact." His nonchalant demeanor and dismissive attitude ignited a furious rage. "Within Hu Liangxia Dio, you realize I am a member of the Hu family. The Hu family wields immense power in Jiangbei. Should you dare to act against me, they will not let you go to this point." Hu Liangxia paused. "If you leave now, I shall consider this incident as though it never occurred." Chen Zishi replied coolly, "Release her." Hu Liangxia, his brow tightly furrowed, bellowed in fury, "You insolent wretch, are you truly seeking conflict with the Hu family?" Yet, before he could complete his sentence, Chen Zishi's pig-slaughtering knife gleamed once more, a blinding flash of light cutting through the air as the terrifying blade swiftly sliced across Hu Liangxia's neck. Hu Liangxia's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth moving incessantly yet producing no sound, his expression filled with incredulity. He had never anticipated that Chen Zishi would dare to act against him without regard for the consequences, and to do so with such lethal intent, without the slightest hesitation. Did the Hu family's affiliation with the martial alliance hold no sway over Chen Zishi? This final thought dissipated as Hu Liangxia's head fell to the ground, his body collapsing, blood gushing forth in a horrific display. The bamboo hut was instantly enveloped in a profound silence. Everyone present stood with mouths agape and eyes wide, filled with horror as they gazed upon the lifeless body on the ground, their minds rendered utterly numb, incapable of rational thought. Chapter 52. The martial alliance. Hu Gongzi has been slain. The companions who had accompanied Hu Liangxia felt as though their brains had crashed. Fixated on the dismembered corpse, their expressions shrouded in despair. Even Yanghua was struck with shock, staring incredulously at Chen Zishi, who had dared to kill Hu Liangxia. His audacity was simply outrageous. Did he not fear the retribution from the Hu family or even the martial alliance? Yet, Chen Zishi appeared unfazed, his gaze locked onto the figure cloaked in black, calmly uttering, "Release her." His tone was unremarkable, yet it resonated with an undeniable authority. The figure in black trembled, as if confronted by a fearsome beast. And though reluctant, their body responded with unwavering honesty, releasing Miao Miao from their grasp. Miao Miao sprinted towards her grandfather, her youthful face, around 16 or 17, marked by the lingering terror of the ordeal. The figure in black, voice hoarse and trembling, warned, "Young man, you've stirred up a great deal of trouble. By killing Hu Gongzi, you shall face the most severe retribution the world has to offer." Not to mention, the Hu family in Jiangbei is not something a mere insignificant figure like you can contend with. Not presume that sheer strength grants you impunity in the face of the black-cloaked figure's threats. Chen Zishi remained indifferent. "If you dare utter another word, I will send you to accompany your master." He pointed at the severed body on the ground, his voice chillingly cold. "If you wish to live, get out of my sight immediately." The figure in black slightly raised their head, revealing a face devoid of color, casting a deep, searching glance at Chen Zishi before uttering no further words and preparing to depart with the remaining companions. "Wait!" Chen Zishi suddenly called out in a low voice. "Are you having second thoughts?" The figure in black scoffed, retorting, "Even if you were to eliminate us to silence the matter, the Hu family will surely know it was you. You are destined to become their enemy." Chen Zishi replied coolly, "Take this refuse away." Upon hearing this, the members of the Hu family were filled with rage, yet dared not express it. They stepped forward to gather the body, their teeth clenched, before carrying it away from the bamboo. It was only after the Hu family had completely departed that Yanghua let out a sigh of relief, ensuring his granddaughter had sustained no injuries. His previously anxious heart finally at ease. "I am deeply grateful to you, young brother, for your righteous intervention in saving my helpless granddaughter," he expressed sincerely. Yanghua expressed his gratitude to Chen Zishi with a respectful bow. Despite being old enough to be the latter's grandfather, his gestures were devoid of any pretense. Chen Zishi shook his head with a gentle smile, remarking that if Ouyang Hua were a useless individual, then most people would be even less than refuse. This elderly man would later become the renowned master craftsman Ouyang Zi, held in high esteem within the martial arts community, though his brilliance would be fleeting. Old Master Ouyang, there is no need for excessive formalities, Chen Zishi stated calmly. I have come today to request your assistance in forging a flying sword. Given the stringent requirements, only your exceptional skills can fulfill them. My young friend, having saved my granddaughter from peril, I would gladly part with not just a flying sword but even my own life without a moment's hesitation. Ouyang Hua replied earnestly to this moment. The elder Lei Laohu interjected, Master Ouyang, are you not serving in the martial alliance? What brings you here, especially when they are searching for you? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Hua's expression changed, and he took a deep breath before explaining. This matter is quite lengthy. My family, the Ouyang clan, has thrived for over 1,000 years through the art of forging, serving the nobility and later joining the martial alliance. Go better control our clan. The families within the alliance imposed a decree forbidding any member of the Ouyang clan from cultivating martial arts. We paid little mind to this, for our passion lies solely in forging, not in the pursuit of martial practices. However, everything changed when Miao Miao, at the age of 15, stumbled upon a cultivation technique and, driven by curiosity, began to practice in secret. Unbeknownst to her, she was born with closed meridians, and any attempt at cultivation would provoke her condition, ultimately shortening her lifespan. In a desperate bid to ensure her survival, I sought help from the higher echelons of the martial alliance, hoping a foundation-building master could assist Miao Miao in opening her meridians. Unfortunately, this very action led to our clan's catastrophic downfall. Nearly the entire family perished, and only Miao Miao and I managed to escape and hide here. Chen Zishi's eyes narrowed, a surge of fury rising within him, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted from his being. The others in the bamboo house were taken aback, their faces paling at the sight of Chen Zishi's fierce demeanor. With a deep breath, Chen Zishi reigned in his murderous aura, suppressing the agitation within. The martial alliance. Once again, the martial alliance. He murmured to himself. In his previous life, his master had suffered a tragic fate, being sealed within a formation by the martial alliance in collusion with numerous powerful families. Chen Zishi knew he must find a way to uncover the location of his master's imprisonment, yet such matters were shrouded in the alliance's secrets, known to none but a select few. He needed to draw the alliance's attention, which was why he had so decisively slain Hu Liangxia. It was the swiftest means to ensure the enemy would take notice. Chen Zishi aimed to make the martial alliance aware of his existence, hoping they would personally extend an invitation for him to join. Master Chen, are you all right? Lei Laohu asked tremulously, still shaken by Chen Zishi's earlier displayed. I am fine. Chen Zishi sighed, turning to Ouyang Hua. If you assist me in forging the flying sword, I can help open your granddaughter's meridians. He finally understood why Ouyang Hua had searched the world for a foundation establishment master in his previous life. It turned out that the O family harbored such a profound enmity with the martial alliance. Forming an alliance to confront the martial alliance alone was utterly impossible. The O family was indeed a commendable choice. You are a foundation establishment master? Ouyang Hua stared at Chen Zishi in shock, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He had just witnessed Chen Zishi's prowess and recognized the strength of this young man. Yet he had never imagined him to be a foundation establishment master. How old could this young man be? A foundation establishment master in his 20s was beyond his wildest dreams. After spending decades within the martial alliance, he had encountered countless martial geniuses, and despite the alliance's control over 99% of the world's cultivation resources, investing immense resources into training warriors, there had never been a foundation establishment master at such a tender age. This indicated the extraordinary talent Chen Zishi possessed in the mundane realm. Beside him, old Lei, who was equally astonished. He had just learned that this Master Chen was indeed a foundation establishment master. When Chen Zishi had effortlessly dispatched Qin Huai, he had assumed it was solely due to the power of that divine bow, never considering that Chen Zishi's own strength was equally formidable. Hiss! Old Lei, who inhaled sharply. No wonder he remained unperturbed in the face of those so-called experts. Clearly, in his eyes, everyone else was but an ant, utterly unworthy of his concern. Old Lei, who couldn't help but feel a sense of relief for having had the foresight to choose Master Chen's camp. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to his imminent demise. Chapter 53. Flying Sword. Without edge, is it merely foundation establishment? What is there to be astonished about? Chen Zishi furrowed his brows and remarked. Hearing this, old Lei, whose expression froze momentarily, and he shook his head with a wry smile, explaining, Master Chen, while foundation establishment may come easily to you, For us ordinary mortals, it is akin to scaling the heavens. Otherwise, Qin Huai would not have dominated Jiangzhou for so many years with merely half a step into foundation establishment. As far as I know, Jiangzhou has not seen a foundation establishment expert in nearly a century. Only within the martial alliance could one possibly encounter such a powerhouse, yet the conditions to become a member of the alliance are exceedingly stringent, resulting in a vicious cycle. Chen Zishi's frown deepened at this revelation. The resources monopolized by the martial alliance were even more severe than he had imagined. Without being a member of the alliance, one could not acquire cultivation resources, leading to the decline of martial artists in the mundane world. Puzzled, Chen Zishi inquired, over the years, has no one opposed this monopoly? How could there be none? However, the power of the martial alliance is far too immense. The voices of dissent simply cannot reach the outside world. Those who oppose either vanish without a trace or are silenced permanently. Gradually, no one dares to voice their opposition anymore. Old Lei Hu grimaced, speaking with reluctance. He had gained such profound insight because, prior to his injury, he had attempted to join the martial alliance, only to find himself unable to meet their stringent requirements, in a fit of rage. Old Lei Hu had then joined a resistance organization, but within mere days, the entire group of over 100 people was nearly annihilated, suffering one misfortune after another. Terrified, he ceased to voice his dissent, narrowly escaping disaster. Years have passed, and he has come to regard the martial alliance as a taboo, wary of even mentioning it. Had it not been for the encounter with the Hu family today alongside Chen Zishi, these matters would have been nearly forgotten by him. The affairs of the martial alliance could be set aside for now. As the saying goes, extremes lead to reversal, and the martial alliance is destined to meet its demise. Chen Zishi snorted coldly, then turned his gaze towards Ouyang Hua. Elder Ouyang, when might we commence the forging of my flying sword? Ouyang Hua was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Chen Zishi's urgency. He quickly responded, do not fret, young friend, we can begin the refining process at once. With that, he led Chen Zishi and Lei Laohu towards the backyard of the bamboo house, arriving at an open space that revealed an outdoor forge. After a brief tidying up, Ouyang Hua approached a side room and retrieved a pitch-black substance that resembled charcoal yet shimmered with a metallic luster. Lei Laohu inquired, Elder Ouyang, what is this? Seeing their confusion, Ouyang Hua chuckled and explained, do not underestimate this charcoal. It is an exceedingly rare ironwood charcoal, worth more than gold if auctioned. A length of 1 meter would start at 1 million. Hiss! Lei Laohu gasped in astonishment, realizing that this seemingly inconspicuous charcoal was so exorbitantly priced. Such forging was beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Commence the forging. Ouyang Hua's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression turning serious as he bellowed. As his voice echoed, the flames of the forge surged instantly, radiating a terrifying heat. Young friend, are the materials prepared? Upon witnessing this, Chen Zishi promptly handed over the black gold mysterious stone and the remnant gold sulfur stone, then detailed the desired shape and requirements meticulously. When Ouyang Hua beheld the materials before him, his expression grew solemn. He had not anticipated that Chen Zishi possessed such precious ores. Turning back to the side room, he retrieved another piece of ironwood charcoal and, with a grave countenance, stated, the melting point of this black gold mysterious stone is exceedingly high, and its hardness is formidable. Ordinary flames struggle to affect it. Young friend, you must provide spiritual energy to assist me. Chen Zishi nodded in agreement, no problem. Ouyang Hua then exhaled in relief. Without the true fire of spiritual energy, relying solely on the flames of ironwood charcoal, even with his own heat-enhancing techniques, it would be nearly impossible to melt the black gold mysterious stone, let alone forge it. Young friend, now channel your spiritual energy true fire into the furnace. I shall begin. Ouyang Hua commanded in a deep voice. Chen Zishi complied, unleashing his spiritual energy true fire, which caused the furnace's temperature to soar to its zenith, revealing signs of melting in the black gold mysterious stone. After nearly 3 hours of relentless forging and hammering, the rough shape of the flying sword gradually took form, and the remaining steps no longer required Chen Zishi's spiritual energy true fire to assist. Chen Zishi let out a sigh of relief, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. The continuous exertion over those 3 hours was an exceedingly daunting drain on him at this juncture. Fortunately, his extraordinary cultivation allowed him to endure. For anyone else, persisting for even an hour would have been a miracle. Chen Zishi sat cross-legged on the ground to recuperate his spiritual energy, the rhythmic clanging sounds around him bringing a sense of tranquility to his heart. Half an hour later, Chen Zishi opened his eyes, and a brilliance akin to lightning flashed through them. At this moment, he had fully regained his peak condition, while Master O had ceased his hammering. The 3-inch-long flying sword now submerged in icy water. However, there was no trace of joy on Ouyanghua's face. Instead, it was marred by profound disappointment. Chen Zishi, startled by this, wondered if the forging had failed. Master O, what has become of the flying sword? Upon hearing Chen Zishi's inquiry, Ouyanghu shook his head in resignation. I had hoped that with the assistance of the spiritual fire, I could flawlessly fuse the black gold profound stone and forge a sword of miraculous caliber. Regrettably, I overestimated my abilities. Despite my utmost efforts, I could not achieve perfection, and this sword has turned out to be a dull blade. A look of regret washed over Ouyanghua's face as he gazed mournfully at the sword in his hand. A dull blade is one that cannot be sharpened. A flying sword devoid of an edge is no different from a mere stick. Upon hearing this, a relieved smile broke across Chen Zishi's face, for he had feared a complete failure in the sword's creation. Master O, do not blame yourself for this. The black gold profound stone is inherently unsuitable for forging flying swords. Its primary use is to create powder to enhance the hardness of weapons. It is entirely normal for a sword forged entirely from black gold profound stone to lack an edge. Chen Zishi patiently explained. As he took the 3-inch flying sword from Master O, an unprecedented smile of satisfaction illuminated his face. Running his fingers along the sword's spine, as delicate as a cicada's wings, he could not help but marvel at Ouyanghua's exceptional craftsmanship. Truly, such forging skills are rarely matched. Even in the celestial realm, it is worth noting that he is merely a mortal, relying solely on pure manual forging techniques. Truly remarkable. Since it cannot be sharpened, let us call this swordwoofing, no edge. Chen Zishi declared with a few graceful flourishes. In truth, there was one detail he refrained from mentioning. While the conventional methods could not sharpen the black gold profound stone, an extreme approach could render this blade capable of an edge. This involved allowing the edgeless sword to absorb the blood of numerous powerful beings, coupled with daily nurturing of vital energy. Over the years, it would surely one day possess a cutting edge. Chapter 54. The fury of the Hu family. Elder Lei looked at the flying sword, his eyes shining with envy. Crafted from rare ore and forged by Master O, this sword, as thin as a cicada's wing, could be deemed a divine artifact of the world. Wufeng, what a splendid name. This sword, accompanying Master Chen, is bound to achieve renown throughout the land. Elder Lei praised enthusiastically. Chen Zishi chuckled lightly, glancing at Ouyanghu. Master O, now that my flying sword has been successfully forged, what are your plans moving forward? He had begun to contemplate an alliance, naturally wishing to include Ouyanghu in his future endeavors. To be frank, my young friend, I have no path left to tread, and my granddaughter's health can no longer withstand my continued flight. Master O spoke softly. Might you consider taking in the two of us? Upon hearing these words, Chen Zishi inwardly mused that he had been anticipating this very statement. However, maintaining a calm demeanor, he replied, in that case, you shall accompany me back to Jiangzhou. I will arrange for you a tranquil abode. And once you are settled, I shall assist your granddaughter in clearing her meridians. That sounds splendid. Ouyanghu expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow, yet concern soon clouded his features as he added, young friend, the son of the Hu family met his demise here under my watch. The Hu family has already been made aware of my existence, and this incident will undoubtedly bring trouble upon you. His apprehension trailed off, and the others present understood the implications of his unfinished sentence. The Hu family, a prominent clan in Jiangbei, while not as powerful as the top families in Jiangzhou, held another significant identity as a member of the Martial Alliance. When secular matters intertwine with the Martial Alliance, complications arise, and the increasing might of the alliance has emboldened its member families to act with impunity. Given the nature of the Hu family, this incident was bound to escalate significantly, and with Ouyanghua's involvement, the Martial Alliance would surely intervene, placing them in a perilous predicament. Rest assured, the Hu family poses no threat to me, Chen Zishi stated nonchalantly. In fact, he looked forward to the involvement of the Martial Alliance, as it would provide him the opportunity to engage with them. Ouyanghu inhaled deeply, suppressing the remainder of his words. Although he was uncertain of the source of Chen Zishi's confidence, he had no choice but to place his trust in this young man. As Chen Zishi patiently awaited in the business vehicle, Ouyanghu and his companions took over an hour to gather their essential belongings before boarding the car, heading towards Jiangzhou. Meanwhile, the individuals that Chen Zishi had released returned to the Hu family estate, pallid-faced as they bore the dismembered corpse, their steps heavy as they entered the courtyard. What transpired? As they crossed the threshold, they caught the attention of the Hu family's steward. Upon witnessing the headless body, his mouth fell agape in shock, trembling as he pointed towards the corpse. Is this the young master? The man in black nodded gravely. The steward, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed to the ground, and after a moment, he managed to regain some composure and rushed into the main house. Master, it is dire news. The young master has been murdered. In the opulent traditional courtyard, the main hall housed a reception area where the elder of the Hu family sat, clad in a tang suit, sipping tea. Upon hearing the steward's urgent declaration, his hand trembled violently, causing the porcelain teacup to shatter upon hitting the floor. What did you say? The elder rose from his chair, his voice booming as he articulated each word, his murky eyes ablaze with disbelief. The Hu family was a colossal entity in Jiangbei. Despite his grandson's usual arrogance, the elder had employed numerous guards for his protection, knowing that even the family's reputation would deter any disrespect towards Hu Liangxia. How could he have been slain? What on earth happened? The elder inhaled deeply, his voice quaking slightly. The young master's remains have been brought back by the guards. Master, you must take care of your health. The steward hurriedly stepped forward to support the elderly who, fearing that the overwhelming emotions might cause him to faint. Hu Liangxia was indeed the apple of his eye. Take me to see, the elder who said, his voice trembling as he was aided by the steward towards the courtyard of the Sihiyuan. However, upon beholding the headless corpse, his complexion paled instantly, and tears streamed down the creases of his face. Who dares to kill my grandson? I shall have him torn to shreds, the elder who erupted with a terrifying aura. For Hu Liangxia was the sole heir of the Hu family in this generation. His murder was tantamount to severing the very roots of the family, a vendetta that could not be overlooked. Elder, we were powerless and failed to protect the young master. The black-robed man and the other 3 guards knelt solemnly on the ground. The elder who bellowed, What on earth happened? Explain every detail to me. The black-robed man recounted the events in their entirety, leaving nothing out, even describing Chen Zishi's appearance. Oh Yanghua! The elder who ground his teeth and shouted, Find out who this young man is, what his strength entails, and how he dared to kill a member of the Hu family. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. As his words fell, he continued, Bring me a carriage. I shall personally visit the Wuming branch. This matter cannot go unaddressed by the Wuming. Just as the Hu family seethed with rage, Chen Zishi and the others had successfully returned to Jiangzhou. He instructed Lei Laohu to arrange a quiet place for Oyanghua, then set off alone for the airport. It was now 2 in the afternoon. Originally, Chen Zishi had promised Li Ruoshui that he would arrive in Jiangnan by noon, but he had not anticipated that the incident involving Hu Liangxia would delay him for such a long time. On his way to the airport, he attempted to call Li Ruoshui, but the call did not connect, likely because she was busy. He did not dwell on it, and boarded the flight to Jiangnan. In Jiangnan, at the Emperor Zun Grand Hotel, a lavish private room housed a dining table meant for 20, yet only 2 individuals sat facing each other. The man, impeccably dressed in a suit, was handsome, his face occasionally betraying a sinister smile, especially when his gaze flicked toward the beautiful woman opposite him. So beautiful. She is like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Enlia's lips curled upwards. He had not anticipated that Li Ruoshui would possess such exquisite beauty. When he first received the news, he had been skeptical, believing himself seasoned by encounters with countless beauties, top-tier celebrities and international models, but they paled in comparison to her. However, upon meeting Li Ruoshui, he found himself utterly captivated, particularly by the noble aura that enveloped her, rendering him spellbound. Li Ruoshui, unaware, possessed a physique that had transcended that of an ordinary person due to the enhancement from Chen Zishi's spiritual energy. Young Master Un, I came to dine at your invitation, yet you have not touched your food and merely stare at me. It seems somewhat inappropriate, does it not? Li Ruoshui remarked coldly, frowning. Chapter 55. Li Ruoshui faces a crisis. What is inappropriate? Enlai raised his eyebrows slightly, fixing his gaze on the somewhat irate Li Ruoshui, and with a faint smile, remarked, In my opinion, you are far more delectable than this spread before you. As he spoke, his unabashedly lascivious eyes roamed over Li Ruoshui's delicate form, particularly fixating on the more provocative areas, as if he longed for his gaze to linger there eternally. Li Ruoshui, incensed by this blatant display, retorted, Masterin, I implore you to maintain your decorum. Decorum? Enlai scoffed at her words. What can you do if I choose not to? This is the territory of the infamily in Jiangnan. Regardless of how I treat you, you are obliged to wear a smile and endure. Do you understand? Li Ruoshui's complexion turned ashen as she rose to her feet, stating coldly, It seems the Baixing group has no intention of negotiating with me. I have dined, and now I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to exit, only to find her path obstructed by Lu Cheng, leaving her with no means of escape. Why the urgency to depart? My dear? Enlai also stood, advancing towards Li Ruoshui with a playful smile. Your temperament indeed mirrors what Li Xinghao described, frigid. However, it is precisely this icy demeanor that I find irresistible to conquer. Li Xinghao. At the mention of his name, Li Ruoshui felt a jolt of shock, suddenly grasping why he had inexplicably relinquished such a lucrative business deal, handing it over to her. Was it truly a transaction to sell her out? That scoundrel, disregarding the Li family's interests, engaged in such sordid dealings. Do you genuinely believe that Li Xinghao would willingly part with this business for your benefit? Enlai chuckled darkly. This is merely a transaction between us. Should you agree to become my woman, I will ensure he ascends to the position of president of Ruoshui Group. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you say? Li Ruoshui's visage turned pale, her eyes riveted on Enlai's triumphant expression, her heart sinking into despair. Being in Jiangnan, if Enlai harbored ulterior motives, she would indeed be without recourse. Her secretary had already been lured away by Lu Cheng, leaving her ensnared in a perilous situation, utterly defenseless. Master Un, I advise you to tread carefully. Should any harm befall me, the Li family in Jiangzhou will not let this matter rest, Li Ruoshui threatened in a low voice. However, Enlai merely regarded her with disdain. The Li family holds little weight in Jiangzhou and even less in Jiangnan. Your threats bear no significance to me. I suggest you yield to me willingly. It would spare you some physical torment. With that, he lunged forward suddenly, attempting to seize Li Ruoshui in his embrace. Enlai. Li Ruoshui was momentarily struck with fear, hastily evading his advance, her mind racing for a means of escape. Yet, she found herself ensnared in a deadlock, the prospect of turning the tide appearing bleak. Then a thought struck her. During his departure, Chen Zishi had mentioned his intent to meet her in Jiangnan. If all went well, he should have arrived by now. An expression of excitement flickered across Li Ruoshui's face as she pulled out her phone. Discovering a missed call from Chen Zishi in her haste to evade Enlai's grasp, she swiftly pressed the redial button. Enlai, upon witnessing this, chose not to intervene. He harbored no concern for Li Ruoshui's cries for help. He was convinced that the Yin family could undoubtedly dominate in Jiangnan, and no one could threaten him on his own territory. Little beauty, feel free to call for help. The more fervently you struggle, the greater your eventual disappointment will be, while I grow ever more exhilarated. Enlai proclaimed with a lewd grin, pursuing Li Ruoshui around the circular dining table. Relishing the process like a cat toying with a mouse, Li Ruoshui's face was etched with terror as she clutched her phone and fled. In that moment, she ardently wished for Chen Zishi to be by her side. For then she would not have to endure such humiliation. It was the first time she longed for Chen Zishi, and for the first time, she recognized that his martial prowess was not entirely futile. Chen Zishi, if you don't come to my rescue, you will never see me again in this lifetime. Li Ruoshui cried out in despair, but the call remained unconnected, perpetually engaged. After disembarking from the plane, Chen Zishi repeatedly attempted to contact Li Ruoshui, but his calls went unanswered, instilling a vague sense of unease within him. Subsequently, he dialed Lei Laohu's number. Find out my wife Li Ruoshui's whereabouts since she arrived in Jiangnan province, and provide me with results within 5 minutes, Chen Zishi commanded before hanging up, patiently awaiting news. In that moment, he suddenly felt the urge to establish a faction. While it might not aid his cultivation, living in the city inevitably involved mundane affairs, highlighting the significance of intelligence. Although his strength was formidable in Jiangnan province, acquiring information required reliance on others, much like the current predicament. This feeling of losing control sparked a flicker of unease within him. Within 5 minutes, Lei Laohu called back. Master Chen, the information has been confirmed. Li Ruoshui was taken by members of the Yin family after arriving in Jiangnan province. I have sent the location to your phone. As Chen Zishi read the address in the message, his gaze suddenly turned icy, an immense surge of spiritual energy coursing through him as he swiftly dashed forward. The Yin family, if a single hair on Li Ruoshui is harmed, I shall reduce you to ashes. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the gravity of his actions. His foundational mastery unleashed its full speed, his figure becoming a whirlwind. The airport was a daunting 20 kilometers from the hotel Lei Laohu had provided, yet Chen Zishi covered the distance in a mere 15 minutes, an astonishing pace. Upon arriving at the hotel, he seized a staff member by the collar, his voice low and frigid. Tell me, which room is Enlai's? Sir, please calm down. The hotel security rushed forward, brandishing their batons, their eyes fixed warily on the agitated young man, fearful that he might harm the staff. No more nonsense. Check now. Chen Zishi growled, fury boiling within him. In his past life, He had sacrificed everything for her. In this life, he must protect her. If anything were to happen, he would never forgive himself. Top floor. Presidential suite. The receptionist's face was etched with terror, rendered nearly speechless by the fearsome visage of Chen Zishi. In an instant, Chen Zishi's figure vanished from the sight of the crowd, leaving a group of security guards in stunned silence. Moments later, they emerged from their shock, urgently notifying young Master Kai that trouble had arrived. Meanwhile, Chen Zishi had ascended to the top floor's presidential suite. Upon exiting the elevator, he was greeted by 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance. This is private territory. No unauthorized entry. The bodyguards, upon seeing someone emerge from the elevator, promptly obstructed his path. Just then, a desperate voice pierced through the air. Chen Zishi, if you don't come to save me now, you will never see me again. The countenance of Chen Zishi darkened instantly, a gleaming blade appearing in his hand as it flashed ominously in the air. The 2 bodyguards felt a chill at their throats before their consciousness sank into darkness, their bodies collapsing into a pool of blood. With a resounding crash, Chen Zishi kicked open the opulent door, exclaiming, "Wife, I have arrived." Chapter 56. Wait a moment before embracing this sudden turn of events startled everyone in the room, prompting Enlai to instinctively turn towards the door, his face a mask of fury. "You dare invade my private room, young man? You possess quite the audacity." Enlai scowled, glancing outside but finding no trace of the bodyguards. Had they been negligent in their duties? Enough of your prattle. You should contemplate how you wish to meet your demise, he sneered. Unfazed, Chen Zishi strode forward as if in an unassailable realm, approaching Li Ruoshui. As she beheld him, her expression brimmed with excitement. She had nearly succumbed to despair. Though she had once fantasized about Chen Zishi coming to her rescue, she had not allowed herself to harbor much hope. After all, she knew that even if Chen Zishi were in Jiangnan, he would be unaware of her location, and even if he did know, Enlai would not permit anyone to intrude easily. Yet, just when she felt utterly hopeless, Chen Zishi descended like a hero from the heavens, igniting a surge of exhilaration within her. "Husband!" Li Ruoshui cried, rushing into Chen Zishi's embrace. This marked the most intimate moment between them since their marriage, and it was the first time she had addressed him in such a manner. "Do not fear. Your husband is here." Chen Zishi gently patted her back. Though his expression remained calm, his heart swelled with joy. The fact that Li Ruoshui willingly uttered those 2 words signified that she had finally accepted his identity. Enlai watched the couple display their affection, his expression contorted in discomfort, his gaze radiating a chilling light. "You are Li Ruoshui's husband?" Enlai squinted, speaking with disdain. "Indeed, just as Li Xinghao said, you are a brazen fool who knows no bounds. You are the first to disregard me, Enlai. Today, you shall learn how foolish it is to appear here. I will make you witness your wife being ravished beneath me, utterly powerless to intervene." How delightful that shall be, however. In the face of Enlai's venomous and spiteful words, Chen Zishi could hardly be bothered to respond. Instead, gazing tenderly at Li Ruoshui, "Dear wife, you blame me for not arriving sooner. Had I come earlier, you would not have had to endure such fright." Upon witnessing Chen Zishi's gentleness, Li Ruoshui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she hastily extricated herself from his embrace, her heart racing like a startled doe. She felt utterly bashful, internally lamenting. How utterly mortifying. I am a dignified CEO, yet here I am, displaying such a demure demeanor. Enlai, observing this scene, trembled with rage, his fury boiling over as he bellowed. "You insolent brat, you truly seek death. I shall break your limbs and render you unable to live or die." With that, Enlai clenched his fists, his toes barely grazing the ground as he charged forward with an imposing and fearsome presence. His audacity was fueled not only by the power of the Yin family, but also by his formidable personal strength. The Yin family's status in Jiangnan province was exceptional, affording them connections far beyond those of ordinary clans. Enlai had been practicing martial arts since childhood and exhibited remarkable talent. Now, at merely 25 years of age, he had already attained the status of a mid-level practitioner. Such prowess allowed him to transcend the law in the mundane world, and he regarded seasoned warriors with disdain. "Die!" Enlai roared, his fists carrying the terrifying sound of wind as they hurtled toward Chen Zishi. The sheer force of his strike manifesting with devastating clarity. He was confident that a single blow would suffice to eliminate this foolhardy Chen Zishi. The thought of incapacitating him ignited a wave of excitement within him, envisioning the pleasures of Li Ruoshui's alluring body. Chen Zishi, unperturbed, gently pressed Li Ruoshui onto a chair and chuckled. "My dear, just a moment. Once I've dealt with this fellow, we shall embrace. Be careful." Li Ruoxue cried out anxiously, her face filled with concern as she beheld the rapidly approaching Enlai. Although she was aware that Chen Zishi possessed some skills, his apparent disregard for Enlai's threat was overly audacious. As Enlai's assault loomed, Chen Zishi remained unresponsive. Was he merely preparing to endure a beating? Rest assured, he is nothing but a waste of space, he declared calmly. Chen Zishi exhibited no hint of panic. The butcher's knife was as if it had been destined to be in his hand. Just as Enlai's fist was about to collide with the back of his head, a swift flash of cold light erupted. With a resounding thud, heavy objects fell to the ground, and Chen Zishi did not even turn around, maintaining his back to Enlai the entire time. Suddenly, agonized screams echoed. Filled with excruciating pain, Li Ruoxue instinctively glanced behind Chen Zishi, only to see the once formidable Enlai now reduced to a grotesque state, sprawled on the ground with his limbs severed at the roots. His face contorted in extreme agony, his wounds smooth as glass, and his pallor devoid of any color. He appeared utterly wretched. Li Ruoxue, witnessing such a horrific scene, felt her pupils constrict violently, her expression one of sheer shock. How utterly cruel! The methods employed by Chen Zishi are shockingly ruthless. However, Li Ruoxue refrains from uttering a word. Having navigated the treacherous waters of bloodless business warfare for many years, she is acutely aware that one must not show mercy in the face of adversaries. Furthermore, she comprehends all too well that had it not been for Chen Zishi's timely intervention, her fate would have been exponentially more tragic than that of an Elida, the president of the Ruoxue group. Li Ruoxue does not possess the maternal compassion that other women might exhibit. Though her heart may ache, she feels no pity whatsoever. You dare to harm young Masterin? You are doomed. Your relatives and friends will suffer the consequences of your actions, and the infamily will annihilate you in the most brutal manner. Lu Cheng, trembling in terror from his corner, shouted in horror as he witnessed Chen Zishi's merciless onslaught, his heart filled with dread. Who is this young man? How could he dare to strike against Enlai? Does he not fear retribution from the infamily? Are you threatening me? Chen Zishi cast a sidelong glance at Lu Cheng, coolly uttering a few words. I merely present you with a fact. The infamily's influence in Jiangnan province is vast beyond imagination, far beyond what a mere novice like you could contend with. Prepare for the infamily's vengeance. Lu Cheng inhaled deeply, his voice heavy with gravity as he retorted, I shall await it. Chen Zishi scoffed derisively, his hand sweeping through the air, a surge of spiritual energy piercing through space and directly entering Enlai's head. With a sharp crack, Enlai's anguished cries abruptly ceased, his head shattering like a watermelon dropped to the ground. He is dead. Enlai is dead? And in the most barbaric manner imaginable? Lu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the headless and limbless corpse of Enlai, pondering the wrath that would befall the infamily if they were to discover this atrocity. Chapter 57. Worth half a fortune, I shall grant you an opportunity for absolution. Contact the infamily and inform them that I await their retribution. With a strict deadline of half an hour, Chen Zishi's calm voice resonated in Lu Cheng's ears. Taking a deep breath, Lu Cheng suppressed the terror within and retrieved his phone to call the infamily. Meanwhile, at the infamily's villa in Jiangnan province, a distinguished guest was being received with utmost solemnity, the family members exhibiting not a trace of negligence. An Jinxing, the head of the infamily, personally welcomed the visitor with a beaming smile, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the middle-aged man beside him. After the pleasantries, the middle-aged man spoke first. Old Master On, I have come today to discuss a matter concerning Enlai, which presents a rare opportunity for him. Please, Mr. Wu, speak freely. As my grandson, Enlai is entirely under your purview, and the infamily will fully support your decisions, and Jinxing replied earnestly, holding Mr. Wu in high esteem. Despite Mr. Wu being a generation his junior, and Jinxing dared not overstep. This deference was not solely due to Mr. Wu being Enlai's master. More importantly, he was an honorary elder of the Martial Arts Alliance, a connection that allowed the infamily to thrive in Jiangnan province. Moreover, should Enlai attain the realm of a foundation establishment master in the future, the infamily shall gain admission to the Martial Alliance, thus transcending the ordinary existence of a family, and that moment will truly mark a soaring ascent. Mr. Wu, as you are aware, I hold the position of a guest elder within the Martial Alliance. This year, the Martial Academy is enrolling new students, and I have been fortunate enough to receive an invitation. I intend to send Enlai there for his cultivation. He must be away from home for several years. Mr. Wu stated casually. An Jinxing, upon hearing this, rose to his feet in excitement, his expression transformed by profound astonishment. An invitation from the Martial Academy. Such a precious item. He had never imagined that the infamily would one day have the opportunity to obtain one. The individual who receives such an invitation holds a position of great esteem within the martial alliance. Typically, it is reserved for the closest of acquaintances. Yet, Mr. Wu is willing to extend this opportunity to Enlai. This act of kindness transcends mere teacher-student relationships. Mr. Wu, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude in excess. From this moment forth, we are family, and the infamily shall never betray your kindness. With that, and Zhenxing bowed deeply to Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu graciously accepted the gesture and waved his hand, saying, "Since you have agreed, it is settled. When Enlai returns, let him seek me out. Please wait a moment, Mr. Wu, I shall summon Enlai at once." And Zhenxing hurriedly replied, at this critical juncture, he could not allow this opportunity to slip away. He must ensure that the invitation remained, for the longer the night, the more dreams could turn awry. He feared that he would regret it for a lifetime. He understood all too well what the invitation from the Martial Academy represented. As long as one could graduate, even if Enlai did not reach the Foundation Establishment Master level, the infamily could still join the ranks of the Martial Alliance. Mr. Wu nodded, aware of the underlying implications in Zhenxing's words, yet he paid them no mind. Having offered the invitation to Enlai, he had no intention of retracting his promise. In truth, his decision had been made after careful consideration. Among his many disciples, only Enlai possessed the potential for remarkable achievement. Now past 50 years of age and having been a martial master for nearly a decade, he had not made any further progress in that time. He recognized that his own talents were limited and felt the necessity to ally with a reliable family. Theo forged this bond with the infamily. He had even expended considerable effort to procure this invitation, demonstrating his sincerity. The outcome had left him highly satisfied, as he was also pleased with the infamily's attitude. "Bring young master Enlai back at once," and Zhenxing commanded. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Wu's thoughts were far more intricate. He was engulfed in an emotional whirlwind. Just as Zhenxing's words echoed in the air, the housekeeper approached with a grim expression. "Master, I have just received news that young master Enlai has been killed." The housekeeper hesitated briefly, his face grave as he spoke. "What?" And Zhenxing exclaimed in shock, his voice rising in fury, the joyful smile on his face fading into disbelief. Given Enlai's prowess and the infamily's reputation, how could he possibly be slain? Who was responsible? Who dared to kill the young master of the infamily? And Zhenxing grasped the collar of the steward with trembling hands, his face a grotesque mask of rage. Just moments ago, he had been fantasizing about joining the Martial Alliance, envisioning a future of unparalleled success. Yet, in an instant, before he could ascend to the pinnacle of his ambitions, he found himself plummeting into the abyss. With Enlai's demise, the hopes of the infamily had been utterly extinguished. A subordinate of the young master called, reporting that Shao had set his sights on a married woman, desiring to claim her for himself, only to be met with death at the hands of her husband. Moreover, the caller ominously stated that he would wait at the hotel for half an hour, expecting the infamily to exact revenge, after which he would not wait any longer. The steward's face drained of color as he felt the old patriarch's grip on his collar tighten, the sensation of suffocation becoming increasingly oppressive. Yet, he could only endure in silence, refraining from any semblance of defiance. To provoke the elder at this moment could lead to a most gruesome end for him. Even as the steward of the infamily, find out the background of that woman and gather information on her husband immediately. If I do not see their details within 5 minutes, you need not return." And Zhenxing bellowed, forcefully shoving the steward, who fell to the ground in a panic, hastily scrambling to flee the villa. Moments later, the information on Li Ruoshui and Chen Zishi was presented to Zhenxing, who meticulously perused the documents. The Li family of Jiangzhou, Li Ruoshui of the Ruoshui group, a son-in-law by the name of Chen Zishi. He seethed. "I demand that you all accompany my grandson to the grave." And Zhenxing's voice was laced with venomous hatred, his eyes ablaze with fury as he turned to the middle-aged man beside him. "Mr. Wu, this young man named Chen Zishi, who has slain Enlai, is evidently no ordinary individual. I implore you to take action and avenge my grandson. Should you lend your hand, I am prepared to offer half of the infamily's fortune as compensation." And Zhenxing spoke with conviction, devoid of any hesitation. Despite his rage, he had not succumbed to madness. For the infamily to seek vengeance, they needed to eliminate the martial artist Chen Zishi, and given their current plight, they could not afford to hire a high-level warrior for retribution. Fortunately, he had not dismissed Mr. Wu earlier, for otherwise, the prospect of revenge would remain a distant dream. "Rest assured, Liar was my disciple. Tio have been slain is a grievous offense, and as his mentor, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance. This martial expert shall be dealt with by me." while the remaining mundane forces will be no match for the strength of the Yin family. Initially reluctant to intervene, Mr. Wu felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing Yin Zhenxing's words. His assistance in this matter would indeed be worth half of the Yin family's assets. Chapter 58. This is your lesson at this moment. The vast presidential suite was enveloped in an eerie silence. Chen Zishi stood guard by Li Ruoshui's side, inhaling the dense scent of blood that permeated the air. Opposite him, Lu Cheng, pale as a ghost, curled up in fear, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The sight of the mangled corpse before him filled him with an overwhelming dread. Having roamed the city for years, he had never encountered such a horrific scene. Moreover, it had unfolded right before his eyes without warning, leaving him utterly unprepared. Were it not for the fear of disturbing Chen Zishi and inviting fatal consequences, he would have likely succumbed to screams of terror. Li Ruoshui's complexion was exceedingly grim, clearly unaccustomed to the gruesome scene before her. Although her inner strength was formidable, she remained, after all, a woman. Chen Zishi, we should take our leave. Otherwise, when the Yin family arrives, escaping will not be so effortless. Taking a deep breath, Li Ruoshui stifled the churning sensation in her stomach, wishing for Chen Zishi to accompany her. While she was uncertain of the true strength of the Yin family, it was evident that they were at a disadvantage in the opponent's territory. A prudent individual would not make the reckless choice that Chen Zishi had made. However, Chen Zishi slowly shook his head, rejecting her suggestion. This only deepened the pallor of Li Ruoshui's face, and a flicker of discontent surged within her as she subconsciously believed that Chen Zishi was no match for the Yin family. Though Chen Zishi was indeed powerful, he was now up against the entirety of the Yin family, a colossal entity where individual prowess was rendered insignificant. Just then, a group of individuals burst through the entrance, led by a composed young man who commanded with a clear voice, "Seal off all the rooms on this floor. Until this matter is resolved, no one is permitted to leave." "Yes, young master." The group was clad in security uniforms, evidently roused by Chen Zishi's earlier presence at the hotel. Yet nearly half an hour had elapsed, and only now did anyone appear. This inefficiency was quite remarkable. Chen Zishi stood still, coldly observing as these security personnel surrounded the suite, his expression remaining unchanged. "It's over. Now, even if we wish to leave, we cannot. We can only await the arrival of the Yin family and brace ourselves for their wrath." Li Ruoshui sighed deeply, her heart heavy with despair. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to harm you. You need only watch the spectacle while I handle the rest," Chen Zishi declared solemnly. At his words, Li Ruoshui could only nod helplessly. She wished to intervene, but lacked the standing to do so. The Yin family's vendetta would not be easily quelled. "Tell me, what transpired here?" the young man commanding the security personnel inquired, pointing at the mangled corpse on the ground, his somber expression fixed on Chen Zishi. It was a question posed with intent. Chen Zishi retorted sharply, having no intention of providing an explanation, even to a hotel official he deemed beneath him. Upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, the young man's eyes narrowed with coldness. The security captain, witnessing this, quickly reprimanded, "You impudent fool! How dare you speak to young Master Gao in such a manner? This entire hotel belongs to young Master Gao. With someone dead here, you are a suspect and still dare to act so arrogantly?" Those occupying the most critical positions in hotel management were naturally adept at ingratiating themselves, and the security captain was evidently well aware of this truth. The flattery was seamless. "Young Master Gao, there's no need to inquire further. He is the murderer. My young master-in-law was slain by him." In the corner, Lu Cheng trembled at the sudden arrival of the crowd. Akin to a drowning person grasping at a final straw, tremblingly struggling towards young Master Gao's side. "What did you say? Is this the young master-in-law from your family?" Young Master Gao stared in shock at the headless corpse on the ground, his expression filled with horror, his eyes nearly bulging out from the intensity of his fear. "Indeed, young Master Gao, my young master met a tragic end in your esteemed Gao family's hotel. You must seek justice for him." Lu Cheng cried out, tears streaming down his face, and at that moment, the dread he had harbored was finally unleashed, having pent up within him for far too long. Young Master Gao took a deep breath, his astonished gaze scrutinizing Chen Zishi once more. Before him stood a young man clad in tattered denim, lacking any sense of style, though his visage could be deemed striking. Yet, it was astonishing that such a person dared to slay the eldest son of the Yin family. One must understand that Enlai was the sole heir of the Yin family for 3 generations. His sudden demise would surely incite the wrath of Old Master unto unimaginable heights. "Young man, your fate is not one that requires elaboration. You must surely foresee the consequences of daring to slay and lie. How foolish you are! Young Master Gao cast a pitying glance at Chen Zishi. The fury of the infamily was not a matter of mere retribution. The loved ones and friends of Chen Zishi would also be ensnared in their vengeance. With a slight elevation of his brow, Chen Zishi coldly retorted, "You would do well to silence yourself. Otherwise, I shall send you to meet and lie." With that, he closed his eyes, resting in his chair while awaiting the arrival of the infamily. He had initially intended to obliterate the infamily directly, but bringing Li Ruoxue along rendered such action inconvenient. Moreover, he did not wish for Li Ruoxue to witness his more ruthless side. Today, without fail, he would annihilate the infamily. Although Chen Zishi was not one to revel in slaughter, anyone who dared to cross his line would face retaliation at any cost. Currently, Li Ruoxue was his cherished possession, and with Enlai setting his sights on her, it was fated that he would perish here. You? Young Master Gao's complexion shifted abruptly, fury surging within him, yet he refrained from erupting. Observing Chen Zishi's feigned calmness, he couldn't help but sneer, "Enjoy your arrogance for now. Once the infamily arrives, we shall see how brazen you remain." No sooner had he spoken than a sudden gust of wind lashed across his face. A sharp crack echoed as Chen Zishi, who had been seated, now stood before young Master Gao, delivering a resounding slap with the sole of his fake Nike shoe. Young Master Gao was instantly knocked to the ground, hands clutching his stinging cheek, staring incredulously at Chen Zishi, his eyes brimming with murderous intent and fury. "I warned you to keep your mouth shut. This serves as your lesson. Should you dare to speak again, I shall ensure you are rendered mute for life." Chen Zishi's gaze was icy as he surveyed young Master Gao, and after delivering his threat, he turned back to his chair, resuming his wait for the infamily. This act left all present utterly dumbfounded. This young man had actually struck young Master Gao with the sole of his shoe. Moreover, he had dared to issue a threat. The onlookers gaped in shock, not daring to breathe. The silence within the suite was palpable, almost terrifying. Chapter 59. Instant kill. Young Master Gao fixed his icy gaze upon Chen Zishi, a tempest of fury churning within him. As the scion of the illustrious Gao family, a hotel magnate in Jiangnan province, he was accustomed to reverence wherever he roamed. Yet today, he had been humiliated by this rustic Chen Zishi, who had the audacity to slap him with the sole of his shoe. When had he ever endured such indignity? In a swift motion, Gao Qiu drew a firearm from his waist, aiming it menacingly at Chen Zishi in the distance. "You dare to strike my face? Even if I am confined for this, I will ensure your demise." Chen Zishi, regarding the gun in Gao Qiu's hand with disdain, retorted, "Go ahead and pull the trigger if you dare." The entire assembly fell into stunned silence, all eyes fixated on Chen Zishi as if he were mad. Behind him, Li Ruoxue's expression shifted dramatically. Upon witnessing Gao Qiu brandish the gun, she comprehended that the situation had escalated beyond a trivial resolution. "Chen Zishi, have you lost your mind? That is a real gun capable of taking lives. Apologize to young Master Gao at once, and acquiesce to any demands," Li Ruoxue urged, her voice trembling slightly, recognizing that while an apology might bring shame, it could at least preserve a life. Gao Qiu squinted, perplexed as to what leverage Chen Zishi possessed, enabling him to remain so composed in the face of such a terrifying weapon. However, he observed no unusual reactions from Chen Zishi. Suddenly, a grin split Gao Qiu's face. "Do you wish for death? It won't come so easily," Gao Qiu, as if seeing through Chen Zishi, mockingly declared, "I won't grant you such a swift end. The infamily will be arriving shortly. I intend to witness you suffer a fate worse than death." "Ha ha! You dare not fire? Then silence yourself." Chen Zishi frowned and rebuked, deeply irritated by Gao Qiu's incessant prattle. A mere handgun held no terror for him. Even disregarding other defenses, his own protective aura could easily deflect bullets. Moreover, with his speed, he could eliminate Gao Qiu before he even pulled the trigger. Gao Qiu's face reddened from the reprimand, hesitating for several moments before refraining from firing. After much deliberation, he resolved that as long as Chen Zishi remained within the hotel, he would not shoot. He yearned to witness Chen Zishi tormented by his family. Killing him outright would be too merciful. "Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance." Gao Qiu spat venomously, firmly barring the suite door to prevent Chen Zishi's escape. Li Ruoxue looked on in disbelief, her pallid face betraying a flicker of fear as she realized Gao Qiu had not fired. It was utterly insane, she mused, suddenly recognizing that the Chen Zishi she had known had become a stranger in her mind. He had always been timid and conflict-averse, yet recent events had revealed a starkly different persona. He had confronted the Tsong family, publicly humiliated the distinguished Shin family. These were all his actions. Furthermore, despite ruffling the feathers of such powerful individuals, he had faced no repercussions and thrived splendidly. Chen Zishi sat calmly in his chair, oblivious to the shifting sentiments of Li Ruoshui towards him. As the young nobleman had succumbed to fear, there was no need for him to stoop to his level. He closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, patiently awaiting the arrival of the infamily. At last, tranquility enveloped the space. However, scarcely had Chen Zishi settled in when hurried footsteps echoed at the suite's entrance. In an instant, his eyes flew open, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him. The infamily had finally arrived. The moment Chen Zishi opened his eyes, several figures rushed into the suite. Leading them was an elderly man clad in luxurious attire, his hair and beard white as snow, his face etched with grief and hatred. It was Enlai's grandfather, Zhenxing. Among them was a middle-aged man, his complexion ashen, who desperately clutched the mangled remains of Enlai. He was Baisheng, the president of Baisheng Group and Enlai's father. Although he was already aware of his son's demise, the sight of the corpse in such a wretched state compelled him to cry out in anguish. "My son! How horrifically you have perished, father! You must avenge liar! I demand the murderer be cast into the void." And Zhenxing's visage was equally grim. His grandson had been dismembered, and such a grudge, if left unavenged, would leave the infamily devoid of face in Jiangnan. At that moment, Gaucho spoke up, "Olden, Uncle, please accept my condolences. This tragedy transpired in our Gao family's hotel, and I am profoundly sorry. While I cannot bring back the deceased Enlai, I have apprehended the murderer, and I await your arrival to exact vengeance." With that, Gaucho raised his firearm, aiming it at Chen Zishi, and continued, "This young man is the culprit, and he was just boasting about annihilating the infamily." Boom. Upon hearing Gaucho's words, Zhenxing's inner fury ignited, his scarlet gaze fixed intently on Chen Zishi. "Young man, I grant you a chance to speak your final words. You have 1 minute to address your affairs." Zhenxing inhaled deeply, his tone as frigid as ancient ice, his eyes regarding Chen Zishi as one would regard a corpse. With the formidable presence of Mr. Wu by his side, there was no escape for Chen Zishi. "No matter how he flailed to eradicate your infamily, I have squandered over 20 minutes. You have but 1 minute left to live." He ordered, "Arrange for your 3 corpses to be collected, lest you become wandering souls." Chen Zishi scoffed, "Foolish boy, your tongue is indeed sharp. Since you do not cherish this opportunity, descend into hell to atone." And Zhenxing intoned solemnly, "Mr. Wu, I must trouble you to eliminate this boy. Half of my family's fortune shall be bestowed upon you." "Agreed," Mr. Wu replied, his brows slightly raised as he swiftly positioned himself opposite Chen Zishi, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Boy, if you take your own life now, I may leave your body intact. Should I intervene, you shall endure the most excruciating torment." Chen Zishi shook his head. Ignorant individuals are always full of empty words. Whoosh! In an instant, a short sword, mere inches in length, materialized in Chen Zishi's hand. It was the recently forged sword, Wufeng. The reason for wielding Wufeng was its ability to absorb the blood of warriors, perhaps allowing it to be sharpened in the future. "What about this sword?" Mr. Wu inquired with astonishment as he gazed at the flying sword held by Chen Zishi. How could this short blade, barely a meter in length, possibly be of any consequence? However, in the next moment, his expression of surprise morphed drastically. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld the sword vanish before his very eyes. Suddenly, a sensation of dread enveloped him, a palpable threat to his very existence, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, the diminutive blade materialized right before him. Without mercy, it sliced towards his visage. The inch-long sword, as delicate as a dragonfly's wing, would have gone unnoticed had Mr. Wu not possessed an exceptionally keen sense. How bizarre! Is this the legendary sword control technique? Mr. Wu was overwhelmed with shock. The manner in which the flying sword was manipulated was terrifying, far exceeding his expectations. Who exactly is this young man? At that moment, Mr. Wu was engulfed in confusion, yet answers eluded him. The blade swept past, and his head was severed. Even in death, Mr. Wu's eyes were wide open, devoid of any capacity for resistance. The foundational master of Jiangnan province met a gruesome end, his body and head separated in an instant. Chapter 60. You truly deserve death. The arena fell silent until Mr. Wu's head thudded to the ground with a resounding thump, snapping a few individuals back to reality. Zhenxing and the others stared at Chen Zishi, as if confronted by a demon. The strongest in Jiangnan province, Master Wu, had been slain in a single stroke. You dare to kill Mr. Wu? He is a member of the Martial Alliance. They will not let you go unpunished. And Zhenxing feigned composure. If someone of Mr. Wu's caliber could be dispatched by Chen Zishi with such ease, then they, mere mortals, were but fish on a chopping block in his presence. Fear gripped him. He merely hoped to intimidate Chen Zishi with the name of the Martial Alliance. Yet, Chen Zishi paid him no mind. He observed the blood of Mr. Wu being slowly absorbed by the sword, his brow furrowing slightly. This Wu, after years of cultivation, had blood filled with impurities, an utter disgrace to my sword. Chen Zishi expressed his dissatisfaction, kicking Mr. Wu's lifeless body aside with disdain. He found the corpse an eyesore. The body landed with a thud against Zhenxing's leg, causing the old fellow to lose his balance and fall to the ground. His opulent attire instantly stained with blood. That moment, Chen Zishi cast a scornful glance at Zhenxing and declared, "I have not taken the life of a Martial Alliance member for the first time, nor will I be deterred from doing so in the future." His gaze turned icy as he regarded Zhenxing, and Zhenxing, already half terrified by the sight of the headless corpse, found himself overwhelmed as Chen Zishi glared at him, resulting in a trickle of yellow liquid escaping him. The hue indicated a certain distress. "Father, are you all right?" And Baixing hurriedly assisted Zhenxing, as a pungent odor of urine permeated the air, quickly filling the entire room. The scent was utterly unbearable. Even Li Ruoshui could not help but lightly cover her nose and mouth. Chen Zishi furrowed his brow slightly, and with a flick of his finger, a surge of spiritual energy struck Zhenxing's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain, clutching his belly as he knelt on the ground. The odor of urine transformed into the stench of blood, and Zhenxing's complexion turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as he pressed against his abdomen, collapsing onto the ground. "You little brat, dare to strike my father? I will make you pay," and Baixing roared, dramatically brandishing his fists, only to retreat behind Zhenxing. And Zhenxing gasped for breath several times before gradually regaining his composure. He cast a glance at Baixing and let out a faint sigh. Truly useless. Even at this age, he still had to rely on his old father. He could only endure the excruciating pain and cautiously spoke, "Young comrade, I was wrong. It was my grandson-in-law who offended you. He harassed your wife, a sin deserving of death. Now that he is dead, please regard the infamily as inconsequential and spare us. If you could let us off the hook, the infamily is willing to offer you half of our estate." Having lived for so many years, Zhenxing was exceptionally astute in assessing the situation. Wealth was but a trifle compared to life itself. After all, Chen Zishi could extinguish all their lives with a mere gesture. Yet, Chen Zishi did not even cast a glance at him. Instead, he lowered his head to check the time. "You have wasted too much of my time. This is truly intolerable." With each step Chen Zishi took forward, it resonated in the hearts of the infamily, his footfalls echoing like the summons of a malevolent spirit. "Young comrade, let us speak amicably. Do not resort to violence. Everything. We will give you everything we possess. Please spare us," the infamily pleaded desperately. Chen Zishi's expression remained unchanged as he continued to advance. "Gaoqiu, you have a gun. Shoot now. Are you really going to watch us perish?" Faced with Chen Zishi's indifference, the infamily felt an overwhelming dread. Upon hearing this, Gaoqiu hastily drew his gun and fired at Chen Zishi. Unmoved, Chen Zishi stood still as the bullets struck his protective aura, disintegrating into dust. "What on earth are you? How is this possible?" And Baixing exclaimed in horror. "Shoot his wife," Lu Cheng urged. Bang bang bang. Gaoqiu turned towards Li Ruoshui and fired several shots. Li Ruoshui, taken aback, could scarcely believe the madness of these individuals. Unable to defeat her husband, they turned their aggression towards her. She could already see the shape of the bullet in her mind's eye, the slightly spinning projectile carrying immense force, seemingly poised to pierce through her head. A sense of despair washed over her. Just then, a delicate hand appeared before her. With a gentle grasp, the bullet was caught in his palm, and as he opened his fingers, the bullets clattered to the ground. Producing a crisp sound, Li Ruoshui looked up, and Chen Zishi gazed at her tenderly. Darling Li Ruoshui extended her hands, tears streaming down her face. As a fragile woman, she had never encountered a bullet, especially one aimed directly at her head. Chen Zishi held her softly, whispering, "Do not be afraid. I am here, my dear. The ensuing events may be grim, so do not raise your head." With her face nestled against Chen Zishi's chest, Li Ruoshui felt an overwhelming sense of safety and warmth. "You truly deserve to die for daring to lay a hand on Ruoshui." With a flick of his fingers, a sharp sword of light flashed, plunging the room into an eerie silence, void of any clamor. Chen Zishi gently lifted Li Ruoshui, soothing her by softly patting her back as he approached the doorway. It was then that he noticed a piece of paper protruding from Mr. Wu's coat pocket, bearing the insignia of the Martial Alliance. With a deft flick of his toes, Chen Zishi sent the paper flying into his grasp. It was an invitation from the Martial Academy. How intriguing! And seemingly acquired with little effort. A smile crept upon Chen Zishi's lips. He had been contemplating how to infiltrate the Martial Alliance, and now, an opportunity had presented itself. Li Ruoshui, having undergone a recent ordeal, found her perspective shifting slightly. This world was one where the strong devoured the weak. If one did not kill, one would surely be killed. Had Chen Zishi not arrived in time, her fate would have been little better than death. Endless retreat proved futile. The best defense was to eliminate the enemy entirely. With Li Ruoshui in his arms, Chen Zishi kicked open the door to the presidential suite and strode out with an air of confidence. Unimpeded by anyone outside, it was only after Chen Zishi vanished from sight that a group of individuals dared to enter the suite. Are you all right? One person nudged in Zhenxing's body, which instantly shattered into pieces, arms and legs falling away amidst a torrential spray of blood. The others met a similar fate, all reduced to mere remnants. Quick, notify Elder Gao. Young Master Gao has been murdered. The news of Mr. Wu from the Martial Alliance's demise followed suit. We must seek out the Martial Alliance. Only they can deal with him. The infamily stood on the brink of annihilation, 3 generations of men slaughtered in that very place. Regardless of who this assailant was, their end was nigh. Before long, the bloodbath reverberated throughout Jiangnan City. Chapter 61. Clamor amidst the tumult of Jiangnan City, Chen Zishi remained unfazed. A classic tune played from Li Ruoshui's Lamborghini, a song that once inspired dreams of wandering the world, marveling at its splendor. This melody had been a favorite in Chen Zishi's past life, and even now, it resonated with profound elegance. Chen Zishi, you've taken so many lives. Are you truly untroubled by it? Li Ruoshui voiced her concern. Perhaps you should lay low for a while. Chen Zishi maintained a relaxed posture, gazing out at the starry expanse beyond, silent and contemplative. I'm speaking to you. Li Ruoshui observed the simplicity of Chen Zishi's attire, feeling a pang of sympathy. Are you in need of money? I can transfer some to you. You could go abroad and wait for the storm to pass before returning. Seeing Chen Zishi's silence, Li Ruoshui assumed it was due to his pride as a man, so she took out her phone and transferred him 1 million. This amount was hard-earned. Spend it wisely, and let me know if you need more, she said softly. Chen Zishi was taken aback, having sensed a profound principle in the vastness he beheld, and now he found himself unexpectedly receiving 1 million from Li Ruoshui. For an ordinary man, being driven by a beautiful woman and receiving money would surely bring happiness. Yet, Chen Zishi was no ordinary man. Money was easily within his grasp. Ruoshui, I do not require money, nor will I hide. Chen Zishi replied with a gentle smile. Li Ruoshui furrowed her brow slightly. At the stroke of midnight, the situation had become exceedingly perilous. The Yin family and the Gao family were both prominent households in Jiangnan City, wielding almost complete control over the entire region. Should they wish to harm you, I fear I would be utterly powerless to protect you. You are my husband. I cannot bear to witness your demise. Chen Zishi placed his arms behind his head, chuckling disdainfully. There is no one in the entirety of Jiangzhou capable of killing me. Li Ruoshui was about to respond when she realized they had already arrived at the doorstep, letting out a sigh and falling silent. However, Chen Zishi furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a faint trace of spiritual energy at the entrance of the Li residence. Someone with cultivation had visited, and undoubtedly, the target was Chen Zishi himself. It appeared the Martial Alliance had begun to take action. He mused as the two stepped out of the vehicle. They were greeted by a cacophony of voices emanating from within the Li household. Where is Ruoshui? Has she returned? It was the voice of Li Xinghao. Ruoshui has not yet returned. She is on a business trip to Jiangnan City and should be back tomorrow or the day after. What is the matter? Li Ruoshui's mother, Ma Lily, replied. What is the matter? How dare you question me? Perhaps you should inquire with your precious daughter about her actions, Li Xinghao retorted. My daughter would never do anything wrong. She has been nothing but obedient over the years, Ma Lily exclaimed, a hint of anger in her tone. She has taken lives, a total of 6. All perished within her abode. Li Xinghao's revelation was astounding. Ma Lily's face turned ashen in an instant. Impossible! My daughter could never commit murder. Impossible? The bodies lie in the presidential suite your daughter rented. How do you explain that? Li Xinghao scoffed. Our partners, the Yin family, along with young Master Gao from the hotel, and even a member of the Martial Alliance. Everyone in that room is dead, while Li Ruoshui is nowhere to be found. How do you account for this? We have come to inform you that your daughter is finished. All her positions within our Ruoshui group must be revoked. Li Xinghao's true colors were finally revealed. He had come to seek retribution. Initially, he had betrayed Li Ruoshui to Enlai, who had promised to assist him in obtaining the position of president at Ruoshui Group. However, with Enlai now dead, he could no longer rely on the Yin family's influence. If Li Ruoshui returned and exposed their collusion, his own life would be in jeopardy. Thus, he had to act first to tarnish her reputation. Bang! The door to the Li residence was flung open. Li Xinghao, what nonsense are you and my mother spouting? Li Ruoshui stormed into the house, with Chen Zishi closely following. Upon seeing her daughter return, Ma Lily rushed over to grasp Li Ruoshui's hand. My daughter, is what Xinghao said true? Ma Lily's voice trembled with anxiety. Li Ruoshui knitted her brows slightly. While it was Chen Zishi who had committed the act, she could not betray him. Mother, Enlai was not a good person. He deserved his fate. Ma Lily's legs buckled in fear, and she sank to the ground. Daughter, did you truly take a life? Mother, lives were indeed lost. Emma Lily's eyes rolled back, and she appeared on the verge of fainting. At this moment, Li Xinghao was adding fuel to the fire, declaring, how could there be any doubt? The news has already aired, and the Yan and Gao families have united to impose sanctions against our Li family. The only solution now is to completely expel Li Ruoshui from our clan. Otherwise, our entire family will be dragged down by her. She is nothing but a calamity. Li Ruoshui's face flushed crimson as she glared at Li Xinghao. Retorting, Li Xinghao, you are inhuman. You betrayed me to Enlai, nearly ruining my reputation, and now you dare speak such words to my mother? Do you have no shame? Li Xinghao's expression shifted slightly, yet he stubbornly replied, who betrayed you to Enlai? My collaboration with the Yin family is on the verge of completion, but considering your family's burden, I kindly offered this project to you. Yet, instead of gratitude, you accuse me of betrayal. Is that not a bit ungrateful? At that moment, Li Ruoshui's father, Li Zhengqian, rushed home. Upon entering, he strode directly towards Li Ruoshui. Ruoshui, what happened? Who have you offended? Why has my project been halted? Upon seeing Li Zhengqian return, Ma Lily threw herself at him, weeping, Zhengqian, you must save our daughter. She has committed murder. Li Zhengqian was taken aback, exclaiming, Lily, do not frighten me. Ruoshui, what is going on? Just as Li Ruoshui was about to explain, Li Xinghao interjected, the fact is, she has killed someone. Li Zhengqian, reflecting on his parental duties, remarked, as a father, I bear significant responsibility for Li Ruoshui's predicament. I believe your entire branch should be dismissed from positions within the Ruoshui group. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly drag the entire group down. The surrounding members of the Li family echoed his sentiments, fearing association with Li Ruoshui, Li Ruoshui. On the verge of tears, cried out, I did not commit murder. You are wronging me. Li Xinghao pressed on aggressively. If you did not kill anyone, then who did? Could it possibly be that useless person behind you? He cast a scornful glance at Chen Zishi. Chen Zishi raised an eyebrow, retorting, enough of this noise. In a flash, a cold gleam cut through the air, and two plump lips fell to the ground. Li Xinghao stared in disbelief at his mouth, now filled with blood, letting out a wretched scream. Lin Zishi stepped forward, gazing coldly at him. If you utter another word, the blade shall slice through your throat. Li Xinghao dared not speak further. I am the one who killed. It has nothing to do with Ruoshui, Lin Zishi stated nonchalantly. Chapter 62. The trap. Chen Zishi's shocking proclamation left everyone astounded, their gazes fixed upon him. This young man openly confessed to murder. Surely, he must have lost his mind. Li Ruoshui hurriedly stepped forward to salvage the situation. Zishi, what nonsense are you saying? This has nothing to do with you. Everyone, do not listen to his wild claims. The other members of the Li family had seized upon Chen Zishi's words, making it inconceivable for him to be easily forgiven. Furthermore, Chen Zishi had publicly severed Li Xinghao's lip, compounding his transgressions. Li Xinghao's father, Li Zhengqiang, interjected, Ruoshu, silence yourself. Setting aside the matter of Xinghao's injury, you have killed members of the Yan and Gao families. Now the entire Ruoshui group's assets are under sanctions from Jiangnan City, brought to a standstill. What do you intend to do about it? Just as Li Ruoshui was about to speak in Chen Zishi's defense, he restrained her. Stepping forward, he calmly declared, tomorrow, I will restore all operations of the Ruoshui group to normal. Li Xinghao could no longer contain himself and let out a derisive laugh. You, the Li family's son-in-law? A mere butcher. They have already declared that if the Li family does not hand over Li Ruoshui, the sanctions will not cease. We must surrender Li Ruoshui. A flash of cold light flickered, and a cut appeared on Li Xinghao's neck. His vocal cords had been severed, rendering him mute to Li Xinghao. This is your final warning. Chen Zishi coldly regarded him, his gaze plunging Li Xinghao into despair. Observing this, Li Zhengqiang furrowed his brow slightly, anger flickering in his eyes. Chen Zishi, he is your brother-in-law. Chen Zishi shot a frigid glance at Li Zhengqiang. He is unworthy. Li Zhengqiang suppressed his fury. You claim you can restore the Ruoshui group to normal? Chen Zishi nodded slightly. Li Zhengqiang's demeanor darkened. Words alone are insufficient. I require you to sign a guarantee. Chen Zishi shrugged nonchalantly. Very well. Li Zhengqiang narrowed his eyes at Chen Zishi. You won't even inquire about the contents of the guarantee? Chen Zishi smirked disdainfully. No need. I will not fail. Li Zhengqiang regarded Chen Zishi, a barely perceptible chill curling at the corners of his mouth. Fine. If you refuse to look, I shall tell you. If you fail to fulfill your promise tomorrow, not only will you, Chen Zishi, be cast out by the Li family, but Ruoshui will also be expelled from the Li family. Upon hearing this, Ma Lili immediately berated Chen Zishi. You harbinger of doom. If you wish to court death, do not drag Ruoshui down with you. And certainly do not involve our family. Li Zhengqian shot a disdainful glance at Chen Zishi, lamenting how his precious daughter had married such a man. He could not fathom why he had betrothed his daughter to such a worthless individual. Li Ruoshui, too, was taken aback. Zishi, reconsider. This is not solely your affair. Yet, Chen Zishi offered Li Ruoshui a reassuring smile. Do not worry. They are but mere ants. He snatched the guarantee from Li Zhengqian's hand and signed it without hesitation. Ma Lili, witnessing Chen Zishi's signature, fainted in shock, collapsing to the ground. Li Zhengqian glared at Chen Zishi, exhaling in frustration. Li Ruoshui gazed at Chen Zishi with disappointment, lamenting his arrogance and incapacity. She could not comprehend how she had chosen such a man. Turning away, she could not bear to look at Chen Zishi any longer. I shall return shortly. Chen Zishi, however, paid little heed, turning directly to exit. The members of the Li family, upon witnessing Chen Zishi's departure, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The pressure emanating from him was overwhelmingly formidable. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Zishi turned back, declaring, if I am victorious, I shall appoint Li Ruoshui as the president of the conglomerate. I shall forego any guarantees. You have no objections, I presume? A chilling glimmer flickered in Chen Zishi's eyes as he surveyed the Li family members. At that moment, they felt an unsettling terror emanating from him, akin to a razor-sharp blade, its gaze slicing into them and causing a slight sting upon their skin. They all turned their eyes towards Li Zhengqiang. Li Zhengqiang stepped forward, affirming, very well, it's settled. He believed that with Chen Zishi, the butcher, it was utterly inconceivable to persuade the An and Gao families to retract their sanctions against the Li family. At that point, they would first expel Li Ruoshui and Chen Zishi, and then offer Li Ruoshui to the An and Gao families to resolve the conflict. Why then? The Ruoshui group would belong solely to him, Li Zhengqiang. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Chen Zishi, staring at him as one would at a corpse. Chen Zishi, however, merely smiled with a devilish charm, pushed open the door, and vanished like a gust of wind. The moonlight that night was exquisite, a perfect evening for murder. Chen Zishi promptly called Lei Laohu, saying, I require a private jet. It is urgent. An hour later, Chen Zishi arrived above the Yin family estate in Jiangnan City via helicopter. Mr. Chen, this is the Yin residence. Shall we descend? The pilot inquired. Chen Zishi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing the pilot's question. Below lay an abyss of darkness, devoid of any lights. It was the dead of night. No need, he replied, and with that, he leaped into the breeze. Sir, you? The pilot gasped in astonishment, as if witnessing a deity. They were several hundred meters up, and Chen Zishi had jumped without a parachute. Such a scene was rarely seen even in Western films, soaring through the clouds, riding the wind. This was the essence of an immortal. At that moment, Chen Zishi landed gracefully atop the artificial mountain in the Yin family's back garden. He surveyed the surroundings, only to discover that the entire villa was devoid of any presence. What is happening? In this vast mansion, not a soul was in sight, as if everyone had evaporated. Upon entering the villa, Chen Zishi noted that many belongings remained, indicating that the owners had departed in haste. Have they fled? He mused, shaking his head slightly. Since the Yin family dared to sanction the Li family, they were certainly not cowards. They must have ulterior motives. Chen Zishi's nostrils flared slightly. Was that spiritual energy? He approached the inner room of the Yin estate, where he found a cabinet door ajar, emanating waves of spiritual energy. The entire villa was empty, yet a cabinet within the room radiated with an aura of energy. Was it treasure, or was someone concealed inside? Chen Zishi regarded the cabinet coldly, and with a flicker of his blade, it shattered into pieces. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energy erupted from within, exploding with a deafening roar. The terrifying wave of energy demolishing the entire villa. The blazing white flames surged upward in an instant, engulfing the entire villa, filling the air with a pungent scent of charred remnants. "You conspire against me. You have truly gone to great lengths." Chen Zishi soared amidst the white flames, standing upon them, emanating a faint violet glow, utterly unaffected. The energy of this spiritual explosive was sufficient to obliterate a mid-stage foundation establishment master, valued in the hundreds of millions. In today's world of scarce cultivation resources, its price has only escalated. It appears that someone from the Martial Alliance has intervened. Such spiritual explosives are entirely beyond the reach of the family, being exclusive resources of the Martial Alliance. With his back to the moonlight, Chen Zishi's gaze was filled with murderous intent. Although he had prepared in advance, the explosive's might and range were so vast that he still sustained minor injuries. The resounding explosion naturally drew the attention of those with ulterior motives. In the distance, a man clad in black robes, witnessing this scene, hastened towards the infamily villa. This explosive possesses the capacity to annihilate a mid-stage foundation establishment master. "Boy, let us see how you escape this time." Sensing the approaching presence, Chen Zishi concealed himself in the shadows. Soon, the black-robed figure arrived at the infamily villa, rummaging about for quite some time, yet failing to uncover Chen Zishi's corpse. "Where is he?" he mused, furrowing his brow. "Right behind you," Chen Zishi coldly proclaimed, like a vengeful specter. Chapter 63. 10 seconds. The black-robed man was taken aback, hastily sprinting forward 10 meters before daring to look back. "You're not dead?" he inquired. "Are you blind?" Chen Zishi retorted icily. The black-robed man, cunning and treacherous, had indeed suffered from the spiritual explosive, which now fueled his anger. With a slight frown, he understood the explosive's power well. Even a mid-stage foundation establishment expert would perish from a close-range detonation. However, the explosive was notoriously unstable and could sometimes detonate spontaneously. This boy's survival must mean the explosive detonated for some reason before he arrived, rather than due to his formidable strength. Reassured, the black-robed man coldly chuckled, "Boy, your survival is merely luck. Now, take your own life before me, and I shall allow you a complete corpse." Chen Zishi scoffed disdainfully. "Should I wish to kill you, you would have perished 1,000 times over." The reason Chen Zishi refrained from slaying this man earlier was to extract information about his identity and the whereabouts of the family. If his suspicions were correct, the Gao family was similarly deserted, and the information must lie within this black-robed figure. A flicker of rage appeared in the black-robed man's eyes. "I was merely careless. Even if you strike, you could never breach my protective true chi. I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy. I might just consider sparing you." The black-robed man seethed, feeling belittled by being underestimated by Chen Zishi, a mere youth. Chen Zishi, however, glanced down at his watch. "I will give you 10 seconds. Within this time, reveal to me who your master is and why you conspired against me. Otherwise, you shall die." Furious, the black-robed man retorted, "You little brat, if I don't crush you into a pulp today, I shall take your surname." The figure cloaked in black swiftly discarded his outer garment, revealing a physique of formidable strength. Beneath the shadow of his robe lay a hammer, towering to the height of a man. With a fierce swing, he charged at Chen Zishi, the colossal iron hammer glistening under the moonlight like a ferocious tiger unleashed. 10. Yet, Chen Zishi remained expressionless, his form flickering as he deftly evaded the devastating blow. With a resounding crash, a room within the villa was obliterated. "Arrogant brat, remember, the one who will end your life is Li Tianba." Li Tianba swung his hammer once more, his muscles trembling, unleashing a terrifying force. The massive hammer loomed larger before Chen Zishi, poised to reduce him to mere pulp. 9. In a graceful leap, Chen Zishi soared above the fray, his cold gaze exuding an almost supernatural allure, unflinching in the face of danger. Another swing from Li Tianba missed its mark, the hammer crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater with a 10-meter radius. Dust swirling into the air. With a primal roar, Li Tianba, now completely enraged, unleashed all his might, the hammer in his grasp seemingly infused with lethal energy, hurtling toward Chen Zishi without restraint. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. In the blink of an eye, Li Tianba had lost count of the number of strikes he had delivered, reducing the entire villa to ruins with his terrifying might, the tremors akin to a minor earthquake. Meanwhile, Chen Zishi danced gracefully, evading each assault with poise, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. The hammer was powerful, yet failed to touch him. Whoosh! As Li Tianba swung the hammer, Fatigue began to set in, his breath coming in labored gasps, sweat streaming down his body. Chen Zishi regarded him with an icy stare. 3 seconds remain. Li Tianba scoffed, his eyes suddenly turning blood red. How could he, Li Tianba, who had traversed life with such dominance, ever be so disregarded? Ha! With a thunderous roar, he spat out a mouthful of vital essence, his muscles taking on a crimson hue, his aura doubling in intensity. Brat, few have witnessed this move of mine. Those who have are all dead. Clearly confident in his technique, a sinister smile crept across his lips. He advanced swiftly, the hammer now moving with astonishing speed, shedding its earlier clumsiness. As he struck downwards, time seemed to come to a halt. The villa's grand rockery was suddenly reduced to ashes, akin to snowflakes melting away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Tianba, observing Chen Zishi's unmoving form, bore a bloodthirsty grin. Did you not expect my speed to increase? This is my ultimate technique. The Chen Zishi before Li Tianba was shattered, yet he sensed no anticipated scent of blood. A frown creased Li Tianba's brow. 2. The voice of Chen Zishi resonated above him. It turned out he had merely destroyed an illusion of Chen Zishi. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Zishi had soared into the air above. How is this possible? In that moment, fear gripped Li Tianba, for Chen Zishi moved like a specter, eluding all traces. He yearned to flee. Chen Zishi was utterly terrifying, and he was no match for him at all. He had been struck 9 times without any means of defense, and at worst, he would forego the money he had hoped to earn. Li Tianba hurriedly dashed toward the villa's exit. The hour of Chen Zishi had arrived. Under the moonlight, the flying sword emerged, slicing through the air like a rainbow. Li Tianba had already run over 100 meters when his form suddenly faltered, and then his massive body crashed to the ground with a thud. Chen Zishi slowly approached Li Tianba's side. Tell me, who was behind you? Blood streamed from Li Tianba's neck. Don't kill me. I will tell you everything. He knelt before Chen Zishi, pleading desperately. Chen Zishi frowned slightly. Speak. Li Tianba, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly replied. I am from the Martial Alliance, hired at a high price by the Yin family and the Gao family. The leader of our branch also tacitly approved. Chen Zishi frowned again. Where have the Yin family and Gao family gone? Li Tianba appeared somewhat hesitant. Chen Zishi's hand inadvertently brushed against the hilt of his sword at his waist. Li Tianba was struck with terror and quickly said, They have gone to Jiangbei. In Jiangbei, we have a branch of the Martial Alliance, and they have received our protection. I too am a member of the Martial Alliance. Young hero, that if you spare my life, I can mediate between you and the Martial Alliance, allowing you to reconcile. Otherwise, even with your strength, you cannot contend with the Martial Alliance. Chen Zishi's gaze shifted. So, the Jiangbei branch, and the Hu family is also in Jiangbei. Now it makes sense. With a swift motion, the flying sword sliced through Li Tianba's throat, his eyes widening in disbelief. Reconcile? No, I shall not forgive them. Chen Zishi remarked indifferently, casting a fleeting glance at Li Tianba. You promised that if I told you what I knew, you would spare my life, Li Tianba exclaimed in disbelief. I granted you 10 seconds to finish your words, but that time has long since passed. Chen Zishi looked at him with a mocking expression. He had never intended to spare Li Tianba's life. After all, that explosive device had sullied his garments. The flying sword flashed once more, and Li Tianba's head soared into the air, blood raining down. Chen Zishi drew the butcher's knife from his waist, while his other hand held the woofing flying sword, now infused with Li Tianba's essence. Amidst the ruins of the Yin family, beside the headless corpse, he commenced his daily ritual of blood offerings. The knife and sword twirled gently in his hands, absorbing the moonlight's power, growing ever sharper. Chapter 64. The Lion King. The following morning, Chen Zishi arrived at the Gao family estate, only to find it deserted as well. It seemed he would need to make another trip to Jiangbei City. Chen Zishi retrieved his phone and summoned a private jet, departing from Jiangnan City. Meanwhile, within a massive building in Jiangbei City, a crowd had gathered. At the forefront stood an elderly man in a blue robe, with golden hair, white eyes, and a tall, robust physique, resembling a mighty lion. Kneeling before him were 2 elders, one clad in a red robe, the head of the Gao family, Gao Peng, and the other a portly old woman, the widow of the Yin family, Li Huifeng. Gao Peng, tears streaming down his face, implored the blonde-haired man before him. Your Highness the Lion King, you must advocate for me. The golden-haired man furrowed his brow slightly. Upon hearing of Wu Duo's demise in Jiangnan City, he had already dispatched Li Tianba to address the matter. Li Tianba, a formidable figure in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, was far superior to Wu Duo, and logically, he should have resolved the issue by now. Yet, why had the Gao and Yin family still come here? Speak plainly, the Lion King intoned gravely. Gao Ping immediately launched into a lament. Your Highness, my sole grandson Gao Qiu, a direct descendant of 3 generations, has been slain by a demon. This same fiend has also killed the 3 direct male heirs of the Yin family, employing ruthlessly brutal methods. Mr. Wu from the Martial Alliance has also fallen by his hand. The Lion King narrowed his eyes. I'm already aware of this. I have sent someone to handle the situation. Have you not encountered that individual? Gao Peng struck his thigh in despair. He too has been killed. The lion's eyes widened in shock, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him as he darkly demanded, what transpired? Speak. Feeling the Lion King's wrath, Gao Peng's face turned pale as he trembled. Our Gao and families had just imposed sanctions on the Li family of Jiangzhou when Master Li Tianba arrived. He uncovered numerous details. The demon is named Chen Zishi, a son-in-law of the Li family. Recently, families in conflict with the Li family have either perished or been left in ruin. He stated that since we intended to strike against the Li family, Chen Zishi would undoubtedly come to our doorstep to annihilate us personally. Chen Zishi is a martial arts master. How could our 2 families possibly contend against him? Thus, we sought Master Li's assistance. After accepting some tokens of our esteem, Master Li readily agreed, even promising to broadcast live the scene of his extermination of Chen Zishi. As Gao Peng spoke, he produced a mobile phone. However, Master Li met a grim fate. Your Highness, please see. He handed the phone to the Lion King, who took it and opened the video. In an instant, Chen Zishi's ghostly figure appeared on the screen. The night was too dark to discern his face. Yet his evasive movements were ethereal, facing the terrifying giant hammer wielded by Li Tianba with utter indifference. His demeanor was awe-inspiring and fearless, each gesture causing the very heavens to tremble in submission. A unique charisma unmatched in the world, Li Tianba swung his massive hammer with all his might, demolishing the entire villa. Yet Chen Zishi remained untouched, as if a cat toying with a mouse. Moments later, with a single strike, the Martial Alliance expert Li Tianba was utterly defeated. It was a crushing display of absolute power. As the Lion King watched the video, his fury gradually intensified. This was a disgrace to the Martial Alliance. Such a video could not be allowed to circulate. Otherwise, what would remain of the Alliance's dignity? This video must not leave our possession. Hand over all your phones. If this footage is leaked, none of you shall escape unscathed. The Lion King coldly regarded the members of the Gao and families, his voice icy. This was no longer merely a matter between their families and Chen Zishi, but a significant issue concerning the honor of the Martial Alliance. Li Tianba's standing in the Jiangzhou branch of the Alliance was second only to the Lion King and the 2 elders, and many were already familiar with his visage, present. If his pitiful demise were witnessed by those of his ilk, the Martial Alliance would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Upon hearing the words of the Lion King, a member of the Yin family turned ashen, for during last night's live broadcast, he had found it amusing and had uploaded the video. Now, he could only hope that the video had not attracted too much attention. He secretly opened his phone to check the view count on the app. Just one glance nearly caused him to faint. In a single night, the views had surpassed 100 million. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Zishi was on a plane, basking in the glorious morning sun, entirely unaware of the events at the Jiangbei branch of the Martial Alliance. Suddenly, he caught sight of a flash of white light darting across the mountains of Jiangbei, the nature of which eluded him. A demon beast? Chen Zishi recalled that in his previous life, an unparalleled ferocious beast had appeared in this very spot, besieged by many experts of the Martial Alliance, yet it had managed to kill half of them before vanishing into the mountains. That time, Chen Zishi had not possessed the qualifications to contend for the treasures upon the beast's body and thus remained ignorant of its true identity. However, the fact that it had attracted the attention of numerous experts and claimed so many lives suggested it must possess extraordinary treasures. After dealing with the Yan and Gao families, he would come to investigate this matter. Chen Zishi mused as he resumed his meditation. By the time the plane touched down in Jiangbei City, it was already afternoon, and his stomach voiced its discontent. Although Chen Zishi could absorb spiritual energy to sustain himself and did not require food, nothing could compare to the earthly delights of cuisine. Cultivation was never an isolated endeavor. To transcend the mundane, one must first immerse oneself in the world and experience its vicissitudes. As for the Yan and Gao families, Chen Zishi hardly regarded them as significant. Attending to his own sustenance was far more paramount, for food was the greatest wisdom of the mortal realm. He arrived at a Shaxian snack establishment, settling into a corner where he ordered a bowl of fried rice, waiting idly. The crescent moon flying immortal sword slays the giant hammer demon, truly magnificent. With a whoosh, the flying sword soared through the air. A young boy at the adjacent table, engrossed in a video on his phone, leaped off his stool, mimicking the swordplay with his hands. Chen Zishi cast a casual glance. How does this person in the video resemble me so closely? Is that not I? I do appear rather photogenic. A smile crept across Chen Zishi's face as he thought. So, Li Tianba enjoys recording himself while fighting? How amusing. The young boy, following Chen Zishi's movements, shouted in excitement. He is so cool. I want to become his disciple and learn martial arts, he exclaimed, flailing his arms in delight. Meanwhile, several high school girls stumbled upon the same video, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the dashing figure. If I ever meet such a handsome man, I would surely marry him. How could a man so striking ever be interested in you? He would be more likely to marry me. Hey, do you see that man in the corner? Doesn't he bear a resemblance to the one in the video? The girls chattered animatedly, their gazes inevitably drawn to Chen Zishi. At that moment, a server approached with a pot of hot water, and for reasons unknown, the boy suddenly executed a sweeping kick that struck the server's leg. The waiter leaned forward, and the scalding hot water seemed poised to spill onto the faces of 3 blossoming young maidens. This was freshly boiled water. A direct splash onto one's visage would undoubtedly result in severe burns. The 3 maidens instantly paled, frozen in shock. All the patrons in the establishment gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, yet were powerless to intervene. Chen Zishi's hand twitched slightly, and to everyone's amazement, the water pouring from the kettle inexplicably halted mid-air, subsequently flowing back as the kettle settled steadily onto the table. All were left in awe, captivated by the miraculous kettle. The 3 maidens remained in a state of disbelief. A celestial being has manifested, someone remarked. Chen Zishi offered a faint smile, turned away, and resumed his meal of freshly served fried rice. What exquisite culinary skills! He exclaimed in admiration. Chapter 65. Swift resolution. After deftly averting a crisis, Chen Zishi found the food in his mouth to be even more delectable. You naughty boy, go apologize to the sisters, chided the boy's mother as she swatted him a few times. Through tears, he turned to the maidens and said, Sisters, I'm sorry, I was wronged. I promise I won't play with the flying sword again. The girls, suffering no serious harm, forgave the boy. All right, stop crying. We are fine, but do be more careful next time. This time, we were protected by a celestial being. Who knows what might happen next time? One of the most beautiful girls, frequently glancing in Chen Zishi's direction, had witnessed his hand's motion that caused the kettle to halt. With waist-length hair, an oval face, a slender waist, and dressed in ordinary school attire, she exuded an air of nobility and aloofness. She was a true ice queen. Summoning her courage, she approached Chen Zishi. Did you save us? Chen Zishi did not lift his gaze but merely waved his hand dismissively. However, the maiden seemed resolute in believing him to be her savior. Continuing, I am by Bing. You saved my life. I owe you a debt of gratitude. She produced a piece of paper and wrote down her phone number. This is my number. If you ever find yourself in trouble, you can reach out to me. My grandfather is quite formidable, akin to you. There was an undertone in Bai Bing's words. The others in the room observed the Ice Queen initiating conversation with Chen Zishi, casting envious or jealous glances. Yet Chen Zishi merely furrowed his brow. Do not disturb me while I eat, he replied, keeping others at bay. Bai Bing, undeterred, placed the note on the table. My grandfather and I reside on Beishan in Jiangbei. Having said that, she walked away. Chen Zishi glanced at the note briefly before discarding it into the trash. He had no time for such young girls. Having satisfied his hunger, Chen Zishi exited the establishment, his eyes gleaming with determination. It's time to get to work, he chuckled coldly, heading towards the address sent to him by Lei Laohu. That location was none other than the Jiangbei branch of the Martial Alliance. Unbeknownst to him, the Lion King, upon witnessing Chen Zishi's brutal execution of Li Tianba in a video, was furious and, accompanied by the 2 elders of the Jiangzhou branch of the Martial Alliance, made his way directly to the Li residence. He vowed to restore the honor of the Martial Alliance with his own hands. He intended to make Chen Zishi and the Li family pay in blood. As Chen Zishi hurried towards the Martial Alliance's branch, he sensed 3 formidable auras pass by, yet he paid them no heed. His objective was to persuade the An and Gao families to lift their sanctions against the Li family, all while ensuring that Li Ruoxue gained complete control over the Li clan. Soon enough, Chen Zishi arrived at the Jiangbei branch of the Martial Alliance. Who are you? Halt. This is the territory of the Jiangbei branch of the Martial Alliance. No trespassers allowed, barked the gatekeeper, his brow furrowed. Chen Zishi cast a disdainful glance at him and calmly replied, Summon the representatives of the An and Gao families. I have matters to discuss with them. Fuming with anger, the gatekeeper thought, how arrogant this brat is, disregarding him entirely. Who do you think you are? Why should I relay your message? The gatekeeper rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action against Chen Zishi. Despite being merely a gatekeeper, he had acquired numerous valuable items from the Martial Alliance and had reached the initial stage of Qi training. Most people were no match for him, and this insolent youth would surely face the consequences. He swung his fist directly at Chen Zishi. With a cold smile, Chen Zishi thought, there are far too many of these lowly fools. They outnumber the pigs I've slaughtered, as the knife of slaughter flashed. The gatekeeper's hand froze mid-air. Then, with a sudden snap, both arms severed, they soared into the sky and with a resounding bang, crashed against the gates of the Martial Alliance. Blood splattered, staining the grand entrance crimson. The gates, much like a face, bore the humiliation of the Martial Alliance. The gatekeeper let out a horrific scream, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony. Hearing the gatekeeper's cries, others rushed out. A pair of Foundation establishment elders and a dozen Qi training disciples, all fixating their gaze on Chen Zishi. Gao Peng and the family members also emerged, their faces twisted with hatred upon seeing Chen Zishi. Chen Zishi, how dare you come to the Martial Alliance branch? Gao Peng gritted his teeth. Chen Zishi merely smiled faintly. I seek a small favor from you. Gao Peng glared at Chen Zishi in fury, retorting, you killed my grandson, and you expect me to assist you? What reason do you have? Chen Zishi shook his head slightly and replied in a haunting tone, I shall provide you with an irrefutable reason. The elder clad in purple squinted at Chen Zishi, remarking, what an arrogant young man. Gao Peng's face turned purple with rage. Puffing out his cheeks, he declared, today shall be your day of sacrifice. With so many experts present, escape will be beyond your grasp. Another elder, draped in red, added, I advise you to kneel and surrender. Otherwise, your demise shall be most gruesome. A dozen Qi training disciples pointed at Chen Zishi, laughing uproariously. This fool dares to come here. Fortunately, the Lion King has gone to the Li family, or he would already be dead. However, the credit for his defeat would fall to us, presenting us with a splendid opportunity. Chen Zishi paused, surprised. The Lion King has gone to the Li family? In his previous life, he had heard of the Lion King's reputation, a figure whose strength had reached the late stages of Foundation establishment. During the hunt in Beishan, it was the Lion King's presence that had prevented the Martial Alliance's experts from suffering total annihilation. Li Ruoxue is in grave danger. Chen Zishi's expression darkened. The Lion King was a ruthless individual, immensely perilous. A swift resolution is imperative. You all shall perish. Chen Zishi's face was as cold as frost, his murderous intent palpable. A flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he pointed forward with a single hand, the flying sword woofing transforming into a radiant arc, piercing through the crowd. Be cautious, for this is the very sword that severed Li Tianba. Such a treasure, inexplicably falling into the hands of a worthless wretch. I must seize it for myself. The two elders exchanged glances, each detecting a glimmer of greed in the other's eyes. Whoever first slays Chen Zishi shall claim the treasure. They instantaneously reached a tacit agreement. A flash of dark light erupted, and a butcher's knife emerged. The aura of a spiritual weapon. This youth possesses numerous treasures. We must seize them. The dozen or so disciples at the Qi refining stage surged forward. A kaleidoscope of dazzling light erupted into the sky, the earth trembling beneath their feet, as all unleashed their might, the air nearly boiling with rampant spiritual energy. Every attack converged upon Chen Zishi. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Chen Zishi's mouth as he fully unsheathed the butcher's knife, transforming it into a fleeting shadow, rushing into the throng. The flying sword howled, its blade intent filling the air. Chen Zishi wielded the butcher's knife with a fierce flourish, momentarily resembling the mighty Yangtze River, conjuring waves upon waves of colossal force, then morphing into myriad silver serpents, writhing through the sky. The flying sword woofing was as swift as lightning, brilliant as a meteor, carving through the heavens under Chen Zishi's spiritual manipulation, piercing countless bodies. In the span of mere breaths, tranquility returned. The sun shone brilliantly on that serene afternoon, while many met their demise in a pool of blood. Sheathing his knife and returning the sword to its scabbard, Chen Zishi turned to depart. The two elders at the Foundation establishment stage, along with over 10 disciples at the Qi refining stage, and the leaders of the Tang and in families, all lay lifeless. Chen Zishi hastened towards Jiangzhou, a figure transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the sky, evoking awe in countless onlookers. Yet, Chen Zishi remained unfazed. Should anyone dare to harm even a hair on Ruoxue, I shall ensure they suffer the most excruciating fate. Chapter 66. I am his wife in the Li family villa. Li Zhengqiang trembled as he knelt before the Lion King, too fearful to raise his head. Where is Chen Zishi? The Lion King coldly inquired. surveying the kneeling members of the Li family with disdain. Such a trivial clan dares to provoke him, the martial alliance? Li Zhengqiang lifted his gaze, asserting, Chen Zishi is merely my family's son-in-law. He does not reside in the Li family villa, for he lacks that privilege. The Lion King shot him a frosty glare. I ask you where he is? Li Zhengqiang quivered under the Lion King's piercing gaze, trembling as he replied. He resides at 56, Wanqing Street with Li Ruoxue. Hmph, worthless wretch. Killing you would soil my hands. With a mighty kick, the Lion King sent Li Zhengqiang flying over 10 meters, his ribs shattering as he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Let us first eliminate Chen Zishi, then deal with these vermin. The Lion King, accompanied by 2 elders at the Foundation establishment stage, made his way directly to Li Ruoxue's residence. Seeing the Lion King depart, the Li family members hurried to assist Li Zhengqiang. His eyes burned with fury. It is all that worthless son-in-law's fault. How could he provoke such a formidable figure? He deserves to die. Li Tai gazed at the Lion King's receding figure, still trembling uncontrollably. My dear brother, I have heard of this individual. He is the minister of the Jiangzhou branch of the Martial Alliance, known by the moniker Golden-Haired Lion King, and his true name is Xie Shi. He reached the realm of Foundation Establishment Master a decade ago, surpassing the former Jiangzhou King, Qin Huai, by no less than tenfold in strength. The Martial Alliance is exceedingly powerful, and Qin Huai's capabilities pale in comparison to even the gatekeepers of the Alliance. However, the Martial Alliance typically refrains from engaging in mundane affairs, and a warrior of Xie Shi's caliber has never taken the initiative to strike first. No one possesses the qualification to summon him. Li Zhengqi's brow was furrowed like twisted dough. Yet, how could this son-in-law provoke such a formidable master of the Martial Alliance, compelling him to personally seek retribution? Did Chen Zishi possess such credentials? Li Zhengqi's complexion darkened, and with a cold demeanor, he remarked, that young man acts in a peculiar manner. Who knows what heinous deeds he has committed to provoke such a master to his doorstep? Fortunately, we have already established a contract with Chen Zishi. If the An and Gao families do not rescind their sanctions today, both he and Li Ruoxue must take their leave. At that point, we shall sever all ties with them, and the wrath of the Lion King shall not be directed towards us. A fierce glint shone in Li Zhengqi's eyes. As for their fate, it was of no concern to the Li family. The other members of the Li clan nodded in silent agreement. With the family patriarch currently bedridden, Li Zhengqi, as the eldest, commanded the respect of nearly everyone. At that moment, Li Ruoxue lay in bed, while Ma Lili and Li Zhengqian sat by her side, conversing about various matters. Ruoxue, you must divorce Chen Zishi immediately. It is one thing for him to live off your family's wealth, but he remains unmanageable, constantly bringing us trouble. If this continues, you will be dragged down with him. Ma Lili implored earnestly. Li Zhengqian, his brow tightly knit, added, Father is usually reticent and does not wish to impose upon your marriage. But this young man has truly crossed the line. Father's business has stagnated because of him. How are we to sustain ourselves? What about your and your mother's livelihoods? For the sake of our family's future, you must divorce him at once. Li Ruoxue's face turned as pale as a ghost, her tightly closed eyes glistening with unshed tears, causing her long lashes to tremble as if soaked in water. Her pressed lips had begun to ooze a trace of blood. Father, mother, it was Chen Zishi who saved me. Otherwise, my purity would have been ruined. This time, he cannot bear the full blame. Li Ruoxue's voice was hoarse, clearly indicating that she had scarcely rested that night. Saved you? If it weren't for him, would young master and truly have acted against you? Ruoxue, what era are we living in? Young master hails from a cultured family and is a wealthy second generation. He would not truly resort to such actions. He was merely trying to intimidate you. Besides, with the family's affluence, aligning with him would be far better than being with Chen Zishi. Your mother could benefit from it as well. That good-for-nothing Chen Zishi is utterly unworthy of you, Lily disdainfully remarked. Deep down she believed that Chen Zishi, a mere son-in-law who could only slaughter pigs, was utterly inept. He was nothing more than a worthless individual, lacking any semblance of presence aside from extorting money from her family. Now, it seemed, he had even learned to kill. He was more useless than ever. Li Ruoxue gazed sorrowfully at Ma Lili, unable to comprehend how his own mother could utter such words, especially considering she had almost been insulted. Mom, I was there. And Lai is not a person. He is a beast. How can you think this way? Even if Chen Zishi does not earn money, he respects me, which is far superior to that scoundrel and Lai. Li Ruoxue exclaimed passionately. Li Zhengqian sighed, responding, Ruoxue, even if he saved you, the trouble he has caused is far too great. Our family cannot accompany him to his demise, can we? If you do not consider your own well-being, at least think of us. We can offer him some financial compensation, but regarding everything else, we should distance ourselves from him. Divorce him and steer clear of such a man. One who resorts to murder at the slightest provocation is not worth your loyalty. Li Ruoshui's complexion paled further, a glimmer of despair flickering in her eyes. If this were a 30-story building, she would have leapt from it without hesitation. Dad, how can you say such things? Chen Zishi killed and lied to save me. If we do this, are we not burning bridges? People will speak ill of us. I refuse to be such an ingrate. Marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. Even if Chen Zishi did not stand up for me, I would never divorce him. If you pressure me further, you will be driving your own daughter to her death. Li Ruoshui's spirit was unyielding, tears streaming down her cheeks despite her defiance. Li Zhengqian and Ma Lili exchanged astonished, helpless, and furious glances at Li Ruoshui. No, you will divorce him, one way or another. If you refuse, you and Chen Zishi will both be thrown out of my house. Li Zhengqian stated resolutely. He resolved that he could forfeit this daughter. Preserving his own assets was imperative, for otherwise, his status would plummet. Lily's daily cosmetic purchases required sustenance. What would he use to support her? He must sever ties with Chen Zishi, or else his business, and indeed his life, would be irrevocably ruined. Li Ruoshui lay utterly stunned on the bed, feeling helpless, wronged, and despondent, realizing her own father was prepared to abandon her. Chen Zishi, was marrying you truly a grave mistake? Where are you now? With whom? Li Ruoshui's heart brimmed with sorrow. Thunder rumbled ominously, followed by torrential rain. Amidst the downpour, 3 men entered. With a resounding crash, the Li family's door was shattered, the expensive wood splintering and flying in all directions. Leaving the hall in utter disarray, Li Zhengqian hurriedly exited the bedroom to confront the intruders. Who are you 3? Li Zhengqian hesitated, questioning, as their intimidating appearances filled him with trepidation. Call Chen Zishi out. I am here to take his life. Lion King Xie coldly fixed Li Zhengqian with a steely gaze. His voice low and menacing. Li Ruoshui and Ma Lili hurriedly emerged from the bedroom. Li Zhengqian and Ma Lili exchanged glances, sensing that the newcomers bore ill intentions. They were reluctant to acknowledge any connection to Chen Zishi. We do not know anyone by the name of Chen Zishi. Yet, Li Ruoshui stepped forward, exuding confidence as she declared, I am Chen Zishi's wife. What business do you have with him? Chapter 67. Heaven and earth. Both Li Zhengqian and Ma Lili were taken aback, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. Xie squinted at Li Ruoshui, his expression rife with mockery, while the elder Shi Inkai to his left wore a derisive grin and inquired, Where is your husband? Has he fled? Li Ruoshui replied coolly, He has gone out on business. Another elder, Hu Shun, chuckled ominously, I reckon he is terrified of our martial alliance and has scurried away with his tail between his legs. Xie sneered, leaving his woman behind to take the brunt of it. What utter shamelessness. The 2 elders stood at the entrance of the Li residence, laughing heartily and exuding arrogance. Xie face was a mask of derision. Li Ruoshui furrowed her brows slightly, while Li Zhengqian and Ma Lili cowered in the background, trembling. The oppressive aura emanating from these individuals was terrifying, as if they had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. With unwavering resolve, Li Ruoshui stated, If you have no business here, you may leave. My family does not welcome you. Xie's expression shifted. He was akin to a local despot in Jiangzhou and would not be belittled by a mere woman. He lunged forward, seizing Li Ruoshui by her collar and lifting her off the ground. In contrast to his lion-like physique, her slender frame appeared exceedingly diminutive. Do you know who you are speaking to? Xie growled darkly, with her neck constricted, nearly causing her to suffocate. Li Ruoshui remained defiant. I care not who you are. This is my home. Witnessing his daughter's plight, Li Zhengqian could no longer hold back and stepped forward. Sir, let us speak civilly. Chen Zishi is indeed my son-in-law, but my daughter is on the verge of divorcing him. When he returns, we will hand him over to you immediately. Xie's brow furrowed as he kicked Li Zhengqian away with disdain. What makes you think you are worthy to negotiate with me? He turned to Li Ruoshui, declaring, I will take this woman with me. When Chen Zishi returns, let him come to heaven and earth to find me. Or he shall never see his woman again, but of course, if he arrives late, the outcome will be the same. With that, he ignored the fallen Li Zhengqian, taking Li Ruoshui and departing. Chen Zishi had brought disgrace upon their martial alliance, and thus, he deemed it fitting to humiliate Chen Zishi's wife, broadcasting it live online. No, he intended to be excessive. The more outrageous, the better. He sought to degrade Chen Zishi's woman to the point of despair, ensuring all could witness it. thus restoring the martial alliance's lost honor. You toyed with our martial alliance's elite. I shall play with your woman. The Lion King cackled maliciously, heading straight for heaven and earth. There resided an old friend of his, one of no ordinary stature. In less than half an hour, Chen Zishi rushed back from Jiangbei, only to find the Li family's entrance shattered. His expression darkened. Upon encountering Chen Zishi's return, Ma Lily immediately erupted in a torrent of invective, exclaiming, "You harbinger of doom! How dare you show your face here again? Look at what you've done to the Li family. Ruoshui has been abducted." Chen Zishi's expression shifted to one of icy coldness as he strode directly towards Ma Lily, fixing her with a fierce gaze and demanding, "What has happened to Ruoshui?" Ma Lily, taken aback by Chen Zishi's menacing glare, stammered, "What are you doing? Do you intend to kill me? Well, why not? You've already murdered so many. I DB but one more. Go on, take my life, and let's see if Ruoshui will still choose to be with you." Woo-woo, Ruoshui. It's all because of you that her fate hangs in the balance. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zishi's gaze sharpened like a blade. "If you do not speak, I swear I will carve you into pieces." Ma Lily collapsed in fright onto the ground. Li Zhengqian approached, casting a cold glance at Chen Zishi, and said, "She has been taken by a formidable master to Tianshang Renjian. If you possess any shred of conscience, you should offer your own life in exchange for my daughter's." Li Zhengqian had just received a call regarding the situation, only to learn that the abductors were from the Martial Alliance, specifically a man of peak power in this realm, leaving him in utter despair. The Martial Alliance was a force they could never hope to contend with. His daughter's abduction left him fearing the worst. He could only hope that Chen Zishi would sacrifice himself to retrieve Li Ruoshui's for his own career and the future of the Li family. He could no longer afford to think about them. Surviving was already a blessing. Tianshang Renjian. Memories from his past life flooded Chen Zishi's mind, recalling an entity independent from both the government and the Martial Alliance, the largest intelligence agency in this world, a place of revelry and excess. It was filled with countless beauties and fine wines, a veritable paradise for men, engaging in clandestine dealings while remaining steadfastly secure, indicative of the vast power behind it. He remembered that the ruler of this Tianshang Renjian had a close relationship with the Lion King, Xie, a man of considerable strength yet grotesquely depraved, whose female captives rarely survived, all falling victim to his depraved whims. With this thought, Wu Di immediately turned and dashed towards the location of Tianshang Renjian. At that moment, within the opulent confines of Tianshang Renjian, a scene of revelry unfolded, with an abundance of bare legs on display. A pale, cold-faced man sat disinterestedly observing the performances before him. Despite the presence of what ordinary people would consider exquisite beauty, he had long grown weary of it. They were merely superficial charms, utterly tiresome. Haha. It seems the beauties of Tianshang Renjian fail to capture your discerning eye. Old friend, boomed a voice akin to a lion's roar. The cold-faced man, upon hearing this familiar voice, revealed a flicker of delight on his face. "Lion King, it has been ages. What brings you to my humble establishment?" Incidentally, Li Tianba also departed from here the other day, albeit with somewhat unsteady steps. Could it be that His Highness the Lion King has taken an interest in sampling the delights of my establishment? The man's voice, chilling and high-pitched, was far from pleasant to the ears. The Lion King furrowed his brow upon hearing his words. Good deeds remain nameless while misfortunes spread like wildfire. The mockery surrounding Li Tianba's humiliation had rendered the Martial Alliance a laughingstock. He strode into the room and spoke in a deep voice. "I require the use of this place." The cold, shadowy man paused, pondering whether he intended to usurp the nest of the magpie. "What do you mean by this?" The Lion King tossed the gagly Ruoshui before him. "Wei Qing, summon the most advanced instruments available. I want you to find the most despicable man and publicly humiliate this woman in a live broadcast." Wei Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. He was no fool and quickly surmised Li Ruoshui's identity. Could this woman be connected to the one who had savagely slain the masters of your Martial Alliance in the video? Xie smirked coldly. "She is the wife of that man. I shall make his wife a public spectacle to assuage my wrath." A smile crept upon Wei Qing's lips. Such matters were his forte. "No problem. Leave this to me. I have a particular fondness for married women." He extended his grayish tongue, licking it fervently. Wei Qing tore the tape from Li Ruoshui's mouth, and upon seeing her appearance, his face lit up with delight. This woman was indeed a vision of beauty, her ethereal grace nurtured by spiritual energy, nearly transcending into a celestial being. She was a rare delicacy. The Lion King regarded Wei Qing with a slight smile. Wei Qing, whose health had always been frail, had long feasted on human blood. Encountering such spiritual essence, he would not let it slip away. Once the broadcast concludes, she shall be yours to consume as you please. Li Ruoxue listened in terror to their conversation, her face paling in fear. What do you intend to do to me? Her expression was one of sheer horror. The two men exchanged a silent glance, their sinister laughter echoing throughout the room. Chapter 68. Venturing into the dragon's lair in a pink room within the realm of heaven and earth, Li Ruoxue found herself bound to a bed. Surrounded by an array of filming equipment, a grotesquely deformed man with a fat head, short stature, and dark complexion drooled as he gazed at her. Nearby, Xie, Wei Qing, and two elders of the Foundation establishment stage sat at a table, sipping tea and laughing as they anticipated the grand spectacle about to unfold. This girl has quite an admirable figure. I have courted countless women, yet I have never encountered such beauty, Wei Qing leered at Li Ruoxue. Since he took over heaven and earth, he had spared no beauty. In Jiangzhou, he would boldly claim no one dared to contest his understanding of women. His accumulation of yin energy had arisen from the conquest of many female essences, making women an indispensable facet of his cultivation. Yet even with his discerning eye, he found himself salivating over Li Ruoxue, and upon realizing she was a maiden, his excitement intensified. And she is indeed a virgin. This essence will greatly benefit my cultivation. I shall personally deflower her. Wei Qing's eyes gleamed with lascivious intent. Xie observed him with a slight smile. The more Wei Qing reveled in his depravity, the greater the disgrace for Chen Zishi. Wei, indulge yourself. Should you tire her out, it matters not. If need be, we can take turns. Xie chuckled coldly. The two elders beside him also smirked ominously, their eyes ablaze with lust as they gazed upon Li Ruoxue. Bound helplessly to the bed, despair filled her eyes as she beheld the repugnant man before her, saliva dripping from his mouth. With a grin, he revealed his jagged yellow teeth. Why, little beauty, soon you shall be mine. I shall be ever so gentle. The horrifying visage of the man nearly caused Li Ruoxue to faint from fear, while several others in the distance leered at her with lascivious smiles. Disgusting creature, keep your distance, Li Ruoxue shouted defiantly. The ugly man's expression darkened instantly. You wretched harlot, you seek death. I shall utterly ruin you, and make you a spectacle before the eyes of the nation. He growled menacingly. It's almost ready. Start the machine, commanded the Lion King, glancing at his watch. In an instant, a chorus of flashbulbs ignited, and machinery whirred to life. Li Ruoxue, in utter despair, gazed around, her mind fixated on a single name, one she had never anticipated recalling in her moment of utmost vulnerability. Chen Zishi. Where are you? Save me, she cried out repeatedly, as the filthy man's hand inched closer. She frantically sought escape, but found none, the lewd laughter of the men echoing incessantly in her ears. You devils deserve to be struck by divine wrath, Li Ruoxue fervently prayed within her heart. Just as despair enveloped her, a thunderous bolt descended from the heavens, cleaving a gaping hole in the ceiling. Had a deity manifested? Was her prayer finally answered? Li Ruoxue stared in astonishment at the jagged opening above. Then, in a flash of cold light, the vile man's head was severed, blood spraying into the air as the crimson torrent threatened to splatter upon her. A figure descended gracefully, the blood hurtling away from her. Could this be a divine being? A savior had come. Li Ruoxue looked up, tears brimming in her eyes, at the tall silhouette before her. Wait, this figure seems familiar. Have I encountered a deity unknowingly? The man turned, offering a gentle smile that radiated warmth and divine light. Ruoxue, I have come late. Chen Zishi spoke softly. Li Ruoxue stood frozen in disbelief. The deity was none other than Chen Zishi, the despised son-in-law of his family. Had she been mistaken all along? With a subtle gesture of his fingertip, the ropes binding Li Ruoxue fell away. Awakening from her stupor, she lunged into Chen Zishi's embrace. Zishi. Sob. Her mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed by tears. For a frail woman to withstand such a horde of vile brutes without fainting was a testament to her resilience. Upon seeing Li Ruoxue weeping, a flicker of anger crossed Chen Zishi's eternally icy countenance, a murderous intent igniting within him. You are Chen Zishi? The Lion King, Xie, remained seated at the table, dismissing Chen Zishi entirely. He believed Chen Zishi's arrival was fortuitous, as it would allow him to humiliate the man's wife before his very eyes, capturing the moment on film for the world to witness the gruesome fate of the one who had slaughtered their martial alliance's elite, relishing in the sight of their despairing cries. A delight beyond compare. He aims to make it abundantly clear to everyone the dire consequences of offending the martial alliance, as a warning to others. He intends to shatter Chen Zishi, the one who dared to stand out. Chen Zishi coldly gazes at the four men seated at the table, remaining silent. The four are at the foundation establishment stage, with the Lion King possessing at least late-stage foundation establishment strength, and the man with a visibly depleted vitality is also formidable, second only to the Lion King. To confront four adversaries, all of whom are of a higher realm, seems a daunting task. Yet, a slight smirk plays at the corners of Chen Zishi's mouth. So, you've come to seek vengeance because I killed your dog last night? Chen Zishi remarks coldly. The Lion King, instantly enraged, shatters the wine glass in his hand, his aura radiating fiercely, creating a tempest even within the confines of the room. The metallic essence permeates the entire space. Boy, do not be overly arrogant. There are always greater forces beyond your own. Such hubris will lead to a most unfortunate demise, the Lion King warns, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The other three men watch Chen Zishi with expressions of malicious delight, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. They sip their drinks, as if waiting for a brutal spectacle to commence. Chen Zishi's eyes glint like a crescent moon as he smirks wickedly. Indeed, your demise will be most tragic. With his left arm tightly embracing Li Ruoxue, his right hand slowly glides towards the scabbard. The Lion King rises, a powerful wave of spiritual energy overturning the surrounding tables and chairs. You have successfully provoked my wrath. I will make you wish for life, yet find no solace in death. You will witness your wife being humiliated. The Lion King declares, each word dripping with menace. Such excessive chatter. Chen Zishi retorts, drawing his blade. The blade's aura transforms into a crescent moon, slicing towards Xie. The surrounding onlookers are left in stunned disbelief. This audacious youth dares to strike at the Lion King? Armed with a butcher's knife no less. Does he intend to slay the Lion King as if he were a mere pig? The Lion King is a presence of great renown. The foremost master of Jiangzhou, a late-stage foundation establishment expert. Merely casting a glance at him would terrify others half to death. Yet here is Chen Zishi, brazenly wielding his blade against him. The two elders of the martial alliance are left speechless, while Wei Qing offers a slight smile, an interesting young man, though he is about to meet his end. What a pity. He sips his drink and adds, be careful with your strikes. Do not ruin my delicacies. The delicacies naturally refer to Li Ruoxue. Fear not, I shall not kill them. Rather, I will subject them to punishments more horrifying than death. The Lion King replies with a cold smile, infusing his right fist with spiritual energy, his expression turning grotesque. With a mighty roar, the Lion King unleashes a punch that resembles the cacophony of countless beasts, the golden fist wind surging toward Chen Zishi. The clash of blade light and fist energy ensues. Surprisingly, the blade light does not falter against the Lion King's golden fist energy. The Lion King's expression darkens. Boy, your butcher's knife has transformed into a spiritual weapon, he exclaims. You, of all people, do not deserve such a treasure. The Lion King believes that Chen Zishi's ability to withstand his punch is solely due to the prowess of the butcher's knife. He produces a pair of golden gauntlets and dons them. Spiritual weapons are not yours alone to wield. The Lion King bellows, launching a flurry of punches, golden light dazzling in the air. Golden Lion Divine Fist, unleash the myriad lions. The elder beside him stares wide-eyed. Mouth agape, in sheer horror. Chapter 69. The one-handed lion slayer. It had been many years since he had witnessed the Lion King employ this technique. Aside from the climactic battle in Jiangzhou several decades prior, he had never seen the Lion King unleash such a move. Who would have thought that today he would resort to it against a mere junior? It appeared that Chen Zishi could endure only a few blows. All who had witnessed the Lion King's prowess had perished. The elder let out a cold, mirthless laugh. The golden shadow of the fist surged forth like a breaking bamboo, accompanied by ominous winds. Li Ruoxue gazed upon the terrifying fist shadow, a glimmer of despair flickering in her eyes. Zishi, let me go. Flee swiftly. I am already content that you came to save me. Yet Chen Zishi merely smiled faintly. Ruoxue, remember, you are the woman of Chen Zishi. Never utter such words in my presence. I am not a coward, nor will I abandon my beloved. With a single hand gripping the knife, the energy within him surged into the slaughtering blade. Faced with the unparalleled might of the Lion King's fist, Chen Zishi stood resolute as a mountain, showing no intent to evade. The slaughtering knife emanated a dazzling black light, its chill palpable, as it carved an enigmatic and formidable aura, striking terror into the hearts of even the most formidable beings. The black blade traced a perfect arc, its movement elusive and unhindered. In an instant, Chen Zishi unleashed 9 strikes. a celestial sequence of 9 stars, unmatched in its ferocity. Impossible! The Lion King's face contorted with disbelief. His divine fist was shattered by the blade's radiance. The 3 bystanders around him were equally astonished, rising from their seats, unable to remain composed. No one had anticipated the sheer sharpness of Chen Zishi's blade. The Lion King's expression turned grave. It seemed he would have to exert his full strength. However, he would have no opportunity to do so. Just as he swung his fist to obliterate the remaining blade light, an unexpected sense of danger enveloped him. Whoosh! A hidden glimmer of cold light darted past, its edge so keen that even his protective true energy could not withstand it. His vision warped, and he felt the world spinning. The images before his eyes shifted uncontrollably. He beheld the horrified expressions of Wei Qing and the 2 elders, feeling himself drift further away from them. Why could he no longer sense the pulse of his own body? Thud! His head fell to the ground, rolling far away. Chen Zishi had used the blade light as bait, stealthily intertwining his flying sword within it, and with a decisive strike, severed the head of Jiangzhou's mightiest Lion King. Only when his head tumbled to the ground did the Lion King realize his fate. No. Quickly, return my head. I can still live. Indeed, for a master of his caliber, reclaiming his head could allow him to survive, albeit with a significant loss of strength. Even in the nascent soul stage, a fragment of one's spirit could sustain life despite a shattered body. Alas, he was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Chen Zishi would grant him no such mercy. Swiftly, he struck again, shattering the Lion King's skull. Then, his flying sword transformed into a myriad of blades, flitting around the Lion King's body, countless fragments of flesh scattering in all directions. The myriad swords executed a brutal execution. No one could have anticipated that the Lion King would meet such a tragic demise. Suffering the torment of 1,000 cuts, the 2 elders of the martial alliance and Wei Qing exchanged glances, their eyes filled with dread. Yet they understood that they could not linger in this moment of shock. They must eliminate Chen Zishi, for he was a monster. Otherwise, they would all face death. Let us join forces and end him. The faces of the 3 individuals were contorted with ferocity. Chen Zishi offered a faint smile, cradling Li Ruoshui in one arm while wielding a radiant blade with the other, unleashing a myriad of dazzling sword lights. A group of ethereal beauties from the realms above gazed in awe at the seemingly celestial figure of Chen Zishi, who held Li Ruoshui protectively. Among them, a striking woman clad in crimson stood out, her figure graceful and voluptuous, exuding an enchanting allure. Her eyes sparkled with longing as she thought, how delightful it would be if the woman in his embrace were me. Casting a resentful glance at Wei Qing, she found herself secretly hoping for Chen Zishi's victory, believing that such an outcome might liberate them from this demon's grasp. Wei Qing, embodying the chilling prowess of ice, emanated an aura of frost. He unsheathed a cold water sword, its movements fluid and serpentine, each strike aimed at Chen Zishi from an exceptionally cunning angle. The 2 elders also joined the fray. One summoned a long spear, while the other wielded a floating weapon, attacking Chen Zishi from various directions. Surrounded by 3 adversaries, Chen Zishi faced them without trepidation, displaying a reckless bravado. With a cold smirk, Chen Zishi directed his flying sword towards one of the elders, moving with the swiftness of a specter. Despite holding Li Ruoshui, he darted behind the other elder in the blink of an eye. The blade flashed, and 2 elder heads tumbled to the ground. The once mighty martial alliance crumbled under the onslaught of Chen Zishi's blades, proving utterly ineffectual. The severed heads rolled to join the golden visage of the Lion King, cleaved in twain, lying neatly side by side in an instant. Only Wei Qing remained to confront Chen Zishi, his eyes glimmering with cold determination. Although his strength was inferior to that of the Lion King Xiashi, he was not to be underestimated. The Lion King had perished due to carelessness. He would not make the same mistake. He believed he could match Chen Zishi in battle. With a piercing shriek, Wei Qing moved with ghostly agility, resembling a sinister bat, his speed rivaling that of Chen Zishi. "You shall perish," he exclaimed, darting to Chen Zishi's back and launching a downward strike. A chilling smile graced his face. Convinced that this boy was at the end of his rope, his speed would surely overwhelm him. Wei Qing thought to himself, certain that his sword would cleave Chen Zishi in two, however, as the blade descended. Chen Zishi remained unscathed. The shimmering sword passed right through his form. Realization struck Wei Qing like a bolt. It was an illusion, but before he could fully comprehend the danger, a voice that chilled him to the core echoed behind him. "You shall be the one to die." A flying sword carved a dazzling, ghostly white arc through the air, piercing through Wei Qing's heart. His blackened heart was impaled upon the sword's tip. Though he had lost his heart, Wei Qing did not succumb to death immediately. Instead, he frantically fled towards the crowd of women from the realms above. "Help me!" he gasped, sweat pouring down his brow, clutching his chest as he staggered forward. Upon seeing Wei Qing, the women recoiled in terror, their expressions betraying their fear. Wei Qing furrowed his brow but remained silent. Approaching one of the women, he reached out, extracting her heart and placing it into the gaping wound in his own chest, before opening his mouth wide to begin draining her blood. The beautiful woman was instantaneously reduced to a desiccated husk, and Wei Qing's complexion improved slightly. The women, in a flurry, fled to a considerable distance, while the woman in red cast a look of hatred towards him. Yet, Wei Qing remained utterly indifferent in this ruthless world. These women were merely the livestock he had nurtured. It was their privilege to prolong their own lives at his expense. Li Ruoxue observed Wei Qing's merciless actions, her stomach churning violently. "This person is exceedingly cruel," she thought. Chen Zishi smiled faintly. "Do not worry. I shall render him incapable of inflicting harm." Gradually, Chen Zishi approached Wei Qing, whose expression shifted dramatically as Chen Zishi drew near. Suddenly, Wei Qing bent his knees and knelt before Chen Zishi. "Immortal, I am willing to serve you. Please spare my life," he bowed repeatedly, his head striking the ground. "Were you not intent on dishonoring my wife?" Chen Zishi remarked coolly. "I was mistaken. My words were erroneous. I shall punish myself. Immortal, I offer my wife to you. Please do not take my life." Wei Qing desperately slapped his own face in a frenzy. "Did you not desire to take my essence for your own?" Chen Zishi's lips curled into a smirk. "No. I shall relinquish all my spiritual energy to you. I possess numerous magical artifacts and elixirs. Spare me, and they shall all be yours." Wei Qing's face was wrought with terror. "Very well," Chen Zishi replied nonchalantly. Wei Qing raised his head, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "So, you will spare me?" He stealthily unsheathed a dagger from behind. "My young friend, you truly are a benevolent soul." A sinister gleam gradually emerged in his eyes as he lunged at Chen Zishi with the blade. "Spare you? No, you may perish." Chen Zishi smiled slightly. With a flash of the sword, Wei Qing's head fell to the ground. Chapter 70. "Are you willing to be my dog?" The dagger in Wei Qing's hand clattered to the ground, rolling atop the severed head, which bore an expression of sheer horror. From his body surged a multitude of white worms, crawling chaotically across the ground like maggots in a cesspit, utterly repugnant. Wei Qing had not anticipated the youth's ruthless decisiveness in beheading him. From the outset, Chen Zishi had no intention of sparing him. Anyone who dared to lay eyes on Li Ruoxue was doomed. The girls from all walks of life trembled in fear at the sight of Wei Qing's demise, some even bursting into tears. However, Chen Zishi noticed that one beauty in red remained unperturbed. Instead, her face bore an expression of vindication. The other girls hurried to Chen Zishi's side and knelt before him. "Great Immortal, please spare us." Chen Zishi glanced at the women, his brow slightly furrowed. There was something amiss within their bodies. Li Ruoxue regarded the girls with a touch of sympathy, pondering that perhaps they too were victims, manipulated by others. She looked up at Chen Zishi, realizing she was still cradled in his arms, feeling a twinge of shyness. "Zishi, please set me down." Only then did Chen Zishi release her. Li Ruoxue surveyed the girls, then turned to Chen Zishi, inquiring, "Why do you not flee?" Despite the carnage wrought by Chen Zishi and the Lion King, the girls remained, which struck her as peculiar. The woman clad in a cerulean silk garment wept as she spoke. "It is not that we do not wish to flee, but rather that we are all ensnared by Wei Qing's venomous curse. Each day we are obliged to consume the antidote he provides. Should we forego the antidote for an extended period, our bodies would be assailed as though by a legion of ants, succumbing to an unbearable itch, and before long, we would be left to rot and perish." Upon hearing the words of the blue-clad woman, the other girls wore expressions of deep sorrow, for now that Wei Qing was deceased, they too faced imminent demise without his antidote. The harrowing thought of the agonizing onset of the curse filled their faces with despair. Li Ruoxue, incensed by the girl's plight, cast a furious glance at the lifeless Wei Qing. This man so cruel and detestable. Observing that she had successfully evoked Li Ruoxue's sympathy, the blue-clad girl's eyes darted as she continued her lament. "Madam, you must save us. Your husband possesses great skill. He surely has a means to rescue us." Several girls hastily knelt before Li Ruoxue, pleading, "Madam, you are both beautiful and kind-hearted. Please consider a way to aid us, and we shall repay you in kind." Seeing the girls in such distress softened Li Ruoxue's heart, and she turned to Chen Zishi. "And my husband, Do you have a way to help these girls? This marked the first instance of Li Ruoshui addressing Chen Zishi as her husband, stirring something within him. Even in his past life, such a term of endearment had been rare. He glanced at Li Ruoshui, then at the girls, and spoke coolly, "To save you is quite simple." The girls' faces lit up with joy, but Chen Zishi's tone shifted, growing icy. "However, I do not appreciate your leveraging my wife to pressure me." The blue-clad woman, taken aback, felt a surge of panic. She had indeed sought to exploit Li Ruoshui. Having mingled in this world of ephemeral pleasures for many years, she could easily discern that Li Ruoshui was but an innocent girl, naive to the world's treachery. Yet Chen Zishi remained an enigma to her. Sweat trickled down the blue-clad woman's forehead. "Immortal Master, I beg your pardon. I did not intend to manipulate Madam." Chen Zishi's gaze turned frigid as he locked eyes with the blue-clad woman, prompting her to quickly amend her words. "I was mistaken. Immortal Master, please save us. We are willing to offer you everything we possess in this world." The blue-clad woman, known as Xiaoqing, was a figure of considerable seniority within this realm, overseeing its finances. With Wei Qing's demise, the fortune he left behind was astronomical, and if she could seize it for herself, her fate would be irrevocably transformed. Chen Zishi smiled coldly, perceiving the ulterior motives of these women as transparent as glass. Having lived 2 lives, he had long since honed his discerning vision. "I can save you. But I have one condition," he stated calmly. "What condition?" They inquired eagerly. "Do you seek this realm for yourself? You shall become the master of this world." The realm not only amassed immense wealth but also boasted the most sophisticated intelligence network, with many secrets gathered at their disposal. "Although we may not possess great strength, we have many sisters outside, and their prowess is formidable. They all heed my commands, granting me authority. If you rescue us, we shall willingly serve you," Xiaoqing hastily remarked. Chen Zishi offered a faint smile. "I desire neither the heavens nor the earth. I require merely a dog to attend to my affairs." Xiaoqing's gaze shifted subtly. If Chen Zishi were to disregard the matters of heaven and earth, would she not become the de facto ruler of this realm? In that case, she could reap the benefits to her heart's content and, once she gained sufficient power, cast Chen Zishi aside. This dog, she was determined to claim. She promptly declared, "Immortal Master, I am willing to be your dog, managing the affairs of heaven and earth on your behalf." She knelt and prostrated herself before Chen Zishi 3 times with a resounding thud. The surrounding women regarded the self-debasings with Xiaoqing with disdain, while the stunning beauty in red wore an expression of utter contempt. Chen Zishi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. "Go be my dog. You are hardly worthy." Upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, Xiaoqing paused momentarily, yet she remained undeterred, crawling slowly to his feet. Her qipao became soiled with dust as she knelt, accentuating her alluring curves. Barking a few times, she extended her tongue and licked Chen Zishi's shoe. "Master, am I unworthy of being your dog?" Xiaoqing cooed with sultry eyes, mimicking a panting dog with remarkable finesse. "If there is anything you find unsatisfactory, I can learn," she added, casting a deliberate flirtatious glance. Clearly seasoned in such tactics, Li Ruoshui observed her behavior with slight disapproval. Chen Zishi, taken aback by Xiaoqing's shamelessness in front of his wife, kicked her aside with distaste. "Scram! You disgust me," he declared coldly. The surrounding girls sighed in relief. Xiaoqing was an accomplice of Wei Qing, ruthlessly exploiting their bodies and wealth. Had Chen Zishi succumbed to her allure and appointed her as the overseer of heaven and earth, their fates could have been far more tragic. Fortunately, Chen Zishi was not swayed by her antics, and the girls' admiration for him grew. His gaze then roamed over the remaining women, finally resting upon the woman in red. "Come here," he commanded softly. The red-clad woman approached quietly, her eyes cool and resolute, devoid of any fear. Despite her provocative attire, she exuded an aura of unassailable dignity, as pure and serene as a lotus. "You summoned me, immortal master. What is your request?" Her voice was melodious, akin to a lark in a secluded valley, crisp and delightful. Chen Zishi surveyed the woman with keen interest, inquiring, "Are you willing to be my dog?" Chapter 71. Poisonous Insects. The woman in red frowned slightly, clearly displeased by men who lacked respect for her. "I refuse. I am a person," she replied, maintaining her dignity. "Refusing my offer may cost you your lives." Chen Zishi's lips curled into a faint smile. The surrounding girls felt a shiver run through them. As if an unsettling itch had arisen from within, Li Ruoshui furrowed her brow slightly. How could Chen Zishi threaten others with such matters? She felt uneasy. Just as she was about to speak, She caught sight of Chen Zishi discreetly gesturing for her to remain silent. The brows of the girl in red furrowed even deeper. This not only concerned her own life, but the lives of so many sisters as well. Yet, it was impossible for her to relinquish her pride. Suddenly, she drew a sharp knife and pressed it against her own neck. If I die, it won't count as rejecting you. Please, save them. As she spoke, she plunged the knife down fiercely. The sisters looked on in astonishment, too late to intervene. Strangely, the blade would not pierce her skin. The girl in red was filled with fury, gripping the knife tightly. However, Chen Zishi merely regarded her with a smile, speaking calmly, "You have qualified." All the women were momentarily taken aback. From now on, you shall be the administrator of this realm. I shall not concern myself with daily operations, but I have but one request. When I call for you, you must come without hesitation. If you can agree to this, I can save all of you. Of course, you will be treated as my subordinate, rather than a mere dog. Chen Zishi's experiences from 2 lives taught him an essential truth. The most important qualities in a person are not ability or experience, but loyalty and integrity. Those with great ability, lacking loyalty and integrity, inevitably lead to betrayal. He would not employ such individuals. The girl in red paused, then slowly lowered the knife. "Will you unconditionally save us?" she asked. "No. I require you to provide me with a wealth of intelligence," Chen Zishi replied. The girl in red nodded. This condition was an immense boon for those who felt utterly cornered. "Very well, it is settled that I am Hongfu, Cui Hongfu." Chen Zishi smiled gently. "I am Chen Zishi." The other women, witnessing Chen Zishi's willingness to save them, looked upon him with gratitude. Li Ruoxue observed the helpless young women expressing their appreciation for Chen Zishi, and for the first time, she felt a sense of pride in him. She realized that she had not married wrongly. Chen Zishi instilled in her a profound sense of security. Her gaze towards him now held a touch of admiration and infatuation. "Come here," Chen Zishi instructed Hong Fu. Looking bewildered, Hong Fu walked over. Chen Zishi directly placed his hand before her mouth, inhaling sharply, and a massive black goo worm was drawn out. Miaojiang goo worms, how intriguing! Chen Zishi's eyes narrowed. The goo worms from Miaojiang are notoriously known for their roles in assassination, control, and poisoning, with various effects. This particular goo worm, named the mantis goo, has a female that is significantly larger than the male. Each day, the female consumes some males to maintain stability. Otherwise, she becomes exceedingly enraged, wreaking havoc on everything around her while secreting a potent toxin. This enormous black worm was the female, and the medicine Wei Qing fed these women was concocted from the white male worms that crawled from his body. "Master, how should we rid ourselves of this goo worm?" Upon witnessing the grotesquely obese black worms, many women began to retch. They were horrified to discover such terrifying creatures residing within their bodies, their faces paling in fear. Chen Zishi smiled faintly and remarked, "It's manageable, albeit somewhat repulsive. Would you like to hear the solution?" The women nodded in unison. Without addressing this matter, how could they continue to live? These female worms fed on the male ones. To eradicate them, one must target the males. I possess a toxin that is harmless to the human body, yet lethal to these parasitic worms. Upon contact, it is fatal. If you inject this toxin into the male worms and then consume it, the female worms within your bodies will naturally perish and be expelled through your intestines, resolving the crisis. Chen Zishi stated calmly, producing a small vial of toxin and handing it to Cui Hongfu. However, to the ears of the women, this suggestion stirred a tempest of dread. Were they truly expected to consume worms? They gazed at the writhing mass of white larvae emerging from Wei Qing's corpse, their recently emptied stomachs churning anew. "Master, is there truly no other way?" one woman implored. Chen Zishi replied coolly, "There is none. The female worms in your bodies are not limited to just these. There are countless others, dispersed throughout, some lodged in vital organs which I cannot extract. These female worms require sustenance, and only by targeting their food can we eradicate them all." The women hesitated at his words. The thought of consuming worms was indeed daunting. The atmosphere grew somber. "I will do it." Suddenly, Cui Hongfu spoke up. "Sisters, for the sake of our lives, we must proceed. How long have we been enslaved by Wei Qing? Now that the master has come to our rescue, we have hope for our lives. Surviving is paramount." From somewhere, she produced a syringe, approached Wei Qing's corpse, and injected the toxin Chen Zishi had provided. Then, with a determined bite, she swallowed one of the white worms, eliciting gasps of shock from the others. Chen Zishi nodded slightly. Cui Hongfu was indeed a person of potential. Through this event, he realized that relying solely on himself was insufficient to protect Li Ruoxue. He urgently needed to establish a faction. These women, skilled in the art of information gathering, understood that men in bed often find it difficult to restrain their tongues. The whispers of the pillow are the most comforting in the world. This realm of heaven and earth would serve as his inaugural force. After swallowing the white worm, Cui Hongfu felt a strange writhing within her body. The female worms had been accustomed to consuming pills made from the bodies of male worms. Now, confronted with a live male, they became wildly agitated and voraciously fought for their meal. Cui Hongfu's complexion gradually paled as the worms squirmed within her, causing her great discomfort. Sisters, since Hongfu has partaken, what do we have to fear? Soon, the other girls followed suit, swallowing the white worms. Li Ruoxue observed their pitiable state, her heart heavy with sorrow. Zishi, how can there be such cruel people in this world, inflicting such horrific parasitic worms upon these girls? What should I do if I were to fall victim to such a curse in the future? Li Ruoxue expressed her concern. Ruoxue, I shall protect you. Chen Zishi responded gently, his gaze upon her filled with tenderness, yet his eyes were brimming with memories in a past life. He had endured pain 100-fold worse than this curse. The poison king of Miaojiang was soon to emerge from his seclusion. In this lifetime, he vowed silently to reclaim all the suffering he had previously endured. A faint blush crept upon Li Ruoxue's cheeks. Perhaps you should first contemplate how to explain this to my parents. They are pressuring me to divorce you, and I may not be able to prevent them this time. Why father is even considering severing ties with me over this matter. Chen Zishi offered a slight smile. Do not worry. Leave everything to me, Li Ruoxue pouted, choosing silence, yet a glimmer of trust surfaced in her eyes. Could it be that Chen Zishi had truly transformed into a reliable and warm-hearted man? Chapter 72. The cooking of beans and burning of vetch. An hour later, the poison had completely dissipated from the bodies of the women. Although Chen Zishi's methods were somewhat repugnant, their efficacy was unparalleled. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, Master. A group of beautiful women knelt at Chen Zishi's feet, their faces alight with excitement. At this moment, they had finally escaped Wei Qing's grasp. Despite their pallid complexions, their spirits soared with an unprecedented lightness. Chen Zishi nodded slightly. I do not favor the name heaven on earth. From now on, this place shall be renamed Wind and Rain Tower. You shall address me as master of the tower. Furthermore, the women of Wind and Rain Tower shall sell their talents, not their bodies. Make sure to remember this, Chen Zishi stated calmly. His organization could not be merely a place of fleeting pleasures. Cui Hongfu, upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, looked at him with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. The men she had encountered in the past were predominantly enamored with their beauty, eager to indulge in their charms. Yet, Chen Zishi exhibited no interest in them and insisted on their selling only their talents. Truly a peculiar man. We shall abide by the master's orders, the women chorused in unison. Chen Zishi collected the possessions of the Lion King, Wei Qing, and 2 elders. Remarkably, the Lion King's golden gauntlets and Wei Qing's long sword were both spirit artifacts, revealing the astounding treasures these old fellows possessed. However, Chen Zishi had no use for these 2 weapons. He recalled an upcoming auction where he anticipated making a substantial profit. Moreover, if memory served him correctly, a sensational divine object was to debut at that auction, recently discovered, and the faction that acquired this artifact had swiftly risen to prominence, even posing a slight threat to the martial alliance. He had only heard whispers of it being a small world, though its specific capabilities remained unclear to him. In this rebirth, he was determined to obtain this divine object. Subsequently, he also discovered some potency-enhancing pills and an offensive technique known as the Lion's Roar, a method utilizing sound waves over a broad area with formidable striking power. Unfortunately, the Lion King had underestimated Chen Zishi, failing to unleash his full potential before being slain on the spot. Chen Zishi's woofing flying sword absorbed the essence and blood of several individuals. It grew increasingly sharper, drawing nearer to the day it would shed its bluntness. The martial seal from the Lion King also found its way into Chen Zishi's possession. This emblem represented his status within the martial alliance and was the official seal of the King of Jiangzhou. One could only wonder how the martial alliance headquarters would react upon discovering the loss of such a significant insignia. Yet, these matters held little concern for Chen Zishi. After attending to affairs at the Wind and Rain Pavilion, evening had fallen. Cui Hongfu became the de facto manager of the establishment, and upon opening its treasury, even Chen Zishi was taken aback by the sight before him. The vault was brimming with a mountain of gold bars, cash, and jewels, all sparkling brilliantly, conservatively estimated to be worth billions. Remarkably, all of this wealth now belonged to Chen Zishi, who took not a single coin for himself. His first course of action was to have Cui Hongfu and Li Ruoshui sign a contract to invest a substantial portion of the Wind and Rain Pavilion's funds into the Ruoshui Group. With this infusion of capital, the blockade imposed by the An and Gao families would become utterly futile. Subsequently, Chen Zishi entrusted Hongfu with a few tomes of body refinement techniques seized from the Martial Alliance, instructing her to practice diligently before he and Li Ruoshui returned to the Li residence. At this juncture, the Li family, led by Li Zhengqiang, had effectively cornered Li Ruoshui's family, leaving them no escape. Second brother, for the survival of our Li family, you must sign. Li Zhengqian and Ma Lili found themselves trapped, their strength waning. Brother, my company is something I built from the ground up. Now you demand I relinquish it with a mere word? That is simply unreasonable, Li Zhengqian protested, his brow furrowed. Your company? It belongs to the family, Li family's company. You merely manage it on our behalf. Not only must your real estate business be surrendered, but Ma Lili's media company and Li Ruoshui's food enterprise must also be handed over. Li Zhengqiang's voice was grim. Dame Lili vehemently objected, exclaiming, Li Zhengqian, my company is from my family. A dowry left to me by my mother. It has nothing to do with your Li family. What gives you the right to seize it? Li Zhengqian's gaze turned icy. Today, he was resolute in expelling Li Ruoshui's family from the Li household. Sang Biao, take action. He had deliberately summoned a group of underworld associates, determined to compel Li Zhengqian's family to sign, even if it meant using force. Sang Biao, a tall man with a shaven head and a long scar across his right eye, appeared quite formidable. Several individuals clad in black approached and seized Li Zhengqian and his wife, demanding they place their fingerprints on the documents. Second brother, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Your family's son-in-law has caused too much trouble. Now, not only is our Li family's business under comprehensive sanctions, but our very lives are at risk. Just today, a group of martial experts assaulted our family villa, and I nearly lost my life to a single kick. Look at the imprint left on my chest. Li Zhengqiang revealed the injury on his chest by pulling aside his clothing. For the sake of the entire Li family's interests, I have no choice but to act this way. Rest assured, once you relinquish the company, I will arrange a modest apartment of around 180 square feet for you. Li Zhengqian spoke with an air of righteousness, though a glint of amusement lingered in the corners of his eyes. Their lineage had long been suppressed by Li Zhengqian. After the passing of the patriarch, the position of the family head was far from certain for him. Now, with Li Zhengqian thoroughly expelled from the family, their claim to the headship would be as steadfast as a mountain. Li Zhengqian was firmly held down by a ruffian, who, with a swift motion, sliced into his grandmother's finger, leaving a mark of blood on the contract. His eyes were ablaze with fury. Brother, we are of the same root. Why must we hasten to harm one another? Ma Lili was also pinned down, adamantly refusing to place her thumbprint. I will not sign. That is my company you are seizing. What shall we eat? Upon witnessing this, Sang Biao struck Ma Lili across the face with great force. You wretched harlot! Do you truly believe I won't strike a woman? You will sign, whether you wish to or not. Bring me the knife. He demanded a knife from the thugs nearby. Dazed from the blow, Ma Lili remained obstinate. No, I will not sign. That is the dowry for Lu Shui. I was looking forward to my dear daughter marrying a worthy suitor, to see her depart in splendor. Although Li Ruoshui had already wed Chen Zishi, Ma Lili had never truly regarded Chen Zishi as her son-in-law. In a fit of desperation, she bit down hard on Sang Biao's hand. Sang Biao, a man with blood on his hands, was inherently violent. His face contorted with rage at her audacity. Seeking death, he lunged at Ma Lili with the knife. Lili, no! Li Zhengqian, witnessing the imminent danger to Ma Lili, frantically pushed aside the thug restraining him and positioned himself in front of her. Husband! The blade plunged into Li Zhengqian's chest, and Ma Lili screamed in despair. The surrounding members of the Li family were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding calamity. Elder brother, second brother has been stabbed. Shouldn't we refrain from pressing them further? Li Tai felt a twinge of compassion. However, Li Zhengqiang's expression was dark and foreboding. Ignore it. If he dies, we'll send the body to the Martial Alliance. They will spare our family then. As for Li Ruoshui and Chen Zishi, it would be best if they perished as well, so we may rest easy. Li Tai gazed at his elder brother, feeling a sense of trepidation. If he could treat the second brother thus, he could very well do the same to him. He sensed a terrifying transformation in Li Zhengqiang. I'll fight you all. Upon seeing Li Zhengqian collapse, blood pooling around him, Ma Lili, in a frenzy, lunged at Sang Biao. The knife was raised once more. Li Ruoshui arrived just in time to witness this harrowing scene. Mother, Chapter 73. The deliverers arrive. His father lay motionless, blood saturating the ground, while his mother was perilously close to the blade. Faced with such a sight, Li Ruoshui crumbled, screaming in a fit of desperation. Emma Lily, weak and trembling, stared at the sharp knife before her, then glanced at Li Ruoshui not far away. Her face streaked with tears, a profound despair enveloped her heart. The only man in the household, Li Zhengqian, was now a lost cause. Who else could she rely on? Ma Lily closed her eyes, bracing for death. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from nowhere. The blade in Sang Biao's hand was struck from him, clattering to the ground. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ma Lily also fainted, collapsing onto the floor. Perhaps overwhelmed by fear, she fainted. Li Ruoshui, however, remained oblivious to her mother's condition, believing that Ma Lily had been stabbed. After all, chaos engulfed the scene. Her gaze gradually turned icy, filled with murderous intent. "Husband, I want them to pay dearly," Li Ruoshui grit her teeth and declared. "If that is your desire, then I shall become the champion defending it," Chen Zishi said indifferently. Subsequently, a tempest of blood and carnage erupted. Flesh and blood splattered, limbs flew in all directions, and the gangsters led by Sang Biao met their demise. Meanwhile, the Li family members were left wounded, collapsing to the ground. Li Zhengqiang's legs had been completely severed by Chen Zishi. Horror, despair, regret, an array of complex emotions painted his face. "Chen Zishi, how are you still alive?" He had clearly seen the unparalleled master of the martial alliance pursuing Chen Zishi. Why was he still breathing? Moreover, how could this so-called waste possess such extraordinary skills? "As long as I eliminate those who wish to slay me, I naturally will not perish," Chen Zishi replied coolly. You demon, do you intend to kill me as well? I am Ruoshui's uncle, your elder. To slay me would be an act of great disrespect, Li Zhengqiang exclaimed. Chen Zishi furrowed his brow slightly, and in a flash, his knife glinted at Li Zhengqiang's throat, leaving a crimson mark. You dare threaten me? Do you believe you are worthy? Chen Zishi said coldly. You are unworthy of being my uncle. Li Ruoshui, tears streaming down her face, pressed her hands against the wound where Li Zhengqian was bleeding profusely, speaking through gritted teeth. The sharp blade had pierced the carotid artery, and Li Zhengqian had already lost consciousness. My father is your own brother. How could you go so far? Li Ruoshui's expression was frigid. Ruoshui, this is all an accident. Ugh, blood began to flow from Li Zhengqiang's neck. Chen Zishi's knife was too swift for him to register the pain until now. He clutched his throat desperately. No. I cannot die. Chen Zishi, spare me, Li Zhengqiang pleaded. Chen Zishi merely smiled coldly. Die in your next life. Strive to be a better person. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and Li Zhengqiang's head tumbled to the ground. The surrounding Li family members, witnessing the gruesome fate of Li Zhengqiang, scattered in all directions. Zishi, please save my father. Chen Zishi had now become Li Ruoshui's sole reliance. Ruoshui, do not worry. I am coming. Chen Zishi swiftly moved to Li Zhengqian's side, gently pressing his finger against Li Zhengqian's neck, staunching the flow of blood. He then produced a revitalizing pill, seized from the Lion King, and administered it to Li Zhengqian. Soon, Li Zhengqian regained consciousness. Ruoshui, have I died? But why are you still here? Are we reunited in the underworld? Li Zhengqian's face was filled with confusion. Father, it was Zishi who saved you, Li Ruoshui replied with a smile. Li Zhengqian glanced at Chen Zishi, then at the lifeless bodies of the gangsters and Li Zhengqiang in the courtyard, his expression complex. Thank you, Zishi, he said somewhat awkwardly, never expecting that he, Li Zhengqian, would one day express gratitude to this seemingly useless son-in-law. Chen Zishi nodded slightly. Ma Lily also gradually regained consciousness. Daughter, Zhengqian, are you both unharmed? As soon as she awoke, she clung to Li Ruoshui and wept. Mother, we are all fine. It was Zishi who saved us at the stroke of midnight. Li Ruoshui glanced at Chen Zishi, feeling a twinge of pride. However, Ma Lily cast a skeptical glance at Chen Zishi. Is that so? I believe it was merely heaven's mercy that allowed us to survive. She remained unconvinced of Chen Zishi's capabilities. Ruoshui, regardless of the circumstances, you must divorce Chen Zishi. He has brought us nothing but misfortune. Today's events only strengthened her resolve to find a powerful protector for Li Ruoshui. If Li Ruoshui were to marry a wealthy man, how could they possibly endure such humiliation? Li Ruoshui furrowed her brow, about to respond when the faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The Li family had surprisingly returned. Li Xinghao, upon seeing Li Zhengqiang's lifeless body, burst into tears. His vocal cords had been severed by Chen Zishi, rendering him unable to utter a word, only able to point at Chen Zishi while weeping over Li Zhengqiang's corpse. Zhengqiang, is that you? Old Master Li sat in his wheelchair, his face ashen. Upon seeing Old Master Li arrive, Chen Zishi's brow slightly furrowed. He could disregard others, but he held great respect for the old man, who had shown him kindness. Zheng Qian, Ruoshui, come here. What in the world has transpired? Why have you brothers come to such a dire state? Old Master Li's fury was palpable. His already fragile health deteriorated further, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Thankfully, Chen Zishi had previously offered him a medicinal pill. Otherwise, this anger could have proven fatal. Li Zhengqian and the others hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Father, elder brother hired these gangsters and attacked me. As for how he met his end, I do not know." Old Master Li furrowed his brow slightly. Why would your elder brother hire someone to harm you? What deep-seated enmity lies between you that it must come to such deadly conflict? At that moment, a member of the Li family interjected, "Old Master, the conflict between them is all due to Chen Zishi. He has stirred up great trouble, and our family has been implicated, causing all our businesses to come to a standstill. Moreover, martial experts have set their sights on us. For our own safety, we had no choice but to distance ourselves from Ruoshui's family, lest we all encounter calamity." Old Master Li was taken aback, not realizing the extent of the turmoil that had unfolded during his illness. He turned to Chen Zishi. "Zishi, what is the meaning of this?" Chen Zishi stepped forward and replied, "Old Master, I have indeed offended certain individuals, but I have resolved the matter. The Li family will certainly not be implicated." Upon hearing this, a group of Li family members erupted in indignation. Li Tai shouted, "What have you resolved? Have you addressed our family's economic sanctions, or dealt with those who wish to kill you? I see you are merely bullying those within your own nest." With the old master as a backing, Li Tai's courage grew. Old Master Li also frowned as he gazed at Chen Zishi. Chen Zishi, however, spoke with an air of calmness, stating, "I have resolved both matters." Li Tai scoffed. "I believe you are merely indulging in fanciful dreams. Our family's business remains in a state of stagnation, and there is not a soul willing to partner with us. Moreover, the individual you have offended is none other than the Lion King of the Martial Alliance. Do you truly think you can resolve matters with the Lion King?" The onlookers regarded Chen Zishi with disdain, as if he were a mere jester, audaciously boasting. Although Elder Li held a favorable view of Chen Zishi, he was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the Martial Alliance. Given the economic sanctions, Chen Zishi was utterly impoverished. In Elder Li's understanding, he indeed possessed no connections. With a grave tone, Elder Li admonished, "Zishi, do not utter falsehoods." Chen Zishi sighed softly, pondering why his honesty was perpetually met with skepticism. Suddenly, a striking beauty clad in red approached. "Is this the Li family? I have business to discuss." The newcomer was none other than Cui Hongfu, who entered with several companions, each carrying boxes filled with cash, bustling with energy. "May I inquire who you are?" Elder Li asked, astonished by the enchanting woman before him. "I am Cui Hongfu from Fengyu Tower, sent by our master to seek cooperation with the Li family," she replied with a gentle smile, her every gesture exuding grace and elegance. "Fengyu Tower?" Elder Li furrowed his brow, as he had never heard of such an organization. "We are the successor of Tianshang Renjian," Cui Hongfu explained with a smile. Elder Li was taken aback. He had indeed heard of the illustrious name of Tianshang Renjian, which had burgeoned into a colossal entity during the era of his own entrepreneurial ventures. It was said that the enigmatic figure behind it was a formidable martial arts master. Why, then, would such a high-caliber individual choose to approach the Li family during their time of peril? "Long have I admired your esteemed reputation. May I inquire what sort of collaboration you wish to discuss with our Li family?" Cui Hongfu presented a contract, stating, "An investment stake. Here lies 100 million in cash, which we shall fully invest in the Li family's Ruoshui group. We, however, do not seek shares, but we do have other conditions." She paused momentarily. Elder Li was momentarily stunned and asked, "What conditions?" Cui Hongfu turned her gaze toward Li Ruoshui. Smiling gently as she said, "We wish for Li Ruoshui to become the new chairperson of the Li family. Should you agree to this, we will subsequently transfer billions in funding to your family." Her words immediately stirred a wave of dissent. "Father, I object," Li Tai interjected. "Ruoshui is still quite young, and her capabilities are insufficient. What qualifications does she have to manage our family?" He had long aligned himself with the eldest brother, Li Zhengqiang, and had not missed an opportunity to undermine Li Ruoshui's family. Given the recent attempt on Li Zhengqian and Ma Lili's lives, the rift between them had only deepened. If Li Ruoshui were to gain power, their lives would be rendered utterly miserable. "I too dissent. How can a mere woman like Li Ruoshui assume the role of chairperson in our Li family? Moreover, she is already married. It is often said that a married woman is like water that has been spilled. She should now bear the surname Chen. How could one allow a woman of a different surname to wield power? I too am in disagreement. A chorus of voices arose in opposition. Silence. Who among you can resolve the current predicament of the Li family? Speak up. The elderly Li admonished, and the crowd fell silent. He then turned to Cui Hongfu and stated, I can acquiesce to this condition. Before he could finish, Li Xiang interrupted his grandfather. Grandfather, someone once boasted that if the dilemma of the Li family could not be resolved today, he would willingly be cast out from our clan. Yet now he has done nothing. According to our wager, he and the family of Li Ruoshui should be expelled from the Li family. Wouldn't you agree, Chen Zishi? Li Xiang cast a scornful glance at Chen Zishi. The elderly Li furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice, What wager? Verbal agreements do not hold weight. Li Xinghao rushed over. Extracting a blood-stained document from his father Li Zhongqiang's pocket, he gestured, pointing at the document and then at Chen Zishi, his face twisted with malice. Grandfather, here is the document. Li Xiang approached Li Xinghao, glanced at it and chuckled as he addressed the elder Li took the document, studied it for a moment, and his brow furrowed deeper. Zishi, is this truly your signature? Ma Lili and Li Zhongqian, upon seeing the document, grew alarmed and glared at Chen Zishi in fury. Chen Zishi, look at the trouble you've caused. We expressly stated you shouldn't sign, yet you insisted. Now, we are all entangled in this mess. Li Zhongqian fumed, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Chen Zishi had just saved his life. Ma Lili, her face contorted with hatred, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, If it weren't for you, my Ruoshui could have rightfully become the chairman of Ruoshui Group. Look at the mess you've created. Chen Zishi shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I have indeed resolved the economic crisis of the Li family. Laughter erupted. You resolved it? Then why haven't the An and Gao families lifted their sanctions against the Li family? The terms are clearly written in black and white. Resolve the sanctions or be cast out. You should quickly tuck your tail and leave our Li family. Don't embarrass yourself here. Grandfather, if we expel Chen Zishi and Li Ruoshui from the family, the Li family can be resurrected. We don't necessarily need the funds from Fengyu Building, the dissenters chimed in. Despite the allure of Fengyu Building's money, if Li Ruoshui were to gain control, they would struggle to maintain their current livelihoods, let alone receive any share of that wealth. Their only option now was to completely oust the Li Ruoshui family. Just as Cui Hongfu was about to speak, Chen Zishi smiled faintly and waved his hand at her. Are you certain you want me to leave the Li family? Of course, it's clearly stated in black and white. You must depart. The corner of Chen Zishi's mouth turned upward slightly. Very well, I agree. Henceforth, I shall have no ties with your clan. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Zishi unexpectedly agreed outright. This good-for-nothing son-in-law, when did he become so audacious? After leaving the Li family, how would he survive? By begging for alms. Li Ruoshui was also somewhat taken aback. Zishi, you? However, Li Zhongqian and Ma Lili felt elated. Dad, we will ensure that Ruoshui and Chen Zishi divorce. He can leave on his own, right? Afterward, we will have no further ties with him. Old Master Li furrowed his brow slightly, for he held a favorable view of Chen Zishi. Yet, the majority of the family wished for Chen Zishi to depart, placing him in a difficult position. If Chen Zishi leaves, we shall no longer impose any demands upon you. After all, we are still family. Li Xiang feigned generosity. However, your family shall not hold any positions of authority within the Ruoshui group from this point onward. Li Zhongqian and Ma Lili exchanged glances and ultimately acquiesced. Remaining close to the family was already a considerable grace. Ma Lili turned to Chen Zishi and said, Aren't you going to hurry and leave? I will have Ruoshui deliver the divorce agreement to you shortly. A pauper like you does not deserve my daughter. Chen Zishi frowned slightly, having just saved them, and now he was being cast out. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, Chen Zishi turned and walked away without a trace of reluctance. Li Ruoshui, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Mom, how can you treat him this way? Zishi just saved your lives. Zishi, I will follow you, she declared without hesitation. If you leave, we will sever our father-daughter relationship. Li Zhongqian shouted angrily. Tears welled in Li Ruoshui's eyes, caught in a dilemma. Chen Zishi sighed. Ruoshui, you should stay. It is of no concern to me. He cast a glance back at Li Ruoshui before stepping out the door. Humph, that eyesore has finally departed. Things are much more comfortable now, Li Xiang remarked, with a chorus of agreement from the others. At that moment, the sound of car brakes echoed outside. Dozens of luxury vehicles arrived in neat rows outside Li Ruoshui's villa, as a group of elegantly dressed men and women alighted from the cars. Leading the group was Lei Laohu, followed by Yang Kongxing, Gao Mingqiang, and several other affluent individuals. along with martial arts experts like Ma Taekwon. They entered with cheerful demeanor, searching for quite some time, yet failing to locate Chen Zishi. Lei Laohu turned to Li Ruoshui, whose eyes were slightly red. "Where's Master Chen? Are you referring to Zishi? He has left." Lei Laohu was taken aback. "Left? Where did he go?" Li Xiang scoffed. "He has been expelled from the Li family's household registration. From now on, he has no connection to us." The expressions of Lei Laohu and those behind him turned frosty. "Your Li family is finished," Lei Laohu stated coldly. Chapter 75. Queuing up. "Lei Yi, are you joking? He's merely a son-in-law. Kicking him out is no big deal. Dio, you really think we will be blamed by you for this worthless fellow?" Li Tai walked up to Lei Yi with a smile. Lei Laohu looked at him icily. As if regarding a fool, Li Tai observed the expression of Lei Laohu with a sense of perplexity, yet he mustered the courage to speak. "Master Lei, given your extensive connections, could you assist us in establishing a liaison with the An and Gao families? Just convey that Chen Zishi is no longer a member of the Li family, and implore them to cease their sanctions against us." To his astonishment, Lei Laohu immediately delivered a resounding slap to Li Tai. "Bring Mr. Chen back to me at once, or I shall join forces with the An and Gao families to impose sanctions upon you," Lei Laohu declared. Exuding the ferocity of a fierce tiger, it turned out that prior to Chen Zishi's return, he had taken a moment to call Lei Laohu, stating succinctly, "I intend to establish a consortium. You may arrange the details." Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu was elated, fully aware of Chen Zishi's formidable capabilities. With Chen Zishi's protection, this consortium was destined to become the most powerful entity in Jiangzhou. Soon, news of Master Chen's intention to form a consortium spread like wildfire, stirring a considerable uproar among various families, leading numerous clans to seek out Lei Laohu. He promptly brought these individuals to the Li residence, hoping they could collectively appeal to Chen Zishi. He had already proclaimed that anyone arriving at the Li family would have an immediate audience with Master Chen. However, the most prominent figures in Jiangzhou had gathered, only to find that Master Chen was absent, which left Lei Laohu feeling utterly humiliated. Li Tai, stunned by Lei Laohu's slap, fell to the ground, clutching his face as blood trickled from his nose. "Master Lei, why must you bear such animosity towards me over a mere son-in-law?" "Son-in-law? Have you lost your senses?" Lei Laohu retorted, delivering another kick that struck Li Tai's face directly. "You, a worthless wretch, are unqualified to pass judgment on Mr. Chen." He then turned to the assembled wealthy merchants, a gathering of Jiangzhou's elite, including moguls from real estate, energy, and the automotive industry, all of whom had set aside their affairs to attend the alliance of Chen Zishi. "Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us for a moment. Mr. Chen is currently unavailable." Lei Laohu addressed them. "It's quite all right. A person of Mr. Chen's caliber is worth the wait. However, if Mr. Chen has departed for any other reason, we certainly cannot remain passive." The affluent merchants began to inquire. "You may not be aware, but Mr. Chen is a paragon of simplicity and is indifferent to wealth. He has repeatedly declined the luxurious villa I arranged for him, preferring instead to be by Miss Ruoshui's side. Thus, the Li family has unjustly perceived Mr. Chen as a mere parasite, solely skilled in slaughtering pigs, treating him poorly. Yet, Mr. Chen, being magnanimous, has never stooped to their level. It is utterly shocking that this family has acted so egregiously as to expel him," Lei Laohu proclaimed indignantly, casting a cold glare around at the Li family members. He declared with conviction, "If Mr. Chen does not agree to return, the Li family shall no longer be able to maintain their standing in Jiangzhou." The surrounding wealthy merchants echoed his sentiments. "Master Lei, if Mr. Chen does not return, I, Wang Kaixian, shall cease to provide any sustenance to the Li family. The Li family truly fails to recognize the value of talent. They do not appreciate Mr. Chen, a recluse of remarkable abilities. My company shall cease to provide services to the Li family." The crowd is filled with indignation, all lamenting the injustice faced by Chen Zishi. Now, the Li family stands utterly dumbfounded. They never anticipated that these immensely powerful and wealthy merchants of Jiangzhou would rise in support of Chen Zishi. Could it be that the recently famed Master Chen, who eliminated the Jiangzhou king Qin Huai just a few kilometers away, is indeed Chen Zishi? Old Master Li is drenched in sweat, realizing that offending the An and Gao families could still offer an opportunity for reconciliation, perhaps even a chance for survival. However, to offend those before him equates to alienating the entirety of Jiangzhou's elite society. The Li family will find no path to redemption. "Ruoshui, you must swiftly summon Chen Zishi back." Old Master Li urged his grandson, Li Ruoshui. Yet, Li Ruoshui appeared pallid. "Grandfather, don't you feel any remorse for the hurt you just inflicted on Zishi? I cannot bear to face him again. I have wronged him. I loathe myself for not being resolute enough to leave with him, To escape the heartless Li family, Li Ruoshui's voice trembled with emotion. Chen Zishi has saved her countless times, yet she had just harmed him. She had succumbed to familial ties, and now she regretted it deeply. Old Master Li's expression shifted dramatically, his face suffused with shame. Zhang Qian, Li, go find Chen Zishi. If you do not bring him back, you need not return to this home. Old Master Li's voice was grave. Li Zhengqian and Ma Lili were taken aback. They had never witnessed such fury from Old Master Li before. Father, we shall go find Chen Zishi at once. Li Zhengqian hastily declared. We shall accompany you. Some relatives who had not participated in the persecution of Li Ruoshui's family chimed in. Then I shall join as well, Li Tai said, covering his flushed face, calling upon Li Xiang to venture out in search of Chen Zishi. Meanwhile, Chen Zishi returned to his familiar stall, skillfully butchering pigs, long ribs being sliced with precision under his deft hands. Since the knife had been upgraded to a spiritual weapon, it had become swifter, requiring a slight reduction in force to cut the meat. Soon, a crowd gathered around Chen Zishi's stall, their faces alight with joy as they watched the ruggedly handsome young man wield his knife. Men admired his skill, while women admired his countenance. In every regard, Chen Zishi was a work of art, the most striking feature in the bustling market. Oh dear, young man, it's been quite a while since your absence. The foot traffic in our market has dwindled considerably, Aunt Wang, who was shopping across the way, remarked with a smile. Chen Zishi flashed a mischievous grin, eliciting a chorus of enamored gasps from a group of young girls nearby. I've been busy slaughtering pigs. After enough of that, it's nice to return and rest. He gazed towards the distant sky, contemplating how serene life could be, pondering whether he might continue this butchering indefinitely. Once more, he swung his knife, expertly carving out several perfect cuts of meat. Your meat, all set, he announced. Unbeknownst to him, a long queue had begun to form at his stall. Suddenly, several individuals clad in suits intruded upon the cacophony of the market. Their exorbitantly priced suits appeared rather incongruous within the chaotic confines of the vegetable market. Holding their noses, they cast disdainful glances at the local citizens busily purchasing produce, their eyes brimming with arrogance. Was this where Chen Zishi engaged in pig slaughtering? How utterly revolting! Li Tai and his son Li Xiang were the first to arrive here. They searched high and low, yet failed to uncover any trace of Chen Zishi. Having heard rumors of his previous enthusiasm for pig slaughtering, hoping to strike luck, to their astonishment, their conjecture turned out to be accurate. Let us go. One can only wonder what kind of luck this brat has stumbled upon, having latched onto Master Lei's grand stature. Once we find him, we shall return, and then deliberate further. Li Tai spoke in a low voice, as the father and son navigated through the market with their bodyguards. Before long, they stumbled upon a queue of people. What on earth could warrant such a line in this market? Their curiosity piqued. They approached. It was indeed Chen Zishi. They hurried forward. Chen Zishi, there you are. Come back home with us. The old master has consented to your return to the Li family. You need not continue slaughtering pigs here. We shall provide for you from now on, Li Tai hastily asserted. Yet, Chen Zishi did not even raise his eyes. Chen Zishi, do not push your luck. Come back with us at once. Li Xiang, seeing this, became somewhat irate and shouted. Slap! Li Xiang was struck down, a robust middle-aged woman, glaring fiercely, looked at him coldly, shaking her right hand. What are you staring at? Go back and join the line. Do you dare to hit me? Have you grown tired of living? Li Xiang, a spoiled brat, had never endured such indignity. Bodyguards, come here. Beat her up. If she dies, it's on me. Li Xiang seethed, glaring at the blood in his palm. Two burly bodyguards approached and immediately seized the woman by her hair. What will you do about it? Who are you to cut in line? Facing the muscular men, the woman felt a flicker of fear but refused to back down. I am a member of the Li family. I am not like you lowly peasants. Don't talk to me about cutting in line. Even if I did, you should endure it. Li Xiang scoffed. Hit her, strike her with all your might. Upon hearing Li Xiang's command, the bodyguards grinned maliciously and delivered a resounding slap. Although the woman was somewhat plump, she was still a woman and was knocked down by the force. The surrounding crowd was stirred, yet none dared to intervene. Intimidated by the formidable bodyguards. Lowly peasants, you ought to recognize your place. What's wrong with me cutting in line? If you have the guts, come and hit me again. Li Xiang exclaimed defiantly. Slap! A strange gust of wind swept through, causing Li Xiang's face to swell. Who struck me? Li Xiang looked around, bewildered, but saw no one. The crowd also stared at him in confusion, unsure of why he suddenly fell with a reddened face. Slap! Another gust of wind blew, and before Li Xiang could rise, he was knocked down once more. Who? Don't ambush me here. Come face me directly if you have the ability. Li Xiang's cheeks became swollen and red. The wind howled louder, and Chen Zishi's knife for cutting meat began to move with increasing speed. Li Xiang was struck so hard that stars danced before his eyes, and the two bodyguards stood frozen, staring at the fallen Li Xiang, utterly at a loss. The ordinary woman who had been beaten, upon witnessing Li Xiang's miserable state, could not help but point and burst into laughter. You spoiled brat, daring to command your bodyguards to strike me, you truly deserve this. The onlookers around also chuckled discreetly. Look at him. How ridiculous. Indeed. He only knows how to bully us ordinary folks. Such a spoiled scion deserves to be dealt with. Who is that mysterious figure behind the assault? Truly a delight to the heart. At this moment, Li Tai, witnessing his son being beaten, could no longer bear it. What are you two staring at? Hurry up and help him. He bellowed at the two bodyguards. Only then did the bodyguards fix their gaze on the strange wind and advance. However, the wind suddenly intensified, and both bodyguards, along with Li Xiang, found themselves on the receiving end of the blows. Li Tai was taken aback, only to discover that the strange wind was now charging towards him. He, too, was instantly knocked down. The anguished screams of the four men echoed throughout the marketplace. Master, I was wrong. Spare my life? Li Xiang, now resembling a battered pig, cried out loudly. Chen Zishi sheathed his knife, his fluid technique leaving the crowd in awe. Here, the minced meat you requested. Take it home to make dumplings. They will surely be delightful. Chen Zishi placed the minced meat into a bag and handed it to the recently assaulted woman. Thank you, boss. The woman accepted the package, spat disdainfully at Li Xiang, and then scampered away. Li Xiang's expensive suit was now smeared with mud, blood, and the woman's spittle, rendering him a pitiful sight. He contemplated seeking revenge on the woman, but feared the mysterious figure's possible retribution. So he abandoned the thought. Chen Zishi glanced up slightly at Li Xiang. Li Xiang assumed that Chen Zishi, having noticed him, would approach to engage in conversation, a smirk of disdain forming on his lips. However, Chen Zishi merely uttered 4 words, "Get in line." Li Xiang's smile instantly froze. Chen Zishi, you. He was about to explode when Li Tai intervened. Li Xiang, come on, we are going to queue. Li Tai led the way to the end of the line. Li Xiang snorted coldly but had no choice but to follow. Many people secretly gave Chen Zishi a thumbs up. After several minutes, it was finally Li Tai and Li Xiang's turn. How much meat do you want? Chen Zishi asked without lifting his head, his tone indifferent. Chen Zishi, come back to the Li family with me immediately. Li Xiang retorted angrily. I ask you, how much meat? Chen Zishi still did not raise his head nor meet his gaze. Don't you dare give me that attitude. Don't force me to act violently. Li Xiang's face contorted with rage. If you won't sell meat, then get lost. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chen Zishi's eyes, causing Li Xiang to collapse in fear. Li Tai shot Li Xiang a glare and stepped forward. Zishi, my third uncle implores you. Please return with you. Li Tai chuckled awkwardly. Chen Zishi regarded him coldly. Remaining silent, Li Tai frowned slightly, his irritation growing as Chen Zishi remained impervious to reason. However, there was no time for him to ponder further. Even if he were to plead, it must be for Chen Zishi to return. Zishi, Sanbua is kneeling before you. Please forgive us for the matter of casting you out. Li Tai, steeling himself, directly knelt before Chen Zishi. I implore you, come home with me. From now on, we shall always be a family. Li Xiang, you kneel as well. Li Tai glared at Li Xiang, who, upon sensing his father's fury, promptly knelt down to brother-in-law. I acknowledge my past wrongs as your elder. I shall henceforth treat you as kin. Please, return with us. Yet, Chen Zishi remained unmoved. A crowd had gathered, all curiously observing as these two elegantly dressed individuals, adorned with Rolexes and exuding affluence, knelt before a humble butcher, fervently pleading. They speculated on Chen Zishi's true identity, wondering if he might be the scion of a hidden noble family seeking life experiences. Many infatuated young women gazed intently at Chen Zishi, imagining various whimsical scenarios with him. Zishi, the old master's health is failing. He has issued a grave ultimatum. If you do not return, I fear his condition may worsen. He is my only father. If something were to happen to him, I would not wish to continue living. Li Tai, kneeling, desperately bowed his head towards Chen Zishi, and Li Xiang mimicked his actions. Soon, both of their foreheads were bloodied from their fervent prostrations. Are you threatening me with the old master's illness? Chen Zishi observed them coolly, pulling a pack of inexpensive Hongta Mountain cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one, and exhaling a ring of smoke. We dare not. We are truly at our wits' end. Please, assist us. Li Tai appeared to recall some painful memory, and the man in his 50s began to weep openly. The onlookers exchanged glances. When you cast me aside, did anyone consider my feelings? Why did you not lend me a hand? Chen Zishi took a drag from his cigarette and spoke coldly. We were in the wrong. We shall compensate you in the future. I beseech you, spare us this time and return with you as Li Tai spoke with his head bowed. At that moment, a commotion arose from the outskirts of the crowd. A group of elegantly dressed individuals approached, numbering over 100, all bearing serious expressions. In their midst was an elderly man in a wheelchair, looking weary. Upon their arrival, the crowd instinctively parted, recognizing the unmistakable presence of a wealthy family. It was none other than Old Master Li and the entire Li family. Chen Zishi quietly regarded Old Master Li, whose wheelchair gradually drew closer to him. The two locked eyes, and suddenly, Old Master Li stood up, then knelt before Chen Zishi. Zishi, I implore you, come home with me. Old Master Li's hoarse voice echoed. The crowd fell silent. Then, everyone behind Old Master Li knelt before Chen Zishi. Li family implores you to return home. They cried in unison, their voices resonating powerfully. Chapter 77. Stealing the Spotlight. Chen Zishi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Old Master Li would personally kneel before him. He hurriedly stepped forward, intending to assist the venerable Mr. Li to his feet. Mr. Li, there is no need for such formality, he urged. Yet, Mr. Li remained resolute in his refusal to rise. If you do not return home, then I shall remain here, the old gentleman stubbornly declared. Chen Zishi sighed. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. While others may not matter, Mr. Li had bestowed kindness upon him. Only then did Li rise, and Chen Zishi helped him into a wheelchair. Zishi, I too bear responsibility for the matter concerning your departure from home, and I feel deeply ashamed. Chen Zishi waved his hand gently, responding with a calm demeanor. Mr. Li, there is no need for further words. Having promised to return, I shall not dwell on the past. The look of shame on Mr. Li's face deepened. In comparison to you, the descendants of the Li family are truly lacking. Ruoshui feels unworthy of you and has refrained from approaching. You will not hold this against her, will you? Chen Zishi smiled faintly. I bear her no ill will. He had faith in Li Ruoshui's character. In her previous life, she had devoted herself to him, and in this life, she would surely do the same. Then let us return, he concluded. Agreed. The grand procession departed, drawing the attention of onlookers, all curious about the identity of this sacrificial pig, while Chen Zishi's meat stall had unwittingly become a local attraction, with people occasionally coming to marvel at the extraordinary butcher's skills and handsome visage. Chen Zishi rode in the extended Lincoln belonging to Mr. Li, returning to the Li residence in splendid fashion. Upon seeing the car, the affluent merchants gathered outside, eager to welcome the arrival. I asked that young man in the passenger seat, Master Chen? It must be, but I have heard that Master Chen is a modest man who does not favor such titles. We should address him as As Chen Zishi alighted from the vehicle. Lei Laohu hurried forward. Mr. Chen, we sought to discuss a collaboration with you, but you were not present. Chen Zishi nodded slightly and replied, Come, let us talk inside. Witnessing Chen Zishi surrounded by half of Jiangzhou's wealthy elite, Li Ruoshui experienced a surreal sensation. When had her partner transformed into such a distinguished figure? Was this truly the same man who once relied on soft living? Upon seeing Li Ruoshui, Chen Zishi offered her a gentle smile, but she lowered her gaze, feeling a pang of guilt for her inaction during his exile. She felt deeply ashamed. Chen Zishi sensed her discomfort and approached her directly, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, he placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. This is my wife. I prefer not to handle affairs myself, so for future collaborations, please consult her, he stated calmly, then offered Li Ruoshui a warm smile as he entered the conference room. The merchants, having heard Chen Zishi's words, exchanged glances, signaling their wives, and soon a throng of elegant ladies surrounded Li Ruoshui. Akin to stars encircling the moon. So, you are Mr. Chen's wife? Truly, you are a vision of beauty. To be wed to such an exceptional man as Mr. Chen. You are indeed fortunate. It is a mystery what cosmetics Miss Ruoshui employs, for her skin appears to be exceptionally flawless. The most renowned ladies of Jiangzhou began to extol Li Ruoshui. At the entrance of the conference room, Li Tai wished to enter but was halted. I am sorry, but you do not have the qualifications to enter this meeting, stated the security guard coldly. Li Tai furrowed his brow slightly. If Chen Zishi could enter, why could he not? Yet, considering the identities of those within, he refrained from making a scene. Very well, I shall wait outside for a while. Ha ha, Li Tai remarked, to which the guard cast him a disdainful glance. Li Zhengqian and Ma Lily approached. Please hold on. You two, the security guard interjected. Ma Lily smiled gently. We are the parents of Chen Zishi's wife. Li Ruoshui is our daughter. The guard paused, then glanced at Li Ruoshui, noting a resemblance between the two women. As relatives of Mr. Chen, he dared not offend them. Since you are Mr. Chen's in-laws, please proceed inside, the guard said with a smile, offering a gesture of invitation. Ma Lily felt a surge of pride and remarked, I never expected that Chen Zishi, that impoverished lad, would have such a moment of glory. I, too, bask in his success as his mother and law. Li Zhengqian smiled faintly. Indeed, he had managed this affair quite well, but it was likely due to Lei Laohu's influence. He had aligned himself with Lord Eli. Ma Lily's brow furrowed slightly. Let us observe him for a while. If it does not work out, we may have to arrange for Ruoshui to divorce him. Li Zhengqian nodded in agreement, and the couple entered the conference room, only to find no available seats, forcing them to stand. The room was filled with an abundance of affluent individuals. That moment. In the conference room, Chen Zishi occupied the main seat, with Lei Laohu and the elderly seated at the foremost positions on either side, while others took their places sequentially, including Cui Hongfu. Mr. Chen, I am Wang Lin from Jinsong Real Estate. May I inquire what type of company Mr. Chen envisions? Chen Zishi furrowed his brow slightly. He found himself disinterested in such commercial matters. Lei Laohu quickly interjected with a smile. Mr. Chen does not concern himself with these matters. As for what he does manage, I believe everyone is aware. Now, let me elaborate on this business alliance, Lei Laohu began thoughtfully. Everyone is familiar with the European Union. What I intend to create is a commercial alliance, or more precisely, a cross-industry alliance. Can anyone connect beer and diapers? From my observations, male customers often purchase a few bottles of beer alongside baby diapers as a treat for themselves. By promoting beer and diapers together, both parties stand to benefit. His words plunged the audience into contemplation. He continued, as you are all aware, the threats from Jiangnan and Jiangbei have been escalating. Many projects have been intercepted by them, leaving us furious yet powerless to act. This predicament arises from the presence of martial arts experts backing them, with whom we dare not confront. Now, with the protection of Mr. Chen, the situation has markedly transformed. In a stirring speech by Lei Laohu, all the affluent attendees joined this alliance. Chen Zishi cast a subtle smile towards Lei Laohu. In the Li family, buoyed by Chen Zishi's presence, attained a prominent position within the commercial league, causing the elderly Mr.Li to beam with joy. Ultimately, the Jiangzhou Commercial Alliance was formally established, with Lei Laohu, the Li family, and Cui Hongfu's Fengyu Tower playing pivotal roles within it. The Li family subsequently entered into numerous contracts with various enterprises in the alliance. Thus, the Li family ascended to become a first-rate family in Jiangzhou, all thanks to Chen Zishi's contributions. As the guests departed, the Li family commenced their family banquet. Today, the Li family has secured substantial contracts with numerous companies, with conservative estimates suggesting a net profit of several billion following the collaboration. This achievement is entirely attributable to Zishi, so let us raise a glass in his honor. The elderly Mr. Li, his face aglow, drained his cup despite his frail health. However, discontent brewed among some attendees. Li Xinghao stepped forward, brandishing the contract signed by Chen Zishi. Elder, Chen Zishi has indeed failed to resolve the issues between the Yan and Gao families. Although Chen Zishi has accomplished much today, this written agreement stands as a testament. Breaching it would not bode well. Li Xiang, seeing Li Xinghao take the lead, quickly chimed in. Li Tai also offered a cold smile. Given our current standing, a breach of contract would indeed tarnish the Li family's reputation. Chen Zishi's eyes narrowed. This was a blatant act of betrayal and a severance of ties. Suddenly, a commotion arose from outside. The Yan and Gao families had come to pay a visit to the Li family, requesting an audience. Chapter 78. A visit to apologize. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Li Tai and his son Li Xiang were overjoyed. Now, the families had come knocking. Let us see how Chen Zishi would respond. Chen Zishi, the Yan and Gao families are here for revenge, aren't they? Why don't you step outside and see? Li Xiang shot a sidelong glance at Chen Zishi. You've taken the life of their eldest grandson. Surely you owe them an explanation? Li Tai remarked in a grave tone. Lai Ruoshui also looked at Chen Zishi with concern. With Lei Laohu's backing, Chen Zishi had once been in a position of great prominence. But now that Lei Laohu had departed, the situation had shifted. Zishi, perhaps you should call Lei to assist you in handling this matter. Li Ruoshui suggested. Ma Lily added, Chen Zishi, you should make that call. The people outside are not ones you can easily confront. The influence of President Lei lies within Jiangzhou, but whether it can withstand the pressure from these two families remains uncertain. You must fend for yourself. Everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Zishi, most wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Despite Chen Zishi's significant assistance to the Li family today, they still regarded him with disdain. To them, he was merely a son-in-law, inferior in birth and education. They felt themselves superior in every aspect. Yet, Chen Zishi had garnered the esteem of the elderly Li and had married the most beautiful fairy of the Li family, Li Ruoxue. Their jealousy was palpable. Chen Zishi smiled faintly, taking in their expressions. He reassured Li Ruoxue, "Do not worry. I am perfectly fine." Chen Zishi emerged from the Li family's villa with his head held high and chest out. The Li family regarded him with eyes full of derision, eagerly anticipating how he would endure the wrath of the Yan and Gao clans, having slain their eldest grandson and severed their lineage. This was indeed a deep-seated vendetta. Chen Zishi was destined to face excruciating consequences. Li Xiang's face lit up with delight as he followed, eager to witness this unfolding drama. The Yan and Gao families each sent over a dozen members, led by a young woman clad in a striking yellow dress. With a voluptuous figure and exquisite features, she was undeniably beautiful. Li Xiang's eyes widened upon seeing her. This was none other than Gao Min, the most renowned beauty of Jiangnan and the cherished jewel of the Gao family. Gao Min held immense prestige in Jiangnan, even overshadowing the family patriarch, and her primary sphere of influence was not Jiangnan but Qingdu. Qingdu, one of the directly governed cities of Huaxia, was known for its wealth of talent, far more perilous than the relatively tranquil Jiangzhou. Her ability to thrive in Qingdu spoke volumes of her prowess. With Gao Min's arrival, Li Xiang envisioned the demise of Chen Zishi. "I am Chen Zishi. Are you looking for me?" Chen Zishi said coolly. Gao Min's captivating gaze roamed over Chen Zishi before she stepped forward. Li Xiang suppressed a laugh. It was said that Gao Min was affiliated with the renowned Tang clan in Qingdu, possessing both substantial wealth and formidable martial skills. Surely, she would incapacitate Chen Zishi on the spot. However, to everyone's astonishment, Gao Min knelt before Chen Zishi and declared, "Mr. Chen, I, Gao Min, represent the Yan and Gao families to extend our sincerest apologies. Our families have repeatedly provoked your authority, not only attempting to insult your wife, but also hiring assassins to eliminate you and undermine your family. This is entirely our fault, and we are willing to accept any punishment." Her melodious voice resonated, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. Such a powerful figure from Qingdu, Gao Min, was actually apologizing to Chen Zishi. What an extraordinary honor! Chen Zishi merely acknowledged her with a soft hum, leaving the conversation at that. This scene left the gathered crowd in shock, particularly Li Tai and his son Li Xiang, whose faces were etched with disbelief. Were they dreaming? After all, Chen Zishi had killed their eldest grandson, a feud that was irreconcilable. Yet, the Yan and Gao families were apologizing to him and even willingly seeking his punishment, and Chen Zishi appeared unfazed by it all, merely responding with a nonchalant hum. Their entire worldview felt as if it had crumbled. "Miss Gao, this son-in-law has slain your dear brother." Li Xiang could no longer contain himself. "Do you have the standing to speak here?" Gao Min retorted with utmost respect towards Chen Zishi, yet her demeanor towards Li Xiang was entirely different. While Li Xiang was familiar with Gao Min, she had no knowledge of him. "I am Li Xiang, most likely the future heir of the Li family," he proclaimed, standing tall. "That Li Xinghao has already been rendered incapacitated and cannot even speak. How could the Li family allow a mute to become the head? And Li Ruoxue is merely a woman, with even less chance. Miss Gao, he is just a son-in-law. Even if you were to kill him, the Li family would not intervene." Li Xiang believed that Gao Min was acting against Chen Zishi out of concern for the Li family's influence, prompting him to offer a warning. However, no sooner had he spoken than a glint of cold light shot towards him, piercing directly into his chest. The corpulent figure of Li Xiang was sent flying over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. "How dare you incite disrespect towards Mr. Chen? You deserve to die." Gao Min coldly regarded Li Xiang, gripping an empty rainstorm needle syringe in her right hand. Clearly, she hailed from Tang Min, possessing extraordinary skills in concealed weaponry. Li Xiang's chest was riddled with needle holes, oozing black blood, and it was evident that his life was hanging by a thread. No one had anticipated that Gao Min would so ruthlessly incapacitate Li Xiang. At that moment, Chen Zishi spoke up. "Did I permit you to rise?" Hearing this, Gao Min hastily lowered herself, trembling as she knelt on the ground. "Mr. Chen, I apologize. I merely could not bear his affront towards you." Chen Zishi let out a cold snort. "If you wish to apologize, you must show some sincerity." Chen Zishi was indifferent to what she could offer. However, with her already kneeling before him, he found the sight of dozens of people in such a position rather irksome. Gao Min, upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. "Mr. Chen, whatever you desire, I shall provide. I have everything at your disposal." Chen Zishi frowned slightly, casting a glance at Gao Min. Feeling a sense of unease at her words, He fixed his gaze on the necklace adorning her neck and extended his hand, a gesture laden with ominous intent. Everyone was taken aback, wondering what Chen Zishi intended. Did he wish to publicly impose himself upon her? Gao Min felt a shiver run down her spine as she stole a glance at Chen Zishi, whose handsome visage made her cheeks flush. Though not young anymore, she had preserved her virtue, untouched by any man. She thought, entrusting herself to someone as accomplished and attractive as Chen Zishi would not be a loss. Closing her eyes, she surrendered herself to fate. Li Ruoxue observed Chen Zishi's actions, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over her. Although there had been no intimacy between her and Chen Zishi, they were nonetheless husband and wife. How could he behave in such a manner before her? Moreover, Chen Zishi had been increasingly impressive of late, and she had begun to consider giving herself to him. Yet now, he seemed intent on fondling another woman in public. The atmosphere was charged with tension. But Chen Zishi merely placed his hand on Gao Min's neck, without even making contact, and with a subtle movement of his fingertips, a bluish necklace fell into his grasp. I shall take this. With a slight exertion, he broke the necklace, examining the blue gemstone in his hand. The heart of the ocean, quite splendid. It could enhance the spiritual capacity of my flying sword significantly, Chen Zishi mused. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Chen Zishi had merely coveted the necklace around Gao Min's neck? No, to be precise, it was the stone he desired. Gao Min, astonished, opened her eyes, feeling an unexpected pang of disappointment. Meanwhile, Li Ruoxue let out a quiet sigh of relief, pouting slightly, feeling that Chen Zishi was particularly infuriating. How foolish she felt for harboring jealousy over Chen Zishi. Chapter 79. I am most fortunate. You may leave now. Chen Zishi gazed at the gem in his hand for a moment. Noticing that the individuals from the Gao Min and in families remained kneeling, he spoke up. Upon witnessing this, Gao Min's expression relaxed considerably. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your mercy in sparing our lives. We shall certainly impose strict regulations on our kin to ensure that incidents akin to what happened with Enlai do not recur. Moreover, we intend to entrust all our companies in Jiangzhou to you, Mr. Chen, as a token of our gratitude for your clemency. Chen Zishi furrowed his brow slightly, finding the discussion of companies to be bothersome. Such matters should be addressed with my wife, he replied, displaying a hint of impatience. Having acquired the heart of the ocean, he was eager to locate Ouyang Hua for the gem's setting and had no time to engage in these discussions. Gao Min was taken aback. Although the assets of the Yan and Gao families in Jiangzhou were modest, totaling over 10 million, Chen Zishi seemed utterly indifferent. Truly, he was an extraordinary figure. It was no wonder that the Lion King of the Martial Alliance and several elders had perished at his hands. Gao Min had initially returned with the intent of avenging her brother's death, but after witnessing Chen Zishi's swift and devastating elimination of the Lion King and the elders of the Martial Alliance, she recognized the futility of her intentions. Her status within the Tang clan was not particularly high, and her own strength paled in comparison to that of the Lion King. She understood that she would never stand a chance against Chen Zishi. Possessing a remarkable ability to adapt, she managed to persuade the senior members of the Yan and Gao families to approach Chen Zishi for reconciliation. The remaining members of both families, thoroughly intimidated by Chen Zishi, promptly agreed, leading to the current scene. This Miss Ruoxue? These are our two companies in the Yan family, involved in food production. Soon enough, the Yan and Gao families completed the transfer of their companies to Li Ruoxue and lifted the economic sanctions imposed on the Li family, completely withdrawing from Jiangzhou. From that moment on, the Li family rose to become one of the foremost families in Jiangzhou, boasting numerous branches. Old Master Li was beaming with joy. After centuries of struggle and the efforts of several generations, the Li family had never managed to ascend to the status of a prominent family in Jiangzhou. Yet now, thanks to Chen Zishi alone, they had achieved what had eluded them for generations. A truly delightful turn of events. At Li Ruoxue's request, Gao Min also provided an antidote for Li Xiang. Although Li Xiang's injuries remained severe, he was no longer in mortal danger. Today marked a momentous occasion for the Li family. Through the diligent efforts of my granddaughter Li Ruoxue and her husband, my esteemed son-in-law, we not only successfully navigated the crisis of bankruptcy, but also leaped to become one of the largest families in all of Jiangzhou. Second only to the four great families, I have decided to convene a family meeting for the Li family tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I am weary today. Everyone may disperse. Upon concluding his statement, Old Master Li was assisted by a nurse as he left in his wheelchair. The others began to depart as well, engaging in hushed discussions. A family meeting? That must mean the confirmation of the next heir. I believe this time Li Tai stands a good chance, especially since elder brother Li Zhengqiang has passed away. The elder brother's death is also related to Li Zhengqian, who has essentially lost his competitive edge. Li Tai? Everyone knows what he has done. If he were to become the head of the Li family, I would withdraw from the Li clan. I believe it would be more prudent to select a successor from the next generation of younger members. Li Ruoshui would be an excellent choice. Li Zhengqian, too, bore a heavy heart. Lily, although my older brother perished in our home, I remain oblivious to the circumstances surrounding his demise. Li Zhengqian unconsciously glanced at Chen Zishi, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet many have claimed that it was someone from our family who orchestrated this, thus it seems I may no longer have the qualifications to compete for the position of family head. Ma Lily also cast a frown in Chen Zishi's direction. There is no remedy, as there is a scourge within our household, yet I still believe we should strive for our rights. Li Ruoshui's brow knitted in concern. It was she who had urged Chen Zishi to take action, under the assumption that both her parents had perished. Mother, please do not speak ill of Zishi. It was I who directed him to do so. And he saved you. If he had not intervened, could my elder brother truly have killed me? You are simply too indulgent towards him. He is merely a son-in-law, so why do you care for him so deeply? Li Zhengqian interjected. Lily echoed his sentiment. Indeed, had he not intervened, your father's position as head of the family would have been nearly guaranteed. Yet with his actions, it has become precarious. Li Ruoshui, in distress, retorted, Father, you lost so much blood. It was Zishi who saved you. I witnessed it myself. Li Zhengqian shook his head in disagreement. Does he possess medical skills? I believe you were simply in a state of shock and your mind was clouded. My well-being has nothing to do with him. It is solely due to my own robust constitution. Your mother did not witness Chen Zishi saving me. This is merely your own one-sided account. Lily, are you perhaps deceiving me intentionally to avoid a divorce with Chen Zishi? Ma Lily hastily nodded in affirmation. I indeed did not see it. When I regained consciousness, Chen Zishi was standing there as if nothing had happened, not at all resembling someone who was urgently trying to save another. The couple, in their duet of criticism, nearly left Chen Zishi utterly discredited. Li Ruoshui felt a throbbing pain in her head from frustration. Unable to counter her parents' assertions, she turned her gaze towards Chen Zishi, only to find him donning headphones, lost in music, appearing utterly indifferent to the unfolding drama. This provoked a surge of anger within her. Here she was, attempting to defend him, yet he seemed so at ease, as if he were entirely unconcerned. Approaching Chen Zishi, she pinched his arm sharply, choosing not to continue the debate with her parents. Upon noticing Li Ruoshui's silence, Li Zhengqian and Ma Lily decided to refrain from further fruitless discussions and drove off. Li Ruoshui, however, took her own Lamborghini, ferrying Chen Zishi along. Zishi, do you truly not feel angered by what my parents said about you? Li Ruoshui could not help but inquire, feeling utterly perplexed by this man. Chen Zishi smiled slightly and feigned indignation. I am absolutely furious. I ought to have eliminated them. Li Ruoshui's eyes widened in alarm as she glared at him. How dare you? Turning her head, she realized that despite his murderous jest, he looked at her with a warm smile, imbued with a hint of affection. She began to comprehend why Chen Zishi remained silent. She recalled that whether facing the pinnacle experts of the martial alliance or the wealthy bullies of Jiangnan City, he had never shown fear, always decisive in his actions and resolutely advancing forward. Yet, in the presence of his own parents, regardless of their excessive words or actions, Chen Zishi maintained an air of calm detachment. Could it be that he truly did not care? No. It was impossible for him to be indifferent. Li Ruoshui's gaze softened with warmth. Zishi, do you think we are a family? Chen Zishi answered without hesitation. Of course. He held deep within his heart the memories of everything Li Ruoshui had done for him in their past life. It was precisely because he regarded Li Ruoshui as family that he had tolerated Li Zhengqian and Ma Lily, as long as their transgressions remained within reasonable bounds. After all, Chen Zishi's temper was not meant to be unleashed upon family. A man who displays valor in the world yet seeks revenge upon his kin is the most ineffectual of men. He was not that kind of scoundrel, and of course, all tolerance has its limits. He hoped that Li Zhengqian and Ma Lily would not cross his threshold. Zishi, I feel quite fortunate to be your wife, Li Ruoshui remarked earnestly. When Li Ruoshui and Chen Zishi returned home, Li Zhengqian and Ma Lily were already fast asleep. As per his routine, Chen Zishi lay down on the sofa in the living room, intending to cultivate his blade after Li Ruoshui fell asleep. Furthermore, he had procured 3 spirit-nourishing pills from the Lion King and several elders of the Martial Alliance, which were elixirs for enhancing strength during the Foundation establishment stage. He planned to consume them in the stillness of the night, as he sensed a subtle breakthrough in his power after several fierce battles with the Martial Alliance. Perhaps the immense spiritual energy within those 3 pills would enable him to leap into the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Upon arriving home, Li Ruoshui immediately headed to the bathroom for a shower. seeking to cleanse herself of the day's grime and bloodshed, which had left her utterly exhausted. After her bath, she returned to find the house still empty, her brow slightly furrowing. Descending the stairs, she discovered Chen Zishi seated cross-legged on the sofa, his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. She sighed, about to turn back into the room when Chen Zishi opened his eyes. "Ruoshui, is there something on your mind?" he asked calmly. Ruoshui gazed at Chen Zishi, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Why don't you come in and sleep?" Her clear, luminous eyes trembled slightly, her devilishly alluring figure accentuated by the confines of her bathrobe, showcasing her long, shapely legs and a waist that could be grasped gently. Her flowing black hair cascaded like a waterfall, rendering her irresistibly tempting. More importantly, a faint blush adorned her porcelain-like face, revealing an innocent shyness akin to a bud poised to bloom. Stirring boundless imagination, it was as if the noble consort emerges from her bath, her silhouette shrouded in mist, her delicate robe barely concealing her bosom. Even with Chen Zishi's composure, he could not help but feel his lips dry and desire ignite. Drawing upon the spiritual energy from his dantian, he suppressed the rising passion before responding, "Will you sleep on the floor?" Ruoshui's complexion shifted, the flush on her face intensifying. "You may rest upon the bed." Her face flushed like a ripe apple. Chen Zishi was momentarily taken aback. What was amiss with Ruoshui today? Had her heart truly succumbed to him? Upon witnessing Chen Zishi's expression, Ruoshui playfully chided. "Oh, what are you thinking? My bed is quite spacious. I could share half of it with you." As she spoke, she felt an oddity in her words, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, biting her lip and rendered speechless. Chen Zishi offered a faint smile and approached Ruoshui, gently patting her head. "Very well, I shall retire to my room. However, it must be a bit later." Ruoshui furrowed her brow slightly, gazing up at Chen Zishi, her eyes misty. "Are you still going to practice martial arts?" Chen Zishi nodded subtly. The heavens reward diligence. All he possessed was earned through hard work. Ruoshui puffed out her cheeks and remarked, "Zishi, when did you become so formidable? Those skilled fighters seem so feeble before you. Does meditating every day truly make one that powerful?" Chen Zishi smiled softly and replied, "Ruoshui, the world is vast. The experts you perceive are merely a drop in the ocean. There are always greater beings, and this Jiangzhou is but a small place to me. My battlefield lies within the boundless cosmos." A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Chen Zishi's eyes, and as Ruoshui looked into them, she felt as if she beheld an entire galaxy. Suddenly, she found Chen Zishi to be quite foreign, as if he had transformed into a deity of destiny, evoking both admiration and fear within her. Soon after, Chen Zishi retracted his brilliance, returning to his usual demeanor. "Ruoshui, you must be weary after a long day. You should retire early. And do not overexert yourself in practice." After Ruoshui settled into slumber, Chen Zishi ventured beneath the moonlight to commence his blade cultivation. The slaughtering knife and the woofing flying sword circled around him, absorbing the moonlight while channeling power into Chen Zishi, achieving a wondrous balance. The spiritual energy in this world was scarce. Apart from a few secluded paradises and rare elixirs, only the resplendent moonlight could suffice for cultivation. Most of those paradises were controlled by martial alliances and certain reclusive families, inaccessible to ordinary folk, while elixirs were exceedingly rare. Thus, in this current world, the path to cultivation almost exclusively lay in joining a martial alliance or a hidden family. To rely solely on oneself was nearly impossible. Chen Zishi produced the invitation to the martial arts academy he had received from Mr. Wu, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. He was prepared for the admissions a month hence. An elderly figure surfaced in his mind, representing his greatest regret from his previous life. One that lingered even until his ascension away from this realm. It was his master, who had perished due to persecution. In this life, he would ensure such a tragedy would not repeat. The very people responsible for his master's demise were the Martial Alliance, which explained Chen Zishi's clandestine efforts to rescue O Miao Miao and Ouyang Hua. The enemies of the Martial Alliance were, indeed, friends of Chen Zishi. He would infiltrate the Martial Alliance, becoming the most lethal thorn within its very heart. With a flick of his right hand, Chen Zishi made the invitation vanish, replaced instead by 3 exquisite jade vials. Each vial contained a pill worth over 10 million, albeit scarce in the market. The Yunling pill is typically reserved for late-stage cultivators in the foundation establishment realm, intended to facilitate their breakthrough to the golden core stage. The immense spiritual energy within is challenging for early-stage foundation establishment practitioners to absorb, as it could easily lead to a ruptured dantian. Yet, Chen Zishi was no ordinary cultivator. His cultivated method transcended this realm, for the highest techniques here are merely of the celestial rank, while his practice is classified as divine. This is precisely why he could effortlessly slay opponents of higher tiers. His Dantian capacity at the early foundation establishment stage surpassed that of typical Golden Core practitioners, making the absorption of these 3 Yunling pills more than sufficient. He uncorked the vials and poured the pills into his mouth simultaneously, instantly feeling a wave of warmth radiating from his Dantian. How wasteful the alchemist was, utilizing such precious materials only to concoct a mere 9th-grade Yunling pill. Chen Zishi savored the medicinal potency coursing through his body. A disdainful smile crept upon his lips. If he were to refine the pills himself, he could produce at least 5 first-grade Yunling pills, providing tenfold the spiritual energy. The Yunling pills crafted by this alchemist were scarcely superior to the rudimentary pills he could create with a mere twist of his hand. Despite their lackluster effects, the sheer quantity was sufficient to satiate his needs. After a brief incense's duration, Chen Zishi sensed a breakthrough approaching. It was imperative he did not transcend here, for the terrifying surge of spiritual energy could very well topple this villa. Hastily, he departed for the rear mountain. After searching for some time, Chen Zishi settled by a serene lake. The emerald waters and verdant hills sparkled under the sun. Here, the spiritual energy was adequate, and most importantly, the area was remote and uninhabited, ensuring that even a significant disturbance would go unnoticed. Chen Zishi positioned himself in the center of the lake, crossing his legs and levitating above the surface. Closing his eyes, his mind became as tranquil as still water, finding calm within motion and stillness within calm. Gradually, he merged with the myriad elements of heaven and earth. Spiritual energy began to flow into his body as he circulated it throughout his Dantian. After a considerable duration, Chen Zishi released a long howl, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. An even more formidable aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding waters to evaporate dramatically, dropping the water level by over 10 meters. Chen Zishi had successfully advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Chapter 81. Family Assembly. As Chen Zishi reveled in the surging energy within him, a smirk appeared on his lips. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the depths of the lake, conjuring towering waves that splashed even into the heart of Jiangxing in the dark of night. A woman clad in red, having just exited a bar, was caught off guard as the water drenched her completely. With delicate makeup and striking red attire, her figure was both voluptuous and graceful, perfectly proportioned. The waterlogged fabric revealed glimpses of her form, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Startled awake, her eyes flashed with a fierce brilliance. Is it raining? No. Why is it raining only on me? Within this rainwater, there lies the essence of spiritual energy. The hazy veil that shrouded her visage suddenly dissipated, revealing a sharp glint of intelligence in her eyes as she turned her gaze towards the distant mountains and swiftly ascended the slope. Someone is cultivating, she exclaimed, while dialing a number. Patriarch, a formidable expert, has appeared in Jiangzhou. Judging by that power, he is at least at the mid-foundation stage. It is highly likely that he is the mysterious individual who defeated the Lion King and the Bat King. You must find him immediately and ascertain his identity. A frail voice responded from the other end of the line. I shall hasten to Jiangzhou at once. Remember, it is imperative to establish a good rapport with this individual. Understood. At that moment, Chen Zishi was blissfully unaware that the splash he created with his punch had unexpectedly attracted a beautiful woman. He was relishing the moonlight and the now turbulent surface of the lake, feeling immensely comfortable after his breakthrough. It's time to return. Ruoshui is still waiting for me in bed, he thought to himself, sensing that Li Ruoshui had likely awakened as well, anxiously awaiting his return. He hastened his descent. That woman is drenched. What is she doing running up the mountain at this hour, dressed so scantily, without a care for potential dangers? Though, I must admit, her figure is quite impressive. As Chen Zishi traversed another path, he caught sight of the enchanting beauty clad in red, yet he did not linger. Li Ruoshui awaited him at home, and he had no time to squander. The woman arrived at the lakeside, gazing into the vast chasm beneath the water, her expression betraying a sense of horror. Patriarch, that person has likely already broken through to the foundation stage. She retrieved her phone and made a call. What? Even if you have to offer yourself to him, employing your charms, you must ensure he stays. The red-haired beauty sighed in resignation, but he has already departed. With his strength, if he does not wish to be found. I could never catch sight of him. The elderly voice on the line let out a weary sigh. Though your utmost. I am en route. After so many years of the Martial Alliance's tyranny, we have finally encountered someone daring enough to resist. We must locate him. He represents our future hope. The woman's demeanor grew grave. Patriarch, I will exert every effort. Meanwhile, Chen Zishi had returned to the Li residence, where Li Ruoshui lay on the bed, seemingly asleep. Yet, he could sense from her breathing that she was still awake. He climbed onto the bed, sitting cross-legged to enter a meditative state. Li Ruoshui turned to him, her gaze filled with complexity. Zishi, why don't you sleep beside me? She couldn't help but ask. Chen Zishi furrowed his brow slightly. He still needed to cultivate. Ruoshui, I fear I might disturb you, he replied awkwardly. Li Ruoshui pouted slightly. Just for tonight, could you hold me while we sleep? Seeing my parents today truly frightened me. Her face was a portrait of vulnerability. Today, she had genuinely been scared. After all, she was merely a girl who needed protection and, more importantly, comfort. Chen Zishi was taken aback. He was a prodigy in cultivation, yet matters of the heart seemed infinitely more challenging. Very well, he acquiesced. Chen Zishi reclined, embracing me. Li Ruoshui's soft voice whispered in Chen Zishi's ear. Silently, he held her closer. A sleepless night ensued. The next morning, when Li Ruoshui awoke, she discovered herself entwined around Chen Zishi like an octopus, while he gazed at her with a smile. What are you grinning about? Let go! Li Ruoshui's face flushed crimson. She transformed her embarrassment into indignation and pinched him sharply at the waist. The smile on Chen Zishi's face grew wider. He found the girl before him utterly adorable when she was shy. Doesn't someone think this position is rather inappropriate? The blush on Li Ruoshui's face deepened. Oh dear, stop saying that. She hurriedly withdrew her legs, extricating herself from Chen Zishi's embrace. Outside the door, a cold voice pierced through. Chen Zishi, who permitted you to enter my daughter's room? With a loud bang, the door swung open. Upon seeing her daughter clad in a thin nightgown beside Chen Zishi, Ma Lily's anger erupted. You! How dare you? Ruoshui, what is the meaning of this? Mom, Zishi and I are already married. I invited him in a way. Chen Zishi, you must sleep in the living room tonight. Ma Lily glared at Li Ruoshui, her frustration boiling over. Truly, a married daughter is like spilled water. However, Li Ruoshui was her own flesh and blood, and she could not act against her, leaving only Chen Zishi to bear the brunt of her ire. Li Zhongqian then entered, frowning. Today is the family assembly of the Li clan. Hurry and get up. Regardless of whether we secure the position of head of the family, we must not lose our decorum. Find your best clothes. We cannot afford to be looked down upon. He shot a pointed glance at Chen Zishi, the implication unmistakable. Yet, Chen Zishi merely shrugged nonchalantly and exited the room. Humph, truly a piece of uncarvable wood. Li Zhongqian scoffed at Chen Zishi before leaving. Lily cast a helpless glance at Li Ruoshui. What do you see in him? Is it his looks? A man's worth cannot be judged solely by his appearance. Mom, let us not discuss it further. We shall talk after the family assembly. At the Li family villa, the elder Li stood at the entrance, beaming as he surveyed the approaching crowd. He had not anticipated that the Li family had grown to such an extent, with not only family members attending but also numerous personnel from their subordinate companies. After all, the position of heir to the Li family was closely intertwined with the leadership of the companies below, and everyone was eager to gauge the circumstances. When Chen Zishi and Li Ruoshui arrived, nearly all the seats were occupied. Others were clad in sharp suits, while Chen Zishi donned only a simple casual outfit. Li Zhongqian and Ma Lily wore expressions of disdain, pulling Li Ruoshui away from Chen Zishi, unwilling to be associated with him. Li Ruoshui hesitated, but ultimately succumbed to the couple's firm grip. Thus, Chen Zishi stood alone in the midst of the gathering. Look at that fool in casual attire. To attend such a solemn meeting dressed in such cheap clothing. He is that son-in-law of the Li family, rumored to have wed the most beautiful Li Ruoshui, truly a flower blossoming amidst cow dung. His status within the Li household is undoubtedly lowly, lacking even a seat, which is quite pitiful. The members of the collateral branches began to mock Chen Zishi. Observing this, old Master Li felt displeased and said in a deep voice, Zishi, come, sit beside me. Everyone was taken aback. Sitting next to old Master Li? What kind of treatment is this? That son-in-law, by what right? Yet, Chen Zishi showed no hesitation and took a seat without ceremony. The crowd frowned at Chen Zishi, deeming him rude and lacking self-awareness. Old Master Li was merely being courteous, yet he actually sat down. Truly a fool. Just as the laughter reached its peak, a resounding slap echoed through the air. A woman in red struck. Who permitted you to insult my master? The jesting men were instantly silenced. They recognized this woman, Cui Hongfu, known from Tianshan Renjian, rumored to be linked to the now-defunct Cui family, and currently the actual manager of Tianshan Renjian, which has since been renamed Fengyu Lu. The influence of Feng Yulu is far more intricate than mere wealth. Those who have offended her have mysteriously vanished without a trace. Hardly anyone dares to provoke her. Miss Chui, we were merely ridiculing a waste. Why did you strike me? The man who was slapped awkwardly inquired. Another louder slap followed, sending the man sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. You ignorant fool! Chui Hongfu coldly gazed at the fallen man and commanded. And you lot who relish gossiping behind others' backs, get out. Chui Hongfu's fury was palpable. Feng Yulu had now become the Li family's largest client, with collaborations in various aspects, and upon witnessing Chui Hongfu's anger, the Li family members hurried over. You worthless scoundrels, how dare you provoke Miss Chui's wrath? Leave the Li family at once. Li Wu stepped forward, responsible for the family's security affairs, known for his integrity and commendable martial arts. Earning the trust of old Master Li, he often clashed with the young rakes, Li Tai and Li Xinghao, who conspired against him, relegating him to the role of security captain. Upon seeing Li Wu approach, the group hastily stood, fearful, as they had often been dealt with by him. Brother Wu, we were wrong. We will leave immediately. They rushed to assist the unconscious man, scuttling away in a panic. Chui Hongfu then coldly stated, If I hear anyone speak ill of Mr. Chen, beware for your lives. Everyone stood in stunned silence, uncertain why Chui Hongfu from Feng Yulu would defend Chen Zishi, yet they all promptly sealed their lips, no one daring to utter a word against him. The colossal entity that is Feng Yulu was not something they could afford to provoke while serving under the Li family as the time drew near. The venerable Master Li rose and proclaimed, As you all are aware, our Li family has recently joined the Jiangzhou Business Alliance and has secured several significant contracts with various companies, thereby establishing ourselves as a prominent family in Jiangzhou. With increased power comes the necessity for greater management oversight. I am now advanced in years and no longer capable of overseeing such a vast family. Hence, the crucial matter at hand today is to select the next head of the Li family, who shall assume office immediately. Upon the conclusion of Master Li's words, the assembly erupted in a cacophony of voices. While it was anticipated that he would choose a successor, none expected him to abdicate so directly. Such immense power, voluntarily relinquished, left all members of the Li family visibly agitated. After all, most people live their lives in pursuit of wealth and influence. To become the head of the Li family meant to possess both. Naturally inciting fervent ambition, Master, I hereby nominate myself as the head of the Li family at the tender age of 18. I am handsome and charismatic. Under my leadership, the Li family will undoubtedly flourish. Declared Li Chuang, a member of the Li family's subordinate renovation company under the Ruoshui Group. Though I may not be a direct descendant, I firmly believe my capabilities render me most suitable for this esteemed position. Regardless of whether they were direct or collateral descendants, those present clamored to seize the opportunity and contend for the position. The atmosphere became increasingly tumultuous, filled with uproar and chaos. Silence. Master Li's voice thundered, restoring order to the gathering. Do you believe that the position of head can be chosen so casually? I intend to pass the mantle to the younger generation, for only the youth can invigorate the Li family. This decision was also a measure to prevent a recurrence of the Li Zhengqiang incident. He wished to avoid witnessing his own son embroiled in petty conflicts. The attendees exchanged perplexed glances. Wasn't the head of the family to be appointed by the elder? Were there additional criteria? After a brief pause, Master Li continued, To become the head of the family, one must first possess sufficient prestige, second, demonstrate adequate capability, and third, contribute significantly to the Li family. Prestige is straightforward. Among the many companies present, securing 30% support will suffice. As for contributions, generating a minimum of 1 million funds for the Li family will deem one qualified, a criterion many should easily meet. Regarding capability, I have invited Elder Guan. The Guan family hails from the capital and possesses considerable strength. They intend to construct a multi-billion-dollar edifice in the city center, and our Li family has the engineering team. Whoever can persuade Elder Guan to sign a contract with us shall claim the position of head. Upon hearing Master Li's declaration, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. This was clearly an invitation for competition between the branches of Li Ruoshui and Li Tai. With Li Xinghao rendered incapable, his faction's influence had shifted to Li Xiang and his son, Li Tai. Meanwhile, the companies under Li Zhengqian were also numerous, and Li Ruoshui's food enterprise wielded significant power within the Li family. Li Xiang cast a sidelong glance at Li Ruoshui's faction, a sly smile creeping across his face. Master, I concur with this method of competition. It appears that the only eligible candidates are our branch and sister Ruoshuis. Earning 1 million is a given. We are all undoubtedly capable of achieving that. However, as for the matter of prestige, I believe Ruoshui might not meet the criteria. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Li Ruoshui furrowed her brow slightly. Their family controlled Zhongqian real estate, Malili's Liren Media, and her own Ruoshui Foods, which collectively accounted for nearly 30% of the shares. It was inconceivable that others would abstain from voting entirely. At the very least, Li Wu and his faction would certainly lend their support. Li Xiang. Half of the assets of the Ruoshui group were built by my parents and me. How could you claim that I lack prestige? Li Ruoshui asserted. Very well, let us commence the voting right here and now, Li Xiang declared confidently. Li Ruoshui's frown deepened. She sensed something amiss. Observing this, Old Master Li interjected, since the matter has been brought to the forefront, let us proceed with the voting. As long as the combined shares of the supporting companies exceed 30%, it shall be deemed valid. Li Xiang, with your unwavering confidence, you may go first, he suggested. Rising to his feet, Li Xiang proclaimed, those in favor of my proposal, please raise your hands. Soon, several companies affiliated with the Li family raised their hands, easily surpassing the 30% threshold. Ruoshui, it is now your turn. Li Xiang smirked as he glanced at Li Ruoshui. You genuinely believe that your own company will cast a vote in your favor? Last night, he had already gleaned the examination topics from the informant planted beside Old Master Li. While he lacked the means to bribe the elder, ensuring that no one else qualified to compete against him would suffice for him to claim the position of head of the Li family. Whether or not he could persuade the elder was irrelevant. As long as he was the only one meeting the conditions, the title would rightfully belong to him. This was the rule, and even Old Master Li would not contravene it. He had already secured the support of Li Ruoshui's company and Li Zhongqian's real estate firm, which together held 20% of the shares, in addition to his own family's 30%. Thus achieving a majority. Li Ruoshui was left with only Malili's Liren Media, whose support could never reach the 30% mark. He had already won this election from the outset. Though perplexed, Li Ruoshui stepped forward to address the assembly. I hope for your support. Upon finishing her statement, she turned to her Ruoshui Foods. Yet, the manager of Ruoshui Foods did not raise a hand, and when she glanced towards the direction of Zhongqian real estate, silence prevailed there as well. Despite Li Ruoshui and Li Zhongqian being the founders of these companies, they had been stripped of their presidential positions following the death of Li Zhongchang. To their astonishment, even the loyal employees they had nurtured turned their backs on them. Only Malili's Liren Media raised their hands, but that accounted for merely 10% of the shares, far from the required 30%. Standing on the stage, Li Ruoshui felt a chill envelop her. Chapter 83. Is this enough? Seeing Li Ruoshui in such a predicament, Li Xiang burst into laughter. Ruoshui, with so many companies present, only one supports you. This simply will not do. The seasoned employees of Ruoshui Foods lowered their heads, unable to meet Li Ruoshui's gaze. Li Xiang had provided them with an abundance that could transform their lives drastically, leaving them with no alternative. They believed that self-preservation was paramount, and thus felt no guilt. Li Zong, spare us your scrutiny, but you are no longer Li Zong. The position of president now belongs to me. Li Balian, the newly appointed president of Ruoshui Foods, remarked with a smile. Li Ruoshui stared at Li Balian in astonishment. Li Balian was someone she had personally nurtured, a member of the Li family's collateral line, who came from humble beginnings and had a paralyzed mother at home, with medical expenses resembling an endless abyss. Out of pity, Li Ruoshui had always extended her kindness, providing her with the finest benefits and ultimately promoting her to the position of vice president. Their bond had been akin to that of sisters. Little did she expect that Li Balian would turn out to be such a treacherous ingrate. Balian, were we not close confidants? How could you betray me? Li Ruoshui's chest heaved with indignation. Li Balian regarded her with disdain, smirking. Li Ruoshui, you are utterly naive. This world is far from the idyllic place you envision. Even if I were not the one to betray you today, someone else would inevitably conspire against you. In the realm of business, kindness equates to weakness. Under your leadership, Ruoshui Foods cannot thrive. If you are incapable, then allow me to take the reins. In what aspect do I fall short of you? Aside from my origins? Under my guidance, Ruoshui Foods will flourish beyond its previous state. As Li Ruoshui absorbed Li Balian's words, her heart sank further. Li Balian had always presented herself as the epitome of obedience, never daring to speak out of turn, and Li Ruoshui had confided many of her innermost thoughts to her, believing that she could be understood and cherished as a true friend. Though her dismay, she discovered that Li Balian harbored such contempt for her. With her heart extinguished, tears streamed down Li Ruoshui's face, and she remained silent. Upon witnessing her tears, Chen Zishi's expression grew increasingly frosty. Li Xiang, seizing the moment, exclaimed loudly, Grandfather, Ruoshui's support rate is insufficient. Only I meet your requirements now. Please declare me the next head of the family. Li Xiang's face was alight with excitement. He was finally on the verge of attaining the coveted position of family head. His gaze shifted towards Chen Zishi, and he thought, the first thing I will do upon becoming head of the family is to eliminate you and cast you out, leaving you to fend for yourself. Old Master Li furrowed his brow, surprised to discover that Li Ruoshui's support rate was below 30%. He hesitated. Having spoken, he found himself at an impasse. Li Zhengqian sighed deeply, feeling helpless in supporting his daughter, as even his own company had turned against her. Meanwhile, Ma Lily appeared anxious, for her company, inherited from her maternal family, comprised loyalists who had not succumbed to Li Xiang's influence. Yet, relying solely on this one company was insufficient. Was Li Ruoshui truly destined to lose her qualifications in the struggle for family headship? Li Ruoshui had already resigned herself to this fate, I concede. However, before Li Ruoshui could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted. Chen Zishi rose from his seat, a flicker of anger dancing across his face, dispelling his earlier nonchalance. All eyes turned to Chen Zishi, each gaze imbued with varying emotions. What trouble are you stirring up this time? Chen Zishi, this is the Li family's election, and it has nothing to do with you, Li Xiang retorted, discontent evident in his tone. Chen Zishi cast a cold glance at Li Xiang, who felt an overwhelming force propel his corpulent form several meters away. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. I prefer not to be interrupted while I speak, Chen Zishi remarked calmly. He surveyed the room before continuing. I possess shares in the Li family. Holding out a few sheets of paper that Cui Hongfu had discreetly handed him moments before, he placed them before the venerable elderly. Upon inspection, the papers revealed a labyrinth of share transfer agreements. Apart from the companies owned by Li Xiang's family and Li Ruoshui, it appeared that all remaining shares had been secretly acquired by Cui Hongfu. This revelation indicated that Chen Zishi now held a staggering 40% of the Li family shares. A mere word from Chen Zishi would suffice for Li Ruoshui to meet the necessary conditions. The elderly gazed at Chen Zishi in astonishment. Possessing 40% of the shares rendered Chen Zishi the largest stakeholder in the Li family. Quietly, Chen Zishi had nearly seized control of the entire Li family, leaving even the seasoned elder Li somewhat confounded by his depth. Initially, the elder had merely relied on his intuition, sensing that Chen Zishi was no ordinary individual, which led him to marry off his beloved granddaughter, Li Ruoshui, to him. Yet, Chen Zishi's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Sufficient, entirely sufficient. With 40% of the Li family shares in your possession, your voice grants Ruoshui a support rate of 50%, significantly surpassing the 30% threshold. Ruoshui, you have passed this round. The elderly regarded Li Ruoshui with a benevolent smile. Li Ruoshui stood frozen, her gaze filled with gratitude toward Chen Zishi, at a loss for words. Had they truly lost to Li Xiang, the fate of her family would have been dire, likely leading to their expulsion. Once again, Chen Zishi had turned the tide, rescuing her from despair. Li Zhengqian observed Chen Zishi with a complex expression. The man he had previously scorned as a mere son-in-law had risen to salvage their family in their time of need. Emma Lily's face radiated joy, for the first time finding Chen Zishi somewhat agreeable. In stark contrast, Li Xiang and Li Balian wore expressions of sheer astonishment. They had previously dismissed those small companies, considering them insignificant, unaware that their combined shares posed a considerable threat. The elderly continued. Now, let us proceed to the third round. Let us welcome the arrival of Old Guan. With a wave of his hand, an elderly man with a radiant complexion and an imposing presence entered, supported by a gentle-looking beauty, none other than Guan Demon and Guan Wani. Li Xiang and Li Balian exchanged glances. Brother Xiang, what should we do now? Fear not. Old Guan's contract is not so easily obtained. I find myself at a loss, and surely, Li Ruoshui is equally incapable. Guan Demon, a prominent figure hailing from the esteemed Guan family of Kyoto, is impervious to bribery within Jiangzhou, for he is not in want of wealth. Moreover, Elder Guan is renowned for his unwavering integrity and holds vast respect. Greetings, I am Guan Demon Dai in my youth. I had some acquaintance with elderly, which is why I have accepted this invitation. Our family seeks to establish a martial arts academy in Jiangzhou, and thus, we are in pursuit of capable and skilled construction teams. I am here to conduct this bidding. Whoever can persuade me shall become the head of the Li family. Guan Demon's voice resonated powerfully. The crowd erupted into applause, for this venerable elder was not someone they encountered lightly. His status in Jiangzhou was nearly unparalleled. Guan Demon regarded the applauding assembly with a smile. But suddenly, his expression shifted. He spotted a man who did not join in the applause, quietly sipping his drink. Li Xiang observed Guan Demon's change in demeanor and smirked ominously. Chen Zishi is not applauding. Now Elder Guan is displeased. and Li Ruoshui is unlikely to secure Elder Guan's contract. We have established an invincible position, he remarked to Li Balian beside him. True to Li Xiang's words, Guan Demon, with a serious expression, approached Chen Zishi. Li Ruoshui and Ma Lili also took notice. Zishi, applaud. This is Elder Guan. If we provoke him, we are doomed. Yet Chen Zishi remained unfazed, calmly drinking from his glass. Guan Demon had reached Chen Zishi's side, and all awaited to witness the unfolding of Chen Zishi's embarrassment. Benefactor, what brings you here? Guan Demon surprisingly bowed deeply to Chen Zishi. Chapter 84. The end of an era. The esteemed figure of Jiangzhou, Guan Demon, bowed before the son-in-law of the Li family in front of so many witnesses. The attendees found the scene utterly bewildering. Many rubbed their eyes, struggling to believe the reality before them. Chen Zishi turned, finally noticing Guan Demon and Guan Wani. He nodded slightly. I accompanied my wife. Chen Zishi replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze toward Guan Demon, furrowing his brow slightly. The hidden wounds on Guan Demon appeared more pronounced. Your wife is? Guan Demon inquired respectfully. Li Ruoshui. Chen Zishi responded directly. Is she one of the candidates for the head of the family today? Indeed. Upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, Guan Demon nodded slightly. He then turned his attention to elderly. I believe there is no need for further deliberation today. I hereby entrust the entirety of the Guan family's project to Ms. Li Ruoshui. The assembly was left in stunned silence, with the Li Xiang family displaying expressions of utter disbelief. Elder Guan, they have yet to present their proposal to you, and you render such a judgment? Elderly was taken aback as well. He had known Guan Demon for many years and had never witnessed such reverence toward anyone, not even the upper echelons of the martial alliance. Yet, why did he show such deference to Chen Zishi? There is no need. Since Ms. Li Ruoshui is Mr. Chen's wife, I find it entirely reasonable to transfer all of the Guan family's assets and villa in Jiangzhou to Mr. Chen. Guan Demon spoke heartily. Although the Guan family's assets in Jiangzhou could not compare to those in the capital, they still amounted to several hundred billion. Yet, Guan Demon was actually willing to bestow such wealth upon Chen Zishi? To this, Chen Zishi merely shook his head lightly. I have my own family. I do not require your possessions. Some individuals, mid-sip, found themselves spraying water upon their companions, utterly taken aback by Chen Zishi's declaration, as the latter stood before them, oblivious. The notion that Guan Demon's generous offer of 1,000 billion in assets had been outright rejected was astonishing. Had Chen Zishi lost his senses? Ma Lili and Li Zhengqin gaped in disbelief at Chen Zishi. Haha, indeed, Mr. Chen likely does not place value on our modest assets. Guan Yi, here is the contract. Please deliver it to Ms. Ruoshui. Guan Demon handed the contract to Guan Yi, who then approached Li Ruoshui. Upon hearing that Chen Zishi had married, an inexplicable wave of discontent washed over her. Once, she had looked down upon Chen Zishi, deeming him arrogant and disapproving of his demeanor. However, after practicing the revised ancestral techniques he had developed, her prowess had soared, now rivaling that of her grandfather. It is worth noting that Guan Demon had dedicated his entire life to cultivation. Yet, she achieved such results in but a short time with the modified methods, showcasing their remarkable efficacy. Women are often drawn to strength, and thus, her curiosity about Chen Zishi grew, leading her to desire another encounter with him. To her surprise, he had married. What kind of woman could possibly deserve a martial arts master like Chen Zishi? As she approached Li Ruoshui, she scrutinized her closely. Are you Chen Zishi's wife? Guan Wani inquired with curiosity. Gazing at the stunning woman before her, Li Ruoshui felt an inexplicable sense of threat. In Guan Wani's eyes, she perceived a hint of animosity, not the kind that sought to harm, but rather a sense of rivalry. Li Ruoshui nodded. I am Li Ruoshui. She paused, adding, Chen Zishi's wife. Guan Wani instinctively pursed her lips, thinking, she is indeed beautiful. No wonder she captured that man's heart. But I am not lacking either. Here, this is the contract from the Guan family. Sign your name, and the project will be yours. Guan Wani stated coolly. Li Ruoshui cast a glance at Guan Wani, feeling an unsettling discomfort from the girl. Thank you. Li Ruoshui took the contract. Examining it carefully, just as she was about to sign, an unpleasant voice interrupted. No. This is unfair, Li Xiang burst forth. You clearly stated there would be fair competition. I have yet to present my proposal to Elder Guan, and you are handing the contract to someone else. This is unjust, Li Xiang shouted. Hearing his words, Guan Demon furrowed his brow slightly. What, are you questioning my decision? Li Xiang felt a twinge of anxiety but gritted his teeth, asserting it is indeed unfair. Why should you directly give the contract to Li Ruoshui? There must be some under-the-table dealings. I cannot accept a family head chosen in such a manner. He surveyed his surroundings, seeking some support, only to discover that the allies he sought remained silent. It was only his father, Li Tai, who stepped forward to address the elderly Li, saying, "Father, this situation is indeed inappropriate. I believe we should consider an alternative competition." Suddenly, a striking figure clad in azure dashed before Li Tai and delivered a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. "Is my grandfather someone you can summon at will and dismiss just as easily? Have you perhaps overestimated your own significance?" Guanwani coldly regarded the fallen Li Tai as she spoke. The onlookers turned their gazes toward Guanwani, astonished. This seemingly gentle beauty had displayed such ferocity. Li Demon's expression was equally unwelcoming. "Old Li, your son has not been well taught." The elderly, witnessing Li Demon's anger, broke into a cold sweat. "Li Tai, Li Xiong, what nonsense are you two spouting? Hurry and apologize to Elder Guan." Li Tai, blood trickling from his mouth, was helped up by Li Xiong, who was somewhat defiant. "Grandfather, our Li family is strong enough today. There's no need to bow to the Guan family's whims, is there?" Upon hearing Li Xiong's words, Guanwani charged at him, delivering a kick aimed directly at his lower regions. He felt a sudden chill. Smack! Ah! It took several seconds for Li Xiong's agonized screams to resonate. The crowd, witnessing his plight and the unfortunate items that had fallen, wore expressions of sheer amazement, curiosity, and barely suppressed laughter, eventually erupting in uproarious guffaws. Some younger girls turned away, too embarrassed to watch. "Father, save me. I don't want to become a eunuch," Li Xiong cried out desperately. Seeing his son in such distress, Li Tai rushed over. "Let us go to the hospital." He hurriedly escorted Li Xiong out. Guanwani wore an indifferent expression. "That's what you get for insulting my grandfather. You deserve it." However, she felt a twinge of unease within. Her recent practice of Chen Zishi's modified techniques had dramatically increased her strength, leading to a loss of control in her fury that had incapacitated Li Xiong. This kind of incapacitation might be more brutal than the usual interpretation. Li Xiong could very well become the first eunuch of the 21st century, Li Ruoshui observed the ferocious Guanwani, feeling a tightening in her chest. The girl had cast an unfriendly glance her way. Would she turn her ire on her as well? She couldn't help but glance at Chen Zishi. Finding some comfort in his presence, Li Ruoshui looked towards Chen Zishi. She noticed Guanwani also sneaking glances at him, stirring a thought within her. Could it be that this girl harbored feelings for Chen Zishi, thus viewing her as a rival? A slight pang of bitterness welled up in her. The elderly, seeing that the Li family had departed, sighed inwardly. His children truly were a source of constant worry. "I hereby declare that Li Ruoshui will be the head of the Li family from this day forth." He felt weary. Entrusting matters to Li Ruoshui seemed the wisest course. Even if she faltered, there was still Chen Zishi. He cast a glance at the calm and composed youth. "The Li family is now in your hands." Chapter 85. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Li Ruoshui ascended the stage, receiving the seal from the hands of old Master Li, thus officially becoming the head of the Li family. The grand banquet of the Li family commenced, with only the Li Tai family conspicuously absent. Li Ruoshui felt an overwhelming joy. Her efforts had finally borne fruit. Yet, every now and then, when she caught sight of Guanwani gazing at Chen Zishi, a sense of unease would settle in her heart. Taking a hearty sip of wine, she positioned herself beside Chen Zishi, who was engaged in conversation with Guan Demon, while Guanwani sat by his side. She poured herself a glass of wine. "Old Guan, it is thanks to you that I am able to assume the role of family head today. I toast to you." Li Ruoshui's cheeks flushed crimson, clearly having indulged a bit too much. Chen Zishi furrowed his brow slightly, glancing towards Li Zhengqian and Ma Lili, only to find the pair surrounded by a throng of admirers, utterly intoxicated. They had anticipated losing everything today, yet the tide turned unexpectedly, with their daughter now the family head. Everything felt surreal to them. Noticing Li Ruoshui offering a toast, Guan Demon promptly lifted his glass. After all, she was Mr. Chen's wife. One must uphold the decorum. "Miss Ruoshui, as you are Mr. Chen's spouse, my actions here are merely a matter of repaying a debt of gratitude." Guan Demon smiled warmly. Li Ruoshui appeared somewhat puzzled. "What debt of gratitude?" "Mr. Chen has rendered a great favor to my granddaughter." Guan Demon's intent was clear. He was referring to the adjustments Chen Zishi had made to the cultivation method. However, Li Ruoshui felt a wave of discomfort wash over her upon hearing his words. She turned to Chen Zishi. "Zishi, what have you done to that young lady? Why does she feel the need to express gratitude?" Chen Zishi, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, reclined in his chair to rest. Upon hearing Li Ruoshui's inquiry, he casually replied, I modified some aspects according to her physique. The Guan family's cultivation method was tailored for men, and Chen Zishi had adapted it to suit female practitioners. He feared that discussing the intricacies of the techniques would be beyond Li Ruoshui's understanding, leading to unnecessary complications, hence his vague explanation. Little did he expect, upon hearing his words, Li Ruoshui's face drained of color. Chen Zishi, what have you done to that young lady's body? Chen Zishi was taken aback, bewildered by her sudden anger. I did nothing. I merely had a casual look. If I hadn't looked, I wouldn't have been able to make any adjustments. Li Ruoshui was even more incensed. You merely had a casual look? You didn't even take a glance at mine. You scoundrel. With tears in her eyes, Li Ruoshui fled. Chen Zishi stood in a daze, utterly perplexed by the young woman's sentiments. He had spoken nothing but the truth. There was nothing amiss in his words. Guan Demon observed Chen Zishi's bewildered expression and smiled faintly. With such a beautiful wife, it was indeed remarkable that Chen Zishi had not even taken a glance at her. He truly was a martial arts genius, worthy of admiration. Chen Zishi hurried after Li Ruoshui, finding her in the garden's pavilion. The moonlight was just right, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Why did you come after me? Aren't you going to see that young lady anymore? Li Ruoshui felt wronged. Ruoshui, I took their family's celestial herb in exchange for guiding Guan Wani's cultivation method. The Guan family's technique is suited for male practitioners, and I modified it to be appropriate for females. What is the issue with that? Chen Zishi spoke candidly. Upon hearing the words of Chen Zishi, Li Ruoshui was momentarily taken aback. Did you not observe the physique of that girl? Why would I concern myself with her physique? Chen Zishi replied, his brow slightly furrowed. If he wished to see, he could easily employ his vital energy to pierce through any fabric that dared to obstruct his view. It was merely that he had no desire to do so. Hearing Chen Zishi's response, Li Ruoshui pouted slightly. Then, do you wish to observe my physique? Chen Zishi frowned, pondering how to respond. To say he wanted to see would brand him a rogue, while to deny it would imply a lack of interest in Li Ruoshui. Regardless of his choice, it seemed an inescapable dilemma. Thus, he opted for silence. Should I contemplate it or not? Chen Zishi mused aloud. Li Ruoshui instantly rolled her eyes. Chen Zishi, you infuriate me. Chen Zishi shrugged nonchalantly. However, you have not betrayed me, which brings me some joy. Gradually, Li Ruoshui's mood began to settle. She moved closer to Chen Zishi, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Zishi, you have saved me once again today. Thank you. Chen Zishi merely shook his head indifferently. We are family. Such words are unnecessary. Ruoshui, the moonlight tonight is truly exquisite. Li Ruoshui looked up, her gaze drawn to the moon hanging in the sky. She felt an unusual fullness in its luminescence tonight. Meanwhile, in Jiangbei, atop Beishan, a colossal wolf, entirely cloaked in white fur, let out a howl that resonated through the heavens. The terrifying sound was so profound that even Chen Zishi, situated in Jiangzhou, could perceive it. What is this? A beast of the extraordinary has emerged? Chen Zishi furrowed his brow slightly. He vividly recalled the blood-soaked hunts of Beishan from his previous life. The Lion King of the Martial Alliance had already met his demise at his hands. Without the Lion King's dominance, one could only speculate how the entities on Beishan might evolve. Zishi, let us return. Today marks a significant day in my ascension as the head of the Li family. And yet I have fled. How embarrassing! Li Ruoshui expressed her discomfort. Worry not. Should anyone dare to mock you, I shall ensure they remain silent. Chen Zishi assured her coolly. Li Ruoshui pouted. You brute! Despite her complaints, a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes, for this man was her protector. Upon returning to the banquet hall, most attendees were inebriated. Teetering unsteadily, Li Ruoshui glanced around, only to find that Li Balian had vanished. This time, instead of toppling Li Ruoshui, she had ascended as the head of the Li family. It was likely that Li Balian had fled in shame. Guan Demon appeared somewhat intoxicated as well. Rising with the support of Guan Wani, Mr. Chen, I have had too much to drink. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Guan Demon stated respectfully. Chen Zishi furrowed his brow. If he did not intervene, Guan Demon's health would likely not withstand the week. Although he appeared fine at present, his affliction had already seeped deeply into his bones. Wait, Chen Zishi interjected, halting Guan Demon. Your injuries have progressed to a critical state. Chen Zishi spoke matter-of-factly. Both Guan Demon and Guan Wani were taken aback by his words. This hidden ailment had plagued him for years, with no one capable of remedying it, relentlessly ravaging his body. Considering the timeline, the hidden poison had likely already infiltrated his heart, and he was acutely aware of his condition. Yet, he was reluctant to burden Guan Wani with worry. Mr. Chen, I believe you have misjudged my condition. I am in excellent health. Guan Demon smiled faintly, moving about slightly to demonstrate his vitality. However, Guan Wani's face was etched with concern. She had witnessed her grandfather secretly coughing up blood the previous night, which was the very reason she yearned to see Chen Zishi again. Perhaps he could save her grandfather's life. Even the slightest possibility compelled her to try. Suddenly, she knelt before Chen Zishi. Can you save my grandfather? This impulsive and proud young girl surprisingly bowed before Chen Zishi. His eyes narrowed slightly. He was reluctant to owe anyone a favor, especially since Guan Demon had indeed contributed significantly to Li Ruoshui's matter today. Very well, I shall save him. Chen Zishi produced a vial of elixir and handed it to Guan Demon. Consume this. Chen Zishi spoke with decisive authority, instructing him to take action immediately. Observing the situation, Guan Demon wasted no time, sitting cross-legged on the ground and swallowing the pill in one swift motion. Instantly, he felt a searing heat coursing through his body, followed by a hand that brushed past him, cool as water, dispelling the heat in its wake. This force coursed through his entire meridian, ultimately reaching his heart. It is done. Chen Zishi rose, speaking calmly. Guan Demon opened his eyes, ecstasy shining within them. He felt as though his aging body had been rejuvenated. The once blocked pathways now wide open, restoring not only his peak strength but even surpassing it. Mr. Chen, I shall forever remember your life-saving grace. Guan Demon was overwhelmed with emotion. No need for thanks. Chen Zishi smiled faintly. Chapter 86. Living in the sunshine. Your hidden injuries have all been addressed, but you still require rest to achieve complete recovery, Chen Zishi stated, gazing at Guan Demon. The excitement on Guan Demon's face was palpable. Ever since he was injured by a foundational-level spirit beast 30 years ago, his health had steadily declined. The position of the head of the Guan family, which rightfully belonged to him, slipped away as his strength waned, ultimately leading to his loss of the title. How could the suffering of 30 years be alleviated by Chen Zishi in mere minutes? Now, Guan Demon regarded Chen Zishi with reverence akin to that of a deity. Grandfather, are you well? Woo-woo-woo. Guan Wani, now possessing strength comparable to that of Guan Demon, was acutely aware of her grandfather's condition and knew that his life was nearing its end. Silly grandfather, still trying to shield her. In truth, she had long been aware of it. Yet, to spare him distress, she feigned ignorance each day. Since childhood, they had been inseparable, and he was the closest person to her. However, seeing her grandfather tormented by illness day after day left her feeling utterly helpless, a sensation that nearly drove her to madness. The reason she trained so diligently in martial arts was to establish a solid foundation and access a higher realm, hoping to cure her grandfather's affliction. Now, Chen Zishi had effortlessly fulfilled her lifelong wish. This spirited and tempestuous young lady, with tears streaming down her face, gazed at Chen Zishi with gratitude. No one could have anticipated that, in the illustrious Guan family of Jiangzhou, she would weep so openly before Chen Zishi. Mr. Chen, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. I, Guan Wani, am also willing to do anything for you. The grandfather and grandson knelt in unison, and Chen Zishi offered a faint smile. Rise, he said. Should you require anything, I shall seek you out. On this day, the Guan family joined the Jiangzhou Merchant Alliance, and together with the Fengyu Tower and the Li family, as well as the formidable Lei Laohu, they collectively held half the shares within the alliance. It could be said that the Jiangzhou Merchant Alliance had effectively transformed into Chen Zishi's domain. With naught but silence throughout the night, the following morning, Li Ruoshui departed early. This marked her first day assuming the role of family head, and numerous historical issues remained unresolved, such as those concerning the Li Balian and Li Tai families. Chen Zishi, however, did not accompany Li Ruoshui. He had his own plans. He contacted Ouyang Hua, for now that Chen Zishi had established his own influence, he intended to secure a place for both Ouyang Huamiao and himself within it. Although the Jiangzhou branch of the Martial Alliance had been swept away by Chen Zishi, the true strength of the Martial Alliance extended far beyond this. The real power players remained aloof from worldly affairs, while those preoccupied with mundane matters often lacked the talent for ascension. To remain within the Martial Alliance, they were compelled to engage in such trivialities. The genuine depth of the Martial Alliance had yet to be unveiled, and Ouyang Hua and his granddaughter were by no means secure. Should they be discovered, their survival would be in grave jeopardy. Before long, Ouyang Hua and Ouyang Huamiao arrived at the agreed-upon location with Chen Zishi, a quaint CAF. Master Chen, what brings us here? Ouyang Hua inquired, donning a hat that obscured his face, his eyes darting about anxiously to avoid detection. Ouyang Huamiao mirrored his apprehension. Though she was in the bloom of youth, her figure was shrouded in a long black robe, with her face concealed beneath a veil, resembling a woman from the Middle East. Chen Zishi smiled gently. There is no need for such caution. While you are with me, none can harm you. Huamiao, I shall take you to purchase some lovely garments shortly. Ouyang Huamiao was taken aback. Ever since the onset of her persecution, she had been clad in such robes. A decade had passed, and she had grown from 7 to 17 years of age. Yet even within the confines of her home, her grandfather insisted she wear such attire, ever ready to flee. Brother, is that truly the case? We won't be discovered by the Martial Alliance, will we? She asked, her gaze filled with hope. Chen Zishi regarded Ouyang Huamiao with a gentle smile. Huamiao, you needn't wear such clothing any longer. You may live openly beneath the sun. Overwhelmed with joy, Ouyang Huamiao wept tears of happiness. Thank you, dear brother. Yet, Ouyang Hua appeared somewhat concerned. Master Chen, are you certain there will be no issues? Chen Zishi smiled lightly and clapped his hands. Instantly, 4 elegantly dressed women emerged from the shadows, bowing deeply before him. Master, how may we assist you? They chorused. These women belonged to the covert division of Fengyu Tower, each possessing exceptional martial skills. From now on, you shall be responsible for the protection of this grandfather and granddaughter duo. If they lose even a single hair, I shall hold you accountable, Chen Zishi commanded. Understood, we shall not fail in our mission. The women replied in unison, drawing the attention of patrons within the CAF. With a mere sound of acknowledgement, Chen Zishi waved his hand, and the women dispersed, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Ouyang Hua, a master craftsman of divine repute, is certainly worthy of protection by Chen Zishi's entourage. A master of martial arts, he is the very foundation of noble families. As a master in the art of weapon crafting, he wields the spear of expertise. The significance of weapons and magical artifacts to a martial artist is self-evident. A superior artifact can even double a warrior's prowess. Ouyang Hua possesses the extraordinary ability to forge such treasures. Master Chen, are these 4 experts here to safeguard us? Chen Zishi nodded in affirmation. Ouyang Hua's heart swelled with joy. The deep furrows of his brow and the lines etched upon his face by the biting winds finally eased into a semblance of relief. For the pressures of the Martial Alliance had nearly bent him low. Ouyang Hua expresses his profound gratitude to Master Chen. He was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly prostrating himself in reverence, but Chen Zishi halted him. Ouyang, there is no need for such formality. I possess a heart of the ocean that I wish to embed within my flying sword. Might I inquire if this poses a challenge for you? Chen Zishi revealed the heart of the ocean, a gem he had procured from Gaoman. Ouyang Hua gazed at the softly glowing azure stone, his eyes wide with astonishment. This gem is a divine artifact for embedding, capable of enhancing the spiritual capacity of the flying sword by at least 50%. Leave it to me. With a crafting furnace at my disposal, I shall flawlessly set this heart of the ocean upon woofing. Chen Zishi smiled gently. There's no rush. Come, let us first take the child to procure some clothing. Throughout their conversation, Chen Zishi had been acutely aware of Yuan Miao Miao, who regarded him with eager anticipation, fearful that he might neglect to take her shopping. Upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, Yuan Miao Miao nodded fervently, her head bobbing like a rattle drum. Ouyang Hua turned to Yuan Miao Miao, a glimmer of tears welling in his eyes. Miao Miao, you have truly endured much over the years, Ouyang Hua sighed. But now, with Master Chen's protection, our Ouyang family can finally hold our heads high and live openly. The grandfather and granddaughter could at last cease their furtive existence. Chen Zishi led Ouyang Hua and Yuan Miao Miao to the most opulent boutique in Jiangzhou. Upon entering, their attire immediately drew the attention of many. Where did these 2 come from? Escaped from the Middle East? One whispered incredulously, did I doubt it? They appear to be merely 2 impoverished souls. That boy standing with them looks even poorer. Such remarks filled the air. Those who frequented this establishment were typically of modest means, often referred to as petty bourgeois, indulging in luxuries to showcase their uniqueness. In stark contrast, the truly wealthy often dressed in simple, unadorned attire, for they needed no external trappings to validate their status. This petty bourgeois class often wore their biases heavily, relishing in comparisons. Noticing Chen Zishi and his companions, the boutique staff furrowed their brows slightly, refraining from approaching them, merely observing from a distance. Miao Miao, why don't you explore and see if there's anything you fancy? Chen Zishi said gently. All right, Yuan Miao Miao exclaimed, brimming with excitement as she ventured off to browse, while Chen Zishi casually found a place to sit, closing his eyes to rest. Chapter 87. Choose at will. Moments later, the cacophony of voices jolted Chen Zishi from his reverie. He frowned slightly and rose to investigate. Only then did one see Meow Meow collapsed on the ground, clasping her left cheek, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of sobbing in distress. "Are you allowed to touch the clothes here? What are you groping around for?" scolded a uniformed shop assistant, pointing at Meow Meow. The assistant was a young woman in her 20s, possessing a long, narrow face, her tone exceedingly sharp and caustic eye in her hand. She held a piece of women's clothing, which she hung back on the rack. "They can touch it, and you even let them try it on. Why can't I?" Meow Meow retorted, feeling wronged. "Who are they? And who are you? How dare someone of your lowly status even think of touching our clothes? Can you afford them?" The long-faced woman mocked. "If it weren't for the store policy against chasing away customers, I would have had you 3 paupers thrown out the moment you walked in. If you can't afford it, don't look or touch. We have no time to serve you destitute people. Be sensible and leave." The long-faced woman continued her tirade. Meow Meow's face flushed with anger, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her right hand pressed against the ground while her left wiped away her tears. Her face slightly swollen, and blood trickled from her arm. She felt utterly aggrieved. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air. Just as the long-faced woman was about to continue her outburst, she was suddenly struck by a tremendous force, toppling her and sending a rack of clothes crashing down. She screamed desperately, yet no sound escaped her lips. Several male employees rushed over to help the fallen shop assistant. "Who? Which blind fool dares to harm our staff?" the men shouted, scanning the surroundings with fury. Chen Zishi stepped forward slowly, one deliberate step at a time, lifting the sobbing Meow Meow from the ground. He did not even glance at the shouting male employees, but gently spoke to Meow Meow. "Meow Meow, which piece of clothing do you fancy? Brother will buy it for you." Meow Meow looked at Chen Zishi with a sense of grievance. "That one, but they won't even let me touch it." Her gaze landed on a beautiful dress. Chen Zishi turned around and said to the employees with a calm demeanor, "Bring me that dress. Let Meow Meow try it on." At that moment, the long-faced shop assistant seemed to have lost her mind. She was unable to speak, pointing at her throat and repeatedly making ah-ah sounds. The male employees searched for the assailant, and upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, their gazes gradually shifted towards him. "Try on clothes? You paupers think you can even try them on? You'll try it and then not buy it, wasting our time for nothing." One of them squinted suspiciously. "Pauper, did you conspire against our store?" "It must be him. Everyone else here is respectable. No one would resort to violence, and he is clearly associated with the girl on the floor. He must have acted out of anger for her sake." Soon, several male employees surrounded Chen Zishi. Meow Meow hid behind Chen Zishi, appearing frightened, recalling how the people from the Martial Alliance had bullied her family. She felt terrified and lowered her head. Chen Zishi regarded the imposing male employees encircling him, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. "I'll say it once more. We wish to try on the clothes," Chen Zishi calmly stated, eliciting mocking expressions from several shop assistants. "Do you have any idea how much this garment costs?" "A staggering 50,000 yuan. That should be more than half a year's salary for you. Wouldn't it?" He paused, then added, "But let us put the issue of clothing aside for now. You've assaulted us in the store. What do you intend to do about it?" No one witnessed Chen Zishi make his move, yet they readily attributed the action to him, solely based on his shabby appearance, which made him resemble a pauper. An easy target. In this era, poverty is a sin, and everyone seems eager to prey upon you. I had given you a chance. Chen Zishi smirked wickedly in a flash. Several male attendants were sent flying, blood staining the floor. Murder! Those self-proclaimed connoisseurs of a refined lifestyle had never encountered such a scene. They scrambled out of the store in a panic. The male attendants lay on the ground, coughing up blood, teetering between life and death. "Quick, call the manager." One individual hurried out, evidently to summon reinforcements. The remaining staff silently shut the door, standing guard at the entrance, too fearful to approach Chen Zishi. "You know, our store has just joined the Jiangzhou Business Alliance. If you dare to cause a ruckus here, prepare for the consequences," shouted a staff member from outside. Chen Zishi paused momentarily, retrieving the Jiangzhou Business Alliance Supreme VIP card he had received the previous day. His eyes narrowing. "Brother, should we not leave? There are so many of them, and it seems they are calling for help," said Meow Meow hesitantly. Chen Zishi smiled slightly. "Leave? Why should we? I still intend to buy you some clothes." He pulled Meow Meow along and comfortably settled into a chair within the store, chatting and laughing. Moments later, a sharp, capable woman clad in a black top and fitted skirt approached, flanked by the recently assaulted assistant and a few others who had witnessed the unfolding events. She strode in with fury, fixing a cold gaze on Chen Zishi. "Why did you strike my staff? Perhaps you should first inquire why they refused to let my sister try on the clothes and resorted to violence. Chen Zishi countered. The capable woman frowned slightly. If our staff assaults you, you may file a complaint, but you cannot wreak havoc in our store. We still need to conduct business. Chen Zishi shot her a cold glare. Are you implying that it's acceptable for your staff to hit my sister while I am forbidden to retaliate? A hint of murderous intent emanated from him. The capable woman found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her demeanor clearly a cut above that of the ordinary attendants. However, the attendant beside her was unwilling to back down and retorted like a shrew, "We have our reasons for striking you. The items in our store are luxury goods, and we have every reason to suspect that you cannot afford them and are merely here to cause trouble. This clothing is expensive. If you cannot afford it and you touch it carelessly, who will compensate if it gets dirty? Will we? Poor folks shouldn't he come to places like this," she continued her tirade. Chen Zishi chuckled coldly, producing the supreme VIP black card and tossing it at the attendant's face. "Open your eyes and take a good look at what this is," he stated icily. The store clerk, momentarily taken aback by the impact of Chen Zishi's actions, picked up the black card with a sense of indifference. She held no belief that Chen Zishi could present anything of value. "Where did you acquire this card? Did you have it fabricated by a counterfeiter? The craftsmanship is commendable, but I doubt you can withdraw any funds," she jeered, her laughter echoing through the store. However, the store manager, upon catching sight of the black card, broke out in a cold sweat. In a swift motion, she slapped the female clerk across the face and tremblingly seized the supreme VIP black card from her grip. Scrutinizing it closely as she discerned the card's details, her complexion drained to a pallid white. Was this not the very card the president had warned her about just the day before? The president had stated, "Please remember, these cards belong exclusively to the upper echelons of our business alliance. Take special note of the final black card. It is reserved for one individual, the guardian of our alliance, Master Chen, who vanquished Qin Huai. He is the true authority within our ranks. Mark my words, to provoke him is to invite ruin upon yourself in Jiangzhou." The store manager was paralyzed with fear upon realizing that the seemingly unkempt youth before her was the very Master Chen. Revered even by the president, she fell to her knees before him, exclaiming, "Master Chen, please forgive my transgressions. You may select anything from this humble store at your leisure." Chapter 88. Feel free to indulge. Witnessing the manager's submission, the other clerks were thrown into a state of panic. Was it possible that this ordinary-looking man, clad in a simple tank top and sporting a disheveled beard, was indeed a figure of great stature? "You imbeciles, hurry and kneel. This gentleman is our most esteemed patron of the Jiangzhou Business Alliance," the manager commanded. Fearful, they complied, kneeling before him, silencing their previous boasts. The onlookers outside the store were utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. Why should this scruffy, yet undeniably handsome youth command such reverence? They relentlessly purchased luxury goods and adorned themselves, all in pursuit of a similar recognition from others. Yet, this young man, without spending a single coin, had garnered the respect they so desperately sought. A sense of indignation and jealousy simmered within them. "What a pain my back is," Chen Zishi remarked, squinting at the manager. Taken aback, she quickly instructed, "Fetch my reclining chair for Mr. Chen, and you lot, accompany this young lady to select her attire." Before long, Chen Zishi was comfortably reclining, the manager and several exquisite young women attending to him, gently massaging his shoulders. Meanwhile, those who had previously looked down upon Chen Zishi now re-entered the store. Eager to choose their own garments, they cast envious glances at him, yet felt utterly powerless to alter their circumstances. At the same time, Miao Miao joyfully perused the clothing, with the clerks thoughtfully assisting her in selecting shoes and hats. Her delight akin to that of a fledgling bird just released from its cage. Yanghua, having indulged in coffee, experienced some discomfort and excused himself to the restroom. Upon his return, he was astonished to witness the reverence bestowed upon Chen Zishi. His mouth agape in shock, large enough to fit an egg, however. Recalling Chen Zishi's capabilities, he soon reconciled the situation. Indeed, he was worthy of such admiration. An hour later, Miao Miao approached, flanked by a throng of clerks, exclaiming, "Big brother, I have finished my selection." Behind her stood 4 burly men, each burdened with several bags of clothing. Despite their evident fatigue, they forced smiles upon their faces. Chen Zishi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Miao Miao must have purchased all the clothes she had neglected to buy over the years. Not going to choose any more? Though this thought lingered in his mind, Chen Zishi refrained from voicing it and instead remarked. Miao Miao scratched her head, pondering earnestly for a moment before responding. For now, it should be sufficient. Perhaps I should select a few more. She still seemed unsatisfied. Chen Zishi swallowed hard, sensing that those around them were growing increasingly despondent. Ouyang Hua approached with a smile. Meow meow, that should be enough. Grandpa has no money. Although Ouyang Hua was a master of weapon forging, he had been relentlessly persecuted by the Martial Alliance, living a frugal existence. The store manager glanced at Chen Zishi and chuckled. No charge, it's all complimentary. Ouyang Hua was taken aback. What about the shoes and hats purchased from other stores? We'll cover those. You needn't concern yourself with anything. The manager discreetly shot a glance at Chen Zishi, wearing a fawning expression, and generously added, You must accept this. I have a special card just for Miss Omiao, containing $1 million's worth of vouchers, applicable to everything in this mall. The manager beamed as she handed the card to Ouyang Hua. Ouyang Hua was utterly perplexed. It was his first encounter with a situation where one could shop for free while also receiving money. Could it be that this woman before him had lost her senses? He scrutinized the manager. Her appearance, demeanor, and attire all suggested a cultured individual. How could she not grasp the basic principles of commerce? Such a business model would surely lead them to ruin at that moment. Chen Zishi finally stretched, rising from the recliner, and slowly articulated, You may keep it. As for the payment, I will handle it. Upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, the manager assumed he was still displeased, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. No need, Master Chen. How could I allow you to pay? She exclaimed in sheer panic. Chen Zishi was taken aback. Paying for goods was a standard practice. After all, he was no brigand. Regardless, the money on the card was not his own, so he felt free to spend it. No, take this card and use it. Chen Zishi presented the prestigious VIP black card and tossed it before the manager. She trembled in fear, believing that Chen Zishi's refusal of complimentary services indicated a desire to harm her. Overwhelmed, she began to weep, a woman in her 30s reduced to tears. Master Chen, I was wrong. Please spare me. I promise to better educate my subordinates. The other staff members hurriedly knelt and sobbed. Spare us? Master Chen. Chen Zishi furrowed his brow, questioning why they feared him so. He was no demon. Stand up. I have no intention of harming you. These individuals were merely common folk. Despite their condescending attitudes, they did not deserve death. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Thank you, Master Chen, for your mercy, they chorused. However, it remained imperative to spend money. Here, take this, and use the card. At Chen Zishi's insistence, they proceeded to swipe the card. As the card was being swiped, the cashier's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The numbers displayed on the card read 9999999999999. Given her level of education, it was no wonder she could not comprehend such a figure. It was hardly surprising that the gentleman insisted on settling the bill. With such immense wealth at his disposal, why not indulge? Should he save it for future offspring? She fought against the urge to faint. Completing the transaction and cautiously returning the esteemed VIP black card to Chen Zishi. Within that diminutive card lay enough wealth to purchase the entirety of Jiangzhou. Yet, Chen Zishi appeared unfazed, nonchalantly slipping the prestigious VIP black card into the somewhat frayed pocket of his worn shorts. Upon closer inspection, the pocket seemed to be slightly torn, and the card precariously swayed within, as if it could tumble out at any moment. You all, assist Mr. Chen in delivering his belongings home. Quickly now, the store manager urged after the payment was completed, as Chen Zishi prepared to depart with the two members of the O family. That seemed agreeable. Although Chen Zishi could effortlessly manage the load of numerous bags, he preferred not to exert himself. Thus, he strode forth, accompanied by a throng of store employees and the O grandfather and granddaughter, making a grand exit from the mall. The surrounding crowd was rife with curiosity. When had the service at this establishment become so exceptional? Clearly, the apparel from this brand was in high demand, and here, the employees and manufacturers were treated as deities, while customers were merely regarded as sources of wealth. Had the tides turned? Groups of people surged towards the store, eager to experience the same level of service that Chen Zishi had received. As the store manager watched Chen Zishi fade into the distance, her anxieties finally eased. It was then that she noticed the influx of patrons entering the store. I'm buying clothes. Can you deliver them to my home? A meticulously adorned woman exclaimed joyfully, pulling out her phone to snap a picture for her social media. The manager's expression darkened instantaneously. Get lost. Go away. Her voice erupted like a lioness's roar, reverberating throughout the entire mall. Chen Zishi caught wind of the outburst and smiled faintly, thinking to himself, such vigor, a promising martial artist indeed. He strolled confidently in the sunlight, unrestrained and unafraid. Alongside the O family, O Meow Meow, clad in a lovely yellow dress, frolicked about the street like a radiant yellow butterfly, reveling in her freedom. So Yanghua gazed upon his jubilant granddaughter. Tears welled up in his eyes. This once stoic man could no longer contain his profound emotions. They surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, tears streaming down his face. The O family had finally attained their freedom. The master craftsman, who had once forged legendary artifacts, silently regarded the carefree youth with immense gratitude. If you become a dragon, allow me to be the wind that carries you aloft. I shall forge the finest weapons this world has to offer for you. Chapter 89. Your youth was fed to the dogs after ensuring the comfort of old O and O Meow Meow at the Wind and Rain Pavilion. Chen Zishi dialed Wang Shiyao. He needed to take old O to embed the heart of the ocean into the flying sword woofing, which required the use of the three flavors furnace. Chen Zishi, why are you calling? Wang Shiyao's melodious voice greeted him, deliberately lowered and toned. I wish to utilize the three-flavored furnace located in your courtyard. Chen Zishi stated directly, and without preamble, that moment. Chen Zishi promptly exchanged the black gold mysterious stone in Wang Shiyao's possession with another estate, thus leaving the three-flavored furnace there as well. I find myself in a rather inconvenient situation at present. Wang Shiyao appeared somewhat hesitant. Shiyao, whom are you calling? Come and join me at the table for a game of dice. A man's voice echoed beside her. Wang Shiyao hurriedly replied, I have matters to attend to. I must be off. I won't be returning to the other estate today. If you require the three-flavored furnace, we shall discuss it another time. Wang Shiyao promptly ended the call. Chen Zishi furrowed his brow slightly and dialed Cui Hongfu. Please find out where Wang Shiyao is at once. Certainly. At that moment, Old O was joyfully touring the villa that had been arranged for them, accompanied by O Meow Meow. Since the destruction of the O family, they had not resided in such a fine place for quite some time. Chen Zishi approached them. So, what do you think of this place? Both Old O and O Meow Meow nodded enthusiastically. We are quite satisfied. Thank you, Master Chen. Chen Zishi smiled faintly. Today I have some free time. Let us address Meow Meow's meridian issues as well. O Meow Meow's meridians had become so blocked that she could no longer cultivate, and it even posed a threat to her growth. For many years, O Yanghua had been seeking a foundational master. During the last occasion when O Yanghua crafted a flying sword for Chen Zishi, he had agreed to this matter, and now it was time to fulfill that promise. Overjoyed, O Yanghua turned to O Meow Meow and said, Meow Meow, quickly thank your brother. You shall no longer endure the torment of blocked meridians. O Meow Meow immediately exclaimed, Thank you, brother. Chen Zishi smiled gently and gestured for her to sit. Obediently, O Meow Meow sat cross-legged on the bed, while Chen Zishi positioned himself behind her, placing his hands against her back. The nearly lifeless meridians of O Meow Meow suddenly felt a surge of warmth flowing through them. This heat quickly spread throughout her body, filling her with a sensation of comfort that nearly made her cry out. After 5 minutes, Chen Zishi slowly withdrew his hands, and O Meow Meow expelled a stream of black blood, from which a chilling aura emanated. All done. You may cultivate freely from now on, Chen Zishi stated calmly. The ailment that had plagued O Meow Meow for so long was resolved in mere minutes by Chen Zishi. O Yanghua's eyes widened in astonishment. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my granddaughter. My life henceforth belongs to you, O Yanghua proclaimed, filled with excitement. Chen Zishi waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trifling effort. Indeed, for Chen Zishi, it was a simple task, devoid of any challenge. O Meow Meow felt the pain vanish instantaneously, her entire being enveloped in warmth. The chilling sensation that had tormented her for years dissipated entirely, and her complexion improved significantly, radiating youthful vitality. Overcome with joy, she cried, Grandpa, I am finally well. Looking at the joyful scene between the grandfather and granddaughter, Chen Zishi felt a surge of satisfaction within it. That moment, his phone rang. He answered it. It was Cui Hongfu. The host has found the person who is currently at the Tingyu Pavilion under our Fengyu Tower. Chen Zishi softly acknowledged this with a hum before hanging up the phone. He had initially intended to accompany Old O to the Sanwei furnace to set the gemstones, but it seemed that was no longer necessary. Old O, I shall step out for a while. I will bring the Sanwei furnace back with me upon my return. Please prepare the materials required for the setting. With that, Chen Zishi made his way directly to the Tingyu Pavilion. The Tingyu Pavilion is one of the most upscale dining establishments in Jiangzhou, typically accessible only to those with membership cards or personal invitations. Patrons here are either dignitaries or wealthy individuals. Ordinary folks are deemed unworthy of entry. Naturally, the service and cuisine are of the highest caliber, with waitstaff adorned in elegant kipeos, earning salaries that are 5 to 10 times the average wage. At this moment, Wang Shiyao sat in a luxurious golden private room, facing 3 men, while 2 women accompanied her. The atmosphere was lively with laughter and conversation. The 3 men were impeccably dressed in suits, exuding the aura of successful individuals. Beside Wang Shiyao were her high school friends, Zhang Qing and Li Si, both of whom were also strikingly beautiful. Shiyao, the gentleman across from you is the renowned real estate mogul and president of Tianqing Company, Zhou Jian. Allow me to introduce you, Li Si said with a smile. Looking at Zhou Jian. Lic's boyfriend, Zhang Su, also sat across from them, a senior executive at Tianqing Company, while the other man, Geng Jian, was Zhang Qing's boyfriend and a small company owner with considerable connections in Jiangzhou. Hello, I am Zhou Jian. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Miss Wang, and today I finally have the pleasure of meeting you, Zhou Jian remarked. He was quite presentable, albeit a touch dark-skinned, yet his eyes bore an unsettling glint, filled with desire. Greetings, I am Wang Shiyao, she replied with a modest smile, appearing somewhat shy. She had already heard about Zhou Jian from Li Si, who had been eager to introduce him to her. However, due to her demanding job at Tangsher Group, she had never found the opportunity. Now, having seen Zhou Jian's appearance and demeanor, she found him rather appealing, a quintessential tall, rich, and handsome man. Zhou Jian, noticing Wang Shiyao's smile, felt his desire intensify, though he concealed it well. It is truly fortunate to meet such a beautiful young lady as you, Shiyao. It justifies the extravagant expense of several $100,000 for this golden private room, he said with a smile. Wang Shiyao was taken aback by Zhou Jian's mention of the room costing several $100,000. She was aware that the Tingyu Pavilion was expensive, having never had the privilege to enter before. Yet she hadn't anticipated that a golden room would command such a price. What of the diamond private room? Were there even more opulent options? Wang Shiyao found herself harboring a growing fondness for Zhou Jian. She had once come across a saying on Douyin. Though a man spending money on you does not guarantee love, a man unwilling to spend is certainly not in love. She firmly believed in this sentiment. Mr. Zhou, your generosity is overwhelming. It will take me quite some time to earn such a sum, she remarked. Wang Shiyao spoke softly. Zhou Jian smiled faintly, remarking that it was nothing significant, merely a trifling sum. If it pleased her, he would gladly bring her here often. Noticing the pleasant atmosphere between Wang Shiyao and Zhou Jian, Li Si interjected, Shiyao, Zhou is not a man short of funds, unlike your first love. Chen Zishi, you need not worry about monetary matters any longer. Recalling how this stunning beauty once endured hardship alongside Chen Zishi, she felt a twinge of indignation on Wang Shiyao's behalf. How could you have been so blind back then to choose such a worthless individual? Now, Zhou seems quite admirable. Have you considered being with him? Wang Shiyao furrowed her brow upon hearing Li Si's words. While she had a favorable impression of Zhou Jian, discussing such matters on their first meeting felt rather abrupt to her. Although her relationship with Chen Zishi had been fraught with discomfort, and he had failed to satisfy even her simplest desires, hearing others speak ill of him still stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. After all, the villa she currently resided in was a gift from Chen Zishi. Lic. Let us refrain from this topic for today. It feels too soon. Wang Shiyao replied, a hint of awkwardness in her tone. Zhou Jian, upon hearing Wang Shiyao's words, briefly flickered with a cold gleam in his eyes. However, he quickly masked it, remaining unnoticed by anyone. No matter, we shall take our time to get to know one another. A beauty like Miss Wang is certainly worth pursuing, he proclaimed, his words impeccably articulated. Wang Shiyao felt her fondness for him deepen and smiled. Mr. Zhou, you truly are a man of reason. Zhou Jian smiled slightly. My father instilled in me from a young age the importance of respecting women. Naturally, I heed his counsel. Now, Miss Wang, let us toast to our acquaintance. Zhou Jian raised his glass, and the others followed suit, draining their cups in unison. Wang Shiyao, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the alcohol, declared, I can't drink any more. I've reached my limit. Her cheeks flushed. It was evident that the effects of the drink were taking hold. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, and Li Si spoke, Shiyao, let us go to the restroom together. Zhang Tianqing also stood up, linking her arm with Wang Shiyao's other side, saying, Shiyao, back in school, we would even go to the restroom together. Since graduation, such opportunities have been rare. Come, let us freshen up. We can retouch our makeup and prepare for karaoke, Li Si and Zhang Tianqing urged, pulling Wang Shiyao along. Initially reluctant to go, Wang Shiyao found herself unable to resist their enthusiasm and ultimately acquiesced. Once Wang Shiyao departed, Zhou Jian's expression immediately turned frigid. What a pretentious little harlot, feigning innocence when she was dating in high school. Even at her age, she continues to play the part. Seeing Zhou Jian's displeasure, Zhang Su quickly interjected, Brother Zhou, do not be impatient. Since I've already arranged for my girlfriend to bring her out, You will undoubtedly have your chance. He produced a small vial containing a white powder, pouring its contents into Wang Shiyao's glass before filling it with liquor and stirring it with chopsticks to blend. Zhou Gu, once she drinks this cup of wine, regardless of how chaste she may seem, she will transform into the most debauched temptress. Zhang Su's face was awash with lewd delight. Geng Jian and Zhou Jian, witnessing this, couldn't help but join in the laughter. They had previously witnessed the potency of this drug, having had quite the indulgent experience when it was administered to a married woman. You have done well. If I find satisfaction in today's enjoyment, the position of director shall be yours, Zhou Jian proclaimed. Zhang Su expressed his gratitude profusely. I am deeply thankful for your recognition. Zhou Zong, I shall certainly seek out more beautiful women for you in the future. Zhou Jian narrowed his eyes slightly. I find your girlfriend Li Si quite appealing as well. Zhou Jian's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly regained his smile. Since you hold Zhou Zong's interest, I would be more than willing to arrange for you. After all, she is merely a worthless woman. We can all partake together. Upon hearing Zhang Su's words, Zhou Jian erupted into raucous laughter. You truly are remarkable. Just to my taste, I shall promote you upon my return. You will be my vice president from now on. Geng Jian, seizing the moment, interjected, Zhou Zong, what do you think of my girlfriend Zhang Tianqing? I offer her to you, and perhaps we can. Zhou Jian gazed at Geng Jian, his laughter growing even more boisterous. Excellent. Tonight, after I indulge in Wang Shiyao, I shall thoroughly savor both of your girlfriends. The three exchanged knowing glances, their laughter dripping with lascivious intent. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Zhang Tianqing and Li Si remained blissfully unaware that they had been sold out by their boyfriends. Shiyao, with such splendid conditions, what are you hesitating for? He has a house, a car, and is not lacking in looks. He is only slightly older than you die in the matchmaking market. He would be highly sought after. Are you not satisfied? Li Si, squatting in the stall, continued to persuade Wang Shiyao. As Wang Shiyao touched up her makeup in the mirror, she frowned slightly at Li Si's words. Lic, it's not that I'm dissatisfied. I simply feel it's all happening too fast, and I lack a sense of security. Zhang Tianqing spat in disdain. A sense of security? Wealth brings security. Even if you part ways with him in the end, you will still be able to claim a substantial sum as a settlement. Do you truly believe that a relationship with Chen Zishi, who is as poor as a church mouse, offers security? Let me tell you, that is not security. It is merely a reflection of his poverty, as no woman would look his way. Wang Shiyao paused, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Tianqing's words. She recalled Chen Zishi and reflected on how she had devoted her most beautiful years to such a destitute man. Feeling a pang of sorrow, Tianqing, perhaps you were right. When I was with Chen Zishi, I was indeed not very happy. We were from entirely different worlds. What I desired, he could never provide. Compared to Zhou Zong, he is indeed on a different plane altogether. Wang Shiyao confessed. Lic seized the opportunity, saying, you are absolutely right. If you are with Zhou Zong, he will surely not treat you poorly. Lic's fervent persuasion for Wang Shiyao to pursue a relationship with Zhou Jian was largely motivated by her boyfriend. Zhang Su, who had informed her that facilitating Wang Shiyao's rendezvous with Zhou Jian could lead to a promotion and a substantial pay raise, allowing her to indulge in a luxurious LV handbag. It was for the allure of such a coveted item that she exhibited such enthusiasm. Otherwise, she would remain indifferent to whom Wang Shiyao chose to be with. In fact, the more unimpressive Wang Shiyao's boyfriend was, the more delighted she felt, as it would serve to highlight her own discernment in securing a wealthy partner. Zhang Tianqing chimed in, later, we shall go sing. Shiyao, we will create an opportunity for you and President Zhou to spend some private time together. You must seize this chance and showcase your most enchanting self to capture this diamond bachelor. Upon hearing the words of Li Si and Zhang Tianqing, Wang Shiyao felt a flicker of intrigue. Although her current living situation was rather affluent, the ongoing property and maintenance fees were beyond the means of her meager salary. Relying solely on her capabilities, she found herself merely scraping by, far from achieving financial freedom. Such is the nature of the world. Without a powerful background, striving on one's own, regardless of one's excellence, cannot rival the generational efforts of others. Perhaps, leveraging her beauty to carve out a path in life might not be a poor choice after all. Wang Shiyao pondered. I shall contemplate it further. Though her heart leaned towards acceptance, her lips remained sealed. If she were to voice such thoughts, she feared she might come to despise herself, why keeping her thoughts unvoiced. It felt as though her desire to ascend through others was merely an illusion, preserving her self-image as the self-reliant and upright individual she believed herself to be. People often seek justification for their actions, striving to maintain a moral high ground to ease their conscience. Li Si and Zhang Tianqing emerged from the restroom. They exchanged glances, each harboring a hint of disdain, silently thinking, Wang Shiyao truly knows how to feign innocence. But today, no matter how you pretend, it will be futile. They have likely already administered the drug. After washing her hands, Li Si remarked, "All right, take your time to think it over. In any case, President Zhou is fond of you, so you have ample room to consider." Zhang Tianqing added with a laugh, "Who could blame you for being so stunning? Since high school, you've been our campus belle. Standing beside you makes us appear like mere jesters." While she spoke with laughter, a subtle chill flickered in her eyes. As a woman, how could she not comprehend the anguish of being drugged? Yet, the thought of Wang Shiyao being subjected to such treatment sparked an inexplicable thrill within her. Perhaps even she was unaware that, insidiously, she had developed profound jealousy and disdain towards Wang Shiyao. "Come on, Shiyao, let us return and continue our revelry with the handsome gentleman." Wang Shiyao gazed at her striking reflection in the mirror and instinctively applied a bright red lipstick. "All right, let us depart." Wang Shiyao's spirit soared. Chapter 91. Arrival. Upon returning to the opulent private room, Wang Shiyao and her companions found Zhou Jian and his two associates restored to their usual solemn demeanor. "Gung Jian, how much funding does your project require?" In response to Mr. Zhou, "We require a sum of 100 million to initiate the project." "Well, that's a mere trifle. I have invested." Zhou Jian appeared nonchalant. Upon hearing that Zhou Jian considered 100 million as a small amount, Wang Shiyao felt an even greater sense of joy. Perhaps, being with him means I shall never have to worry for the rest of my life. What is love or affection? Those notions can go to hell. Wealth is the only reality. Mr. Zhou, what are you discussing? It seems you casually mention 100 million, Li Si interjected, having overheard the men's conversation. "Ah, little CC, it's nothing significant, just investing in Gung Jian's company. After all, we are all friends, aren't we? If you have any ideas or projects, or if you are merely in need of funds, feel free to share with me. I am currently left with nothing but money, and a day without spending makes me quite uneasy." Zhou Jian boasted. "Mr. Zhou, in that case, I would like an LV bag." Li Si quickly responded, "No problem, that's a trivial matter." Zhang Tianqing chimed in, "Mr. Zhou, I desire a Christie's diamond necklace." With a grand gesture, Zhou Jian replied, "Although that may be a bit pricey, it's of no consequence. I shall gift it to you." Zhou Jian then turned his gaze towards Wang Shiyao. "Shiyao, do you have any luxury items you wish for? Speak freely, and I shall fulfill your desires." Wang Shiyao pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled a film she had watched in her youth with Chen Zishi, titled Titanic. The sapphire necklace worn by the female protagonist often appeared in her dreams. She had once mentioned it to Chen Zishi, but how could he, with his limited means, ever satisfy her wishes? "I wish for the heart of the ocean. Can you purchase it for me? If you can, I am willing to be with you." Wang Shiyao smiled. Zhou Jian was momentarily taken aback, silently mocking her. "The value of this heart of the ocean cannot be less than $20 million. This woman truly thinks highly of herself. After I am done with her tonight, I want to give her a single cent." Zhou Jian thought to himself, yet his outward demeanor remained radiant. "Very well. I have a friend abroad who manages jewelry. He has recently acquired the heart of the ocean. I shall procure it for you immediately," Zhou Jian declared with great generosity. Wang Shiyao was taken aback. She did not expect Zhou Jian to genuinely agree to her request. The memory of Chen Zishi, who could offer her nothing, filled her with melancholy. Truly, comparison can be disheartening. Chen Zishi pales in comparison to Zhou Jian. At that moment, Chen Zishi's call came through. "I need the incense burner from your yard. I am unable to do so." After hanging up, Wang Shiyao felt a profound sense of liberation. She no longer wished to recall her destitute past with Chen Zishi. She was ready to embrace a new life. "Shiyao, who was on the phone?" "It was nothing, just someone unworthy of me." "Indeed, Shiyao, only I am deserving of you." Zhou Jian and Wang Shiyao gradually settled beside each other. "Come, Shiyao, drink this glass of wine. We shall go out for some fun shortly." Zhou Jian, with his persuasive demeanor, coaxed the group. "Zhou, I truly cannot drink anymore." Wang Shiyao expressed her reluctance. "Shiyao, just this last cup," Li Si and Zhang Tianqing chimed in. "Don't be a spoil sport. Let's drink together." The others raised their glasses, eagerly awaiting Wang Shiyao's participation. With no other choice, she reluctantly lifted her cup. The wine appeared somewhat murky to her, and upon noticing this, Zhou Jian declared, "I'll drink it down. Come on." Subsequently, everyone emptied their glasses, and with a slight frown, Wang Shiyao followed suit, downing the contents in one go. "Excellent, truly delightful," Zhou Jian exclaimed with a smile. "It seems we can indulge in a lavish feast tonight." His gaze fixated on Wang Shiyao's fair neck, he swallowed hard. "Zhou, I'm feeling a bit tired. I wish to go home," Wang Shiyao admitted, a sense of dizziness washing over her. "Whose home are you returning to?" Zhou Jin's expression turned peculiar, leaving Wang Shiyao feeling uneasy. Of course, I'm going back to my own home, she replied. Oh, may I accompany you? Zhou Jin leaned closer to her, his face drawing near. A sudden wave of regret struck Wang Shiyao. She had no intention of getting involved with this man. Please don't, she stammered, attempting to push him away, but her strength failed her. Zhou Jin was nearly upon her lips. Suddenly, the golden door of the Tinjiuxuan VIP room was forcefully kicked open. Shattering under the impact, the crowd gasped. Who would dare cause a ruckus in Tinjiuxuan? That golden door was worth millions. A glint of steel flashed, and Zhou Jin's lips, poised to touch Wang Shiyao's face, fell to the ground. Who severed my lips? Zhou Jin shrieked, his mouth grotesquely mimicking a kiss upon the floor. Chen Zishi entered calmly. Oh, isn't this Wang Shiyao's worthless first love? What brings you here? Li Si scoffed upon seeing Chen Zishi. Once infatuated with him during their high school days, she had been dismayed when he ended up with Wang Shiyao, transforming her affection into resentment. As Chen Zishi's fortunes dwindled, he became the subject of ridicule, and now, in their eyes, he was hardly worth a glance. That a man without money or power was less than a mere dog to a wealthy family, she thought disdainfully. Chen Zishi, do you realize where you are? You have destroyed this golden door. I doubt you could ever repay it with your lifetime's earnings, Zhang Tianqing added, her face twisted in mockery. Meanwhile, Zhang Su and Geng Jian were too preoccupied to mock Chen Zishi, busy retrieving Zhou Jian's fallen lips. Zhou, are you all right? You are Chen Zishi? How dare you harm Zhou? You must be tired of living. Wang Shiyao, seeing Chen Zishi at the door, frowned slightly. Although she had just resisted Zhou Jian's kiss, she did not wish for this predicament. After all, Zhou Jian was her future benefactor. Chen Zishi, what brings you here? I have severed all ties with you. Do not cling to me any longer, Wang Shiyao exclaimed indignantly. After enduring so many years of hardship with you, what have you ever given me? 1,000 paper cranes you painstakingly crafted. I have no desire for such trivialities. The things I truly yearn for are beyond your means. I once confided in you about my longing for the heart of the ocean necklace, and Zhou has already pledged to procure it for me. Can you match that? You shall never afford it in your lifetime. Will you? Upon encountering Chen Zishi, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Wang Shiyao found herself pouring out her grievances. Despite having studied abroad for many years, she had only ever been involved with Chen Zishi. It was only now that she realized there were numerous remarkable young men, and she felt as though her youth had been squandered, leading to her intensified disdain for Chen Zishi. Chen Zishi furrowed his brows slightly as he regarded Wang Shiyao. Remaining silent, quickly apprehend him. Do not let him escape. He has harmed Zhou. We must make him wish he were dead. Zhang Su shouted. Despite bleeding profusely, Zhou Jin bellowed in fury. Whoever lays a hand on Chen Zishi shall receive 1,000,000 from me. How dare he injure me? I shall not let this go unpunished. Geng Jian and Zhang Su charged forward. The security of Tingyu Pavilion and a leader were also making their way toward the scene. Observing this, Wang Shiyao felt an inexplicable concern for Chen Zishi. Do not seek me out again. Just leave. I will find a way to handle this with Zhou. Wang Shiyao cried out. Flee. Zhou Jian, upon hearing Wang Shiyao's words, was incensed. You shameless harlot, do you dare to side with that wild man? He struck out at Wang Shiyao with a fierce slap. At that very moment, Chen Zishi moved. As Zhou Jian's hand swung toward Wang Shiyao, it halted mid-air. A crimson streak of blood appeared at the wrist, severing the hand from the arm, which then fell to the ground. Chen Zishi materialized before Zhou Jian like a specter. How dare you lay a hand on my former partner? Chen Zishi kicked out, sending Zhou Jian crashing into the wall, creating a substantial hole, and knocking down a couple in an adjacent private room, rendering them unconscious. Geng Jian and Zhang Su were momentarily taken aback by Chen Zishi's ferocity. Yet their resolve was bolstered with the arrival of the Tingyu Pavilion personnel. It was known that the Tingyu Pavilion was backed by the newly established Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce, which had the formidable Master Chen, who had once vanquished the notorious king of Jiangzhou, Qin Huai, as its supporter. No one dared to provoke them. Chen Zishi, how dare you wreak havoc in Tingyu Pavilion? Geng Jian exclaimed, while Zhou Jian lay on the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Silence. Another kick sent Geng Jian flying, his body embedded into the wall, blood spewing from his mouth, as he lost consciousness. Chen Zishi turned his gaze toward Zhang Su. You, do not lay a hand on me. I have powerful allies. Zhang Su's words were cut short as he too was flung into the air, landing beside Geng Jian, Lic, and Zhang Tianqing. Witnessing the dire state of their boyfriends, could not help but scream in terror. Chen Zishi, you monster! Cici exclaimed. We must call the police immediately to have him apprehended. There is no need for further discussion. The person from Ting Yuxuan has already arrived, and he is doomed. Chen Zishi furrowed his brows slightly. Under ordinary circumstances, he refrains from physically confronting women. At this moment, Wang Shiyao was momentarily lost in thought. Upon seeing Chen Zishi instantly incapacitate the three assailants, she began to panic. Chen Zishi, Zhou Jian is the president of Tianqing Company, and his influence in Jiangzhou surpasses even that of Lei Laohu, commanding both the underworld and legitimate businesses. If you provoke him, you're finished. We have already broken up. Why do you persist in approaching me? You cannot fulfill my needs, and the things I desire are beyond your provision, so please cease your entanglement with me. I have repeatedly expressed my wish for that heart of the ocean necklace. Have you ever taken it to heart? Now, President Zhou has agreed to buy it for me, and you simply cannot compete with him. My affections for you have waned. It would be wise for you to flee while you can. Wang Shiyao glared at Chen Zishi, her face aflame with rage. Despite Zhou Jian's recent attempt to strike her, Chen Zishi had saved her from his grasp, yet her reaction was one of contempt. Perhaps it is true that many people prioritize personal connections over principles. Regardless of Zhou Jian's misdeeds, in Wang Shiyao's eyes, they were inconsequential as he wielded wealth and power. Conversely, even Chen Zishi's noble deeds, including saving her life, were viewed as an interference with her prospects and a threat to her financial opportunities. It is indeed a tragic yet harsh reality. Chen Zishi regarded Wang Shiyao coldly. "I am not here for you. I have merely come to reclaim my Sanwei furnace. Furthermore, I am now married. My wife is Li Ruoshui, the newly appointed head of the Li family. Do you genuinely believe you can compare to her? Do you still wish for me to reminisce about our past?" Upon hearing Chen Zishi's declaration of marriage, a heavy sensation gripped Wang Shiyao's heart. A wave of bitterness surged within her. Although they had parted ways, the revelation that Chen Zishi was wed to the recently acclaimed Li Ruoshui only deepened her sense of imbalance. Li Ruoshui is now regarded by many as the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. Possessing both stunning looks and formidable capabilities, a powerful figure in the business realm, and the object of countless men's dreams. How could Chen Zishi have married such a celestial beauty? You must be lying. How could you possibly aspire to someone of Li Ruoshui's caliber? You cannot even match my standing. Wang Shiyao retorted angrily. If it were any other woman, she might have accepted it. After all, Chen Zishi is quite handsome and could attract an average girl, which she could comprehend. Deep down, she always believed that Chen Zishi was unworthy of her, deserving only of someone of average standing, which she could tolerate. However, if Chen Zishi were to marry Li Ruoshui, it would imply that she was the one unworthy of him. This was a notion she could not accept. Chen Zishi cast her a calm glance and continued, "Whether you believe it or not, this is already a fact. As for the heart of the ocean you mentioned, could this be what you seek?" Slowly, Chen Zishi withdrew from his pocket the magnificent blue gemstone he intended to set into the flying sword Wufeng. The pale blue luminescence reflected in Wang Shiyao's eyes, dazzling and mesmerizing. This was precisely the object she had long desired. Yet, how could this jewel, valued at $20 million, be in Chen Zishi's possession? Where did he acquire such wealth? Moreover, did not Zhou Jian mention that the necklace belonged to a friend of his in the jewelry business? Then what is it that Chen Zishi holds in his hand? Could it possibly be purchased with the money of that wealthy woman, Li Ruoshui? Chen Zishi, you are truly laughable, presenting a glass ball discovered on the street as if it were a sapphire. Do you not find that shameful? Mr. Zhou has already informed me that the heart of the ocean resides with his friend, hence what you possess must undoubtedly be a counterfeit. Wang Shiyao remained unconvinced. Chen Zishi offered a faint smile, directly placing the sapphire under the sunlight. The ultraviolet rays illuminated the enormous gemstone, emitting a steady fluorescence. This ethereal hue mirrored that of a scene from a movie, leaving no doubt of its authenticity. Li Si and Zhang Tianqing gazed at the world's largest sapphire, their eyes betraying their desire. What woman does not adore jewelry, especially such renowned pieces? However, Chen Zishi slowly withdrew the heart of the ocean, causing the enchanting blue light to fade, and several women reluctantly averted their gaze. The gemstone was indeed genuine. A tumultuous wave surged within Wang Shiyao's heart, prompting her to glance at Zhang Tianqing and Li Si. What is happening? Did not Mr. Zhou claim that this gemstone was in the hands of his friend? Zhang Tianqing and Li Si exchanged cold smiles. With Chen Zishi's arrival causing such a stir, Zhou Jian and the others were oblivious to their fate, and they lacked the inclination to continue feigning civility with Wang Shiyao. Are you foolish? Did you genuinely believe that Mr. Zhou would be willing to spend $20 million on a necklace for you? Perhaps you overestimate your worth. You truly believe yourself to be enchanting, Li Si scoffed. Zhang Tianqing regarded Wang Shiyao with disdain, stating, "Had it not been for my boyfriend Geng Jian asking me to bring you out to dine with Mr. Zhou, who stands to gain a significant deal, I would have had no interest in seeking you out." Wang Shiyao, taken aback by the words of Li Si and Zhang Tianqing, was filled with shock. Were they not her close friends? How could they utter such things? "Why are you treating me this way? I have always been kind to you, considering you as sisters." Lic and Zhang Tianqing exchanged a glance, their faces filled with mockery. "Kind to us? You merely perceive our appearances and demeanor as inferior to yours, allowing you to shine in comparison. What a hypocritical woman! It disgusts me." The two finally voiced their true feelings. Wang Shiyao's complexion turned pale. At that moment, Chen Zishi's phone rang, the melodious voice of Li Ruoxue resonating. "Zishi, will you be home for dinner? Today, there are fewer matters at Ruoxue Group, and I will cook for you." "Yes, all right, my dear." With that, Chen Zishi ended the call. Wang Shiyao was utterly stunned. He has truly married that extraordinary woman? On what grounds? How could Chen Zishi possibly secure such an exceptional partner? He should never find anyone better than me. I should forever remain his dream. This is not normal. I refuse to believe it. Wang Shiyao's psyche was unraveling. "Hand over the estate keys to me. I shall retrieve the incense burner, and from now on, we shall have nothing to do with each other. Furthermore, to be frank, you were the worst girlfriend I ever had." Chen Zishi gazed at the astonished Wang Shiyao and spoke coolly. Chapter 93. Resolving the matter alone in the restroom. Upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, the brilliance in Wang Shiyao's eyes gradually dimmed. She appeared as if in a trance, handing her keys to Chen Zishi from her bag. Chen Zishi furrowed his brows slightly, his nostrils twitching as he detected the scent of an aphrodisiac emanating from Wang Shiyao. Casting a glance at Li Si and Zhang Tianqing, he instantly comprehended the entire situation. Yet, all of this had become irrelevant to him. Taking the keys, Chen Zishi turned on his heel and departed. Suddenly, Wang Shiyao felt a wave of terrifying lust surging from below. The aphrodisiac had finally begun to take effect. Lic and Zhang Tianqing watched as Chen Zishi exited, too fearful to intervene, while even Zhou Jian and Zhang Su, along with other men, lay incapacitated by Chen Zishi's blows. Should Chen Zishi choose to strike them, they would be utterly defenseless. As Chen Zishi approached the door, the personnel from Ting Yushuan finally arrived. Leading them was a stunning woman clad in a delicate green garment, exuding intelligence and competence. Lic and Zhang Tianqing beamed upon seeing the arrival of Ting Yushuan's members, thinking to themselves, "Now let's see how you escape." Meanwhile, Wang Shiyao's face flushed crimson, consumed by desire, as she gradually lost her sanity. Suddenly, Li Si shouted, "Quick! Capture that man at the entrance. He has harmed your esteemed guest from Ting Yushuan." She believed that Chen Zishi would surely be subdued by the robust men accompanying the woman in green. To her astonishment, upon seeing Chen Zishi, the green-clad woman immediately knelt down. "Master of the building has graced us with his presence. I, Green Vine, am remiss in my welcome. Please forgive my transgressions," she uttered, visibly anxious. Chen Zishi cast a faint glance at Green Vine and replied, Rised? Li Si and Zhang Tianqing were left speechless by Green Vine's actions. Zhang Tianqing, in disbelief, exclaimed, "That brat injured your esteemed guest in the golden box. President Zhou is the head of the Tianqing group. If something happens here, and you let the perpetrator escape, you will have a reckoning to face." This woman seemed to have lost her wits, even threatening Green Vine. Chen Zishi refrained from striking women, but Green Vine had no such reservations. She glanced at Chen Zishi, who nodded slowly, "Go ahead." Upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, Green Vine darted out like a cheetah, while the sound of slaps echoed as Li Si and Zhang Tianqing found themselves disoriented from the blows. "Our master of the building is not a mere wretch like you can mention. Not only can I harm you, but I could also eradicate you entirely. That would be your honor." Green Vine furiously struck the two women. A group of burly men stood aside, arms crossed, coldly observing. The two women dared not evade at that moment. Zhou Jian and his companions began to regain consciousness. Struggling to rise from the pool of blood, he glared malevolently at Chen Zishi, who stood at the entrance. The pain coursing through him did not enlighten him to the fact that Chen Zishi was a force he could not contend with. Accustomed to wielding power in high society, he had forgotten the adage that masters reside among the common folk, believing that wealth and authority were paramount. Even if Chen Zishi could fight, he harbored no fear. With the Zhou family's influence in Jiangzhou, what could a mere fighter do to him? Could he truly kill him? No, he dared not. He absolutely lacked the audacity. The retribution from the Zhou family is no trivial matter. He pulled out his phone and said, "Hello, Dad. I've been bullied at Listening Rain Pavilion. Quickly send someone skilled over. What? This has happened. His father replied, I'll dispatch someone immediately. Make sure that boy waits for me. After hanging up, Zhou Jian instantly felt emboldened. You little brat, don't you dare leave. My dad is sending someone right now. Zhou Jian boasted, remarking on how some individuals, despite their polished appearance, possessed the intellect of a fool. Chen Zishi smiled faintly. Finished with your call? What is the matter? Are you scared? Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of steel severed his head from his body. After you're done, you may as well die, Chen Zishi stated indifferently. Initially, he had been in a good mood today, reluctant to take a life. However, since some insisted on courting death, he could only oblige. Lic and Zhang Tianqing were rendered utterly disoriented upon witnessing Chen Zishi actually kill Zhou Jian. Fear gripped them, and the burning sensation on their faces paled in comparison to the terror deep within their hearts. Geng Jian and Zhang Su were still embedded in the wall, immobile and utterly helpless. Those boyfriends, whom they had once regarded with pride, were now nothing but useless. Geng Jian even urinated in fear. They glanced at their ineffectual partners, disappointment flooding their hearts, and knelt before Chen Zishi, weeping and pleading, Chen Zishi, we were wrong. We shouldn't have looked down on you, nor should we have spoken ill of you. Please, forgive us, for the sake of our long-standing friendship. The two bowed their heads at Chen Zishi's feet, acknowledging their errors. Chen Zishi disdainfully kicked them away. Do you think my 31 pairs of slippers are something you can touch? Upon witnessing this, LVLV hurriedly sent someone to restrain the two. Boss, how should we deal with these individuals? Chen Zishi furrowed his brow, still contemplating at that moment. Wang Shiyao's face had turned a deep shade of crimson, her gaze ablaze with desire as she climbed onto Chen Zishi's lap. Like a serpent, she sought to entwine herself around him, her hands trailing up his legs, her lips pressed against him randomly until she bit down on his waistband. Chen Zishi frowned and gently tapped a pressure point on her neck. Instantly, Wang Shiyao regained her senses and, upon realizing her actions, felt a wave of shame wash over her. Chen Zishi cast her a cold glance and said, I have not the slightest interest in you at this moment. Please conduct yourself with dignity. He turned away, brushed the dust from his trousers, and tightened his belt, leaving Wang Shiyao kneeling there, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Tears streamed down her face as she faced her utter defeat. Chen Zishi had moved on to a life of such prosperity, while she, having abandoned him to study abroad, returned to find such a disheartening reality. Why had it come to this? Had she truly erred? Was there anything wrong with a woman yearning for strength? She sought a better life. After all, confounded, she wept silently. Indeed, there was nothing intrinsically wrong. Yet, if that impoverished youth were to rise one day, those glories would no longer concern her. Chen Zishi gazed at Wang Shiyao, his lips twitching slightly before he finally spoke. You have been administered an aphrodisiac. I have merely temporarily sealed its effects. However, should this remain unresolved, you will perish. Regardless of the circumstances, he did not wish to witness Wang Shiyao's demise. At the very least, when she sensed the danger posed by Chen Zishi, she still hoped for his escape. Aphrodisiac? It was only then that Wang Shiyao fully grasped the situation. She turned her gaze towards Li Si and Zhang Tianqing. Did you conspire to drug me? Li Si nodded, explaining that administering the drug was a last resort, as she had not directly consented to spend the night with Mr. Zhou. Had you agreed, we would not have taken such drastic measures, and my boyfriend, Zhang Su, would have received a promotion, and Chen Zishi would not have intervened. All of this is your fault. She directed all her resentment towards Wang Shiyao, utterly devoid of shame. Wang Shiyao looked at Li Si and Zhang Tianqing, then at Chen Zishi, and broke down in tears. Chen Zishi had been her savior all along. Had he not come today, she would have been ruined. Yet, she had consistently looked down upon him, even disparaging and insulting him mere moments ago. She felt like a fool, burdened with guilt for her misjudgments. Zishi, I am so sorry. I have misunderstood you all along. Chen Zishi smiled faintly, those matters having become inconsequential to him. They were now inhabitants of entirely different worlds. May you live well from now on. Wang Shiyao wept bitterly. In that moment, she realized she had completely lost Chen Zishi. Zishi, can I surrender myself to you? I am still a virgin. You wouldn't let me perish? Would you? Yet, Chen Zishi merely scoffed. This has nothing to do with me. You can resolve it in the restroom. With that, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. He was curious to see just how formidable that master truly was. Chapter 94. Killing you requires only one strike. Wang Shiyao felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss upon hearing Chen Zishi's words. Nevertheless, as the pressure points in her body gradually succumbed to the drug's potency, She began to feel a searing heat. She glanced at Chen Zishi and then at her own disheveled state, realizing she had run out of options. She had brought this upon herself. The moment she chose to study abroad and sever ties with Chen Zishi, their fates had already diverged. The current Chen Zishi was now a figure she could not aspire to reach. Even if she were willing to become a mistress, Chen Zishi would not spare her a second glance. With resignation, she made her way towards the restroom. At that moment, a bald man was roused from his slumber by a phone call from Zhou Jie's family patriarch. He answered the call with evident annoyance. "Hello? What is it?" Despite it being a call from the head of the Zhou family, he remained indifferent. Though the Zhou family was his financial backer, it was merely a temporary refuge for him. Given his martial prowess, his presence in Jiangzhou was akin to a dimensional descent. Even the former king of Jiangzhou, Qin Huai, seemed little more than a waste in his eyes. The only entity capable of posing a threat to him in Jiangzhou was the Lion King from the Martial Alliance branch. However, he had heard that the Lion King had perished, slain carelessly by a mysterious individual. Hence, he was invincible in Jiangzhou. Had it not been for his involvement in a murder and the subsequent fallout with the powerful figures of Qingdu, resulting in his expulsion from his sect, he would never have found himself in such a place. It is I, Zhou Jie, Master Tang, whose son has been bullied by a martial artist, who arrogantly declares that the Zhou family has no one capable of opposing him. Tang Tianhao is filled with fury. Did you not inform him that the Zhou family is under my protection? The scar on his face trembles with rage. I certainly conveyed that, yet the man remained utterly indifferent, boasting that he would cleave you in two. Zhou Jie exaggerated and fabricated. Tang Tianhao sprang from his bed, carelessly kicking a naked woman lying there, causing her head to collide with the table. Blood gushing forth. What did you say? Where is he? I shall go and eliminate him immediately. A fierce blaze flickered in Tang Tianhao's eyes. The woman, startled awake, clutched her forehead, glaring at Tang Tianhao in discontent, complaining, "What are you doing? Is it so easy to forget people once you pull up your pants?" Without even glancing at her, Tang Tianhao delivered a punch, shattering her skull. Blood mist sprang into the air. He is in the listening rain pavilion, Master Tang. What is that sound beside you? Zhou Jie heard the sound of the woman's head being pulverized. I crushed an ant. I shall kill him right away. Prepare food and drink for me at home. And find me a beautiful woman, preferably a mute. Once Tang Tianhao finished speaking, he hung up, casually donning a coat before heading out. Upon hearing Tang Tianhao's words, Zhou Jie furrowed his brows slightly. He knew the woman he had arranged for this man was dead once more. However, there was no alternative. This individual was a master from the Qingdu Tang clan, already half a step into the Golden Core realm, and he had every right to be arrogant, though retain such a master. The cost of a few women was entirely acceptable. He issued orders for the chef to prepare fine wine and meat. For tonight marked Master Tang's first strike, and he must be graciously feasted. After he annihilates that insolent fool, we shall disseminate the news. Currently, the Jiangzhou Commerce Alliance, under the protection of Master Chen, holds sway over us. This state of affairs must come to an end. After tonight, we shall challenge Master Chen and reclaim all the projects snatched away by the Jiangzhou Commerce Alliance. Zhou Jie's eyes gleamed with ambition. His purpose in inviting Tang Tianhao was to eliminate the mysterious Master Chen behind the Jiangzhou Commerce Alliance. Once Master Chen is dead, Jiangzhou shall belong to the Zhou family. Chen Zishi sat quietly in meditation. Although the spiritual energy in the listening rain pavilion was scant, it was better than none. He frowned slightly. He could hear Wang Shiyao's voice clearly from the restroom. Having keen hearing could sometimes be a nuisance. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqing and Li Si knelt on the ground, trembling beside Zhou Jian's corpse. Geng Jian and Zhang Su had been pulled from the wall, both kneeling in unison. Green Lo, standing nearby, quietly watched over them. No one dared to speak, all waiting for Chen Zishi's judgment. After a long pause, Chen Zishi finally heard the sound of air being sliced outside and slowly rose to his feet. Master, do we need to take action? Sensing the aura of the visitor outside, Green Lo furrowed her brow and inquired, "No. This person is beyond your capabilities to handle," Chen Zishi replied coolly, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It is indeed intriguing to encounter a master who can rival the Lion King. Surely, he must possess some exquisite treasures, mused Chen Zishi. Unbeknownst to Tang Tianhao, Chen Zishi's thoughts, he charged into the room like a ferocious beast. Appearing at the doorway, upon seeing Tang Tianhao's imposing figure, the kneeling individuals on the ground exhibited a flicker of relief. They had witnessed this formidable man at the banquet hosted by Zhou Jian, aware that he was an unparalleled expert hailing from Qingdu. What sort of place is Qingdu? It is one of the largest cities in Huaxia. rumored to harbor the long-lost dragon veins of the land, teeming with countless hidden families, some of whose masters could rival several elders within the martial alliance. A master from Qingdu could easily extinguish a life like that of Chen Zishi, akin to crushing an ant. Zhang Su and the others immediately felt a surge of indignation. Chen Zishi, the master of the Zhou family, has arrived. I advise you to release us at once. Perhaps we might still plead for leniency on your behalf. Zhang Su stated coldly to Lic, and Zhang Tianqing also turned to Tang Tianhao for rescue. Master Tang, Zhou Jian has already been slain by this boy, and now he seeks to harm us. You must eliminate him swiftly. Upon hearing this, Tang Tianhao's expression darkened further. He turned his gaze towards Chen Zishi. Boy, do you dare to kill a member of the Zhou family? Are you not aware that the Zhou family is currently under my protection? His voice was chillingly cold. Chen Zishi slightly furrowed his brow. It seemed he had heard this name in his previous life. In that lifetime, Tang Tianhao had perished upon a woman's womb, becoming a joke within the realm of cultivation. The one who ended his life appeared to be a fierce woman clad in red, who perished alongside him. The visage of Cui Hongfu emerged in Chen Zishi's mind. In this life, she would never encounter this man again. Chen Zishi had altered the course of her existence. Oh? So you are merely a lapdog of the Zhou family. My apologies for the disrespect, Chen Zishi remarked to Tang Tianhao, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, Tang Tianhao's aura surged. Boy, I shall make you yearn for life, yet find no escape in death. He began to gather dark energy in his hands, the phantom of a fierce tiger looming behind him. Witnessing Tang Tianhao's imposing presence, Zhang Su and the others rose to their feet, pointing at Chen Zishi and cursing, You wretch dare to speak to us thus? Your end is nigh. Master Tang is an expert from the Tang sect of Qingdu. You stand no chance against him. I advise you to kneel and surrender at once. Master Tang, be cautious not to damage the heart of the ocean he possesses. It is a treasure worth $20 million. They were convinced that Chen Zishi was doomed. Greenlow, too, furrowed her brow slightly, standing beside Chen Zishi. Being merely at the qi refining stage, she could not perceive Tang Tianhao's true power, but she sensed that he was undeniably strong, an intensity she had never witnessed before. Even Chen Zishi's aura paled in comparison to Tang Tianhao, yet Chen Zishi merely smiled disdainfully. To kill you, it requires but a single strike. And no sooner had he spoken than the air was sliced with the sound of sword energy, and a head tumbled to the ground. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 95. The master has fled. To everyone's astonishment, the formidable expert from Qingdu was decapitated with a single stroke of the sword. The individuals who had just moments ago been boasting now wore expressions of sheer horror, mingled with profound fear. The seemingly invincible Tang Tianhao, a master hailing from the reclusive Tang family, proved to be no match for Chen Zishi. Just moments prior, they had dared to mock and insult Chen Zishi. Zhang Su and the others felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If only time could be reversed, they would undoubtedly kneel in reverence upon encountering Chen Zishi. Luo gazed at the severed head of Tang Tianhao, her face a mask of shock. She understood that the lord of the building was powerful, but she had never imagined him to be so extraordinarily strong. Having such a leader was akin to a blessing earned through countless lifetimes of cultivation. The group knelt in worship. Lord of the building, you are magnificent. This was a sentiment that arose from the depths of their hearts. Chen Zishi merely smiled faintly, remarking, It was but the act of crushing an ant that moment. The ant Chen Zishi referred to stirred. The round, bald head dashed into the phantom of a ferocious tiger behind him, merging seamlessly to reconstitute a human form. Chen Zishi's expression shifted. Was this the art of shifting forms? No, the true essence lay within that tiger phantom. In an instant, Chen Zishi realized that his body was merely a vessel for Tang Tianhao's soul. His life force and power resided within the tiger's looming shadow. Indeed, he was an individual from the nefarious Tang family, employing sinister techniques in this world, where spiritual energy was scarce. Practicing ancient methods of cultivation had become exceedingly difficult due to the lack of sufficient energy. Consequently, various unconventional methods of cultivation emerged, including blood-sucking techniques, specialized soul training, and even tales of a rather peculiar practitioner who consumed excrement to enhance his powers. Remarkably, that individual ascended to the celestial realm, becoming a point of intrigue even among the immortals. The Tang family, it seemed, possessed numerous esoteric cultivation methods, and evidently, Tang Tianhao was utilizing one of them. A faint smile graced Chen Zishi's lips. How intriguing! It appeared that he could engage in a few more rounds of play. The flying swordwoofing quivered, eager for action. Tang Tianhao, having regained his form, looked at Chen Zishi with a complex expression. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous roar. Come forth, let us battle. Upon witnessing Tang Tianhao's revival, Zhang Su and the others ignited a flicker of hope once more. Charge, Master Tang. Defeat him. Tang Tianhao nodded slightly, though his gaze seemed evasive. Invincible smoke fist. He shouted, unleashing a punch that sent a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Was this an attempt to obscure my vision? Chen Zishi, observing this novel technique for the first time, furrowed his brow and extended his consciousness. Wait, what is this? Within his perception, Tang Tianhao had already vanished from sight. He fled. Chen Zishi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this so-called master would choose to retreat after reconstituting his form. He felt somewhat speechless. No wonder Tang Tianhao met his demise in his previous life on a woman's bed. He was nothing more than a pretty face, lacking substance. As the dust settled, the smiles faded from Zhang Su and his companions' faces. Where is Tang Tianhao? They wondered. Do not search any longer. He has fled, Chen Zishi replied coolly. The flicker of hope ignited moments ago by Zhang Su and his companions was extinguished once more. Their faces were etched with despair. It seems this time there is no escape from calamity. Chen Zishi approached them, the sound of his cool slippers on the ground echoing like the footsteps of hellish specters come to claim their due. Spare us. For the sake of our past as classmates, grant us this one reprieve. Yet, Chen Zishi bore no expression, not even casting a glance in their direction. He appeared somewhat irked. Thump, thump, thump. They could hear the frantic beating of their own hearts. As he drew near, Chen Zishi spoke, and in that moment, they felt as though their hearts had ceased to beat altogether. Yes, over. Chen Zishi is about to order our execution. He remarked, Green Luo. The tea from this listening rain pavilion seems rather bitter. Do take heed next time. Having said this, he turned and strode toward the door, never once glancing at the four of them. Yes, master, we shall certainly be more careful, Green Luo replied. How should we deal with these individuals? Chen Zishi waved his hand dismissively. Do as you wish. With that, his figure vanished from sight. Throughout the encounter, Chen Zishi had not regarded Zhang Su and the others in the least. Would one intentionally step on an ant encountered along the road? Of course not, unless that ant were to chase and bite you. But it was evident that Zhang Su and his companions would never dare to do so again. At that moment, Wang Shiyao emerged from the restroom, her face flushed. She searched for Chen Zishi, yet found nothing. Her eyes brimmed with melancholy. Perhaps she would never see him again in this lifetime. She glanced at Zhang Tianqing and Li Si, feeling a twinge of loneliness and desolation. The notion of sisterhood felt like a cruel joke. With a heavy heart, Wang Shiyao departed, uncertain of her destination. Meanwhile, Zhang Su and the others gazed at Green Luo with ingratiating smiles. Beauty, you are so lovely. You must be incredibly gentle, right? Green Luo regarded them, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. Guess. Chen Zishi arrived at Wang Shiyao's estate, hoisting the enormous Sanwei furnace onto his shoulder before departing. He left the key at the entrance, for he would likely not return here again. Their fateful connection had run its course. Thus, he traversed the streets, the massive object drawing a crowd of onlookers, even making it to the evening news. The headline read, In ancient times, there was Xiangyu with his colossal cauldron. Today, a mysterious man bearing a furnace. Perhaps our era is far more insane than the past. Chen Zishi paid little mind to this, yet it caught the attention of a woman. She meticulously compared the latest news. The moonlit blade immortal, the lion-slaying sword god, and today's enigmatic figure. Finally concluding a singular truth. These three were indeed one and the same, very likely the man who had broken through at the lakeside that fateful night. She sifted through countless surveillance feeds and located the villa where Chen Zishi had entered with the furnace. At last, I have found you, the woman exclaimed joyfully and promptly reported her findings to the elder. Meanwhile, Chen Zishi had already arrived at Old O's location with the Sanwei furnace. Old O, we can commence the embedding now. Old O had long been prepared, and upon seeing Chen Zishi return with the magnificent furnace, he burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, let us ignite the fire. Old Master O immediately heated the Sanwei furnace, then placed the hilt of the flying sword woofing into the fierce flames. Master Chun, I require your true energy to create an aperture in the hilt. The black gold mysterious stone is exceedingly hard, with an exceptionally high melting point. Even a master craftsman like O Yanghua finds it challenging to refine. Chen Zishi nodded slightly. Very well, a surge of vibrant spiritual energy erupted from his being, merging with the roaring flames within the Sanwei furnace, commencing the melting process of the hilt. Half an hour later, Master Chun, now is the moment. Amplify the output of your spiritual energy. Upon hearing O Yanghua's words, Chen Zishi instantly unleashed all the spiritual energy from his dantian, causing the hilt of woofing to finally begin to soften. Then, a hole appeared, and with swift reflexes, Ouyang promptly embedded the heart of the ocean within it. A faint blue halo shimmered from the heart of the ocean, which then seamlessly fused with woofing, causing the flying sword to emit a joyful "Crits done." Ouyang exclaimed with exhilaration. The result of this embedding surpassed his expectations. The sword's capacity for spiritual energy had doubled. Chen Zishi also smiled slightly, his eyes filled with delight as he gazed at the flying sword woofing. He wondered what kind of scene would unfold when this sword was finally unleashed. Perhaps a divine artifact was on the verge of being born. "Oldo, you've worked hard," Chen Zishi remarked with a smile. Ouyang waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Chen, you jest. Without your spiritual energy as support, I would have been unable to accomplish this. Moreover, Mr. Chen has rendered me a great favor. My life belongs to you." Chen Zishi responded with a mild smile. At that moment, his dantian was nearly depleted of spiritual energy. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy rapidly approaching. Chen Zishi's expression turned cautious in an instant. Chapter 96. The Hermit's Alliance. Ouyang also perceived the formidable wave of spiritual energy, his complexion shifting dramatically. "Master Chen, could it be that the Martial Alliance has found this place?" His face grew grim. They had only just found a new residence, and now it seemed they were being targeted by the Martial Alliance. "When soldiers come, let them face soldiers. When water comes, let the earth block it. You need not worry. With me here, no one can harm you," Chen Zishi replied calmly. Although his dantian was currently empty, he was not without combat capability. Many would find themselves outmatched by his sheer physical strength. Despite Ouyang deep sense of gratitude, he still urged, "Master Chen, in your current state, it may not be advantageous for you to engage in conflict. If it truly is the Martial Alliance, please take Miao Miao and leave. It is better to return for vengeance once you have regained your strength." Chen Zishi smiled slightly. "Oldo, do you not trust me? I am a man of my word. Let alone the Martial Alliance, even the King of Heaven himself would be unable to harm you." He began to walk outward slowly. Gratitude filled Ouyang eyes. And Miao Miao, standing beside him, also felt tears welling up. Ever since they were expelled by the Martial Alliance, no one had treated them with such kindness. The terrifying wave of spiritual energy reached the entrance of the villa and suddenly halted. An ancient voice resonated. Within the villa, the elder approached with utmost respect, expressing that he meant no offense, but had urgent matters to discuss, thus resorting to a personal visit. Chen Zishi offered a faint smile. Employing the technique of sound transmission, a skill reserved for those with a certain mastery of spiritual power, this elder likely possessed the formidable strength of the Golden Core stage. The fact that a practitioner of such caliber chose to visit him in person was indeed flattering. However, Chen Zishi was also adept in the art of sound transmission and promptly replied, "Please, come in." Upon hearing Chen Zishi's voice, the elder was taken aback to discover that the young man was equally proficient in this technique. He had intended to assert his authority, but was astonished by the profound strength displayed by Chen Zishi. Could it be that this individual had already attained the Golden Core stage? He exchanged a glance with the enchanting beauty clad in red beside him and slowly entered the villa. In the reception room, Chen Zishi reclined leisurely on a lounge chair, enjoying a banana, while Ouyang and Miao Miao stood nearby. The elder and the stunning woman entered through the door. The elder stood approximately 1.9 meters tall, with a robust physique and a face etched with the resilience of a chiseled sculpture. Despite his hair being completely white and his age advanced, he exuded a vibrant life force. This was a master of extraordinary caliber, incomparable to the likes of Tang Tianhao. Beside him was a strikingly alluring woman in red, whose figure surpassed even that of Li Ruoshui, particularly her pair of captivating eyes that seemed to possess an enchanting allure. Chen Zishi found the woman somewhat familiar but could not place where he had encountered her before. "Please, take a seat," he gestured lightly, inviting them to sit. The elder settled directly opposite Chen Zishi, while the woman quietly stood beside him. "Speak. What brings you here?" Chen Zishi inquired. The elder regarded him with admiration, recognizing the emptiness of Chen Zishi's spiritual energy, yet the young man remained unfazed, displaying a composure rare among mortals. The elder got straight to the point. "If I am not mistaken, young friend, you are the renowned Master Chen from Jiangzhou, who has recently garnered much acclaim." Chen Zishi responded with a slight smile. Before inquiring about others' identities, should one not first introduce oneself? The elder let out a hearty laugh, acknowledging the wisdom in Chen Zishi's words. "Indeed, you are correct. I am by Mengyi from Qingdu." Chen Zishi's brow furrowed slightly. In his previous life, he had heard of the illustrious Ming family, rumored to have significant ties to the ancient Emperor Qin Shi Huang, safeguarding a relic left behind by him. Subsequently, a prodigious talent emerged within the martial alliance, leading to its swift rise and the unification of Huaxia. Human desires are insatiable. After achieving unification, the alliance began coveting the relic of Qin Shi Huang, dispatching numerous masters to pressure the Ming family into surrendering it. However, the Ming family resolutely refused, ultimately luring the martial alliance's elite into a trap, where they utilized the relic to annihilate several of the alliance's masters, albeit at a great cost to their own forces. The then leader of the martial alliance fell in that battle, yet the alliance had grown too powerful to be shaken by any family. Following that conflict, the Ming family vanished from public view. Their whereabouts unknown. To my astonishment, the Ming family has actually located Chen Zishi. You are the guardian of the Qinling, a member of the Ming family? Chen Zishi inquired directly. Meng Yi smiled faintly. Indeed, I am the guardian of the Qinling, one of the 4 elders of the Ming family, and this is my granddaughter, Meng Jiao. I have come to seek you out because we share a common adversary, the martial alliance. Chen Zishi furrowed his brow slightly. How do you know that the martial alliance is my enemy? Meng Yi gazed deeply at Chen Zishi. Your martial arts are quite similar to those of an old friend of mine. If I am not mistaken, you must be his disciple, correct? Chen Zishi was taken aback. Few in this era were aware of his master's identity, and he did not expect Meng Yi to see through his background so easily. It seems that a family capable of standing strong for a millennium should not be underestimated. Noticing Chen Zishi's expression, Meng Yi said with a smile, there is no need for you to feel anxious. Young friend, I am an ally, not a foe. If I were your enemy, I would have acted the moment your spiritual energy was nearly depleted. You should be able to discern my strength, yes? Though you possess considerable talent, you are likely not my match at this moment. Chen Zishi frowned slightly, disliking the sensation of being controlled. So, what is it that you wish me to do? He replied coolly. Meng Yi smiled slightly. I do not wish for you to do anything, young friend. I merely invite you to join our hidden alliance. The martial alliance's power has grown excessively formidable, and it may soon unleash a new wave of turmoil. Our Ming family possesses the divine artifacts left by the first emperor, and we will undoubtedly become the primary target of the martial alliance. Thus, upon witnessing your remarkable martial prowess, I was reluctant to let you slip away. The hidden alliance is composed of several reclusive families. Although our strength may not match that of the martial alliance, we possess many techniques and cultivation resources. Joining us would bring you countless benefits without any detriment. Meng Yi spoke earnestly, yet Chen Zishi frowned slightly. I refuse, he stated outright. Everyone was taken aback. You refuse without even considering it, young friend? Meng Yi's expression shifted. Chen Zishi replied calmly, because I am about to join the martial alliance. Upon hearing this, Meng Yi's expression darkened. You intend to join the martial alliance? If your master were to learn of your actions, he would kill you on the spot. Chen Zishi shot a cold glance at Meng Yi. I joined the martial alliance for the sake of my master. Of course, if you do not believe me, that is inconsequential. Should you wish to take action, I am always ready to engage. Chen Zishi was disinclined to explain further. Meng Yi fixed his gaze upon Chen Zishi, his aura steadily rising. Boy, are you truly not afraid that I will kill you? You should know that I am at the golden core stage. Chen Zishi regarded Meng Yi calmly, remaining silent, yet his eyes betrayed no fear. Meng Yi stared at Chen Zishi for a long while before suddenly bursting into laughter. Well done, young lad. You possess the same spirit as your master in his prime. Regardless of your intentions, I believe in you. This is the emblem of our Hermit Alliance. Whether you desire it or not, it is now yours, Meng Yi declared, tossing a badge to Chen Zishi. If you have the time, do come find me in Qingdu. With that, Meng Yi erupted into laughter and departed, his formidable presence dissipating into thin air. Chapter 97. The enchanting demon body gazing at the badge in his hand. Chen Zishi fell into contemplation. The Hermit Alliance was unfamiliar to him from his previous life. He was aware of several secluded families within Huaxia but was unaware of their alliance. It was not his style to rashly join an organization without understanding its dynamics. After all, he needed to infiltrate the martial alliance to investigate the whereabouts of his master, and it remained uncertain whether spies from the martial alliance lurked within the Hermit Alliance. Meng Yi's figure had vanished, yet Meng Jiao remained. Why are you still here? Chen Zishi inquired, regarding the stunning woman before him. The elder instructed me to stay by your side. Meng Jiao replied with a smile, I must decline. Please keep your distance from me, Chen Zishi said, his brow furrowing as he spoke coldly. He was unaware of the Meng family's true nature, so it was imprudent to keep one of their women close. Despite Meng Yi leaving a favorable impression, Meng Jiao exuded an air of danger. Her striking beauty seemed to possess an enchanting allure that could captivate men, leaving Chen Zishi to ponder Meng Yi's ulterior motives in leaving her with him. Unperturbed by Chen Zishi's words, Meng Jiao continued, "Mr. Chen, we truly harbor no ill intentions towards you. Your master, Mr. Qin Fengyun, was a close friend of our family head. This is the token he left with our family head." As she spoke, she produced a jade pendant engraved with half of the character for Qin. "Your master, when pursued by the martial alliance, sought refuge with our Meng family and entrusted this pendant to us. At that time, you had yet to mature. He could not seek you out for fear of drawing the attention of the martial alliance to you, and thus he relied on our family to deliver this pendant to you. The reason Elder Meng Yi was able to discern your martial arts and identity so swiftly is that your master, Qin Fengyun, left a copy of his Fengyun Liantianju with our family. Elder Meng Yi has studied it for years and cultivated the same essence as yours, enabling him to recognize it at a glance through your combat performance. Mr. Chen, we truly mean you no harm. The Elder's decision to keep me by your side is primarily due to my circumstances." Meng Jiao's expression suddenly darkened. "My physique is somewhat peculiar. The clan leader has foretold that I shall not live beyond 20. Only the techniques of the esteemed Qin Fengyun can remedy my condition, and one must attain at least the golden core stage to do so. However, with Qin Fengyun having vanished for some time, I have no choice but to seek your assistance." She paused before continuing, "I do not expect you to save me. I understand I lack that qualification, but I am left with no alternatives. I implore you to take me in." Meng Jiao spoke with earnest sincerity, and even Chen Zishi, with his discerning eye, could detect no flaw in her words. Miao Miao, upon hearing Meng Jiao's plea, displayed a clear expression of sympathy. "Brother, this sister seems so pitiful. Can you help her?" Chen Zishi furrowed his brow slightly, for he was not inclined to trust Meng Jiao's solitary account. He extended his hand to take her pulse, and gradually, his expression grew solemn, a succubus physique. He remarked with a hint of detachment, "Women possessing such a constitution are unparalleled enchantresses, akin to the legendary Daji and Bao Si from the annals of Chinese history, naturally endowed with a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Yet, with such gifts come grave sacrifices. Their lifespans seldom exceed 20 years. As their physical forms mature, the succubus energy within them intensifies, ultimately consuming their minds, leading to a tragic demise at the pinnacle of their allure. The sole force capable of countering the power of a succubus is the righteous aura of the heavens and the earth. The Fengyun Liantianju, which Chen Zishi practiced, embodies this righteous energy, making it exceedingly formidable. The Fengyun Liantianju consists of 9 tiers. The first tier corresponds to the mortal body refinement stage, the second to the initial stage of qi cultivation, the third to the foundation establishment stage, and so forth. The subsequent stages, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension, align with the 4th through 9th tiers of the Fengyun Liantianju. Created by Qin Fengyun, this technique astonishingly allows for direct cultivation to the great ascension stage, enabling one to ascend to the celestial realm. One must commend Qin Fengyun as a true prodigy of his time. Had he and Chen Zishi ascended together, their master-disciple duo would undoubtedly have stirred monumental waves. Alas, in his previous life, Qin Fengyun met an untimely demise, leaving Chen Zishi with a lingering regret in this lifetime. He is determined not to tread the same path. Currently, Chen Zishi is cultivating a revised version of the Fengyun Liantianju, which he has renamed the Liantianju. This adaptation has transcended into a celestial technique, allowing for direct cultivation to the immortal realm. Moreover, the potency of each tier has significantly increased. Without the necessity of reaching the golden core stage, as long as he attains the later stages of foundation establishment, he could perfectly suppress Meng Jiao's succubus aura. Upon hearing Chen Zishi's words, a flicker of hope illuminated Meng Jiao's countenance. "Master Chen, are you familiar with this constitution?" she inquired. Chen Zishi nodded slightly. "I possess a modicum of knowledge." Meng Jiao was taken aback. Even the patriarch of the Meng clan was unaware of such a physique. It was only through the revelations of the esteemed Qin Fengyun that they discerned the nature of the issue. She marveled at Chen Zishi's awareness, acknowledging him as truly worthy of being Qin Fengyun's disciple. "Please, Master Chen, save me. I am willing to pay any price," Meng Jiao implored, dropping to her knees. Chen Zishi regarded her with a complex expression, astonished that this seemingly mature beauty was not yet 20 years old. "How much time do you have left?" he inquired. "In 2 months. I shall turn 20, Meng Jiao replied, tears brimming in her eyes. Her attachment to the nightlife stemmed from her dwindling lifespan. She yearned to indulge in her final year of existence. Yet, the more she indulged, the deeper her anguish became, for the mundane men in the bars failed to pique her interest. The so-called young talents from noble families or martial alliances only served to disappoint. She had resigned herself to the notion that her life would conclude in such a manner, until Meng Yi informed her that Qin Fengyun's disciple had seemingly appeared in Jiangzhou. Clinging to this glimmer of hope, she hastened to this place, ultimately finding Chen Zishi. Chen Zishi furrowed his brow once more. I can save you, but I have conditions. Upon hearing his words, Meng Jiao's excitement intensified. Whatever the conditions, I shall agree as long as you can save me. Chen Zishi smiled faintly and inquired, pray tell, what is the sacred artifact that the Ming family has guarded for generations? Meng Jiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated Chen Zishi would pose such a question. Was it possible that he also coveted that treasured item? I am unaware of the true nature of the treasure the Ming family protects. All I know is that it is an artifact once wielded by Qin Shi Huang, who used it to unify the realms. Furthermore, as a member of the Ming family, if you intend to exploit my life and compel me to betray my kin, I must regretfully decline. Meng Jiao's expression turned frosty. Chen Zishi furrowed his brows slightly, yet a smile played upon his lips as he regarded Meng Jiao, a person of admirable character. His curiosity regarding the sacred artifact was merely a pretext. His primary objective was to assess Meng Jiao's potential. He needed to ascertain whether this individual was worthy of significant trust. Very well, I can save you, but you must pledge your loyalty to me. Chen Zishi stated calmly, I will not force you into treachery against your family, but you must comply with my requests otherwise. Do you accept this condition? Meng Jiao hesitated for a moment, then resolutely nodded. I accept. To rescue Meng Jiao, he needed to cultivate to the late foundation establishment stage, a task not easily accomplished within 2 months. However, he was confident, for he was Chen Zishi. He extended his hand, gently touching Meng Jiao's brow, and a blue contract entered her mind. Should she betray him, with but a thought from Chen Zishi, Meng Jiao would meet a catastrophic end in 1 month. I shall rescue you. For the time being, you may remain in this villa. With that, Chen Zishi departed. I imagine Li Ruoshui is nearing home by now. I wonder if her day has gone smoothly, Chen Zishi mused. His phone rang. It was Lei Laohu calling. Master Qin, someone seeks to challenge you. Chapter 98. A challenge awaits. Upon hearing Lei Laohu's words, Chen Zishi paused momentarily. Elaborate. Chen Zishi frowned. The challenger hails from the esteemed Zhou family of Jiangzhou. The family head, Zhou Jie, has proclaimed a vendetta for Qin Huai and has arranged a duel for tomorrow noon by the Yitong River. It is said that the Zhou family recently acquired a martial arts master of great renown, who boasts that he will vanquish you within 10 moves. Chen Zishi's brow furrowed further. What, again the Zhou family? The young master I recently dispatched bore the surname Zhou. Chen Zishi replied with a faint smile. Regardless of whether they are the Zhou, Li, or Wang families, whoever dares to come shall meet their demise. Master Chen, it is rumored that this master is not local and is significantly stronger than Qin Huai. It would be wise to exercise caution, Lei Laohu expressed, his concern evident. However, Chen Zishi dismissed the notion with a scoff. Reputation is but an illusion. Do not let such empty accolades instill fear in you. Only after the encounter shall we discern his true capabilities. With that, he ended the call. He had encountered many masters. The one who had fled earlier had also claimed to be an unparalleled expert, yet was swiftly reduced to a state of panic in his presence. Chen Zishi meandered towards the Li family's villa in the Zhou household. Zhou Jie had already prepared a sumptuous feast, eagerly awaiting the return of Master Tang Tianhao. With Master Tang's intervention, it was presumed that the young man who had crossed the Zhou family had met a most unfortunate end. Initially, he had intended to declare war on the Jiangzhou business alliance upon Master Tang's return. However, he had just received alarming news from his secretary that their assets had been further encroached upon by the Jiangzhou business alliance. This revelation ignited a fiery wrath within him, prompting him to immediately contact Lei Laohu while also dispatching messages to all major factions in Jiangzhou, convening them for a duel the following day. Today marks the peak of your Jiangzhou business alliance's glory. Tomorrow, Jiangzhou will be under the dominion of the Zhou family. Zhou Jie mused, a delighted expression gracing his face. He pondered the situation with Jin'er, calculating that Master Tang should have already arrived. Perhaps Master Tang had resolved the issue and was now enjoying the company of Jin'er at the Tingyu Pavilion. A faint smile flickered in Zhou Jie's eyes. However, as he had already prepared a banquet for Master Tang, it was time to give them a call. Yet, before Zhou Jie could retrieve his phone, a sudden whoosh pierced the air from outside. Master Tang, is that you returning? Upon seeing the figure approaching, Zhou Jie hastily went to greet him. The newcomer was none other than Tang Tianhao. Noticing Tang Tianhao's demeanor, Zhou Jie furrowed his brow slightly. Why does Master Tang appear somewhat flustered? Where is Zhou Jian? Why didn't he accompany you back? Has that boy become so enamored with the Tingyu Pavilion that he no longer wishes to return home? Zhou Jie frowned. realizing that he needed to keep a closer watch on his son, who was becoming increasingly unruly. Tang Tianhao shot Zhou Jie a cold glance, his voice laced with anger as he retorted. What trouble has your son stirred up? That individual is certainly not from Jiangzhou. In my carelessness, I too suffered a significant loss. Zhou Jie was taken aback. Had Master Tang actually been defeated? He was a formidable expert at the late stage of foundation building. Was there truly anyone in Jiangzhou capable of besting him? Master Tang, my son merely sought to pursue a woman. I heard that her ex-boyfriend came looking for trouble. What strength can a man abandoned by a woman possess? Surely you jest. Zhou Jie expressed his disbelief. Where is Jian'er? Why did he not return with you? Zhou Jie's face was etched with skepticism. Tang Tianhao, known for his peculiar nature, seemed to be playing a cruel joke on him. However, Tang Tianhao cast him an irritated glance. By the time I arrived, that wayward son of yours was already dead. His head had been severed. He refrained from mentioning that he himself had also lost his head in a single exchange with the opposing man. It was only due to the peculiarities of his cultivation method that he had managed to preserve his life. Upon hearing Tang Tianhao's words, Zhou Jie's complexion drained of color. Master Tang, please do not frighten me. How could Jian'er? Zhou Jie's voice trembled slightly. 18, nearly 60 years of age. Having been unable to father a child with his first wife, he had later taken a concubine, and at the advanced age of 50, Zhou Jian was finally born. In his later years, having finally welcomed a son, he had always regarded Zhou Jian as his most cherished treasure, his heart's delight. Now, upon the shocking revelation that Zhou Jian had been brutally beheaded, he found it utterly incomprehensible. He is indeed dead, without a doubt, Tang Tianhao stated coldly. Zhou Jie stood frozen in place, desperately pulling out his phone to frantically call Zhou Jian. The woman's melodious voice answered. Hello? Who are you? What have you done to my Jian'er? As soon as the call connected, Zhou Jie began to interrogate her vehemently. You must be the head of the Zhou family. I regret to inform you that your son, Zhou Jian, has committed numerous misdeeds and has been dealt with by our leader in accordance with justice. Should you wish to seek revenge, we at Tingyu Pavilion welcome you at any time. His remains will be returned to your Zhou family shortly. Please be patient. The woman, LVLV, replied indifferently. With LVLV's confirmation, Zhou Jie collapsed in despair, the grief of a white-haired man sending off a black-haired one, tears streaming from his eyes. Upon hearing the news,